Chapter 652. Fei's Swift Sword. Yagyu's blade of ruthlessness and obliteration. I am at a loss as to where you derive the audacity to wield your sword against me. While your cultivation of the Dantian into an ocean is commendable, you must realize that you are confronting a formidable presence within this sea, Yuan Mu remarked coldly. Regarding the figure clad in black, Xue Yi Ren. Indeed, we may lack the odds of victory, yet we dare to strike here. Do you presume we have come as mere two? Xue Yi Ren replied, his demeanor calm and his gaze piercing. Is that so? Yuan Mu's eyes narrowed, and a fierce aura surged from him, a brutal intensity emanating as he surveyed his surroundings, vigilant against any hidden assailants. The Qinglong Society had sent skilled swordsmen, and the swordsmanship was fierce. Should anyone lurk in the shadows, their prowess would likely rival that of Xue Yi Ren. Such sword intent, if it were to strike him, could inflict grievous harm. Extending his fingers, a surge of gray energy erupted from them, imbued with an aura of death. Divine presence, finger of mortality. A terrifying miasma of death enveloped Yuan Mu, exerting pressure upon Xue Yi Ren. With this oppressive force, Xue Yi Ren momentarily faltered, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The divine presence of the congealed master was momentarily insurmountable. Yet, even in the face of defeat, Xue Yi Ren resolved to endure the weight of this divine might. With a resounding roar, the intent of his sword coalesced into a fierce blade of energy rushing forth. Lacking the divine presence, he chose to counter with the force of his sword. The tempestuous sword energy surged madly towards Yuan Mu. Impressive that you can still unleash sword energy against my divine presence, but it remains futile. I shall send you on your way. With a finger raised to the heavens, a dreadful gray energy materialized at his fingertip, dismantling the approaching sword energy with an overwhelming force. The gray energy radiated an aura of terrifying power. Should he unleash this finger, Xue Yi Ren would stand no chance of resistance. Perish! Yuan Mu's finger ascended, poised to strike. Yet, at that precise moment, a brilliant white streak of light emerged, a sword flash of such speed that even Yuan Mu's consciousness failed to register it before it pierced through his divine presence, instantaneously penetrating his heart and piercing his chest. As the divine might was shattered, the suppressive force on Xue Yi Ren dissipated, causing him to retreat rapidly. With a thunderous impact, a deep crater formed upon the ground, stones reduced to dust. What a swift strike! Yuan Mu marveled. Unable to keep pace with the speed of the sword, he turned his body, eager to discern the identity of the assailant. Upon turning, he beheld a figure clad in simple garments, a long sword sheathed at his waist. Fei. His gaze fixated upon the unsheathed sword at Fei's side. That very blade had been the source of his recent peril. The person who had executed the strike had eluded his perception entirely. Who are you? Yuan Mu inquired. His eyes locked onto Fei. Fei of the Qinglong Society, came the calm reply. Fei, I have a vague recollection of you, but... Yuan Mu mused, recalling Fei as a rather inconspicuous member of the Qinglong Society, of average strength. Yet, this individual cleaved through his divine aura with a single sword strike, piercing his own heart. The swordplay was fierce and rapid. Anyone unprepared would find it utterly insurmountable, rendering the likes of that mediocre Fei powerless. Just as he was about to utter another word, a resounding explosion echoed from the location of his heart, which shattered upon impact, causing him to collapse to the ground. Drops of blood flowed from a minute puncture. The figure clad in a brocade robe advanced, severing the opponent's head with a swift stroke, then scattering corpse-dissolving powder to obliterate the body. As for the severed head, it was to be presented to the Lord of the Heavenly Cauldron. The northern 9 prefectures were the territory of the Azure Dragon Society. If the adversary dared to strike against them, the Azure Dragon Society would certainly retaliate with formidable force. This would also serve to inform the martial factions of the northern 9 prefectures who truly reigned supreme. Let us depart. The two figures swiftly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, on another front, Lu Sheng Yijian navigated through the forest with remarkable speed. Behind him, Chao Zhen's countenance was steeped in murderous intent. Although his opponent could not match him in strength, he managed to withstand the oppressive aura, preventing Chao Zhen from asserting his dominance. Even if you can endure my divine aura, what of it? As he spoke, a surge of bloodthirst erupted from his being. He propelled himself off the ground with a thunderous crash, transforming into a streak of crimson light. At that moment, the fleeing Lu Sheng Yijian abruptly halted. Turning, a fierce expression crossed his face as he unleashed his long sword in an instant. The sword radiated a violent brilliance, the air crackling under the weight of its ferocity. The sword energy erupting like thunder, coalescing into a blinding flash that charged towards his adversary. Qiao Zhen, hurtling forward with a ghastly visage, unleashed his divine aura. The fierce sword energy appeared momentarily obstructed, yet the malevolent force in his fist surged exponentially. With a resounding clash, the fist met the sword energy, shattering it into fragments. However, as the sword energy dissipated, Xue Yi Ren stepped forward, gripping his long sword tightly, channeling all his essence into the blade. A relentless and annihilating sword intent erupted from him. With a single stroke, the terrifying sword intent unleashed a tempestuous force, causing the surrounding air to swirl violently. Disrupting Qiao Zhen's divine aura, the sword light tore through the fabric of space, materializing before Qiao Zhen. Your attempts to coalesce your divine aura are in vain. Qiao Zhen uttered coldly. I lured you here. Your companions have not followed and are likely already dead. At this moment, Xue Yi Ren suddenly declared, causing Qiao Zhen to falter momentarily. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Xue Yi Ren's merciless strike loomed before him, the sword intent sharp and ferocious. Just as the sword light was about to descend upon Qiao Zhen, he raised his hand and unleashed a punch. The fist collided with the sword light, shattering it. But in that moment, his form was pushed back by the force of the sword. First, I shall eliminate you, then we shall see. Just moments ago, Qiao Zhen's mind was stirred by the words of Xue Yi Ren, prompting him to unleash a strike. However, contemplating other matters was futile. His priority was to eliminate Xue Yi Ren. Yet, just as he was about to act, a radiant flash of sword light erupted from behind him. The instant it appeared, his protective aura and spiritual pressure were rendered utterly ineffective beneath this blade. Moreover, the speed of the strike was astonishing. Qiao Zhen's focus was entirely on Xue Yi Ren, leaving him oblivious to the presence of another assailant. With a swift thrust, the sword light pierced through his body, and a silhouette passed through him. The figure paused, turning to face Qiao Zhen. In an instant, his lower body was shattered by the sword's energy, reduced to a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. His eyes widened in shock. He had no time to react before being slain by a single strike. A sense of bitterness enveloped him as half of his body crumpled to the ground. Chapter 653, The Flowerless Monk Takes Action, Ambushed at Shana Gate. This conflict was not a mere contest of martial prowess. Afei did not engage directly, but seized the moment for a lethal attack. The two adversaries could not evade his extraordinarily swift blade. Afei, immersed in the depths of the sea, remained focused, embodying the principle of speed and delivering a decisive blow. Empowered by his spiritual presence, he remained unaffected by the enemy's pressure, unleashing a lethal strike aimed at the throat. To evade Afei's sword, one must possess formidable spiritual strength, acute awareness, or an impenetrable defense akin to that of an indestructible diamond. Yet, such feats are exceedingly rare. After all, the slightest hint of vulnerability would allow Afei to seize the opportunity, leaving no chance for survival. This is the essence of Afei, the swiftest sword in the world. After this, my spiritual presence should be nearing completion, Xue Yi Ren remarked, before taking Qiao Zhen's head and departing. The two who had approached had only just left Longbei County when they too were swiftly dispatched. On the following day, their severed heads were presented before Governor Tian Ding. The gruesome trophies lay in the hall, casting a shadow over the governor's countenance. He had not anticipated that mere days after their departure, they would meet such a fate. These were formidable warriors, and their audacity was astounding. To kill and then deliver the severed heads to his very residence was a direct affront. Have we located the bodies of the two? Governor Tian Ding inquired. None have been found. The heads bear the marks of a sword's edge. It appears they were slain by Xue Yi Ren and Xue Yi Ren. However, the exact circumstances remain unclear. Their eyes reflected a sense of disbelief and resentment. Suggesting they were ambushed and killed in a single stroke, replied an elder with black hair. The Qinglong Society is an assassin organization. They seem to have forgotten this. Give them the slightest opening, and they will take your life. Governor Tian Ding's hand struck the teacup on the table, shattering it into powder. The tea remaining contained within the obliterated vessel due to the force of his grip. Have we uncovered the whereabouts of Li Chunzhou and his companions? They must be within Longbei County. Governor Tian Ding declared coldly, harboring thoughts of tearing Li Chunzhou apart. The black-haired elder spoke in a solemn tone. We are close to our goal, just a little more. We must find Li Qinzhou with all our might. The monks from the Great Virtue Temple should have arrived at Lingnan County by now. Let them take action and annihilate the Shana Gate. I believe Li Qinzhou will make a move. I shall personally tear him apart. The Celestial Dingong, while dispatching Chao Zhen and Yuan Mu, also contacted the Great Virtue Temple to enlist their assistance in proceeding to Shana Gate. Due to potential obstacles and possible interceptions faced by Chao Zhen and his companions, the monks from the Great Virtue Temple would not encounter such hindrances. Yes, I shall send them a message immediately, the elder mused, confident that the Qinglong Society was still reveling in excitement over the massacre at Shana Gate, a display of the prince's might. Meanwhile, outside Lingnan County, within the confines of a dilapidated temple, 5 monks clad in cassocks were seated in meditation. At the helm was a middle-aged monk, his gaze sharp and his aura surging. Flanked by 4 others, their presence average, yet each possessed strength around the 6th celestial realm. Suddenly, a figure emerged from outside. Abbot, we have received news from the northern region. The monk entered, presenting a sealed letter to the leader. Upon opening it, the middle-aged monk's expression shifted dramatically. To his astonishment, Chao Zhen and Yuan Mu had been slain en route, their severed heads delivered to the Celestial Dingong. The Qinglong Society is only creating formidable enemies for themselves. The leader remarked coldly. Then what shall we do? Another monk inquired. We must proceed to Shana Gate and eliminate them. However, we should don the robes of Qinglong Temple. The middle-aged monk replied, if Qinglong Temple strikes down Shana Gate, it will force Qinglong Temple to confront the Qinglong Society. They will no longer need to remain secluded. This is compelling Qinglong Temple to act. The 6 monks swiftly donned their monk robes and hats, each grasping a ceremonial dagger as they made their way towards Shana Gate. At Shana Gate, Zhuge Zheng received the news of Chao Zhen and Yuan Mu's demise, a smile gracing his face. I wonder what the next move of the Celestial Dingong will be. Zhuge Zheng pondered, setting aside the letter. Although they had demonstrated their strength, the Celestial Dingong, being a prominent figure in the Ministry of Personnel, would not simply retreat from the northern 9 counties. He surely had other strategies at his disposal. However, they could not remain in a passive position forever. They too needed to take action. Zhuge Zheng contemplated. Waiting for the opponent to make a move would only keep them in a defensive stance, and they needed to reverse this situation. The Celestial Dingong was formidable, accompanied by only 1 aide, and it was not feasible to surround him and eliminate him at the moment. Thus, they would strike at Qinglong Temple. Celestial Dingong, do you not seek cooperation with Qinglong Temple? If the abbot and the 3 main hosts of Qinglong Temple were to perish, how could Qinglong Temple possibly collaborate with you? A glimmer of insight sparkled in Zhuge Zheng's eyes. Currently, the esteemed Qinglong Temple is under the leadership of Abbot Food, alongside 3 prominent hosts. Previously, the illustrious Master Daji was slain by the sword of Lu Sheng, leaving behind 2 remaining masters, Master Baoji and Master Tianyuan. However, following the demise of Master Daji, another master has risen to assume his position. Should these individuals meet their untimely end, it is believed that a wave of trepidation will sweep through Qinglong Temple, inevitably prompting the emergence of its ancient guardians. The precise combat capabilities of Qinglong Temple remain nebulous. Thus, this situation may serve to uncover the true extent of their strength. Contemplating this, Zhuge Zhenhua promptly pinned a letter to the enigmatic Wu Hua monk currently residing at Qinglong Temple. The Wu Hua monk can dispatch these foes with little effort. As he dispatched the letter, an urgent tolling of bells echoed through Shana Gate. Zhuge Zhenhua's expression shifted dramatically. The frantic ringing signified an assault on Shana Gate, one not instigated by ordinary adversaries. The impending foes were formidable. At that moment, at the entrance of Shana Gate, several disciples met a grisly fate, cleaved in 2 by a single stroke, their blood spilling forth. Dare you strike against Shana Gate, Qinglong Society? We shall ensure your annihilation. Some cried out. Yet, as their voices rose, a flash of steel severed their forms. In a swift motion, a middle-aged monk seized one of the Shana Gate disciples, demanding, reveal to me the whereabouts of Zhuge Zhenhua. His tone was soft yet imbued with a potent spiritual resonance. In the Shana Hall, the disciple replied, dazed, gesturing in a specific direction. A sinister glint appeared in the monk's eyes as he crushed the disciple's throat with a swift motion. Eliminate the other disciples of Shanha. I shall pursue Zhuge Zhenhua. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the Shanha Hall, where Zhuge Zhenghua was located. Chapter 654, Xiao Qiushui. The astonishing sword, severing the spirit in the secluded mountains behind Shanha Gate. Within a vast cave, Xiao Qiushui, poised with a long sword, abruptly opened his eyes upon hearing the tolling of the bells. Someone dares to assault Shanha Gate. We must investigate, he declared, rising to his feet and addressing the nearby Knight Emperor and Sun Later. As he stood, both Knight Emperor and Sun Later also rose, their brows furrowed with concern. Meanwhile, Ding Peng and Yin Nantian were in seclusion, seeking an opportunity to transcend their current state. Let us proceed. The three exited the cave, making their way towards Shanha Gate. Inside the Shanha Hall, a disciple rushed in, exclaiming, "Elder Zhuge, the people of Qinglong Temple are attacking." The disciple's voice trembled with fear. Although Shanha Gate boasted a multitude of members, their strength was lacking, with few having ascended to the celestial realm. The 5 adversaries they faced were exceptionally powerful. With each swing of their blades, they dispatched one disciple after another, their blood flowing freely, instilling terror among the disciples of Shanha Gate. Did Qinglong Temple strike first? Zhuge Zhenghua's countenance froze in shock. He had not anticipated that he was about to strike at the Qinglong Temple, only for the Qinglong Temple to turn its attention towards them, the Shanha sect. Was it truly the intent of the esteemed Tian Ding Gong that the individuals from Qinglong Temple act first, with Chao Zhan and that Yuan Mu merely serving as a pretext? Zhuge Zheng pondered deeply. "Zhuge Elder, you should take cover," one of the disciples, noticing Zhuge Zheng's contemplation, hastily urged. The opponent's strength was overwhelming. Zhuge Elder was undoubtedly no match. Zhuge Zheng nodded, preparing to leave the Shanha Hall and head towards the back mountain. Once he reached the back mountain, he could summon the Knight Emperor and his allies to ensure that no one would escape the Shanha sect. As the two stepped out of the Shanha Hall, a figure materialized outside the Grand Hall. "Zhuge Zheng, I have come precisely for you. Where do you think you are going?" The voice was calm, yet the gaze bore down upon Zhuge Zheng with unwavering intensity. An ominous aura emanated from the figure, subtly creating an atmosphere of pressure. Zhuge Zheng and the disciple were instantly enveloped by a terrifying force. The disciple coughed up blood, his eyes glazing over. Bang! Zhuge Zheng's palm struck the disciple, sending him reeling back into the hall. However, as he made his move, the oppressive pressure surrounding him suddenly intensified. The ground beneath his feet shattered instantly, causing him to bend slightly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Who are you?" Zhuge Zheng inquired, fixing his gaze upon the figure. "There is no harm in telling you. I am Hui Ju from Qinglong Temple," the middle-aged monk declared, not naming the Great Kindness Temple, but rather identifying himself with Qinglong Temple. As he spoke, he raised his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that surged towards Zhuge Zheng. "I must bring him back alive," he thought, intending to deliver Zhuge Zheng to Tian Ding Gong. This would allow them to uncover certain secrets of the Qinglong Association or possibly set a trap, luring the Qinglong Association to send someone for a rescue, which could lead to the annihilation of some of their formidable members. Yet, just as he extended his hand, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he refrained from grasping. Turning his attention behind him, a figure clad in a blue robe approached from a distance, wielding a long sword, advancing step by step. With brows like blades and a piercing gaze, he exuded an overwhelming aura, his posture impeccably straight, and as he walked, his sword energy surged towards the heavens. The energy he radiated was one that seemed to overshadow all, an aura of invincibility. It was none other than the arriving Xiao Qiushui. Compared to the Knight Emperor and the Sun King, Xiao Qiushui was the most suitable to take action, as he was already within the Shanha sect, having previously collaborated with Zhuge Zheng on matters concerning the northern 9 prefectures. Afterward, he had entered seclusion and rarely made appearances. Now, having emerged from his retreat, his presence was even more formidable. Who was Xiao Qiushui? He was one of the 4 mightiest experts recorded in the annals of the sect. Upon witnessing Xiao Qiushui's emergence and the potent aura he exuded, Hui Ju's brow furrowed. A formidable entity from the Sea of Concentration? He was taken aback to discover that the Shanha sect possessed such power. "Who are you?" came the low, resonant voice, eager to ascertain the identity of the newcomer. Xiao Qiushui spoke, "It is impossible." Upon hearing this, the monk Huijue's expression hardened. Before his arrival at the Mountain River sect, he was aware that aside from Zhuge Zhenghua, there was another named Xiao Qiushui, though the latter seldom made an appearance. Nevertheless, Xiao Qiushui's prowess was on par with Zhuge Zhenghua's. Yet, The individual before him had already reached the realm of oceanic concentration. In the martial arts world, nothing is impossible. Since you dare to come to the mountain river sect today, you shall remain here. Xiao Qiushui regarded the monk Huijue with an impassive gaze and a calm voice. Yet his words were imbued with an aura of dominance. Upon hearing Xiao Qiushui's declaration, Huijue's countenance darkened. As a practitioner of oceanic concentration, he found it intolerable that someone of equal standing would so brazenly disregard him. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes, and his aura surged. Let me witness your true strength. The divine skill, heavenly absolute dragon claw, Huijue exclaimed, astonished by Xiao Qiushui's might. The emergence of such a formidable figure within the mountain river sect suggested the presence of other powerful practitioners as well. This realization instilled a sense of urgency. He needed to resolve this swiftly. The divine skill, astonishing sword. Xiao Qiushui did not hesitate. He raised his long sword, unleashing a fierce and tempestuous aura that surged forth and merged with his blade. In an instant, the energy around them shifted, and boundless power converged upon his sword. Xiao Qiushui, who trained in the astonishing sword and the emotionless heavenly script, had chosen his divine skill accordingly. However, he infused it with the principles of the emotionless heavenly script, allowing him to absorb the energy of the heavens and earth, thereby augmenting the might of his astonishing sword. With a single stroke, he unleashed the full force of his swordsmanship. The long sword cleaved through the air, and the explosive sword energy coalesced into a colossal shadow, hurtling toward his opponent. In the realm of heaven and earth, a single ray of sword light resonated with the very fabric of existence. Though Huijue had initiated the attack, he found himself a beat too slow. He shouted fiercely, extending his palm, where a massive dragon-shaped hand materialized in the void, reaching for the sword shadow. The sword energy was awe-inspiring, while the dragon claw soared through the air. With a swift slice, the sword light severed the dragon claw, appearing directly before Huijue. His expression shifted drastically. Internal energy surged within him, pouring forth without reservation, forming a formidable barrier around his body. With a thunderous crash, the blade descended upon the barrier, shattering it. The sword light cascaded down from above, and after it passed, Huijue remained standing, yet his eyes were filled with horror as he gazed at Xiao Qiushui. I cannot believe I failed to block your strike. This is impossible. As he uttered these words, a crimson line appeared on his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. With a single stroke, Xiao Qiushui had dispatched his adversary. Chapter 655. Wu Hua makes his move, borrowing your life for a purpose late at night. In the back mountains of Qinglong Temple lies the pagoda forest. This is where the remains of the esteemed monks of Qinglong Temple have been interred throughout the ages. Draped in the robes of an abbot, Fu De appeared in the pagoda grove of the rear mountain. Observing the surroundings, a slight furrow formed on his brow. Earlier, he had received a covert missive from Master Huiju of the Great Kindness Temple, requesting a clandestine meeting that very night to discuss matters concerning Tian Dinggong and the Qinglong Society. Although he harbored some confusion regarding Huiju's choice to meet in such a secluded location rather than in the abbot's chamber, the letter explicitly stated that the issue must remain confidential to avoid alerting the Qinglong Society. The Qinglong Temple itself was at a precarious juncture, necessitating meticulous actions. Fu De, having no doubts, made his way to the rear mountain grove, yet upon arrival, he found no discernible clues. A foreboding sense began to swell within him. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes emerged from a distance, advancing deliberately. Upon sighting this silhouette, Fu De's expression shifted, and he turned to depart. Since you've come, Abbot, do not be in haste to leave. A chilling voice called from the cloaked figure. Who are you? Why do you impersonate Master Huiju's correspondence to summon me here? Fu De inquired with a grave tone, his heart brimming with vigilance. Although the stranger emitted no malice, an acute sense of peril enveloped him. The purpose of this meeting was primarily to borrow something from the abbot. I seek to borrow your life, the figure replied calmly. The secret sect, the great hand seal of life and death. Upon hearing this, Fu De was the first to act, unleashing a powerful palm strike, his internal energy swirling into a vortex aimed at the black-robed individual. Boom. Yet, as his palm descended, it met with emptiness, crashing against the ground instead. The figure had vanished. Alarm bells rang in Fu De's mind. He wished to call out to the experts within the Qinglong Temple for assistance. However, as he turned, A colossal image of a Buddha manifested before his eyes, enveloping his consciousness and rendering him speechless in astonishment. "Is this the Buddha?" he murmured. Just as his words fell, the immense Buddha struck down upon his spirit. Under that hand, Buddha's essence shattered, yet his visage bore an expression of both incredulity and limitless yearning. The practitioners of the secret sect also seek enlightenment through the Buddha. To behold such a sight is a profound honor. Thus, his eyes shone with longing. With a thud, his body collapsed to the ground. The figure in black approached Buddha, assessing his aura before gently lifting the dark cloth covering his face. Beneath the moonlight, the visage revealed was striking, eyes like bright stars, lips red and teeth white, a youthful face radiating charm and grace. Embodying the essence of a handsome man, it was none other than the flowerless monk. The flowerless monk, upon receiving the great Sutra of Life and Death from Su Chun, swiftly grasped its essential teachings, integrating his understanding of Buddhist philosophy and martial arts, as well as his past life as pursuits and insights. He soon found himself as a temporary guest monk at the Qinglong Temple. During his stay there, he consolidated his spiritual presence and delved deep into meditation by the sea, where he received a letter from Zhuge Zhengmei. With resolve, he commenced his actions, selecting the abbot of Qinglong Temple, Master Food, as his first target. Although Master Food possessed only the strength of a celestial being at the 9th level of tribulation, he wielded considerable authority, rumored to be chosen by the temple's esteemed predecessors. Upon receiving the letter, he summoned Master Food to the back mountain under the pretense of consultation. Upon their meeting, the monk did not strike immediately but approached gradually, manifesting before his counterpart. He first unleashed an illusionary technique, disrupting Master Food's mental state, and ultimately killed him through this terrifying spell. Thus, Master Food met an inexplicable demise. The illusionary assassination was indeed chilling, as the flowerless monk's concentrated spiritual force melded with the ethereal arts of the Eastern Isles. 2 of the 3 chief monks were to be dealt with that very night, leaving 1 to remain. Casting a final glance at the fallen Master Food, he covered the body with a black cloth and departed. In the eastern courtyard of Qinglong Temple, within a meditation room, one of the 3 chief monks, Master Baoji, was reciting scriptures. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through as the window opened, causing the flickering candlelight within to dance. Master Baoji halted his recitation and rose to approach the window. At that moment, several gusts of wind surged forth, striking at various acupoints on his body. His expression shifted as he attempted to call out, but a forceful wind sealed his voice. A shadowy figure gradually pushed open the door and entered, gently closing the window behind him. With a raised hand, an unseen force ensnared Master Baoji, placing him in a seated position for meditation, and the figure bowed slightly before him. With a pointed finger, a surge of energy erupted, piercing through the monk's heart channel. After a subtle bow, the figure exited the meditation room. Elsewhere, in a training room, the bare-chested Master Tianyuan was vigorously practicing his punches, unleashing blows that crashed against the training pillar like surging waves. With each step, the ground trembled, resonating with a thunderous sound. He was alone in his endeavor, the only monk present. Master Tianyuan was honing a martial art from the Qinglong Temple's 3 supreme techniques, the Inviolable King's Sutra, a physical cultivation practice that, upon mastery, could invoke the protective force of the Inviolable King, rendering him impervious to attacks. With a resounding crash, his fist struck like thunder, the sound echoing explosively. His vital energy surged, intertwining with his true essence in a tumultuous dance. Master Tianyuan was diligently striving to harness this blood vitality and true energy, aspiring to transform his Dantian into an ocean. Once the Dantian transforms into a vast ocean, the might of the unmoved king's power will become exponentially stronger. Not only will his defensive aura elevate, but his physical form will also be continuously cleansed and tempered by an immense reservoir of true energy, unleashing a more formidable force in his punches. Suddenly, the door to the meditation chamber swung open, and a shadow clad in black surged forth. In an instant, it soared into the air, revealing a Japanese long sword that appeared behind him. With a firm grip on the blade, it was swiftly drawn. A strike was unleashed against the wind, the swordplay fierce and domineering. Seeking death. Observing the situation, the king of Tianyuan let out a cold snort, his aura surging violently as he resembled a ferocious tiger, launching a powerful punch. His fist, like a diamond, exploded through the air. The force collided with the blade, Bang! The punch was cleaved, and the edge of the sword struck against his knuckles. The fist, as hard as a diamond, merely left a scar upon the opponent's hand. A sinister expression crossed the face of the king of Tianyuan as he prepared to strike again, but the adversary's blade suddenly whirled, a flash of brilliance catching his eye, causing him to shut his eyes instinctively. When he reopened them, his gaze sharpened with sudden clarity. At that moment, a series of silver rings spun before him, obscuring his vision. In a swift motion, a finger pressed against his brow. Boom! A surge of energy pierced into his mind, and amidst his astonishment, the king of Tianyuan collapsed to the ground. The figure of Wu Hua descended, gazing at the lifeless body below. The remaining strength of the Ji Yuan king, now transformed into the ocean of Dantian, would not be easily subdued. Thus, I shall spare his life for now. With that, Wu Hua vanished swiftly. Chapter 656. Bad News. Crisis at the Qinglong Temple in the prefecture of the county governor. Has there been any word from Xue at the Great Good Temple? Tian Dinggong had been anxiously awaiting news from the Mountain River sect. The elder with black hair before him spoke with a grave expression. Xue has failed, and it remains unknown at whose hands he fell. However, an astonishing sword intent has emerged within the Mountain River sect. It seems that a master of the sword from the Qinglong Association has infiltrated the Mountain River sect, possessing the strength of a sea condensation expert. Yet, many disciples of the Mountain River sect have perished, leaving its overall strength considerably weakened. Upon hearing the elder's words, Tian Dinggong furrowed his brow slightly. It appears that our plan against the Mountain River sect has failed utterly. The power of the Qinglong Association here is formidable. As Tian Dinggong spoke, he rose slowly from his seat, making his way to the entrance of the hall, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed into the night. We have completed this phase. The Qinglong Association will soon take action. Have we located the whereabouts of the dragon head, Li Chunzhou? Currently, the focus is not on others. As long as we find Li Chunzhou and eliminate him, our purpose for coming here will be fulfilled. Tian Dinggong declared. The approximate area has been identified. Grant me one more day, and I shall ascertain Li Chunzhou's location, the elder with black hair replied confidently. When the 24 swordsmen arrive and find Li Chunzhou, notify me to take action. Prolonging this confrontation would be detrimental to us, Tian Dinggong stated solemnly. This is the territory of the Qinglong Association. Engaging in back-and-forth skirmishes here is exceedingly unfavorable. If we are to strike, we must strike at the dragon head. Having spoken, he strode out of the hall. The following day, the resonant tolling of bells echoed within the confines of the Qinglong Temple, in the rear mountains forest of pagodas. Early in the morning, a disciple engaged in the cleaning of the pagoda area stumbled upon the lifeless body of Abbot Food. His expression turned to one of horror as he shouted, prompting several monks to examine the scene briefly before hastily transporting the corpse back to the main hall. They promptly informed the three principal monks of Qinglong Temple. A monk clad in a golden robe appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Having paid his respects to King Ji Yuan, the monks present bowed in acknowledgement. This individual was none other than King Ji Yuan, the third principal monk, possessing the formidable strength of the Dantian transformation. The other two principals had yet to arrive. King Ji Yuan inquired, "They have not yet arrived?" To which the middle-aged monk replied, "No, not yet." "What of the situation in the rear mountain?" King Ji Yuan asked. "The traces of a struggle are minimal. We have only discerned a single strike from the abbot, and thereafter, there were no further signs of attack. Strangely, we found no wounds on the abbot's body, and his expression bears an odd countenance," the middle-aged monk recounted. Upon hearing this, King Ji Yuan approached Abbot Food, and, after a thorough examination, his expression turned grave. To collapse from mental anguish alone seems implausible. Though the abbot may not possess the strength of a Dantian transformation, he practices the profound teachings of the Great Sutra of Life and Death, whose mental fortitude is not inferior to that of a typical Dantian practitioner. How could he suddenly succumb to despair? King Ji Yuan's voice held a hint of perplexity. At that moment, a young monk rushed into the grand hall, his face ashen. "What has transpired?" the middle-aged monk demanded sharply. "King Tian Yuan has been slain," the young monk exclaimed. The countenance of every monk in the hall shifted dramatically at this revelation. Just as they began to react, another monk rushed in, equally pale, and declared, "King Baoji has passed away." What? The news sent shockwaves through the assembly. Initially, they had believed only the abbot was in peril, but now it seemed that two principal monks had met with dire fates. "Let us move," commanded the leading monk, Zhi Yuan. The group proceeded to the meditation chamber of King Baoji. Outside the chamber, several young monks bore sorrowful expressions. We entered the chamber. The king was seated in meditation, and we dared not disturb him. However, after a while, we realized he had ceased to breathe. One young monk explained upon seeing King Zhi Yuan. King Zhi Yuan entered the meditation chamber, approaching the body of King Baoji. His expression froze as he conducted a meticulous examination, gravely stating, "He was struck at a vital point, with the force penetrating to his very core, his energy forcefully directed. We must transport King Baoji's body to the main hall. Let us then proceed to King Tian Yuan's chamber." Without delay, he led his companions to the meditation chamber of King Tian Yuan. Investigations are already underway here. King Tian Yuan was pierced through the heart by a powerful strike, reminiscent of the techniques from Dashan Temple's Vajra finger. One monk reported to King Zhi Yuan upon his arrival. King Baoji too succumbed to the might of that formidable strike. First, let us carry King Tian Yuan's body to the main hall, King Zhi Yuan asserted solemnly. The group then returned to the main hall, bearing the lifeless forms. Within the grand hall, 3 lifeless bodies lay at its center. "Do you comprehend why the abbot ventured to the pagoda forest in the rear mountains?" inquired the venerable Zhi Yuan, addressing the monk who attended the abbot. "Last night, the abbot received a letter, which prompted his departure. However, the contents of the letter remain unknown to me," the monk replied. "A letter?" Upon hearing this, Zhi Yuan approached the body of Abbot Fuda, inspecting it thoroughly. Yet no letter was found. His brow furrowed slightly. "The letter's sender must have been someone familiar to the abbot," spoke one of the monks. "This matter is far from simple. If mishandled, it could spell disaster for our Qinglong temple. I shall proceed to the rear mountains to consult the elders and summon them to oversee our temple," Zhi Yuan declared. As his words fell, a figure swiftly entered from outside the hall. "Brother Zhi Yuan, what has transpired?" The newcomer, a slender monk clad in simple garments, was taken aback by the sight of the 3 corpses. "The abbot and the other 2 masters were slain last night. Did you uncover any information while you were out?" The visitor was Master Zhi Ming, Zhi Yuan's junior. "Word has reached us that at Dashi Temple, Huiju, under our temple's name, attacked Shan He Men. However, within Shan He Men, there are skilled swordsmen from the Qinglong Society. Monk Huiju and his companions have all perished. Now, Zhuge Zhengwu of Shan He Men is on his way to our Qinglong temple with their corpses," Master Zhi Ming explained. "How could Dashi Temple dare to act against Shan He Men in our name? This is outrageous. Could it be that the abbot and the others fell victim to the Qinglong Society's vengeance?" queried a monk with graying brows. "That seems unlikely. The abbot would never consent to a meeting with the Qinglong Society on the rear mountain. Might it be possible that the people from Dashi Temple struck first?" Both Tian Yuan and Bao Ji were killed by a powerful strike. An elderly monk beside him interjected, "Let us not discuss this further. I shall first summon the elder to emerge from seclusion. We will proceed with our actions only after reporting to the elder," Zhi Yuan stated. For he was merely one of the 3 main hosts and lacked the authority to govern the entire temple, necessitating the elder's judgment on the matter. Chapter 657. The 3 elders of Qinglong Temple, striking first to annihilate Qinglong Temple in the rear mountains of Qinglong Temple. Zhi Yuan's figure appeared within a valley. Inside the valley, 3 elder monks clad in kasayas sat cross-legged, sensing Zhi Yuan's presence as they simultaneously opened their eyes. "What has transpired to disturb our peace so?" inquired the elder with white brows, his demeanor gentle and his voice imbued with tranquility. Zhi Yuan's previously anxious disposition began to calm under the influence of the elder's voice. "Elder, Abbot Fuda, Master Baoji, and Master Tian Yuan were all slain last night." Abbot Fuda was left in despair, while Tian Yuan and Baoji fell victim to a single lethal strike. Zhi Yuan bowed respectfully as he spoke. Boom. Just as Zhi Yuan finished his words, beside the elder with white brows, a towering elder monk emanated a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding air to ripple and expand outward in waves. "Zhi Yuan, you just mentioned that Food and the others were killed last night." He spoke with a coarse tone, his face contorted with rage, an overwhelming sense of pressure radiating from him. Under this oppressive presence, the figure of the Dharma King Yuan stood as immovable as a great mountain. Reporting back, "Ancestor Jimmy's words are true," Zhi Yuan hurriedly replied. Good. I never anticipated that our Qinglong temple would again be beset by adversaries." The monk known as Jimmy rose, his voice sharp and filled with indignation. Surely, there is more to this matter, inquired the elder, his demeanor unchanged. The monk Yue from the Dantian temple has impersonated our Qinglong temple to ambush the Shanhua sect of the Qinglong Society, but was slain by a swordmaster from the Qinglong Society. Currently, he is transporting the body to our Qinglong temple, Yuan hastily informed. What did you say? You mean Yue dared to impersonate our Qinglong temple and attack the Shanhua sect, only to be vanquished? What a fool, scolded the monk Jumi. Yue is attempting to compel us to ally with the Minister of Rights, Tianding, against the Qinglong Society. Food and the others must be behind this, another elder monk interjected. Dharma King Yuan, you should descend the mountain to meet with Tianding. Inform him that we, the Qinglong Temple, are willing to collaborate against the Qinglong Society, suggested the elder with white brows. The time has come for us to make a decision. Jumi, you shall emerge from seclusion and oversee the Qinglong Temple, the elder continued, addressing the monk beside him. Yes, elder brother, let us proceed. Jumi responded to Dharma King Yuan. The two then exited the valley. Elder brother, this may very well be a calamity for our Qinglong Temple. One misstep, and our millennia-old legacy could be obliterated. The final elder lamented. Junior brother, we have no choice left. The Shan Temple has acted in our name, providing the Qinglong Society with a pretext. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. They will not allow our Qinglong Temple to persist. If we do not fight, we can only submit. As one of the ancestral grounds of the esoteric sect, how can we bow before the Qinglong Society? A confrontation is inevitable, the elder with white brows declared. Tianding seeks to exploit us, but we may also leverage him. If we unite to suppress the Qinglong Society, we will gain time to request assistance from other esoteric temples once we have subdued them, he continued. It seems we have no other recourse. The elder sighed and resumed his meditation. Outside the valley, Ancestor Jumi, I shall descend the mountain to meet with Tianding. Dharma King Yuan said, bowing to Jumi. Very well. Jumi nodded in agreement. The two parted ways. With the Qinglong Temple in seclusion, the descent was marked by an eerie silence devoid of visitors. On either side of the stone path, the bamboo groves swayed gently in the breeze. Dappled light flickering through the forest. The Zen master Yuan moved swiftly along the stone path, but suddenly halted, his gaze intense as he focused ahead. A figure stood upon the path, two long swords sheathed at his waist. It was Lu Shengyijian. After Wu Hua made his move, the Qinglong Temple would undoubtedly suspect it to be the handiwork of the Qinglong Society. Thus, Li Qinzhou orchestrated the appearance of Xue Yi Ren and Lu Shengyijian at the entrance of the Qinglong Temple's descent. With the first strike already dealt, there was no need for further contemplation. Li Qinzhou resolved to eliminate the Qinglong Temple first. Lu Shengyijian, you block my path. What is your intent? Ziyuan's voice was cold. You at the Qinglong Temple have secluded yourselves, ignoring the affairs of the 9 prefectures of the north, yet now you descend the mountain. You violate your vow of seclusion, and those who break promises must perish. As Lu Shengyijian spoke, he drew his long sword, a terrifying sword aura erupting from its blade. Instantly, the stone path was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere of impending doom. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself towards Ziyuan, the ground beneath him shattering as he surged forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Ziyuan, his sword slicing through the air with ferocity, unleashing a tempest of sword energy. Ziyuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately recoiled, his internal energy surging, blood surging through him as he struck out with an open palm. His energy spiraled like a vortex, colliding with the storm of sword energy, forcing him back several steps, his expression grave. In that fleeting moment of retreat, Lu Shengyijian advanced, his speed astonishing, continuing his assault with relentless sword strikes. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Ziyuan too surged forward. There was no time for retreat. His formidable true energy erupted within him. Lu Shengyijian, I shall see just how powerful your sword truly is. He sneered, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he clenched his fist and struck fiercely at the sword light. The clash of their powers erupted into a tempest, the air itself splitting into blades, leaving the surrounding bamboo groves and earth marred with countless scars. After the confrontation, Lu Shengyijian maintained a firm grip on his sword, his profound energy pulsating through it, manifesting into a terrifying sword aura. With a powerful push off the ground, he leaped into the air, his sword descending with a force that seemed to tear the heavens apart. Protective energy, Azure Dragon Hand. Ziyuan shouted. a surge of azure energy enveloping him as he formed his hand into a dragon's claw, reaching out toward Lu Xingyijian. Not merely offensive, but also defensive. The dragon claw clashed against the sword energy. The collision sent shockwaves through the air. The dragon claw was cleaved asunder, and the sword continued its descent, a divine momentum radiating from its blade. Sensing the divine force, Ziyuan's expression shifted, but it was already too late. The sword had fallen. In an instant, Ziyuan was cleaved in two by Lu Xingyijian's blade. Chapter 658, Sending you on your way, cultivating a mightier fist. On another path, three figures, clad in monk robes, hastily descended the mountain, dispatched to gather intelligence. However, upon reaching the midpoint, several strands of sword energy abruptly pierced through one of them. Without a sound of agony, he collapsed onto the ground. The Azure Dragon Society, having resolved to strike against the Azure Dragon Temple, would not afford the temple any opportunity to seek external assistance. Within the main hall of the Azure Dragon Temple, numerous esteemed monks had gathered. Among them was the elder known as Xue Yi, who, upon observing the lifeless bodies of Fu De and his companions, struggled to suppress his fury. He ordered the bodies of the abbot and the two masters to be placed in the Sutra Hall for the rites of passage. He instructed the guards of each hall to intensify their patrols, ready to issue warnings and surround any intruders at the first sign of trouble. His voice was cold and grave. Just as he finished speaking, a guest monk entered from outside. Elder Ancestor, all our men dispatched to the mountain's base have been slain. And even the esteemed Ji Yuan was cleaved in two by a single sword strike. His body is now brought back and laid before the hall. Upon hearing this, Xue Yi swiftly moved to the hall's exterior. Such fierce sword energy. Do you know whose sword technique this is? He inquired, his unfamiliarity with the Azure Dragon Society evident. An elder monk with white eyebrows stepped forward to investigate. Elder Ancestor, the assailants must be Lu Xingyijian and Xue Yi Ren. Lu Xingyijian's sword energy is formidable, while Xue Yi Ren's is sharp and piercing. The Azure Dragon Society has boldly confronted our Azure Dragon Temple. It seems our route down the mountain is now obstructed by their forces, the white-browed elder proclaimed. How audacious! Do they dare to confine our Azure Dragon Temple as if we were caged birds? Their hesitance to strike us at once indicates their current lack of strength. We still have time. Xue Yi replied. What is the prowess of Lu Xingyijian and Xue Yi Ren? They are at the Dantian Hua high level. Yet their ability to slay Ji Yuan with a single stroke suggests their strength is nearing that of a sea-nurtured spirit. Otherwise, they would not have breached Ji Yuan's protective aura, the elder monk explained. I am eager to see what capabilities they possess. Our Azure Dragon Temple is not solely reliant on a single Dantian Hua high expert. Go to the Qinglong Hall and summon the four great Dharma kings stationed there to descend the mountain for reconnaissance. Also, please invite my fellow brothers to emerge from their seclusion. They have already surrounded us. I cannot remain idle. Xue Yi commanded coldly. Understood. The elder monk departed swiftly. Before long, four robust monks appeared outside the grand hall. We greet the elder ancestor. You four shall descend the mountain. If you encounter any obstruction from the Azure Dragon Society, eliminate them. Xue Yi declared with fervor. Yes. The four monks hastily departed. Meanwhile, in the rear mountain, a monk making his way to the back suddenly encountered a flash of white light before him. He instinctively clutched his throat, blood gushing forth. His gaze turned forward, where a figure appeared before him. It was none other than a Fei. After eliminating Chao Zhan, a Fei prepared to return to the Shana sect. Zhuge Zheng planned to strike at the Qinglong Temple, prompting a Fei to turn back midway. The monk lay lifeless on the ground. Soon, two figures emerged from the shadows. One was Li Qinzhou, and the other was Wu Hua, clad in a black robe with his face concealed by a black cloth. The atmosphere at the Qinglong Temple was rife with unease, and no one paid attention to Wu Hua. Let us meet the two venerable ancestors of the Qinglong Temple. Li Qinzhou's face was filled with fervor for battle. Today marked the day of the Qinglong Society's annihilation of the Qinglong Temple. He would not allow any opportunity for the Qinglong Temple to ally with Tiandingong. After vanquishing the three elders of the Qinglong Temple, he planned to await the arrival of Tiandingong within its confines. The trio made their way toward the valley, but as they walked, the figures of a Fei and Wu Hua gradually faded from sight, leaving only Li Qinzhou advancing alone. Within the valley, the white-browed elder monk and another elder gazed at the approaching Li Qinzhou, their expressions betraying shock, though they quickly regained their composure. It seems the Qinglong Society has given us no respite, the white-browed elder remarked calmly, observing Li Qinzhou. Although he did not recognize who Li Qinzhou was, it was evident that he was affiliated with the Qinglong Society at this moment. I am Li Qinzhou, the three-dragon head of the Qinglong Society, here to escort the two masters on their journey, Li Qinzhou declared robustly. As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him, surging forth and enveloping the entire valley, a formidable presence that instilled dread. The two elders sensed the oppressive aura radiating from Li Qinzhou, and their expressions subtly shifted. The white-browed elder, under the weight of this pressure, gradually rose to his feet, surrounded by a gentle force that began to compress Li Qinzhou's overwhelming presence. Li Qinzhou, do you truly believe that you alone can contend with us both? Spoke the elder beside the white-browed monk. You are no match for him. As he spoke, a brilliant golden light erupted from the white-browed elder, clashing against Li Qinzhou's energy, ripples forming and spreading outward. Within the valley, some rocks disintegrated into dust under the force of their energies. The white-browed elder was propelled backward, his palm striking forth. Secret sect, divergence of the Qi Sea, he bellowed. The previously suppressed air within the valley surged toward the elder's palm, coalescing into a massive flow akin to ocean waves, forming a hand seal. The divine force, secret sect's great hand seal. With a thunderous crash, the hand seal descended toward Li Qinzhou with an overwhelmingly terrifying power. Li Qinzhou, observing the impending attack, felt his pupils constrict slightly as the flowing divine force rapidly converged back toward him. He raised his fist, ready to respond. A shadow of a fist manifested behind him. His aura was a fusion of might and authority, devoid of anything else. With a punch unleashed, it collided with the formidable hand seal of the esoteric sect. The clash of these two forces unleashed a tempest of energy, fracturing the very essence of their might. Both warriors were forced to retreat. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Li Qinzhou surged forward, delivering a punch with the ferocity of thunder and the force of a lightning strike. The 36 uncommon techniques unfurled before him. Qi symbolizes spirit, intent embodies form, shape signifies application. The techniques were remarkably simple, yet overwhelmingly dominant. Following his punch, his form moved in concert, shadows of fists cascading down, enveloping the venerable white-browed monk entirely. The essence of life and death surged forth. The monk let out a low roar. A terrifying aura enveloped him, coalescing within his palms as he struck back. The impact was thunderous as their fists collided, generating a fearsome shockwave that shattered the stones of the valley. Excellent. Li Qinzhou's fighting spirit sword. The prowess of the white-browed monk was extraordinary. Not merely a typical practitioner of the sea's concentration, but a worthy adversary to refine his own might. He aimed to cultivate his strongest punch to contend with the likes of Tianding Gong. The barrage of punches was relentless. The monk could only brace himself against the unyielding onslaught from Li Qinzhou. However, amidst the fierce exchange, he sensed his arms growing heavier, the opponent's striking power intensifying. With the recoil threatening to shatter his own protective aura, his countenance grew grave. Despite Li Qinzhou being rumored to have recently entered the sea of concentration, his fearsome strength was astonishing. At that moment, one of the three elders observed with narrowed eyes, his aura surging as he prepared to join forces with the white-browed monk against Li Qinzhou. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged. A long blade appeared in hand, slashing forth with lethal precision. In response, the monk raised his palm and punched out, their strikes colliding before they both landed on the ground. Yet, the instant he touched the earth, a shadowy figure appeared with ghostly swiftness, thrusting a long sword that tore through the fabric of space, targeting the monk's throat as he descended. Unprepared, no one could evade the swift blade of a fey. Moreover, the monk's focus was still on Wu Hua, leaving him oblivious to the imminent assault. Chapter 659, The Dominance of Fist Power, the Unyielding Might. The death of the white-browed monk. Blood flowed, staining the rocks beneath. The monk's eyes were filled with resentment. He had not anticipated being slain by a single sword strike before even engaging in battle, a profound bitterness enveloping him. This was the nature of the martial world. At times, a formidable warrior might fall to the hands of a mere child. As the white-browed monk engaged with Li Qinzhou, an instinct seemed to awaken within him, drawing his gaze toward the lifeless body on the ground. His pupils dilated, morphing into a fierce glare. The once serene countenance transformed. His eyes ablaze with fury. A golden aura surged forth, his presence blending ferocity with a hint of Buddha-like essence. as he took on the guise of both Buddha and demon. With piercing eyes, he focused intently on Li Qinzhou, his aura swirling around him, forming a terrifying vortex. Li Qinzhou, today I shall certainly eliminate you. As the words left his lips, the white-browed monk surged forward, his foot striking the ground as he propelled himself into action. Golden and black energies coalesced around his fist, launching toward Li Qinzhou with tremendous force. Li Qinzhou mirrored the action, unleashing his own punch. The collision of their powers resonated like thunder, shaking the earth and mountains. The shockwaves from their strikes battered the rocks of the valley, leaving cracks upon the cliffside. Both combatants staggered back, marking the first time that Li Qinzhou had retreated simultaneously with his opponent. To his astonishment, it seemed that the monk had not exerted his full strength until now. This was his true power, and it left Li Qinzhou taken aback. A brilliant light ignited in his eyes as his own energy surged. He had been utilizing the formidable presence of the white-browed monk to hone his own fist techniques, preparing himself for the impending battle against Tiandingong. The stronger the monk became, the more potent Li Qinzhou's momentum and punches would grow. Kill! The monk bellowed, and as he did, his form transformed. His monk's robe shattered, revealing golden muscles beneath. A wave of terrifying power erupted from him. Vajrayana, golden wheel seal. He clenched his palm, and circles of golden wheels manifested around his fist. With a powerful step, he unleashed a punch, the vital energy transforming into a golden wheel that raced toward Li Qinzhou with blinding speed. Li Qinzhou's gaze narrowed. He needed to consolidate his own formidable punch without retreating. To do so would dissipate his gathered momentum and weaken the ferocity he had just discovered in battle. If that occurred, he would not stand a chance against Tiandingong, as any engagement would only lead to his defeat. Li Qinzhou launched his punches, each glowing with golden light, meeting the oncoming golden wheel in a series of explosive collisions. Boom, boom, boom. The air crackled with the force of their encounter. As Li Qinzhou withstood the assault of the golden wheels, the white-browed monk summoned an overwhelming gravity that cracked the very stones beneath him. He stomped the ground fiercely, unleashing a dense wave of gravitational force as he charged forward. Both fists aimed at Li Qinzhou's head. Li Qinzhou also propelled himself forward, fists raised in retaliation. The sound reverberated like thunder, their energies clashing and sending shockwaves in every direction. Wu Hua and Fei retreated to a distance. I must depart and track the movements of that imminent threat. With that, the monk vanished like a fleeting shadow into the valley. Fei remained, observing the duel from a hidden vantage point. The fighting style of the two was of no relevance to him. His pursuit was solely for a swifter sword. As long as his blade was fast enough, no one could withstand his strike. The valley echoed with the retreat of the two fighters. After regaining his footing, Li Qinzhou felt the wind swirl around him. His fists raised, brimming with boundless momentum. Having battled you for so long, my power is nearly sufficient to vanquish you. With your defeat, my strength shall ascend to new heights. The force of the fist, a power that could topple the world. Li Qinzhou uttered a low shout, his fist launching forth with a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air, an endless might radiating from his hand. The demonic Buddha's Vajra fist. The old monk with white brows shouted sharply, unleashing two terrifying streams of energy from his own fist, forming spikes akin to barbs that surged towards Li Qinzhou's strike. At that moment, Li Qinzhou's fist descended with an overwhelming ferocity. As if a tyrant had arrived upon the earth, in that realm, there existed only the fist, nothing else. The collision of his fist with the two streams of true energy formed a fierce clash that shattered the opposition. The old monk's expression changed abruptly, a fierce glimmer igniting in his gaze. With a thunderous explosion, the combined energies erupted violently, creating a tempestuous force that momentarily hindered Li Qinzhou's advance. Break through, he commanded fiercely, his fist descending once more, shattering the explosive energy and advancing toward the old monk. The retreating monk, his eyes narrowing, radiated a golden light, attempting to withstand the blow with his own body. Boom! Li Qinzhou's fist struck the monk's chest, an overwhelming power surging into him, forcing the monk to stagger back, yet his body remained intact. Your strength is lacking, the old monk bellowed. Since Li Qinzhou had failed to breach his defenses, he would no longer have the opportunity to do so, for the force he had previously amassed had already been expended in this strike. If he could not vanquish his foe, he could not generate new strength. You are defeated. My fist possesses not only might, but also momentum, Li Qinzhou declared coldly. As his words echoed, a fissure suddenly appeared in the monk's forehead, his eyes turning pitch black. Impossible. Your momentum shattered my brow. How can this be? The old monk murmured, before collapsing to the ground, his eyes devoid of life. Li Chunzhou's fist was tyrannical. It was not merely the strength that was overwhelming, but the very essence of momentum that crushed the spirit. If one only sought to defend against his strength while neglecting the force behind it, the outcome was inevitable. The mind would be shattered. Let us depart. Li Chunzhou commanded, retracting his aura and addressing Ah Fei in the shadows. With the old monk vanquished, they could now proceed directly to the main hall of the Qinglong Temple. At that moment, the four kings of the law descended from the mountain path, unimpeded. Humph, a pack of vermin, daring only to strike at the weak. One of the robust kings remarked coldly. We previously encountered Tian Dinggong. After speaking, the four made their way toward the county office. Once they departed, Lu Xingyijian emerged from the shadows. Were it not for the need to inform Tian Dinggong, I would truly relish the chance to spar with you. After saying this, he cast a glance toward the direction of Qinglong Temple and stepped toward its gates. At this juncture, Li Chunzhou, the dragon head, should have already dealt with the two ancestors of Qinglong Temple on the rear mountain. Chapter 660, The Ministry of Personnel. The 24 swordsmen within the confines of the prefectural government stood 24 individuals, each bearing a long sword. Clad in azure robes, their expressions were stern, their eyes devoid of any emotional hue. If one were to describe the color of their gaze, it would be akin to blades of ice. These 24 were the renowned swordsmen of the Ministry of Personnel, as spoken of by Lord Tianding, and they served as another ace up his sleeve. Despite the loss of two formidable warriors, Xiao Zhen and Yuan Mu, he still possessed these 24 swordsmen, having lived together for years and undergone rigorous training under the ministry. Their swordplay had become as synchronized as a single entity. The power of their unleashed sword energy was nothing short of terrifying. Each of them was at the pinnacle of the human immortal realm. Utilizing certain military cultivation methods, an ordinary warrior would scarcely survive 2 moves against these swordsmen, and might not even escape a single strike. This formidable force was a source of confidence for Lord Tianding, and one of the many strengths of the Ministry of Personnel. The great Zhou dynasty commanded respect throughout the martial world, not only due to its military might, but also because of the formidable strength of its various departments. If the authority were solely reliant on the prowess of its leaders, it would not be able to instill fear across the entire realm. Every department within the court boasted a robust foundation. The black-haired elder surveyed the 24 standing in the courtyard, his gaze sharp. Once they located Li Chunzhou's stronghold, they would act. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered the courtyard. However, upon crossing the threshold, the servant sensed an overwhelming chill that seized him, rendering his feet immobile. It felt as though his throat was constricted, and he could not utter a sound. Observing this, the black-haired elder raised a hand, releasing a wave of energy that enveloped the servant, allowing him to relax slightly, though beads of cold sweat still trickled down his forehead. "What has transpired?" inquired the elder. "My lord, the 4 great Dharma kings of the Qinglong Temple have arrived, seeking an audience with the Lord." The servant promptly replied. "The arrival of 4 Dharma kings from the Qinglong Temple?" The black-haired elder's brow furrowed slightly. "Take me to them," he commanded the servant. The servant immediately led the elder to the hall within the courtyard. Inside, the 4 Dharma kings of the Qinglong Temple exuded a terrifying aura. Upon seeing the black-haired elder, their gazes sharpened. They sensed the formidable energy radiating from him, recognizing him as a powerful warrior of the human immortal realm. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed Dharma kings of the Qinglong Temple?" the black-haired elder asked warmly. Given their current need for collaboration with the Qinglong Temple, he displayed considerable enthusiasm towards the 4. "We have come to meet the Lord to discuss a partnership in addressing the Qinglong Society," one of the Dharma kings, a towering figure standing around 2.5 meters tall, declared. His muscular form glistened, a testament to his immense physical strength. It was indeed fortuitous that the Qinglong Temple agreed to confront the Qinglong Society at this juncture. A smile spread across the black-haired elder's face. "Without unity, our Qinglong Temple may well be consumed by the Qinglong Society, ultimately reducing us to an ordinary temple." The voice of the Dharma king broke the silence. "Is it possible to see the master?" inquired the leading elder monk. Such eagerness to meet the master. Has something transpired? The elderly man with black hair asked solemnly. "The Qinglong Society has taken action against Qinglong Temple. Last night, they assassinated the abbot and 2 hosts. Today, they have obstructed my descent from the mountain, ambushing the personnel of Qinglong Temple. Previously, Dharma King's Yuan met with misfortune at the hands of Lu Sheng's sword. Hence, the 4 of us have descended together to seek an audience with the master, imploring him to ascend the mountain and join forces against the Qinglong Society. Spoke one of the individuals. I shall report this matter to the master. I ask the esteemed Dharma Kings to wait in the parlor for a moment. Please enjoy some tea. Upon exiting the parlor, I promptly instructed the maidservants to serve tea. In the rear courtyard, Lord Tianding was perusing the confidential report from the capital. The capital currently basked in a fleeting tranquility, seemingly preoccupied with the battle of the full moon on the 15th. I wonder how the imperial master will evade this calamity. Lord Tianding remarked coldly as he set down the report. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from outside. Enter, Lord Tianding commanded. The elderly man with black hair pushed open the door and stepped inside. Have you discovered the whereabouts of Li Qinzhou? Lord Tianding inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. Master, 4 Dharma Kings from Qinglong Temple have descended, representing the temple, requesting your alliance to confront the Qinglong Society, the black-haired elder replied. Qinglong Temple seems to have awakened a bit late, yet their arrival is indeed a significant boon. Lord Tianding sighed gently. The abbot food and 2 hosts were slain last night. Today, the remaining host, Dharma King's Yuan, was dispatched to meet us, but was slain by Lu Sheng's sword upon the stone path. Now, Qinglong Temple finds itself besieged at the mountain gate. Hence the dispatch of 4 Dharma Kings to reach us successfully. Upon hearing this, Lord Tianding's pupils constricted sharply, followed by a heavy sigh. The Qinglong Society strikes first to gain the upper hand. Assemble 24 swordsmen and prepare the carriages. We shall proceed to Qinglong Temple. As he spoke, a sound of resignation escaped him. Initially, he believed the Qinglong Society would engage in a contest of wits, but it appeared they had no intention of such. They sought to seize the initiative instead. We must depart immediately for Qinglong Temple. If something has happened there, we shall suffer a grievous loss. With determined strides, Lord Tianding exited the chamber. Gather 24 swordsmen and have them accompany us up the mountain, he instructed the black-haired elder behind him. Understood. The elder swiftly departed, while Lord Tianding made his way to the hall. Greetings, Lord Tianding. The 4 Dharma Kings bowed respectfully. There is no need for excessive formalities. We shall return to Qinglong Temple at once. The 4 Dharma Kings nodded in unison, proceeding together toward the exterior of the estate. Outside the estate, 2 carriages awaited. The black-haired elder and Lord Tianding boarded one, while the 4 Dharma Kings from Qinglong Temple took the other. Subsequently, a group of 24 swordsmen clad in azure garments, each bearing a long sword, proceeded in an imposing manner towards the Qinglong Temple. The carriage of Lord Tianding was accompanied by these 24 swordsmen, whose profound aura and sharp sword intent were palpable. Who were they? Their direction pointed unmistakably towards the Qinglong Temple, suggesting that Lord Tianding intended to forge an alliance with it. It appeared these swordsmen hailed from the Ministry of Rights. It was unexpected that Lord Tianding had brought along such a formidable contingent, 24 in total. This formidable array would likely be insurmountable even for Li Qinzhou of the Qinglong Society, as some murmured quietly among themselves. Within the crowd, spies from the Qinglong Society swiftly disseminated this information. Chapter 661, Poisoning, Assassination. And the wrath of annihilation at the rear mountain of Qinglong Temple, on the path to the main hall, a bird alighted upon Ah Fei's shoulder. From the bamboo tube clasped in its talons, a slip of paper tumbled out, which he examined before presenting it to Li Qinzhou. Lord Tianding has made his move. Besides the remaining formidable expert from the sea, he has brought along 24 azure-clad swordsmen. Judging by their aura, these 24 possess the strength of the 9 difficulties of heaven and strike in unison. Ah Fei declared. The 24 azure-clad swordsmen, cultivated by the Ministry of Rights, were masters of the sword. Li Qinzhou furrowed his brow slightly. When he was preparing to confront Lord Tianding from the Ministry of Rights, he had conducted an investigation into them. The swordsmen of the ministry were indeed powerful, having undergone rigorous selection and training, ultimately evolving into a cohesive unit of combatants. The ranks of swordsmen included 24 and 48. Naturally, their strengths varied. The deployment of 24 swordsmen of the 9 difficulties of heaven was a rare occurrence within the ministry. This combination of military might and collaborative power was formidable. It was unexpected that this time, Lord Tianding had brought along 24 swordsmen. We must first deal with annihilation and await Lord Tianding's arrival. Summon Xue Yi Ren and Lu Xingyi to converge swiftly, preventing those 24 swordsmen from assembling and launching an assault. Li Qinzhou commanded. As they spoke, the two quickened their pace towards the main hall of the Qinglong Temple. Within the main hall, Annihilation awaited news from below the mountain. Master, we've received word that the 4 great Dharma kings are approaching Qinglong Temple alongside Lord Tianding, a newcomer reported urgently. Good. I had thought the Qinglong Society possessed significant prowess. It seems they merely aim to exert pressure upon us. This time, in collaboration with Lord Tianding, we shall first eliminate the leader of the Qinglong Society and then eradicate the Shanhua sect. Annihilation's face revealed a fierce expression. The other monks within the hall also exhibited looks of severity. The members of the Qinglong Society had slain their abbot and the 3 main hosts. Vengeance was imperative, and their animosity ran deep. Suddenly, some monks' expressions shifted abruptly, collapsing to the ground. Others among the more powerful monks also changed countenance, soon falling to the earth as well. Someone has poisoned us. Those who fell cried out in despair. It is you. Jumi stepped into the ocean, focusing intently, sensing an ominous presence, and immediately expelled the toxins from within his body. His vital energy circulated and enveloped his exterior, as he raised his hand to grasp the monk who had come to deliver the news. Upon contact, the monk suddenly emitted a thunderous sound, as if struck by lightning. A noxious aura erupted from him. Those near this monk turned pale, and compounded by the prior poisoning, collapsed to the ground, devoid of vitality. This scene resembled a once vibrant tree suddenly withering to a dull yellow. What a potent poison! Jumi's expression shifted, and he struck out with his palm, unleashing a fierce gust that swept through the hall, dispersing the air within. However, after these 2 strikes, only he and a monk with a Dantian like the sea remained standing in the hall. Guangjue assessed their condition. Jumi commanded the monk behind him. Yes. The monk known as Guangjue immediately began his examination. Ancestor, they merely suffer from a loss of vital energy. Their limbs are weak, and they are in a state of unconsciousness. Once this poison dissipates, they should be fine, Guangjue reported. Is this all the prowess the Qinglong Society possesses? Are you too cowardly to confront me directly? Jumi spoke with a fierce voice. The opponent's method of attack had completely taken him by surprise. Their use of poison was extraordinary. If they continued in such a manner, he too might fall victim. Thus, he called out, hoping to lure the Qinglong Society members into the open. Moreover, judging by the time, his elder brothers would soon arrive, and then they could subdue these despicable assassins of the Qinglong Society. At that moment, a beam of sword light appeared beside a bronze pillar in the hall, racing directly toward Monk Guangjue. The speed was astonishing. Guangjue, ever vigilant, clasped his hands together the instant the sword struck, attempting to shatter the blade. However, just then, a surge of sword energy erupted from the blade. Guangjue promptly released the sword, shifting his form. With a swift strike, he unleashed a fierce energy that spiraled around his fingertips, turning his palm a dark iron hue, aiming for the opponent's head. The assailant, wielding the long sword, transformed it into countless sword shadows, clashing against the dragon claw. The sound of metallic collisions erupted, clang, 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 as both figures danced past each other. Guangjue recognized the identity of his attacker. Xue Yi from the Qinglong Society. You are but a mere shadow. After their forms intersected, Guangjue acknowledged the identity of the one who had struck at him. Xue Yi had infiltrated the hall amidst the chaos, initially intending to slay him with a single stroke, yet had not anticipated Guangjue's vigilance. You seek death. At that moment, an expression of extreme fury darkened Jumi's face, contorting it into a savage visage. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing before Xue Yi. Xue Yi's face paled in shock, retreating rapidly. Retreat? Before me? Do you truly believe you can escape? Jumi raised his hand, striking down toward Xue Yi's head. At this moment, a surge of sword energy manifested behind him, and a figure soared into the air, wielding a long sword that sliced through the air. The terrifying sword energy transformed into a comet-like streak. With a cold grunt, Zhu Mie countered with a swift palm strike. The meteor-like sword energy was shattered by Zhu Mie's deft maneuver. In that fleeting instant, Xue Yi Ren morphed into an afterimage, appearing on the opposite side. The recently unleashed attack from Xue Yi Ren was met with a grave expression directed at Zhu Mie, who had effortlessly obliterated his divine sword energy. The opponent's aura was impressively potent. The assassins of the Qinglong Society also aspired to make their presence known. But Zhu Mie coldly declared that he would annihilate both of them today. Xue Yi Ren gripped his sword tightly, condensing his sword energy, which was infused with a relentless and overwhelming aura. Though fierce, this divine momentum had yet to fully form and thus held no practical power. Suddenly, a sinister energy enveloped Zhu Mie, coalescing into a tiger-like shape that relentlessly dismantled the nascent divine momentum Xue Yi Ren had conjured. Blood spurted from Xue Yi Ren's mouth, yet his eyes remained strikingly bright. Zhu Mie harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Qinglong Society. As Xue Yi Ren coughed up blood, Zhu Mie raised his palm, channeling his robust energy into a forceful strike aimed at Xue Yi Ren. Sensing the impending danger, Xue Yi Ren attempted to retreat, but his opponent's speed was superior. A palm descended upon him from above. Chapter 662. Seize the Qinglong Temple, await the arrival of the heavenly cauldron. Just then, a figure clad in black, Wuhua, emerged. With a swift stroke, he unleashed a fierce blade of energy that intercepted Zhu Mie's descending palm. Unexpectedly, there's a rat. Zhu Mie's gaze turned icy. Vajra iron arm. The arm that had been thrust forward radiated a golden glow, as he intended to withstand Wuhua's strike. However, at that moment, the blinding light of the blade shifted, forcing Zhu Mie to shut his eyes. In that instant, Xue Yi Ren propelled himself off the ground, thrusting his sword forward with the swiftness of lightning towards Zhu Mie's chest. The speed was astonishing. As Zhu Mie opened his eyes, his palm descended but met only empty air. In the blink of an eye, Xue Yi Ren's sword appeared before Zhu Mie's chest. With a roar, Zhu Mie's formidable physique began to transform, his muscles hardening like iron. Xue Yi Ren's sword struck his chest, producing a metallic clang and leaving a faint mark upon his body. With such meager strength, do you dare to kill me? With a thunderous crash, Zhu Mie's palm surged towards Xue Yi Ren. Block. Yet his strike was thwarted by Wuhua's long blade. Xue Yi Ren retreated from the range of attack. His expression grave, his sword could not penetrate the opponent's defenses, thus rendering him incapable of inflicting harm. Meanwhile, Xue Yi Ren engaged in combat with a middle-aged monk, whose movements and claw techniques were fierce, matching Xue Yi Ren's prowess without yielding. A vague sensation of being suppressed began to envelop Xue Yi Ren. Certainly, Xue Yi Ren's sword energy was formidable, and for the moment, his opponent could not subdue him. Suddenly, the middle-aged monk, noticing Xue Yi Ren's unwavering gaze fixed on Zhu Mie, felt a surge of determination. With a powerful burst of energy, he struck Xue Yi Ren aside and propelled himself toward Xue Yi Ren, seizing what he perceived as an opportunity. He believed that if he could land a blow, Xue Yi Ren would undoubtedly sustain grievous injuries. Otherwise, should Xue Yi Ren regain his composure, the two would join forces against him, and he would stand no chance. Thus, he resolved to exploit every opportunity to eliminate the greatest threat, Xue Yi Ren. In that very instant, as he made his move, Xue Yi Ren had already sensed the impending danger. He swiftly pivoted, his footwork propelling him forward just as the monk's hand descended. With a swift and thunderous motion, his sword cleaved through the air. The monk's expression shifted dramatically. He transformed his palm into a fist, striking with all his might against the blade. The clash produced a sharp sound, as his fist met the sword's edge, causing him to stagger back several paces, blood seeping from his hand. You underestimate me far too much. At that moment, Xue Yi Ren appeared behind him, his gaze icy. With a swift motion, he unleashed his sword, and the brilliance of his blade erupted like a burst of lightning. The monk attempted to gather his energy to counter the onslaught, but amidst the blinding light of the sword, a streak of sword energy, akin to a shooting star, pierced through his defenses and struck his chest. The moment it penetrated, the sword energy exploded forth, shattering his heart. Withdrawing his blade, the middle-aged monk collapsed to the ground. Zhu Mie, engaged in battle with Wuhua, sensed the turn of events and was engulfed in fury. However, Wuhua's movements were deceptive and elusive, preventing Zhu Mie from landing a blow. With a thunderous crash, his palm struck nothing but air, and in an instant, a figure appeared behind him, delivering a swift slash. This time, Zhu Mie did not attempt to defend. Instead, he allowed his energy to swirl around him, bracing against the strike while lunging toward Xue Yi Ren and Xue Yi Ren. With ferocious intent, Zhu Mie's fist surged forward, prompting the two to react instantly, drawing their swords. The resultant clash of sword energy and fist power tore through the air, sending both combatants staggering back several steps, their vital energies roiling within them, and blood spilling forth. Undoubtedly, while enduring Wu Hua's strike, Zhu Mie too felt the tumult within. Die, he thought, seizing the moment to attempt the demise of both Xue Yi Ren and Xue Yi Ren. Wu Hua materialized before them, tightening his grip on his long knife. In the blink of an eye, his form split into three, each shadow wielding a blade. As they approached, the knives erupted with blinding light. In that moment of attack, Zhu Mie found his gaze momentarily entranced. Before him appeared a grand golden Buddha, descending with commanding presence. Sensing the imminent peril, Zhu Mie summoned his mental fortitude, an assault on the psyche. Yet, it was a moment too late. As his mind fell under the illusion's grasp, the monk had already made his strike. In the realm of celestial challenges, where the adept face insurmountable trials, the formidable Wu Hua, wielding the art of illusion, struck down his opponent with unparalleled precision. Yet, the adversary, Zhu Mie, a master of the ocean's depths, possessed his own divine aura. Seizing the fleeting moment when Zhu Mie was ensnared by the phantasm, Wu Hua thrust his long blade into the foe's throat, crimson life force cascading down the weapon's length. Withdrawing the blade, Wu Hua vanished into the grand hall's shadows. Within the hall, only a few monks lay unconscious upon the floor, while others valiantly resisted the insidious toxins. The moment some sensed Zhu Mie's demise, they involuntarily expelled blood, collapsing to the ground in darkness. As they succumbed to their unconsciousness, a figure entered from outside, the indomitable Li Chenzhou. Your vital energies are in turmoil. First, restore your balance, he commanded, swiftly dispatching all monks present with lethal efficiency. These individuals, belonging to the mid-ranking echelon of the Qinglong Temple, constituted its very foundation and were deemed unnecessary for survival. The ordinary monks outside posed no threat and were spared. In a brief interval, Lu Sheng and Xue Yi Ren, having recovered their energies, rose to their feet. At that moment, a Fei arrived, leading a group of monks, among whom was Wu Hua. The sight of lifeless bodies within the hall drained the color from the monks' faces, leaving them trembling in terror. The masters of Qinglong Temple have all been vanquished. If you heed our words, you may yet preserve your lives. First, dispose of these corpses. A Fei's voice was cold and commanding. Upon hearing a Fei's proclamation, the monks of Qinglong Temple dared not advance. Is your declaration genuine? Wu Hua inquired, stepping forward. Your lives hold little value. We have no need to eliminate you. Li Chenzhou retorted icily. Very well, I shall assist you in disposing of the bodies, but I implore you to uphold your promise. Wu Hua replied, moving into the hall to commence the grim task. A few trembling monks, hearts pounding, stepped forward to assist. Before long, the remaining monks joined in, and swiftly the hall was cleared of all corpses, the blood on the floor washed away. You three shall proceed to the temple entrance to greet our incoming guests. The rest of you, enter the inner sanctum. Xue Yi Ren, keep a watchful eye on them. Should they show any signs of resistance, slay them without hesitation. Li Chenzhou instructed. The facade must be maintained. Chapter 663, An Ominous Silence. This is Li Chenzhou, welcoming you. At this moment, Qinglong Temple was enveloped in an eerie stillness, with several monks lying unconscious in their respective meditation chambers. Upon Wu Hua's return, he began administering poison. The task of eliminating the numerous inhabitants of Qinglong Temple, scattered across various locations, was unfeasible without drawing attention. Thus, he opted for a potent sedative to incapacitate them all. Wu Hua, what shall we do now? Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to escape, suggested a novice monk accompanying Wu Hua towards the mountain gate. Flee. We are surely doomed. Their men are in pursuit. The individual known as Xue Yi Ren wields a fierce sword aura, capable of slaying us with a single strike. We must comply with their demands to have any chance of survival. We hold no value to them. They will not kill us. Our only task is to escort the person to the main hall. Wu Hua's demeanor remained remarkably calm. You two need not be anxious, nor should you speak. Simply follow my lead. Wu Hua instructed. As he spoke, his fingers moved subtly, infused with a hint of mental persuasion. The two previously tense monks found their composure restored. The trio arrived at the entrance of the Qinglong Temple, awaiting the arrival of Tianding Gong and his entourage. Time passed slowly, for figures emerged before their eyes. It was the four great Dharma kings. One of the monks, upon spotting the formidable figures, spoke up, "Stay composed. Our only task is to lead the person into the main hall." Wu Hua recited Buddhist scriptures, feigning tranquility, and the two young monks mimicked his demeanor. The four great Dharma kings, accompanied by Tianding Gong, approached the temple. "What are you doing standing here?" One of the Dharma kings inquired upon noticing Wu Hua and the two monks. "Master Ancestor, we are here to receive the Dharma kings." Wu Hua replied. "Please, Tianding Gong." The Dharma king did not hesitate. Although he was unfamiliar with Wu Hua, there were far too many monks at Qinglong Temple for him to recognize them all. Tianding Gong cast a glance at Wu Hua, noting, this monk is not ordinary, but chose to remain silent as he followed the four great Dharma kings into the temple. As they stepped inside Qinglong Temple, Tianding Gong's brow furrowed slightly. "It seems rather quiet here," he remarked. "Where have all the other monks gone?" The lead Dharma king asked. Reporting to the Dharma king, "After your departure, assassins from the Qinglong Society appeared and killed several isolated monks. Subsequently, Master Ancestor ordered all monks to return to their meditation chambers to recite scriptures, forbidding them from leaving." Wu Hua replied calmly, "Is that so? Then let us proceed." Upon hearing Wu Hua's words, Tianding Gong's expression shifted, and he inwardly sighed, realizing that the vast Qinglong Temple was engulfed in an atmosphere of unease due to the Qinglong Society. "Let us first meet Master Zhumi." Tianding Gong quickened his pace, while the four great Dharma kings appeared somber, their eyes filled with a palpable intent to kill. The group soon arrived at the main hall of Qinglong Temple. At the entrance stood two monks, who upon seeing the approaching party, quickly entered the hall. Outside, an elderly man with black hair whispered to Tianding Gong, "My lord, this silence is rather eerie. Something may have gone awry. Since we are here, let us observe." Tianding Gong replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the advancing monks led by Wu Hua. The monk Wu Hua stepped into the grand hall, swiftly moving to one side, followed closely by the four great Dharma kings. As the four entered the hall, their expressions shifted dramatically. Three figures stood upright, with two young monks just entering the hall. As for the Wu Hua monk, he and his companions had already moved towards the rear of the hall. "Who are you?" the four great Dharma kings barked. Their eyes fixed fiercely on Li Qinzhou. They rushed to the center of the grand hall, on high alert. "Die!" Just as they uttered these words, Li Qinzhou leaped into the air and unleashed a powerful fist. The force of the blow erupted instantaneously, creating a shockwave. The expressions of the four great Dharma kings shifted as they sensed the overwhelming power of the fist, a fierce sense of danger rising within them. "Unite!" the leader of the kings shouted. The four figures quickly converged, unleashing their combined energy, each throwing a punch simultaneously. However, even their united effort could not withstand the might of Li Qinzhou's strike. Their combined force was shattered, and Li Qinzhou's fist penetrated their bodies. Bang! The four figures were sent flying, crashing against the stone pillars of the hall, spitting out blood, some of their internal organs spilling forth. Just one punch, merely a single blow, was enough to render the combined strength of the four futile. At that moment, Xue Yi Ren, positioned beneath Li Qinzhou, struck with fierce sword energy that pierced through the foreheads of the four fallen warriors. The vitality of the four extinguished in an instant. "I, Li Qinzhou, have awaited your arrival, Tianding Gong," he proclaimed with a booming voice after delivering his punch. Tianding Gong, who had entered behind the four great Dharma kings, glanced at the slain warriors. A sharp light erupted from his previously calm gaze, as his aura surged forth. "Qinglong Association, Sanlong Shou Li Qinzhou. I truly did not expect you to strike first, waiting here for me." Tianding Gong's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. Given the current situation, it was obvious Qinglong Temple was finished. Beside Tianding Gong, an elderly man with black hair changed countenance, his eyes darting toward the 24 swordsmen behind him. Just then, a brilliant beam of sword light suddenly appeared, not aimed at Tianding Gong or the black-haired elder, but rather at the 24 swordsmen behind him. The speed was so swift that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. The 5 swordsmen closest to the black-haired elder were cleaved in two by the sword energy, blood splattering as they fell lifeless, their swords never even drawn. The remaining swordsmen reacted quickly, drawing their swords to counterattack. However, due to the limited space at the entrance of the hall, only 5 or 6 could draw their swords, yet their strikes were utterly ineffective against the sword energy. Instead, a far more ferocious wave of sword energy flashed past, slicing the 6 assailants in half. "Scatter!" The black-haired elder commanded, raising his hand, a long knife appearing within his grasp. He swiftly executed 3 consecutive slashes. The rapid succession of strikes momentarily halted a Fei's advance. A Fei, having not engaged with the opponent, retreated to stand before Li Qinzhou, having achieved his initial objective. 24 swordsmen suffered a sudden loss of 11, nearly half of their ranks. The remaining 12 wielded limited power. The dark-haired elder glared menacingly at a Fei, his eyes filled with lethal intent. The loss of nearly half of the 24 swordsmen before they could even strike was a tremendous blow. He was determined to reduce a Fei to ashes. Chapter 664. Complete annihilation. Only one remains despicable. You of the Azure Dragon Society are truly despicable. The dark-haired elder glowered at Li Qinzhou, his voice laced with fury. Had it not been for the distraction caused by Li Qinzhou and his companions, they would have been on guard, and the 24 swordsmen would not have fallen prey to the ambush. The deaths of the Azure Temple's men mattered little to him. But the loss of even one of these 24 elite swordsmen from their ministry of officials stung profoundly. We, the Azure Dragon Society, are an assassin organization, naturally. We choose the most advantageous methods of attack, Li Qinzhou replied calmly. They would never allow the swordsmen to unite as one. That was part of the plan. A commendable strategy, Li Qinzhou, one of the 3 leaders of the Azure Dragon Society. I never anticipated that we would be ensnared so thoroughly by your machinations. One link leading to another. First, you concealed yourselves, and when we were unable to respond, you dispatched someone to strike at the Mountain River Gate, seizing the opportunity to eliminate my men, causing me significant losses. You allied with the Azure Temple, yet you managed to subdue them before I arrived. In these encounters, I have suffered utter defeat, yet I am acutely aware of how you dispatched the 3 elders of the Azure Temple. Their combined strength was formidable. Tian Dinggong regarded Li Qinzhou, his voice imbued with admiration, his tone remarkably serene. One by one, they were taken down. Li Qinzhou did not shy away from the truth. The slaughter at the Azure Temple last night was indeed orchestrated to create such an opportunity? How blind I was to not comprehend it. Tian Dinggong sighed. However, excessive confidence can be a double-edged sword. I am known as Tian Dinggong, one of the 3 great dukes of the Great Zhou. This dynasty is not one of mere culture, but of martial might. My position among the 3 great dukes is a testament to my strength. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from Tian Dinggong, his footsteps resonating with a thunderous sound upon the ground. His presence radiated unmatched dominance, his gaze sharp, and his robes billowing, resembling a fearsome deity. I hear you also employ the art of the fist. I wonder if you can withstand my strikes. The atmosphere intensified, as if he sought to command the very essence of the hall. Li Qinzhou's expression remained unchanged, yet a formidable aura emanated from him as well, equally domineering. He would not allow Tian Dinggong to dictate the rhythm of their confrontation. In battles between the strong, martial arts, techniques, and presence are all indispensable. Those of profound strength at sea place great emphasis on presence. Should one's aura be subdued by the opponent, they would gradually succumb to the opponent's rhythm, leaving only the ability to defend, without the power to retaliate. Boom. The aura surged, the dragon whale devoured the heavens. As the pressure from Li Qinzhou erupted, Tian Dinggong seized the initiative. The atmosphere surged, and a formidable energy coalesced behind him, forming a colossal dragon whale. Its roar reverberated powerfully, causing the grand hall of the Qinglong Temple to tremble. Under this overwhelming aura, Li Qinzhou felt a surge of trepidation. He had been wary of the influential figures of the Great Zhou dynasty, but he had not anticipated that the strength displayed by the Lord of Tianding would exceed his expectations. A torrent of might surged forth. At this moment, the fist momentum that Li Qinzhou had previously gathered erupted in response to his confrontation with the Lord of Tianding, having previously begun to consolidate his fist force. The death of the strongest among the 3 elders of the Qinglong Temple had intensified his power. The shadows of his fists manifested, towering like colossal pillars against the tempestuous backdrop. As the fist momentum materialized, a domineering aura erupted from Li Qinzhou. Sensing the potency emanating from him, the Lord of Tianding's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that Li Qinzhou could withstand his divine might. Quite remarkable. I hope you can astonish me further, he declared as the dragon whale surged into his being. With a low exclamation, the Lord of Tianding assimilated the dragon whale into his physique. In an instant, he grew taller, unleashing a terrifying wave of power, and combined with his earlier momentum, he now resembled an invincible overlord. With a thunderous crash, he propelled himself off the ground, and his palms struck outward, releasing a torrent of formidable energy. Li Chunzhou's eyes gleamed with determination as he unleashed a powerful punch in response. The clash between his fist and the Lord of Tianding's palm generated a cataclysmic shockwave that struck the stone columns of the main hall, causing them to splinter. The entire hall shook violently as several individuals within hastily retreated outside, leaving only Li Chunzhou and the Lord of Tianding, both unleashing their fists with escalating ferocity, as if they were demons unleashed upon the earth. Suddenly, outside the hall, 3 sword-wielding officials were confronted by a shadow that materialized abruptly, slicing through them with a single stroke, cleaving them in two. In an instant, of the 24, only 10 remained. "You seek death," bellowed an elder with black hair. "Form ranks, attack." The remaining 10 converged, launching a collective assault against the shadow. Each of them, masters of the 9th level of the celestial realm, emitted a fierce energy. However, as their sword energies surged forth, the shadow vanished before their eyes. Their strikes met only empty air, and in that moment, Lusheng Yijian and Xue Yi Ren appeared behind the 10, their forms darting forward with lethal sword light, aiming to cleave through them. Unexpectedly, the 10 warriors formed a sword barrier that successfully blocked Lusheng Yijian and Xue Yi Ren's assault. With a failed strike, the 2 rapidly retreated. However, the 10 swordsmen did not relent. Their sword energies swirled around them as they directed a strike towards Xue Yi Ren. Lusheng Yijian's sword energy was stronger than Xue Yi Ren's, making him the primary target. Xue Yi Ren's expression sharpened as he swiftly retreated. The 10 individuals united, their sword energy fierce and unyielding. A direct confrontation would yield no advantage for him. With a single strike, they forced Xue Yi Ren to retreat and continued their assault. At that moment, Lusheng unleashed his sword, slicing through the air. Instantly, the 10 adversaries divided into 2 groups. 5 engaged Lusheng's blade, while the remaining 5 surged towards Xue Yi Ren. Suddenly, the ground convulsed, and a shadowy figure shot up from the earth, a gleam of steel flashing. The 5 who advanced against Xue Yi Ren were cleaved in twain by a single stroke. In the midst of combat, they had forgotten about Wu Hua, whose prowess was akin to that of a deity emerging from the sea. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 launched their attacks in unison alongside Xue Yi Ren and Lusheng. The 5 swordsmen were unable to withstand their onslaught. 2 figures intertwined and then separated, leaving the 5 sword wielders collapsing to the ground. The expression of the elder in black became grotesque, yet he dared not move, for a Fey had him firmly in his sights. The elder harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards a Fey, recognizing the swiftness of his blade. Previously, he had been unable to perceive a Fey's strength, which rivaled that of a deity emerging from the depths of the ocean. Why does the Qinglong Society possess so many masters of the sword? The elder pondered grimly. This cannot continue. If it does, we shall never escape the Qinglong Temple. The black-haired elder's gaze turned frigid as he thrust his long knife forward, hurtling towards a Fey. Of course, his awareness remained vigilant of his surroundings, for the elusive figure of Wu Hua compelled him to remain on guard. Blood slaughter blade technique, blood slaughter celestial blade. The thunderous voice erupted from the elder's lips, and with it, his form ascended as if propelled by an unseen force. A massive scarlet blade aura erupted from his long knife, creating a shockwave aimed at a Fey. Upon witnessing the blade, a Fey's eyes narrowed, and he retreated with great speed, knowing he could not withstand it. His swordsmanship was characterized by swiftness. His form became a mere shadow. Boom! The blade struck down, a resounding crash reverberating as the ground erupted into a cloud of dust. The black-haired elder landed, only to leap into the air again, descending upon the evading Fey. "Let us see how many of my blades you can evade." His voice was domineering. Boom! As the long knife struck the ground, a surge of energy erupted, creating a terrifying shockwave. "Where are you?" Amidst the turbulent air, Wu Hua, clad in black robes, was forced into view. The black-haired elder pivoted his long knife, slashing downward with ferocity. Boom! The shockwave rolled forth. Wu Hua, now compelled to defend himself, raised his knife in retaliation, yet was driven back several steps by the overwhelming force of the elder's strike, his vital energy roiling. The elder's strength was formidable. At that moment, a Fey sprang into action, his sword radiating a fierce and commanding presence. Divine might, blood slaughter vortex. Yet, The black-haired elder was enveloped by a surging aura of blood slaughter, forming a vortex that disrupted the trajectory of a Fei's thrust. With a mere moment's distraction, the elder's long knife reversed, and with a swift stroke, it clashed against a Fei's sword. Wu Hua soared into the air, meeting the wind with a strike, unleashing a blow at an astonishing speed. At this moment, a Fei's sword energy surged dramatically, breaking through the pressure of the blade's aura. His form swiftly darted forth, the long sword in his grasp shimmering like silver, piercing towards his opponent's chest. The elder with black hair let out a low growl, releasing a vortex of blood and malevolence from his body. He swung his blade, clashing with Wu Hua's long knife. First, he blocked Wu Hua, then utilized the blood vortex to delay a Fei's sword, allowing him to contend with both assailants. However, this time, as a Fei's sword made contact with the blood vortex, it suddenly accelerated. With a piercing sound, it penetrated the vortex and struck at the heart of his adversary. The heart was pierced, causing the speed of the strike to diminish momentarily. In that instant, Wu Hua's long knife descended, cleaving the opponent in two. Today, after the dental procedure and the anesthesia, the pain will not linger. Chapter 665. Unmatched Fist, Tian Ding Gong's Defeat Boom. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Qinglong Temple, a thunderous sound erupted. As two figures burst forth, Tian Ding Gong gazed at the corpses littering the ground, fierce malice gleaming in his eyes. I underestimated your Qinglong Society. This is the most humiliating defeat I have ever faced in my life, he remarked to Li Qinzhou. He had brought with him 3 formidable practitioners of the sea and 24 swordsmen, in addition to his own prowess. A powerful assembly indeed. Yet he had forgotten that the Qinglong Society was not a conventional martial force. They lacked a stronghold and excelled in ambush tactics. His misjudgment had left him isolated and defeated. Opposite him, Li Qinzhou bore a grave expression. After exchanging blows with Tian Ding Gong several times, he could sense the overwhelming strength emanating from his opponent. Despite having cultivated an extraordinarily powerful fist technique, he found that Tian Ding Gong could still withstand his attacks. The prowess of a duke from the empire was indeed extraordinary. Tian Ding Gong, you have been defeated. Your arrival in the northern 9 prefectures to confront my Qinglong Society was a decision that sealed your fate, Li Qinzhou proclaimed, stepping forward. Recognizing that the moment had come to strike down his adversary while his momentum was hindered, leaping into the air, he brought his fist down, unleashing a formidable force that stirred a terrifying wave of energy. Tian Ding Gong's gaze sharpened. At this juncture, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Facing 3 practitioners from the sea, one of whom was Li Qinzhou, a warrior of equal strength. Since he had come this far, he could not afford to retreat in disgrace. Tian Ding Gong reached into his robe, retrieving a pill that glimmered in his palm. He swallowed it whole. Upon witnessing this, Li Qinzhou's expression tightened. The pill was undoubtedly extraordinary. As Tian Ding Gong's fist descended with remarkable speed, the energy he had expended was instantly replenished. A trace of crimson flickering in his eyes, and his strength surged once more. He unleashed a palm strike, akin to a dragon whale breaching the sea, and the terrifying energy surged forth, colliding with Li Qinzhou's fist. Instantly, Li Qinzhou felt his internal energy roiling violently, a mouthful of blood threatening to erupt, which he forcefully suppressed as his body crashed to the ground. Strike together, he bellowed. The moment his opponent ingested that pill, a wild surge of power coursed through him, causing Li Qinzhou's own energy to churn violently. As one felt oneself suppressed by the force of energy, both the flowerless monk and a fey struck simultaneously. A blade descended, its fierce edge akin to a thunderclap. A fey's sword transformed into a streak of silver light. With a roar, Tian Ding Gong suddenly let out a low growl, the terrifying sound waves forming a colossal wave of power that radiated outward. The attacks of the two were met with an overwhelming force, causing their figures to recoil slightly. Though the elixir possessed side effects, it allowed my strength to recover and surge to twice its original might. Today, I shall shatter you. As Tian Ding Gong spoke, his eyes turned a deeper crimson, and he advanced, appearing before the flowerless monk, delivering a powerful punch. He intended to slay the 3 before the effects of the potion waned. However, as the fist descended, the flowerless monk vanished from sight. Unfazed by the miss, Tian Ding Gong's fist swelled with energy, forming a vortex that expanded outward. The flowerless monk was forced to reveal his presence. Nowhere to run. His palm shot toward the flowerless monk. Startled, the monk felt an imminent sense of danger. His gaze shifted, realizing there was no way to evade this strike. He had no choice but to take it head-on. As he spoke, the blade energy around him surged, and he swung his longsword. At that very moment, a fey moved, his unsheathed sword transforming into a silver flash, piercing through Tian Ding-Gong's defenses, aiming for his throat. The speed was astonishing. Upon noticing this, Tian Ding-Gong's expression shifted. He did not anticipate that the opponent's sword would breach his protective energy. Dragon Whale's Guard. When the sword collided with Tian Ding-Gong's body, a surge of energy halted its advance. The strike was in vain. A fey swiftly retracted his longsword. As Tian Ding-Gong shifted his defense, enabling the flowerless monk to unleash a strike with his long blade. Suddenly, the flowerless monk split into 5, manifesting as 5 phantoms, simultaneously executing a windward slash. 5 fierce blades of energy descended. A mere trick. Tian Ding-Gong snorted coldly, striking with his palm, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that enveloped all 5 figures. With a pop, the 5 figures dissipated simultaneously. However, from behind the 5 phantoms, one figure soared into the air, delivering a strike with a blade of grayish energy towards Tian Ding-Gong. His expression shifted as he transformed his palm into a fist, delivering a powerful blow to disperse the strike. He stepped toward the flowerless monk. At that moment, a fey once again unleashed his sword, the blade shimmering and transforming into a flash of lightning, enveloping Tian Ding-Gong, who could only see the endless wave of sword light rushing toward him. Disperse! Tian Ding-Gong shouted, delivering a fist that repelled the sword light. Yet, a fey's figure appeared, his long sword thrusting forward. Seeking death, Tian Ding-Gong's eyes flashed with murderous intent, his hand curled into a claw, unleashing a terrifying force to seize a fey's sword. Windward slash. The retreating flowerless monk exuded a chilling aura, rising into the sky. Endless blade energy erupted from within him as he executed a strike. In that moment, as the two engaged, Li Chunzhou's internal martial energy began to surge, akin to a tempestuous whirlpool, as terrifying fist forces coursed through his body. These energies erupted forth, causing the surrounding air to swirl in tandem with his strikes. As the fist energy exploded, Li Chunzhou's extraordinary internal cultivation, the 36 odd techniques, commenced its operation. Alongside the force of his fists, a formidable aura emanated from him, embodying an indomitable spirit. The energy coalescing around his fists resembled towering mountains. In that moment, Li Chunzhou stood as if he were the sovereign of heaven and earth. Yet, under the strain of this formidable attack, his complexion paled, revealing the immense toll it exacted on his vitality and spirit. With a resounding boom, Li Chunzhou unleashed his most powerful punch. As his fist descended, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift. Just as the Tian Ding-Gong, poised to counterattack against a fey and Wu Hua, sensed the impending danger, he roared and retaliated with a punch of his own. The collision of their energies reverberated into the heavens. The ground beneath them shattered, creating a terrifying shockwave. With a thud, Tian Ding-Gong was propelled backward, a spurt of blood erupting from his mouth like a crimson arrow. As he flew through the air, his expression transformed drastically. His internal energy spiraled out of control, leaving his arms and body marred with deep gashes from which blood flowed freely. Upon landing, he swiftly produced a pill from his hand and, without a moment's hesitation, consumed it. Without lingering, he turned and dashed through the gates of the Qinglong Temple. Witnessing this, Li Chunzhou's expression hardened, yet he refrained from pursuing. Instead, he issued the Qinglong Order, alerting all factions within the northern 9 prefectures that a bounty would be placed on Tian Ding-Gong's head. Those who succeeded in his elimination would reap rewards, while informants would be exempted from a year's tributes. With a somewhat pallid countenance, Li Chunzhou spoke. Chapter 666. Mei Xianshuang arrives. The assassin organization Wuxiang in the capital, at the Bureau of Heavenly Supervision, Murong Qingchun gazed at the confidential missive in her hand, her eyes betraying disbelief. Tian Ding-Gong had been grievously wounded and forced to flee, while all others had perished at the Qinglong Temple. The leader of the Qinglong Society, Li Chunzhou, had issued the Qinglong Order to hunt down Tian Ding-Gong. It was utterly unexpected. Murong Qingchun sighed. Previously, she had received reports indicating that the Qinglong Society had remained dormant, assuming they were wary of Tian Ding-Gong and would reveal themselves only after his departure. To her astonishment, The Qinglong Society had seized the Qinglong Temple and awaited Tian Dinggong's arrival, ultimately allowing only him to escape. The Qinglong Society is even more formidable than I had anticipated. However, the Ministry of Personnel will likely dispatch someone to assist Tian Dinggong. It may prove challenging for the Qinglong Society to eliminate him, Murong Qingchen remarked. She pondered how her father and the old master would perceive the Qinglong Society. Meanwhile, the former head of the Bureau of Heavenly Supervision, Xue Pingsheng, was also perusing the same secret letter. He marveled at the outcome, noting that only Tian Dinggong had survived. Did you intentionally spare Tian Dinggong, or were you truly unable to end his life? Xue Pingsheng murmured to himself. If the members of the Qinglong Society truly assassinated Tian Dinggong, the Ministry of Personnel would undoubtedly dispatch their most formidable forces to the 9 prefectures of the north. Should they fail to locate the Qinglong Society, they would proceed to annihilate all affiliated factions within those regions. Unless the Qinglong Society renounces their claim over the 9 prefectures, they would inevitably confront the ministry head-on. It is believed that after their encounter with Tian Dinggong, the Qinglong Society became acutely aware of the ministry's strength, leading them to refrain from such actions and ultimately sparing Tian Dinggong. Consequently, Tian Dinggong fled back to the capital in a state of disarray. For a time, both the ministry and Tian Dinggong would have no face to continue their pursuits. In such circumstances, the matter would gradually fade into obscurity. Was this strategy conceived by Li Chunzhou or by another? Xue Pingsheng murmured, his curiosity regarding the Qinglong Society intensifying. As he perused their records, his gaze finally settled on the name Su Chun. The Qinglong Society, outwardly led by Xiaolong's Ho and controlling the 9 prefectures of the north, must possess extensive knowledge of their operations. If he were to bring Su Chun under his influence, it might transform the Qinglong Society into a formidable weapon in the hands of the emperor. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Xue Pingsheng's eyes. In the Jiangnan region, aboard a riverboat, he was astonished to find that the crises from both the frontier and the 9 prefectures had dissipated so suddenly. He had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet, Tian Dinggong single-handedly withstood the might of Wu Hua, Ah Fei, and Li Chunzhou, whose individual prowess likely rivaled the peak of the CS concentration. Not yielding at all to the likes of the Emperor Wu Ho, the nobility of the great Zhou dynasty possesses remarkable strength. With such formidable power, one would expect them to quell the burgeoning forces within the Jianghu. Moreover, the approaching full moon on the 15th day harbored an air of the extraordinary, leaving one utterly perplexed. What schemes might the Zhou emperor be devising? Surely, they must be extraordinary. Su Chen contemplated as he held a confidential letter in his hand. Regardless of the emperor's machinations, as long as our strength prevails, we shall manage. Su Chen's expression relaxed. This time, unifying the frontier and destroying the Qinglong Temple in the 9 prefectures had also granted him 2 orange lottery tickets. Combined with his recent acquisitions, he now possessed 4 orange lottery tickets. Just as he was preparing to draw, Yuan Suiyun entered the room. Master, Mei Xuanxuang from the Changhen Palace has come to see you. Mei Xuanxuang, who had forged a pleasant alliance with Su Chun in the 9 prefectures, unexpectedly arrived after her recent return from the capital to Jiangnan. Please invite her in. Su Chun felt a surge of joy at encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Moments later, Mei Xuanxuang, clad in white and carrying a long guqin, followed Yuan Suiyun into the room. You come bearing your guqin. Are you here to serenade me? Su Chun greeted her, eyeing the instrument. I have come to inform you of something significant. You have drawn someone's attention. I have received word that someone is targeting you, seeking your head. Mei Xuanxuang stated as she set down her guqin. Who? Su Chun inquired, his brow furrowing slightly at the mention of Wushang, one of the 3 major assassin organizations in Jiangnan. They have accepted my commission. I have received news suggesting that someone may have already set their sights on you. Do not underestimate Wushang. In truth, you should not have revealed your identity as the young leader of the Qinglong Society so prematurely. While your organization is formidable, it appears that only one of you is visible, making you a target. Mei Xuanxuang remarked with concern. She had secluded herself within the Changhen Palace and, upon receiving this information, departed hastily towards Jinling City. Do you know who seeks to kill me? Su Chun inquired, eager to discern the identity of his potential assailant. I am uncertain, but your appearance in Jiangnan has drawn attention. Even if no one offers a bounty, the 3 major assassin organizations are likely to take action against you. My visit is not solely regarding this matter. The Holy Sword Lake is about to open. How about we journey there together? Mei Xuanchuang suggested. I too wish to visit the Holy Sword Lake. I would certainly welcome the company, Su Chun replied, a smile gracing his face. Mei Xuanchuang had approached him without airs. Although she initially appeared somewhat aloof, he soon discovered her amiable nature. She had come to inform him, after all, and he had not received any news about Wushang plotting against him. Does the Zhuang family know of this? As the leaders of the third largest financial house in the world, Zhuang Xuanji's father should be aware of such matters. Why, then, has he not informed me? Su Chen pondered. Meanwhile, at a distant inn, a man clad in black stood by the window, his gaze fixed upon the direction of Su Chen's flower boat. His eyes were sharp and fierce, akin to a long blade. Su Chen, young leader of the Qinglong Society, you differ somewhat from the rumors. Since your last visit to the Zhuang family, you have not reappeared on the flower boat, and your interactions have been few, which has hindered my attempts to find an opportunity, the man whispered. He was an assassin dispatched by Wushang, ranking among the top 36 assassins, known only by his code name. 9. As one of the elite assassins, he possessed a fatal instinct for danger. He did not dare approach Su Chan's flower boat, sensing a lethal threat. Drawing near could result in his own demise. With top-tier assassins guarding Su Chen, he remained unhurried, seeking a chance for a decisive strike. Chapter 667, Vigilance. A faint killing intent withdrew his gaze. The man in black returned to his room, where several portraits adorned the walls. At the top was Su Chen, followed by Ru Xiyun, Zhuang Xuanji, and Zhuang Mingfan, along with images and information of various others. Though he could not approach Su Chen's flower boat, it did not hinder his information-gathering pursuits. As one of the three major assassin organizations in Jiangnan, Wushang possessed a robust intelligence network. Finally, his attention settled on Zhuang Mingfan. I wonder if I can leverage Zhuang Mingfan to find an opportunity to eliminate Su Chen, he mused. According to his data, Su Chen had only left the flower boat once, to visit the Zhuang family. Thus, any chance to strike would have to be pursued through the Zhuang family. A young servant appeared at the entrance of the inn and rapped upon the door of the cloaked figure. Enter, came the command from within. The servant stepped inside. My lord, I bring the latest news. Mei Xuanchuang of Changhan Palace has been spotted aboard Su Chen's flower boat. Here is the information regarding her, along with the circumstances of her interactions with Su Chen in the northern 9 prefectures. The servant laid down a stack of documents before bowing and exiting the room. The cloaked figure picked up the materials concerning Mei Xuanchuang, perusing them for a while, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in his eyes. He swiftly approached the table, sifting through a collection of portraits until he unearthed one. The individual depicted was Li Mushing of the esteemed Li family, the second most powerful clan in Jinling. Previously, one of Li Mushing's associates had been slain by Yuan Suiyun beside the flower boat. Li Mushing had vowed vengeance against Yuan Suiyun and Su Chen, but subsequently, he was placed under house arrest by his family and had not been seen since. It seemed he would only re-emerge once Su Chen and his companions departed. Earlier, while reviewing the documents, he had noted the ongoing financial ties between Changhan Palace and the Li family. Perhaps this presented a fortuitous opportunity. Gazing at Li Mushing's likeness, a sinister smile crept across the cloaked figure's face. He turned and entered another room within the inn. Moments later, he re-emerged, transformed into Li Mushing. Meanwhile, in the Nangong family estate, Nangong Iran stood before her sister, Nangong Qiushui. Sister, I have received word that agents from Wushang have come to Jinling, targeting the young dragon leader, Su Chen. From where did you acquire this information? Nangong Qiushui inquired, intrigued. Sister, do you not remember my other identity? I am a gold-tier assassin of Kanming, privy to certain matters regarding Wushang. Oddly, the initial contact sought us, but our leader declined. Subsequently, that person approached Wushang. The reason for their acceptance remains unclear. Should we inform this young dragon leader? Suggested Nangong Iran softly. Eliminating Su Chen will not be an easy task for Wushang's agents. I have met with Su Chen, and before I could approach the flower boat, I was already identified. He is surrounded by formidable allies. However, we could certainly relay this information to Su Chen, as it may earn us a favor in return. Do we know who from Wushang will be dispatched? Asked Nangong Qiushui. It is likely one of the top 10 assassins among the 36 elite of Wushang, though their identity remains unknown, replied Nangong Iran, shaking her head. The top 10? These individuals have almost zero failure rates. It appears they are quite serious about ending Su Chen's life. Upon hearing this, A grave expression settled on Nangong Qiushui's face. Assassinations do not always hinge on one's cultivation level. Poisoning, disguises, ambushes, there are myriad unexpected methods they might employ. Should Su Chun provide them with an opportunity, they will certainly attempt to take his life. I must pay a visit to Su Chun, declared Nangong Qiushui, rising from her seat. Sister, you are the second most beautiful woman in the world. Do not place yourself in jeopardy. Besides, you are already betrothed. Your fiancé is rather possessive, and should he learn of your visit to Su Chun, he may very well seek a confrontation with him. Nangong Yi Ren gazed at Nangong Qiushui and smiled. Do not speak carelessly. He is not my fiancé. This is merely their intention, and neither my father nor I have agreed to it. To be honest, I do not particularly like this person. Nangong Qiushui shook her head in agreement. I share your sentiment. He possesses a somewhat effeminate demeanor. By the way, sister, when you meet Su Chun, if he wishes to express his gratitude, have his steward, Yuan Mu, come to see me. Upon hearing Nangong Yi Ren's words, Nangong Qiushui's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she recalled Yuan Mu's visage, an elegant gentleman with the bearing of a scion of a prestigious family. It perplexed her how such a person could serve as Su Chen's steward. Yuan Mu is no ordinary individual. He is not someone you can easily deceive as you did with those you encountered previously. Exercise caution, warned Nangong Qiushui, donning a black attire and a wide-brimmed hat as she exited the room. At that moment, Li Muxing, clad in an ornate robe and bearing a gift box, arrived outside the flower boat. He had come from the Li family to pay a visit to Su Xiaolong and to resolve their previous misunderstandings. His voice boomed, reaching the flower boat above. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Li Muxing, who had spoken so harshly in their last encounter, would seek him out. Li Muxing, the scion of the Li family, has offended you, remarked Mei Xuan, who was seated across from Su Chun. Do you know this person? She inquired. Our Changhan Palace has some ties with the Li family. Perhaps they were aware of my presence here, prompting Li Muxing to come, replied Mei Xuan. Since you have some connections, I shall meet him. Su Chun had almost forgotten about Li Muxing's previous threats, but it appeared he had come to make amends. Wishing to appear magnanimous, Su Chun decided to meet with him. Bring him in, he instructed Yuan Mu. On the riverbank, upon seeing Yuan Mu, Li Muxing stepped forward and said, Steward Yuan, the previous incident was entirely my fault. I have heard that Su Xiaolong has an affinity for ancient texts, so I have specially sought out a rare tome to present to him as an apology. As he spoke, he opened the gift box to reveal a book with an ancient-looking cover. Since he has agreed to meet you, please come in, Yuan Mu replied, glancing at the ancient book before leading Li Muxing onto the flower boat. As they passed by one of the rooms, Xianjian, who was seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. A faint aura of murderous intent lingered in the air, a subtle threat that would have gone unnoticed had he not been close. The intruder was a top-tier assassin capable of concealing their intent. Xianjian's expression shifted slightly. His spiritual sense immediately detected that the source of the faint murderous aura was heading towards Su Chen's quarters. Realizing the danger, he swiftly transmitted a warning to Su Chun. Inside the room, Su Chun received the message, his eyes widening in alarm. A faint murderous intent? An assassin capable of evading Xianjian's perception was no ordinary foe. This must be one of the Wuxiang assassins. He had not anticipated that they would impersonate Li Muxing and exploit Mei Xuan. Clearly, they had been monitoring him for a considerable time, gathering information and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Chapter 668. A sudden strike in your unawareness. I am eager to see what means the opponent possesses. A chill coursed through Su Chen's heart, yet his expression remained unchanged. Of course, his vigilance was unwavering. Anyone capable of concealing their murderous intent in the presence of an individual like Xianjian was undoubtedly no ordinary assassin. The door swung open, and Yuan Mu entered the room alongside Li Muxing. Upon entering, Li Muxing promptly approached, greeting. I have met with Su Xiaolong and the esteemed Mei girl. His gaze casually swept across the room. Indeed, as the records indicated, Su Xiaolong had a profound affinity for ancient texts, Li Muxing mused. As a killer, the slightest shifts in environment or information could lead to failure. Thus, it was imperative to verify the previously acquired intelligence at the earliest opportunity. At this moment, Su Chun was also discreetly observing the other party. Their demeanor was unruffled, and their aura was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any hint of murderous intent. To his astonishment, Wuxiang had dispatched such a top-tier assassin to eliminate him. Su Chun inwardly marveled, curious to witness the unfolding performance. Su Xiaolong, I must express my apologies for the indiscretions I displayed during our last encounter outside the ship. Knowing your fondness for ancient texts, I have procured a unique volume from a few antique shops within the city, hoping it may please you. Li Muxing unveiled the gift box he held, revealing an ancient tome with a time-worn cover. Su Chin's eyes glimmered with delight upon seeing the ancient text, yet his mind remained acutely attuned to Li Muxing's demeanor. As Li Muxing withdrew the tome and stepped towards Su Chun, his body subtly shifted towards the window. This movement appeared entirely natural. Had Su Chin not been observant, he would have remained oblivious. Is he about to make a move against me? Su Chin scoffed inwardly. Extending his left hand towards the tome, a wave of chilling energy erupted the moment his palm made contact, surging through the book toward Li Muxing's arm. In an instant, his arm was encased in frost. Li Muxing's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing the danger, he concentrated his energy to shatter the frost on his arm. However, at that moment, a blade-like flash of light appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, a crimson line marred his brow. How did you perceive my intentions? And why is your blade so swift? Li Muxing uttered these words just before collapsing to the ground, filled with regret. In an effort to avoid arousing suspicion from Su Chun and the others, he had made no defensive preparations whatsoever. This entire sequence transpired in a matter of moments, leaving Mei Xianxian and Yuan Suiyun beside them utterly taken aback. The unique tome fell to the ground alongside the shards of ice. Su Chin reached out to touch the ancient book, finding it unresponsive. It appeared to be merely an ordinary text hastily acquired by the other party. Let us ascertain the identity of our visitor, Su Chin remarked. At this moment, Yuan Suiyun had already discerned that the individual before him was not Li Muxing. Approaching the figure, he peeled away a layer of human skin from their face, revealing another visage beneath. Upon examining the person, he found nothing notable except for a slender, sharp sword at their wrist. There were no other clues. It must be a member of Wushang. They are quite swift in their actions, aren't they? A glint of cold light flickered in Su Chen's eyes. The task assigned to Wushang, to assassinate him, was a declaration of enmity. He had to uncover this, Wushang, and find a way to eliminate them, lest he face further attempts on his life. However, as one of the three major assassin organizations in Jiangnan, Wushang operated with great secrecy. The thought of locating them posed a considerable challenge, likely requiring external assistance. Su Chin contemplated. How did you discern their identity? Your strength now surpasses mine by a great margin. Mei Xianshuang expressed her astonishment. Previously, Su Chin's prowess was less than hers, yet now she struggled to comprehend his recent move, where the flash of the blade left no opportunity for response. Weren't you the one who said I was being watched by someone from Wushang? Since I've been targeted, I must remain vigilant against everyone. Although the Li family has ties to your Changhan Palace, the fact that young Master Li had not appeared for days only to show up now when you came is highly suspicious. Moreover, when he handed me the book, his back was turned towards the window, suggesting an intention to strike and immediately escape through it, Su Chin stated. He refrained from mentioning that the murderous aura emanating from this person had been sensed by Heibai Xuanzhan. Your vigilance is commendable. It seems I need not worry about your safety, Mei Xianshuang remarked. At that moment, a shadow clad in black leaped through the window. It was Nangong Qiushui. To my surprise, I've arrived too late. You have already dealt with the situation, Nangong Qiushui observed, gazing at the corpse on the ground. Miss Nangong, I have received word that Wushang has accepted a mission to kill you, and I came to inform you. Her tone remained calm, though inwardly she sighed, lamenting her tardiness. Does Miss Nangong know the standing of this individual within Wushang? Su Chin pondered. Although he was not well versed in Wushang, Nangong Qiushui, hailing from the prominent Nangong family, should possess some insight. Approaching the corpse, she noticed a minute cut on the center of the brow, her expression slightly startled. Then, she glanced at the slender sword in Yuan Suiyun's hand, which bore a tiny engraving of the number 9. This individual was ranked 9th among the top 36 assassins of Wushang, known only by the codename 9. It was rumored that they had executed 136 missions without failure, including the slaying of a formidable being from the sea. This being had met their end with a single sword thrust to the throat, while the one posing as their disciple was none other than this assassin. To her astonishment, such a person had been slain by Su Chun in a single strike. The wound was inflicted from the front, the cut delicate and precise. resembling the techniques of the drizzle blade that Su Chen practiced, indicating that he had indeed dispatched them with a direct blow. As her eyes fluttered open, she found it difficult to succumb to slumber. It was hard to believe that she would be discovered. Su Xiaolong proved to be more formidable than I had anticipated, remarked Nangong Qiushui. I wonder, Miss Nangong, are you acquainted with Wushang? Su Chen sought to glean information regarding Wushang from Nangong Qiushui. Master Su, I am unable to disclose anything about Wushang, but you may find information at the black market in Qinglong City, specifically at Hailu. They should possess knowledge regarding Wushang, replied Nangong Qiushui. Wushang is one of the three major organizations in Jiangnan, deeply entrenched in the region. Although the Nangong family belongs to the Jiangnan aristocracy, they are reluctant to offend Wushang. Her visit to inform Su Chen was prompted by news from the northern 9 prefectures, where Li Qinzhou, the leader of the Qinglong Society, has overshadowed the powerful Tian Dingong of the Ministry of Personnel. Presently, the Qinglong Society is the most renowned assassin force within the Dazhou dynasty. Chapter 669, Replacing the Old, Wushang's Ambition, the Black Market, Hailu. Su Chen nodded, acknowledging that he was unaware of the specifics concerning the black market in Qinglong City. Lusheng Butama had visited once, but spent only a brief time there. However, the intelligence from Wushang is notoriously expensive. Acquiring their information will likely require a substantial sacrifice. There are 3 attempts made by Wushang. Should they fail to eliminate you within these 3 tries, they are bound by their own rules not to send further assassins. Of course, if you wish to avoid such troubles, you might venture to the black market, where an organization named Anzhou can mediate after the first failed attempt by Wushang. Provided you offer a sufficient price, and Wushang will cease their pursuits, explained Nangong Qiushui. Is it truly a matter of wealth? Su Chen was taken aback by the existence of such an organization. This is contingent upon evading Wushang's initial assassination attempt. This practice is not exclusive to Wushang. The other 2 major assassin organizations operate similarly. If your Qinglong Society seeks to flourish in Jiangnan, establishing roots in the black market is essential, Nangong Qiushui added. Thank you, Miss Nangong. The operations of the Qinglong Society in Jiangnan are managed by the 7 dragon leaders, and I do not intend to linger here for long. I had originally planned to accompany Miss Mei to the Sacred Sword Lake tomorrow. I did not anticipate encountering Wushang in this matter, Su Chen replied, shaking his head. 3 assassination attempts. With the first attempt now behind us, that leaves 2 more. Yet, it is uncertain whether Wushang will adhere to such implicit regulations. Hence, it is prudent to eliminate Wushang at the earliest opportunity. The 3 major assassin organizations in Jiangnan. There must be a replacement for the Qinglong Society. Wushang seems like a suitable candidate. I shall dispatch someone to Hailu to procure some information about Wushang, Su Chen contemplated. At that moment, far from the flower boat, a young servant clad in green observed the vessel. After Li Mushing entered, an unsettling silence ensued, prompting him to turn away. The 9th assassination attempt had failed, and no further developments were forthcoming. Shortly thereafter, a gray pigeon took flight from a small courtyard. Having sent the message, the young servant in green prepared to depart. As he turned away, a flash of steel sliced through the air, severing his form in twain. The figure of Yagyu Temakatsu emerged, prowling through the small courtyard, yet finding nothing of note before vanishing swiftly. Outside the city of Jinling, within a cavern, Wei Zhuang sat upon a stone chair. Below him, 3 of the 4 heavenly kings were present, excluding Qilian. Behind these 3 stood 8 cloaked individuals, among the 18 leaders of the Qinglong Association. Qilian, adorned in a flowing red gown, entered the cave. Chief, a secret missive has arrived from the former steward, she announced, handing the letter to Wei Zhuang. Upon opening the correspondence, a glint of intensity flickered in his gaze. Wuxiang possesses quite the audacity to undertake a mission meant for the young leader of the Qinglong Association. Despite our rising renown, we are still unable to rival the 3 major assassin organizations entrenched in Jiangnan. We had yet to find a pretext to act against them, but now it has been delivered to us. Let us first displace Wuxiang and ascend to prominence among the 3 great assassin factions, gradually plotting our course in Jiangnan. A spark of excitement ignited in Wei Zhuang's eyes. Although he had some capable individuals at his disposal, the 3 organizations had held sway in Jiangnan for far too long, making it challenging for the Qinglong Association to reach parity. However, if they were to usurp Wuxiang, they could swiftly establish their foothold in the region. Let us first investigate Wu Xiang's information at the black market and the black building. Since they have made their move, we must respond in kind, he instructed Qilian. Wei Zhuang's primary focus was to establish Jinling as the headquarters of the Qinglong Association in Jiangnan. The black market in Jinling was the largest in the region, proving most advantageous for their development. Very well, I shall dispatch my subordinates to the black market immediately, Qilian affirmed before hastily departing the cave. Prepare yourselves swiftly. Once Qilian receives news, act without delay, Wei Zhuang commanded, a ruthless glint crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, within a lavishly adorned estate in Jinling, a rotund man clad in brocade, his fingers adorned with ostentatious gold rings, embraced a beautiful concubine, his hands resting inappropriately upon her ample form, a broad smile gracing his face. At that moment, a gaunt steward entered. Upon noticing the middle-aged steward's arrival, the corpulent man brusquely pushed the woman aside. You may leave now, he ordered. The concubine complied without hesitation, bowing as she exited and closing the door behind her. Rising, the rotund man sauntered to the rear of the room, pushing aside a display of ancient artifacts, revealing a spacious secret chamber. Once inside, the gaunt steward spoke gravely. Master, the assassination by number 9 has failed. The individual sent to assist him was also slain after sending word, the thin steward continued. I never anticipated that a mere young leader could evade the assassination attempt by number 9. Truly unexpected. Do you know the reason for the failure of number 9? Inquired the corpulent man, known as Song Yuchen, a hall master of the organization Wushang. Wushang comprises 9 halls and 36 branches, each hall master overseeing 4 branches, with a supreme leader presiding over them all. After number 9 entered the ship, he sent no information. It appears he was slain without having a chance to strike. The opponent must have had formidable allies nearby. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for number 9 to be caught off guard, the steward remarked softly. A young dragon head accompanied by strong allies holds a significant position. Yet, such an individual is openly visible. Is the Qinglong Society not rather arrogant? Song Yuchen retorted coldly. Shall we request the deployment of additional assassins? The steward continued. Currently, only number 3 remains in Jinling City among the top 10. Should we petition the supreme leader for number 3's assistance? The steward suggested solemnly. There is no need for a request. When the supreme leader accepted this mission, he stated that all resources could be utilized. Who among the top 20 is available? Song Yuchen inquired. 12, 15, and 17 are present. Have them coordinate with number 3 and assemble 50 death warriors to assist them. The second assassination must succeed in claiming Su Chen's head, Song Yuchen said, his eyes glinting with a hint of ferocity. Since the opponent has strong allies, we must distract those experts, allowing our operative to strike with lethal precision. The Qinglong Society has recently gained considerable momentum within the Great Zhou dynasty, showcasing their formidable might. By eliminating the young dragon head Su Chen, Wushang would undoubtedly surpass the other 2 assassin organizations, ascending to the pinnacle of the Jiangnan underworld. This is precisely why Wushang undertook the mission against Su Chen. Chapter 670, Ding Ping's Reflections 10 years later, Little Li Flying Dagger, Li Xuanhuan aboard the ship. Su Chen remained oblivious to Wushang's intent to launch a second assassination against him, deploying even more formidable forces than the first. After bidding farewell to Nangong Qiushui, Mei Xuanshuang did not linger, as she had other factions associated with Changhan Palace to visit. Master, please forgive me, Yuan Suiyun said, bowing before Su Chen. Just moments ago, Yuan Suiyun had failed to sense the murderous aura emanating from the intruder, inadvertently placing Su Chen in jeopardy. Such an oversight was unacceptable. In his heart, Su Chen must never be disrespected. Those who dare offend him must face death. Su Chen was the one who had restored his life and light. The opponent's restraint of their power is no trivial matter. However, given their record of assassinating those of formidable spirit, you were not at fault. Do not bear guilt. This incident reveals the intricacies of Wushang. We must exercise caution moving forward. Su Chen harbored some trepidation, acknowledging that had it not been for Xian Jian's intervention, the adversary would have found it impossible to penetrate his defenses without employing their full strength. Even then, such an attempt would merely result in injury, not a fatal blow. As for engaging directly, even if the rumored leader of Wushang, the elusive Qiju Mieshan, Fanshinmi, were to personally intervene, he would still be unable to vanquish him. He would not underestimate the leader of Wushang. However, even if the leader of Wushang were to reach the Shattered Realm, he would merely be at parity with the likes of Yin Kuang-tu. Of course, Su Chen firmly believes that Fanchunmi has yet to attain such a level of existence. The subordinate has already informed the Seven Dragon Vanguard Zhuang to investigate Wushang. Once the Seven Dragon Vanguard Zhuang is prepared, they will take action against Wushang. Yuan Sui Yin remarked, "If they move, we must also show our intent. Let Lu Shengdan Ma Shou and Dantian Yu collaborate with Zhuang. Since the opponent has made their move, we shall obliterate them." Dantian Yu has yet to depart. Originally, it was intended for him to assist Gu Santong and the others at the Eastern Pavilion. But before he could be dispatched, news arrived that Gu Santong had secured Kunlun, and Li Chenzhou had dealt with Qinglong Temple and Tiandinggong. The subordinate arranged for them to contact the Seven Dragon Vanguard Zhuang. "Sectmaster, I also wish to personally take action against Wushang." This time, Yuan Suiyin stated. He himself was ready to engage in bloodshed against Wushang. "If the opportunity arises, you may act." Su Chen nodded in response. "However, your primary focus should still be on the situation in the capital. The full moon is merely a few days away. While Wushang is significant, Su Chen's primary concern remains the impending battle in the capital on the 15th of the lunar month. Following this confrontation, many truths should come to light. Of course, the strength currently in the Jiangnan region still lags behind, especially in the vital cities of Jiangnan. The beggar sect is currently employing a strategy of surrounding cities from the countryside, gradually expanding from the peripheral cities towards the central ones. Moreover, the number of strong individuals within the beggar sect is limited. They can only rely on Xiao Feng to sustain their momentum, while their presence is formidable. Their foundation is weak. Contemplating this, Su Chen still possessed 4 orange lottery cards. He drew one. Acquired the martial insights of Ding Peng from the last 10 years. The character Xiao Li Fei Dao Li Xuanhuan, the character Xiao Siwu, and a bottle of Tianren Dan, 30 pills. The insights of Ding Peng from his last 10 years? Li Xuanhuan, Xiao Siwu? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Upon further investigation, the insights of Ding Peng pertain to the decade following his encounter with Xie Xiaofeng. During their first meeting, Ding Peng suffered defeat due to a disparity in realms. However, the insights gleaned over the subsequent 10 years indicate that Ding Peng's strength likely reached the pinnacle of the sea of concentration. As for Li Xuanhuan, he is undoubtedly one of the representative figures in Gulong's novels. While his martial prowess may not be exceedingly high, his flying daggers are inescapable. Shanghuan Jinhong ranked above Li Xuanhuan at that time, having a significantly higher standing. By the later stages of Gulong's narrative, Li Xuanhuan had become a mythic figure. Gulong's works spanned 4 decades. The first decade belongs to Shun Lang, the second to Li Xuanhuan, the third to Yi Kai, and the fourth to Gong Ziyu. This illustrates the strength of Li Xuanhuan. Indeed, the might of Li Xuanhuan's daggers lies in their essence, the first blade of wind and cloud. A single strike to seal the throat is not something everyone can achieve. His strength in the Shattered Realm is indeed on par with Guan Yutian. As for the character known as Xiao Siwu, he hails from the era of Fu Hongxue. He aspires to reach the level of the Flying Daggers, akin to Li Xuanhuan. The 4th son of the Xiao family in Luoyang, he is famously known by the moniker, Heaven and Earth Seek Little Li, with a solemn heart to slay Yi Kai. The essence of Siwu denotes an invincible flying dagger, having claimed countless lives, showing no mercy in vengeance, and remaining indifferent even when sparing a life. He relishes the gamble of a single dagger to stake his life. However, his prowess lies within the realm of the celestial beings, a challenge that is formidable. With the emergence of Li Xuanhuan, it is likely that Ah Fei will also venture to Jiangnan. Jing Wuming, Shanghuan Jinhong, Ah Fei, and Li Xuanhuan. This combination remains unchanged. Li Xuanhuan is a rogue, while Su Chun defines the Qinglong Society, which, as the second leader of the Qinglong Society, will not intersect with Wei Zhuang in any conflict. For now, he is adequately positioned to guard Jiangnan against Wushang. Su Chen feels quite content. "Wushang, you should never have dared to lay a hand on me," he sighed. At this moment, within a covert stronghold of Wushang, a remote courtyard saw the entrance of several unremarkable individuals. "We are here to deliver a task," one of them announced, simultaneously unveiling a bundle that concealed a severed head. Just then, a towering figure burst through the entrance, exceeding a height of 10 feet. With a fierce glint in his eyes, He was none other than the formidable Wu Shuanghui, one of the 4 kings under Wei Zhuang. Indeed, this is Wushang's stronghold. Prepare to meet your demise. Upon uttering these words, he unleashed a devastating punch that sent the nearest intruder flying, shattering his chest upon impact. You seek death. The remaining individuals, witnessing the scene, drew their long swords. Yet their blades merely clashed against Wu Shuanghui's body without inflicting any harm, barely grazing his skin. You seek death. Wu Shuanghui seized one of them, tearing him apart, blood spewing forth. Flee. Upon seeing this, the others wasted no time in their retreat, but before they could escape, a massive arm barred their way, sending them crashing back and spitting blood. In that moment, only the man at the counter remained standing, his cold gaze fixed upon Wu Shuanghui. I never anticipated that someone would dare to cause a ruckus in Wushang. Today, I shall slay you. A long dagger materialized in the dark-clad man's hand, and with a kick, he sent the counter flying towards Wu Shuanghui. Wu Shuanghui shattered the counter with a single punch. However, at that moment, the dark-clad man leaped into the air, slashing his knife with a fierce glare directed at Wu Shuanghui. Clang! Yet, when his dagger collided with Wu Shuanghui's arm, it failed to inflict any damage, and instead, Wu Shuanghui seized his arm. The dark-clad man let out a cry of agony as his arm was torn from his body. Not only this, but several strongholds of Wushang in the black market, as well as some in Qinglong City, also fell under attack. Chapter 671, After the Full Moon. The 9 dragons compete for the throne in a secret chamber. How dare the Qinglong Society be so audacious? Song Yuchen shattered the furniture in a fit of rage, his face contorted with fury and his corpulent figure appearing most menacing. The Qinglong Society had launched an assault on their strongholds. Within a day, numerous bases had been ruthlessly eradicated. As of now, 18 strongholds within Qinglong City had fallen, while those outside the city, as well as bases in other towns and the black market, had yet to witness any presence of the Qinglong Society. From the information gathered, it appeared that the adversary had a considerable number of personnel in Qinglong City. The steward spoke solemnly, informed the other strongholds to swiftly conceal themselves, and ascertain the identities of those who have engaged the Qinglong Society. I want every one of them exterminated. With a fierce determination, Song Yuchen declared, this will inevitably lead us into an all-out war with the Qinglong Society. Their whereabouts are currently unknown, and engaging them now would be extremely disadvantageous for us. Indeed, it would be detrimental, the steward replied, but we, the Wushang, cannot afford to suffer such losses. Notify the 3rd unit to act swiftly. We must eliminate that Qinglong Society's young dragon leader. Enlist the assistance of Tiandi Ursha. If assassination proves unfeasible, we shall engage them head-on. Song Yuchen's expression was one of ferocity. Tiandi Ursha is capable of confronting formidable experts in the Sea of Strength. Once we mobilize them, my lord, you may not have the opportunity to deploy them again this year, the steward cautioned. At this juncture, we cannot afford to hesitate. 18 strongholds have already fallen. The Qinglong Society is treading upon our territory. Are you aware that the leader will arrive in Qinglong City in just a couple of days? If I take no action, I fear the leader may strike me down with a single blow. Therefore, Su Chun must be eliminated swiftly to bolster our standing. Song Yuchen spoke in a grave tone. Understood. I shall inform them to launch an assault on Su Chun tonight and ensure his head is brought back. The steward received his orders and promptly exited the secret chamber. At that moment, within the Nangong family, sister, the Qinglong Society's counterattack is fierce. In just one day, they have dismantled 18 of Wushang's strongholds, and the pace continues unabated. Their actions may drive Gue Mian into a frenzy. If he cannot locate the Qinglong Society's bases, he may turn his wrath upon Su Chun, Nangong Iran remarked. Perhaps that is precisely what the Qinglong Society intends, Nangong Qiushui responded. However, it is evident that the Qinglong Society has a significant presence in Qinglong City, and I believe many factions will take note of their strategy here. I wonder how formidable the strength of the Qinglong Society's 7 dragon guards, led by Wei Zhuang, truly is. She had received this information prior to Nangong Iran's arrival. Though surprised, she understood that at this moment, they could only observe. Involvement would be exceedingly disadvantageous for the Nangong family. As they conversed, a robust figure appeared at the door. Father's here, Nangong Iran exclaimed as she quickly opened the door. The imposing figure was none other than Nangong Wentian, the patriarch of the Nangong family. He did not enter but stood at the threshold, stating, the leader of Wushang, Fantian Mia, will arrive in Qinglong in 2 days. You may convey this message to Su Qian. Should the Qinglong Society usurp Wuxiang, our Nangong family hopes to ally with them." With that, Nangong Wentian turned and departed. Meanwhile, in another location, deep within the imperial palace of the capital, Xue Pingxing entered the palace where Emperor Zhou resided. Within the palace, the emperor sat cross-legged, engaged in his meditative practice, his vital energies swirling around him, one stream dark as the night, the other radiant like gold. These two currents danced in constant motion, with the black energy being somewhat weaker than the golden. As the energies flowed within him, an aura of terrifying pressure emanated from the emperor. Approaching, Xue Pingxing felt the two energies gradually retract into the emperor's being. The emperor opened his eyes and spoke, "Something is amiss. Recently, I have sensed a significant increase in the aura of the fiendish dragon, facilitating the cultivation of my black and white emperor scripture. The eastern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion has annihilated the Kunlun sect, leading to the demise of the 3 elders and the sect leader. In the northern territories, the Qinglong Society, under the leadership of Li Chenzhou, has destroyed the Qinglong Temple, inflicting a crushing defeat upon Lord Tianding, who has since retreated in disarray, likely on his way back to the capital. Moreover, the young leader of the Qinglong Society, Su Chun, encountered an assassination attempt by Wuxiang in the Jiangnan region. The initial strike was executed by the 9th among the 36 elite assassins of Wuxiang, but it was swiftly and silently resolved, for Su Chun was well protected by formidable guardians. As the full moon approaches on the 15th, the actions of the evil alliance have become increasingly frequent. The Grand Alliance leader has made an appearance, yet their identity remains shrouded in mystery. The second alliance leader, He Yishang, is engaging with various assassin organizations, while Zhenwu Courtyard is also poised to act on the night of the full moon. Furthermore, there has been no movement from the imperial teacher, which raises my concerns about unforeseen events. Over the years, the imperial teacher has diverged in thought from your majesty, and I have subtly instigated members of the evil alliance to target him. Astonishingly, the imperial teacher has shown no reaction, leading me to suspect that the situation may unfold in ways I cannot predict. Xue Pingxing spoke gravely, "Nothing must go awry. The imperial teacher understands my intentions yet refuses to assist me. If he is unwilling to aid me, then let his demise be of service to my cause. Without turmoil in the great Zhou's martial world, the fiendish dragon cannot take form, and the power within me cannot achieve equilibrium. The imperial teacher was once my mentor. His death will undoubtedly plunge the martial world into chaos, thereby facilitating the emergence of the fiendish dragon. However, the imperial teacher is no ordinary man. You must ensure that there are no missteps." The emperor replied, "Regarding other matters, I do not attach great importance. My focus lies on the imperial teacher and the circumstances of the full moon on the 15th. However, we still require further preparation. Your scheme for the 9 dragons contending for supremacy must also commence following the imperial teacher's confrontation. This will undoubtedly intensify the chaos." "Understood," Xue Pingxing affirmed. This time, many formidable figures will be involved, primarily from Zhenwu Courtyard, Tianya Pavilion, Qinglong Society, Heiyun Mountain, Tianzangmen, along with other elite assassins. With such a formidable assembly, the imperial teacher will have no chance of survival. He then inquired, "What progress has been made with the Qinglong Society and Bilotang?" "We have made inquiries. I have arranged for individuals to make contact with them, and I believe we will soon uncover some information," Xue Pingxing responded softly. "Good. On the 15th of the full moon, I shall enter seclusion. All personnel previously mobilized will be assigned to guard the imperial palace. Should my seclusion fail, the 9 dragons contest will commence, heralding an era of prosperity in this world." With that, the emperor closed his eyes, returning to his meditation. Xue Pingxing then slowly exited the chamber. He came here merely to provide a routine report on certain matters. Although the emperor of the Zhou dynasty has delegated authority, the necessity for reporting remains. Stepping out of the palace, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xue Pingxing's eyes. After the full moon of the 15th, the great Zhou will indeed undergo transformation. I, the emperor, shall assist you in achieving the true dragon body, stepping through the heavenly gate, and restoring supreme glory. Furthermore, with so many formidable beings gathering in the capital, their demise will further catalyze the formation of the Dragon of Calamity. Hence, they must not be allowed to remain undisturbed. Xue Pingxing murmured to himself as he departed from the palace. Chapter 672. The sudden change in the Zhuang family, grave of the dead, Qinglong City. Upon the flower boat on Qinglong Lake, Zhuang Xuanji, clad in green garments, stood beside Su Chun, exuding an air of youthful femininity. Master, the exchange of gold notes will likely take some time to complete. She spoke softly, her countenance somewhat troubled as she glanced anxiously at Su Chun. The timeline previously agreed upon has shifted, primarily because her father has inexplicably opposed the operation of multiple commercial houses in the exchange of silver notes. Having managed the Zhuang family's bank for years, Zhuang Xuanji was aware of its circumstances, and secretly exchanging these gold notes would not take much time on a national scale. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Recently, Wu Shang has accepted a mission to assassinate me. I wonder if your family has received any news regarding this." "What? Wu Shang has been assigned to assassinate the master?" Zhuang Xuanji was momentarily taken aback, genuinely unaware of this development. In recent days, she had been devising ways to assist Su Chun in exchanging those gold notes, though progress had been rather slow. They had attempted once, but the assailant was too weak and perished. Su Chun spoke in a calm tone, seemingly indifferent to the matter. "Wu Shang is rumored to strike 3 times. They have dispatched the 9th of the 36 assassins for their first attempt. Who do you think they will send for their second?" Su Chun appeared to be conversing casually with Zhuang Xuanji, not mentioning the gold notes. He was confident that none who had consumed his gold notes could survive. "The 9th. Zhuang Xuanji's expression shifted. Being the current authority of the Zhuang family's bank in the Jiangnan region, she was well aware of the 3 major assassin organizations there. She understood the significance of the existence ranked 9th among the 36 elite assassins of Wushang. They had previously targeted formidable beings of the sea. "They are likely to send a more prominent assassin," she remarked. "It seems you are not well versed in the recent events occurring in Qinglong," Su Chen observed, casting a glance at Zhuang Xuanji, his heart filled with slight confusion. Logically, being in Qinglong, the Zhuang family should have been apprised of the happenings here. "I have been preoccupied with the exchange of gold notes and have not kept abreast of other affairs. I suspect my father is aware that I am assisting with the Master's gold note issues. Hence he has not informed me about external matters," Zhuang Xuanji explained. "Is that so? The matter of gold notes is indeed significant, yet you should also remain vigilant regarding other affairs. Recently, I may depart from Qinglong, heading towards Sacred Sword Lake. You shall handle the subsequent matters. Once the gold notes are exchanged, the members of the Qinglong Society will contact you," Su Chen stated. "I will expedite the exchange of the gold notes and return to consult with my father," replied Zhuang Xuanji with a bow. She needed to return to ascertain the recent occurrences in Qinglong City. Su Chen nodded. After Zhuang Xuanji's departure, Yuan Mu stepped forward and said, "Master, there may be issues within the Zhuang family. Should we investigate? There are indeed some concerns. Conduct a discreet investigation. I wish to uncover the root of the problem," replied Su Chun. Zhuang Xuanji's previous demeanor clearly indicated her ignorance, yet it could also have been a well-executed charade. Given the uncertainties, it was imperative to seek clarity. The stakes surrounding the gold notes were substantial, and the Zhuang family must not entertain thoughts of monopolization. At this moment, within a concealed chamber of the Zhuang family's financial institution, Zhuang Mingfan stood respectfully before an elderly man clad in a brown robe. The elder's pallid complexion suggested a life spent away from the sun. "Zhuang Mingsheng, you have supplanted Zhuang Mingfan for 3 years. Why have you not yet fully seized control of the Zhuang family's treasury?" The elder intoned solemnly. "Mastering, it seems that Zhuang Mingfan sensed something amiss before his demise and entrusted the family's business entirely to his daughter. My niece possesses not only exceptional commercial acumen, but is also remarkably astute. Furthermore, she is connected by marriage to the Hua family of Jiangbei. I fear revealing my intentions could jeopardize our plans, hence my covert approach, which has yielded limited success thus far. However, I have recently been presented with an opportunity, and I believe I will soon secure the Zhuang family's treasury and fulfill the master's directive," Zhuang Mingsheng explained. From their discourse, it became apparent that Zhuang Mingfan was not who he seemed. He was, in fact, Zhuang Mingsheng, the uncle of Zhuang Xuanji. With this opportunity in hand, we must seize it. According to the Master's predictions, after the full moon on the 15th, there will be upheaval in the martial world, and our dead tomb shall emerge. The days of our concealment, suppressed by the Zhou Emperor, will be no more. Upon our return, we shall require funds, which is why the Master has tasked you with acquiring the Zhuang family's treasury," the elder in the brown robe continued. I shall endeavor to complete the master's mission promptly. Zhuang Mingsheng affirmed. Report any developments to me immediately to avoid complications. You may now attend to your matters, the elder concluded, waving his hand. Zhuang Mingsheng bowed and exited the chamber. Once outside, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. Once I seize the Zhuang family's treasury and acquire the gold notes exchanged by the Xiaolong of the Qinglong Society, it will be a monumental achievement. When I report to the master, I may be granted the primordial dead scripture, elevating my status above all others. You will have no choice but to heed my commands. Zhuang Mingsheng smirked inwardly as he turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the chamber, the steward of the Zhuang household appeared before him. The master said, Miss has returned from Su Chen's side, investigating matters in Jinling City. She inquired why we did not inform her about the Qinglong Society and Wuxiang. The steward spoke hastily. This matter, I shall discuss with Xuanji. With a calm demeanor, Zhuang Mingsheng departed with the steward towards the hall. Within the hall, Xuanji perused the documents in her hand, her gaze sharpening as she realized the extent of the conflict between Wuxiang and Qinglong Society. Based on this level of animosity, it was likely that Wuxiang would act with great aggression against Su Chun in their second attempt. Such a situation, unbeknownst to her, was utterly unreasonable. No wonder the atmosphere had felt so oppressive when she boarded Su Chen's flower boat. She needed to clarify this matter with her father. Given the Zhuang family's resources, Wuxiang must have received the assignment to assassinate Su Chen long ago, yet the news had not been relayed to Su Xiaolong. What could Su Xiaolong think of this? Xuanji now understood the reason behind Su Chen's calm demeanor aboard the boat. Her father was indeed somewhat muddled. Xuanji sighed. Not long after her sigh, Zhuang Mingfan and the steward entered the conference hall. Father, did you already know that Wuxiang accepted the task from Su Xiaolong? Wuxiang is one of the 3 major assassin organizations in Jiangnan. We merely run a bank and cannot contend with such forces. It is better for Su Xiaolong to resolve this matter himself, Zhuang Mingfan stated. But what about our relationship with Su Xiaolong now? Xuanji replied sternly. Xuanji, I did not hinder your assistance to Su Xiaolong with the gold notes, and I agreed to it. However, our family's foundation lies in Jiangnan. Involvement with Wuxiang could lead to irreparable consequences, and I cannot allow you to participate. Your actions could plunge our family bank into crisis. If you engage in this matter, I shall revoke your authority within the family bank, Zhuang Mingfan declared. At these words, Xuanji's expression changed, her brows furrowing. Think carefully about this. Do not trouble me further about this matter. With that, Zhuang Mingfan left with the steward. In the hall, Xuanji's beautiful eyes were heavy with concern as she contemplated before departing. Chapter 673. Wuxiang strikes again, ruthlessly crushing all obstacles on a pitch-black night. Waves surged on the lake's surface, the wind howling around the boat. You mean to say that Xuanji is unaware of this, and it is Zhuang Mingfan who is obstructing her? Su Chun, upon hearing Yuan Suiyun's report, wore a puzzled expression. When he last met Zhuang Mingfan, he had seemed quite amiable, yet now it appeared he was concealing a dagger behind a smile, secretly sabotaging their efforts. From their conversation, it was apparent that Zhuang Mingfan sought to reclaim control over the bank. This situation is rather peculiar, Yuan Suiyun remarked. Then keep a close watch on him and discern his true intentions. I can remain uninvolved in his dealings with Xuanji, but if he dares to covet my gold notes, then he should not blame me for my ruthless response. A chilling light gleamed in Su Chen's eyes. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. On the shores not far from the towering ship, a group of men clad in black emerged. These figures, swift as shadows, brandished long swords and swiftly advanced towards them with lethal intent. In the blink of an eye, they reached the vessel. Such brazen assassination? Eliminate them, Su Chen uttered, his voice imbued with a chilling tone as he observed the encroaching assailants. Beside him, Yuan Suiyun's expression darkened, an aura of ferocity enveloping him as he propelled himself forward, a sword materializing in his grasp as he charged at the group. The brilliance of the sword flashed, and blood sprayed forth. In a mere instant, several adversaries fell beneath the arc of his blade. Just then, a thunderous crash resonated as windows aboard the ship shattered. 2 figures emerged, wielding slender swords that glimmered like shooting stars, darting towards Su Chun with alarming speed. Clang! Clang! At that moment, 2 flying daggers appeared, intercepting the swords of the assailants. The clash of blades sparked fiery bursts, yet the force of the impact caused the 2 attackers to stagger slightly. Suddenly, a figure clad in white, Xiao Siwu, materialized. His eyes, cold and resolute, radiated a palpable intent to kill as he pointed his long fingers at the two adversaries he had thwarted. I wonder whose weapon is swifter, my dagger or your swords. I would wager that your swords are no match for my blades. Upon Xiao Siwu's arrival, the two figures narrowed their gazes, fixated on him. The recent encounter with the daggers had revealed the depth of his prowess. Kill. As they heard Xiao Siwu's taunt, their energies surged violently. One lunged towards Xiao Siwu, while the other directed his assault towards Su Chun. Swish, swish. In that instant, Xiao Siwu unleashed two daggers with remarkable speed. One collided with the opponent's sword, producing sparks, yet it did not falter. Like a meteor, it swiftly pierced the adversary's throat. The other dagger aimed directly for the throat of its target. However, the assassin, undeterred by the imminent threat to his own life, continued his advance towards Su Chun. Swish. Yet, his speed faltered, falling short of that of the dagger, and he succumbed, his throat pierced. Su Chun observed placidly, a hint of admiration swelling within him. While Xiao Siwu's skill with the flying daggers might not rival that of Li Xuanhuan or Yi Kai, his understanding of the art was undoubtedly second to none, earning him the distinguished title of Young Master Siwu. After all, to be compared to the likes of Li Xuanhuan and Yi Kai is no small feat. Xiao Siwu's mastery of flying daggers is exceptional. Boom, boom. At that moment, from beneath the lake's surface, four silhouettes surged forth, brandishing long swords, poised to strike. Swish, 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 swish. For silvery flashes erupted as the sword wielders plummeted into the depths of the lake, their blood swiftly tainting the waters around them. Xiao Siwu leaped gracefully into the air above the ship, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings, his white attire billowing in the wind. Meanwhile, not far from the lakeshore, two figures observed intently. It was Song Yuchen and his steward. Who was this person, wielding such formidable flying knives? Song Yuchen inquired in a grave tone. There is no information regarding this individual. They must be a member of the hidden Qinglong Society, the steward replied, his expression heavy with concern. It seems our adversary is well prepared. Song Yuchen's gaze turned icy. Master, shall we make another move? The steward asked. 12, 15, 17, Tian D'er Shah have yet to act. There is no need to withdraw, Song Yuchen responded with indifference. Those who have perished thus far are merely expendable assassins. Their actions, or rather, the actions of everyone else, are merely preparatory for the third individual S strike. I have faith in the third person S capabilities. At that moment, a sudden tremor rocked the flower boat as it began to sink. Someone had breached the hull, causing the vessel to take on water. As the boat capsized, a dark figure erupted from the lake. The boat rocked, yet Xiao Siwu remained motionless. Upon seeing the figure, a glint of cold light flashed from his hand as he launched his flying knife. However, as he released the blade, the figure unleashed a surge of energy, surrounding itself with a protective aura. The knife collided with this aura, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The aura shattered, but in that very instant, the figure retaliated with a punch that intercepted the knife, landing gracefully upon the lake's surface. You can withstand one of my strikes. Let us see how many you can endure. Xiao Siwu propelled himself forward, his feet skimming the lake as his long knife flew forth in rapid succession. The opponent attempted to block with a punch, yet upon colliding with the first knife, they discovered that the second blade was already in flight, compelling them to retract their fist in defense. In that fleeting moment, three knife lights pierced through their form. Blood sprayed forth as they fell onto the lake's surface. On the lakeshore, Yuan Mu turned to make his retreat, but a wave of energy manifested nearby. A figure emerged from the shadows, exuding a powerful aura, and struck a palm toward Yuan Mu. This individual's energy was profound. As the palm struck, the air erupted in a cacophony. Yet, Yuan Mu moved like a wraith, slipping through the energy and reappearing before his opponent, delivering a series of strikes akin to meteors, penetrating their body with each blow. With a sickening sound, the attacker's chest caved in, and they spat blood, being sent flying. Their internal organs lay shattered, and with a tilt of the head, they succumbed to death. At that moment, a gleaming sword, illuminated by the moonlight, sped toward Yuan Mu. The assailant believed they had succeeded, but as the sword light passed, they realized it was merely an illusion. Yuan Mu had already positioned himself behind them. However, two new figures emerged, distinct from the previous assailant. They radiated a terrifying energy and bore expressions of unparalleled arrogance, advancing toward the rapidly sinking flower boat. Their faces were cruel, and from their palms emanated a fearsome force. Subtly, a nascent divine presence began to manifest around them. These two were on the brink of comprehending divine might. Though faint, it nonetheless affected the surrounding air currents. Just as they were about to charge towards the ship, a far more terrifying aura emanated from it, and a figure emerged from within. The moonlight that had previously surrounded the ship was engulfed in darkness upon this figure's appearance. The two individuals who had struck out an attack were horrified at the sight and hastily withdrew their fists, preparing to retreat. They retreated swiftly, yet the figure moved even faster, instantly appearing before them, wielding two long swords that struck at their chests in an instant. With a sharp sound, blood gushed forth from their chests, followed by a terrifying sword energy that surged into their bodies. Their forms were sent flying backward, landing lifelessly on the ground. In the distance, Song Yuchen observed this scene, his expression dark and foreboding. A top-tier powerhouse of the sea, he thought to himself with fury, Qinglong Society, are you attempting to provoke us into action? Master, now is the opportunity for the third one to strike. That Su Chun is doomed. The steward hastily remarked upon seeing Song Yuchen's ghastly expression. As he spoke, a figure surged from the bottom of the ship, racing directly towards Su Chen's location. This individual had been hiding beneath the ship, having entered with the lake water. As the top-tier powerhouse struck out beside Su Chen, he unleashed a blow with astonishing speed. To think you would attempt to kill me. You underestimate Su Chen. With a fierce look, Su Chen unleashed a violent energy from within. His palm struck down upon the long sword, akin to a massive bear. With a crack, the sword was shattered. Following that, his hand clenched into a fist, and he delivered a punch that contained tremendous force, sending his opponent hurtling from the ship to the lakeshore. The assailant let out a scream as he flew back, crashing onto the ground by the lake, a gaping wound in his chest from which blood and entrails spilled forth, a scene too gruesome to behold. Only a faint exhalation escaped his lips. With great difficulty, he cast a glance at Su Chen, before his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Chapter 674. Following, speculation. Zhuan Xuanji's ruthlessness in the distance. Song Yuchen's grim countenance abruptly shifted. Su Chen had personally intervened, obliterating the third assailant, which was entirely unexpected. He glared fiercely at the steward beside him. Is this the information you provided me? A mere youth from the Qinglong Society, who has recently entered the realm of the celestial? His power may well rival that of a typical martial artist in the Dantian transformation. As he spoke, Song Yuchen's hand clutched the steward's throat, his grip threatening to crush it. Master, I truly investigated. Su Chen's prowess in the northern 9 prefectures was indeed unremarkable. I had no idea he possessed such strength. The steward stammered, not daring to plead for mercy, aware that such an appeal would result in his immediate demise. The losses incurred were simply too great. Number 3, Number 9, and the formidable duo known as Heaven and Earth were particularly noteworthy. Despite Number 3's average strength, he possessed an innate talent for assassination, making him a focal point of the leader's attention. Now, he lay dead, leaving no means for his companion to report to the leader. Let us return. We cannot linger here, Song Yuchen declared, releasing his grip and casting a glance in Su Chen's direction before swiftly departing. Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurked nearby, concealed among the willows, who promptly followed after their exit. Not far from the lakeshore, onlookers hastily vacated the scene. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the battle had concluded, and the members of Wushang would likely refrain from further engagement. From the skirmish, it was evident that the Qinglong Society had adequately prepared, as Wushang's Heaven and Earth duo was swiftly dispatched upon their initial attack. Rumored to have coalesced into a nascent divine presence, these two could typically withstand an average practitioner of the sea's concentration. Yet, they were slain at first sight, indicating that their assailant was no ordinary foe. Let us relocate, Su Chen suggested as they submerged into the depths of the lake. Master, please follow me. Yuan Suiyun had already arranged accommodations in advance. Xiao Siwu and Yuan Suiyun followed Su Chen as he departed, while Heibai Xinjian vanished after making his move. Meanwhile, news of Su Chen's ambush was rapidly circulating within Jinling City. Jinling Lake, a renowned locale, served as a catalyst for swift dissemination of information, especially given the involvement of 2 major assassin organizations. In the study of the Nangong family, illuminated by bright lights, Nangong Wentian, adorned in luxurious attire. Addressed Nangong Qiushui, the swordsman who wielded dual blades alongside Su Chun, the young dragon head of the Qinglong Society, must be a top-tier practitioner of the sea's concentration. It seems I underestimated Su Chen's purpose in coming to Jinling. His intentions extend beyond merely fulfilling Zhao Shaodai's task. He is likely seeking to establish a foothold for the Qinglong Society in Jiangnan. Nangong Qiushui's eyes flickered at her father's words. You mean Su Chen's appearance signifies the Qinglong Society's strategic positioning in Jiangnan? Indeed, he affirmed. The Qinglong Society, as an assassin organization, typically operates in secrecy. Yet Su Chun has openly revealed his identity by coming to Jinling. The three major assassin organizations in Jiangnan have firmly entrenched themselves. For the Qinglong Society to either become one or supplant the others, they require a compelling justification. This attack serves as that pretext, a valid reason for their confrontation with Wuxian. It appears they are confident in their plan. Is that so? Then Su Chun owes a favor to our Nangong family, she remarked. Previously, when Nangong Wentian informed her that the leader of Wuxian would be arriving in Jinling, she discreetly relayed this information to Su Chun. No, he does not owe our family, but rather a personal debt to you, Nangong Wentian countered. As the outcome with Wuxian remains unresolved, it is difficult to ascertain who will ultimately prevail until the final moment. On the other side, Zhuang Mingfan sat in his study, gazing at the secret letter in his hand. To his astonishment, the young leader of the Qinglong Society was accompanied by formidable beings from the sea. However, this was to be expected. Without such powerful allies, the gold notes would not have remained secure in his possession. Thus, it could be inferred that Nangong Shang, who had pursued the gold notes outside the city, had met his demise at the hands of the Qinglong Society. Unexpectedly, he had acquired another trump card, a means to coerce them. A smile crept upon Zhuang Mingfan's face as he shattered the letter in his grasp and rose to depart. At that moment, a black bat hung from the eaves above, observing Zhuang Mingfan's exit before taking flight. In a certain location within Jinling City, at the main branch of the Zhuang family bank, a secret chamber housed a long stone table flanked by 9 individuals. These 9, varying in size from corpulent to lean, were all of middle age or older, their eyes glinting with shrewdness and their fingers calloused from toil. They were the 9 chief managers of the Zhuang family bank, overseeing its operations across the nation. May I inquire, Miss, what is the purpose of summoning us? Asked one individual, portly and clad in blue, adorned with 3 gemstone rings on his fingers. This gathering concerns the exchange of gold notes, Zhuang Xuanji replied. Miss, our patriarch has indicated that the bank cannot be fully involved in this matter, the previously speaking corpulent man stated gravely. I now preside over the bank, and I understand how to proceed. You need only follow my directives. Zhuang Xuanji retorted coldly. This is our bank's business, and our clients cannot be kept waiting. Thus, all 9 of you must mobilize simultaneously. But what of the patriarch's position? Inquired one of the older gentlemen present. I shall speak with my father personally, Zhuang Xuanji assured him. Very well, Mississippi. As the bank's overseer, I shall execute your orders, the elder responded. We shall act in accordance with your instructions. 5 others promptly concurred. Only 3 remained, including the corpulent man, alongside a man in black, whose darkened gaze suggested a troubled past, and an elderly gentleman clad in fine robes. Without the patriarch's consent, the bank under my management will not engage in this venture, the corpulent man asserted resolutely. Miss, I doubt the patriarch will acquiesce. It would be prudent to consult him first, the middle-aged man in black echoed. Zhou Lao, you share this sentiment? Zhuang Xuanji queried, directing her gaze at the silent elder in black. Manager Liu and Manager Liu have valid points. Miss, it would be wise to seek the patriarch's counsel first, Zhou Lao. The gentleman in fine robes added. Is that so? You may return for now. I will confer further with the 3 managers, Zhuang Xuanji contemplated before declaring. Understood. At her words, the 6 seated individuals rose, bowed respectfully, and exited the secret chamber. Madam, regardless of how you negotiate with us, we shall not assist you. This matter requires the approval of the master, the corpulent man declared with grave authority. And what of you 2? Zhuang Xuanji inquired, her gaze shifting towards the other 2 individuals. We share the same sentiment. They affirmed in unison with a nod. In that case, you shall hand over the insignia of the chief steward. If you refuse to act, let those willing take the reins, Zhuang Xuanji asserted. What? You intend to usurp our position as chief steward? We were appointed by the master. What right do you have? I shall report this matter to the master. The corpulent man began to rise. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Zhuang Xuanji, moving with astonishing swiftness to stand before the corpulent man. Upon seeing this, the man's expression shifted, and he raised his hand to strike. Yet, as he did, the assailant vanished from his sight. Bang! He then felt a tremendous force strike his chest, causing him to spit blood and be hurled backward, crashing against the wall. As he fell, the assailant reappeared before him and delivered a fatal blow, shattering his skull. Chapter 675, Wushang. Leader, 7 killing deities. The destruction of Brahma. A pungent scent of blood filled the chamber. "Miss, what have you done? How could you lay hands on Steward Liu?" exclaimed the elderly gentleman in brocade and the middle-aged man in black, rising in alarm. However, Zhuang Xuanji remained silent. Stepping forth to stand before Steward Liu, extracting a token bearing the character for Zhuang from his bosom. The token bore traces of blood, and with her delicate hand, she wiped it against the corpulent man's robe. "I am the one in charge of the Zhuang family's bank. All appointments belong to my authority." Zhuang Xuanji's voice was icy, imbued with a chilling aura. "Miss, you overstep your bounds. The master is still present, and the bank belongs to him. We are merely following his orders." The middle-aged man in black interjected, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that Zhuang Xuanji would resort to murder. "You have been loyal to my father for many years. Surely, you must possess some knowledge I seek," Zhuang Xuanji remarked softly, her gaze fixed upon the two men. "Miss, I know not what you refer to. How could we possibly know what you wish to learn?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, yet a glimmer of something unusual flickered in his eyes. Zhuang Xuanji continued to observe, catching the same peculiar glint in the elderly gentleman's eyes beside him. Her gaze shifted toward the shadows. 3 swordsmen, each wielding a long sword, stepped forth. In an instant, their blades were drawn, aimed at the middle-aged man. His expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to evade. But the 3 assailants had sealed off his escape. In that fleeting moment, 3 sharp blades pierced his chest. "Zhuang Xuanji, you are truly ruthless," the middle-aged man snarled, turning his gaze upon her, his face contorted in rage. With a swift motion, the swords were withdrawn, and he fell into a pool of blood. Among the 3, only the elder Zhou remained. "Elder Zhou, I trust you have something to say. Speak, and I shall ensure the safety of your family as they leave Jinling. Should you remain silent, they will meet their demise alongside you." Zhuang Xuanji's voice was frigid, laced with a palpable intent to kill. It seemed the young lady had uncovered the truth about Second Master's role in the death of the old master, masquerading as him. As Elder Zhou began to speak, he met Zhuang Xuanji's calm gaze, though inside, she was anything but serene. Her father was truly dead. How the old master died, I do not know. We only discovered something was amiss later. The young lady must be inquiring about the forces behind Second Master. To be honest, we are also in the dark. It was through my frequent interactions with Second Master that I unearthed this matter. When I confronted him, he brazenly confessed and threatened my family, promising substantial rewards, which is why I chose to ally with him. As for how the others came to side with Second Master, I am unaware. I wonder how the young lady discovered that Second Master was impersonating the old master? Elder Zhou looked at Zhuang Xuanji, a hint of urgency in his demeanor. This made me reflect on the past 3 years and why he had consistently prevented me from residing within the Zhuang family estate, instilling in me the notion of freely choosing a husband. He feared that I would take half of the family's wealth to the Hu family, wealth that was promised as my dowry when my father forged an alliance with them. Of course, had he not obstructed my ability to exchange the gold tickets, I would not have pondered so deeply, nor would I have uncovered so much. You are indeed exceptionally astute, Mississippi. No wonder the old master entrusted you with managing the family finances. Second Master is no match for you. I hope you adhere to your earlier words, Elder Zhou remarked. Placing his palm on his chest, a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. The nearby swordsman glanced at Elder Zhou's lifeless body, stepping forward to deliver a fatal thrust to his heart once more. Dispose of their bodies and inform outsiders that they were here discussing matters with me, Zhuang Xuanji commanded. Understood. The swordsman bowed in response, then proceeded to drag the 3 corpses away, meticulously cleaning up the bloodstains. At that moment, a maid clad in blue entered from outside. Miss Wuxiang has made a second attempt on the life of Su Xiaolong, deploying the dual assassins of heaven and earth. However, they were slain by a swordsman wielding dual blades. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xuanji's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. The dual assassins of heaven and earth were rumored to possess a faint divine strength. For them to be vanquished by someone indicated formidable prowess. Yi Guqing and Shimin Xue had accompanied them to Jiangnan, but they had since departed Jinling for the capital. She had not anticipated such a formidable expert to be by Su Chen's side. Not only was there that master, but a throwing knife wielder had also appeared beside Su Xiaolong, each blade as lethal as the last, the maid reported. It appears that the Qinglong Society possesses significant power in the city of Jinling. I have entrusted the entirety of the Zhuang family's bank to Su Xiaolong, and he should be able to assist me in avenging my father. A faint smile graced Zhuang Xuanji's face. Although she was unaware of the individuals backing her second uncle, she knew they were undoubtedly formidable. She realized that she could not exact revenge on her own. Thus, she intended to leverage the Zhuang family's wealth, including her own, to enlist Su Chen's help in her quest for vengeance. Meanwhile, Song Yuchen and the steward returned to their estate and entered the secret chamber. He immediately instructed the operatives within Jinling and its surrounding strongholds to conceal themselves until the arrival of the leader. Yes, responded the steward as he promptly made his way to the rear courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a gray dove soared from the backyard. However, a flash of steel sliced through the moonlit night, and the dove plummeted to the ground. A figure clad in white approached the fallen dove, drew it into his palm, retrieved the flying dagger embedded in his body, and departed with the dove in hand. The following day, as the crowd continued to discuss the events that transpired at Jinling Lake the previous night, Song Yuchen shattered a precious millennium-old sandalwood piece before him. You claim that all my hidden operatives within Jinling have been eradicated, and the same applies to those outside the city. Now, only the black market remains. Last night, he had ordered all strongholds to conceal themselves, yet upon waking this morning, he received such alarming news. How could he not be astonished? How could he not be enraged? Suddenly, his expression shifted. Do you mean to say that the Qinglong Society may already be aware of my estate? Song Yuchen spoke in a low voice. Master, our communications with the strongholds are conducted solely through messenger doves, and no one would be privy to this location. I suspect they have acquired information about our strongholds from the black market. The steward hastily replied. Not good. I have a persistent feeling that this place is unsafe. You and I must go to the black market. If they have not yet acted there, they likely do not know about the strongholds within it. As they conversed, a woman dressed in flamboyant attire entered. My lord, there is someone outside seeking you, and I have brought them in. Just then, a flash of sword light appeared behind her, and the enchanting woman was slain by a single strike. A man clad in a blue robe stepped forward. Master Song, the leader requests your presence at the black market. Let us go. The newcomer spoke coldly. From his words, it was evident that the Wuxiang leader, known as the Seven Deadly Gods, had arrived in Jinling. Chapter 676. The Dual Dragon Heads, a man feared by all. By the shores of Jinling Lake. Within a nearby courtyard, a dense tree stood in the center, lending an air of tranquility to the small yard. Yuan Suiyun entered swiftly from outside and made his way to the living room. My lord, the Brahma god has arrived in Jinling, within the black market. Excitement radiated from Yuan Suiyun's face. Has he? Xiao Siwu, notify Wei Zhuang to join forces and meet this Wuxiang leader. Su Chen's tone was unremarkable. Yet beneath that calm exterior lay a piercing intent to kill. He would not grant his opponent a third opportunity to strike. In the living room, clad in white, Xiaoxi received his orders and promptly departed the courtyard. What have you discovered regarding the Zhuang family? Su Chun inquired thereafter. Miss Zhuang is no ordinary individual. She has uncovered that Zhuang Mingfan is a guise adopted by her second uncle, Zhuang Mingsheng, and has ruthlessly eliminated those Zhuang Mingsheng had placed within the bank. Came the response from his subordinate. According to our investigations, the force behind Zhuang Mingsheng is known as the Grave of the Dead, Yuan Suiyun interjected. The Grave of the Dead? Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. This organization was quite ancient, having once made a name for itself during the era of the Zhou Emperor's quest for dominance over the martial world. The Grave of the Dead enjoyed a fearsome reputation then, only to be suppressed by the Zhou Emperor and vanish from sight. It is surprising to see its resurgence now. The reemergence of these once subdued forces suggests turmoil is on the horizon for the great Zhou's martial realm. Su Chen spoke solemnly. If there were no chaos, these factions would not dare to raise their heads. Could it be due to the full moon on the 15th? A realization seemed to dawn upon him. Regardless of their affiliations, those who dare to covet my gold notes shall meet their demise. After annihilating Wuxiang, We shall also deal with Zhuang Mingxing and those associated with him, thus aiding Zhuang Xuanji in the process. Understood, Yuan Suiyin nodded. It is time for us to set forth. The leader of Wuxiang, fanchen me, if you wish to kill me. I shall present myself before you. We shall see if you possess the capability to do so. Rising to his feet, he prepared to exit the courtyard alongside Yuan Suiyin. At the entrance of the courtyard, Zhuang Xuanji stood, draped in a flowing white gown, the fabric elegantly cinched at her slender waist with a golden threaded sash. Her hand rested on the door, hesitating as if contemplating whether to push it open. Creak. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Su Chun and Yuan Suiyin as they stepped outside. Noticing Zhuang Xuanji at the threshold, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. I have the pleasure of meeting you. Young Master Su, Zhuang Xuanji said, slightly bowing in greeting, exuding the grace typical of a Jiangnan woman. A delicate touch of makeup adorned her features, making her appear quite enchanting. Observing Zhuang Xuanji's presence, Su Chen remarked, "We are just about to head to the black market. Miss Zhuang, would you care to join us? There are matters to discuss en route." As he spoke, a figure shrouded in a straw hat approached the courtyard, guiding a horse-drawn carriage. This figure, bearing two long swords on his back, was none other than Heibai Xinjian. Certainly, Zhuang Xuanji agreed, and both entered the carriage. Yuan Suiyin, however, chose to accompany Heibai Xinjian at the front of the carriage, opting not to enter. Inside the carriage, Zhuang Xuanji sat poised before Su Chun, her countenance wavering. She was uncertain whether to voice the thoughts weighing on her heart. I am already aware of the situation concerning the Zhuang family. Zhuang Mingxing's backing is referred to as the grave of the dead, Su Chen stated. Upon hearing the name grave of the dead, Zhuang Xuanji's expression shifted, a trace of bitter amusement flickering across her face. Though the name Dead Man's Tomb may lack renown in the contemporary martial world, it once evoked a chilling dread, for it was synonymous with mountains of corpses. It derives its name from a burial ground, a place where the deceased find their final resting place. Little did I anticipate that Su Xiaolong had already amassed such extensive knowledge. Initially, I intended to offer the Zhuang family bank as a reward for his assistance in avenging me. However, it turns out that Dead Man's Tomb, once suppressed by the forces of Emperor Zhou, has resurfaced, undoubtedly stronger than ever. Zhuang Xuanji's voice carried a hint of despondency. Very well. If you provide me with the Zhuang family bank, I shall assist you in your quest for vengeance, Su Chen stated. Zhuang Mingxing expressed interest in his banknote, recognizing that such a figure as Su Chen warranted elimination. Resolving this matter would inevitably embroil him in a conflict with Dead Man's Tomb. Hence, in this context, Zhuang Xuanji's offer of the family bank as compensation was one Su Chen could not refuse. Ah, Zhuang Xuanji exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she regarded Su Chen. If you are to work for me, then you are my subordinate. The Zhuang family bank, the third largest in the realm, alongside the beauty bank, will also belong to you. Dead Man's Tomb is of little consequence. The world of martial arts has always been graced by talented individuals, each leaving their mark for centuries. A force that has already been subdued can only rise to be quelled once more. Su Chen's tone was calm, yet exuded an undeniable authority. Zhuang Xuanji noted the subtle dominance in his demeanor, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she recalled his words. The mention of the beauty bank, now under his purview, brought a faint blush to her cheeks. Regaining her composure, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Su Xiaolong. After today, I shall transfer all deeds of the bank to you. However, Su Xiaolong, the Dead Man's Tomb has been dormant for 40 years. Their resurgence signifies a restoration of strength. Perhaps you should consult with the dragon head of the Qinglong Society regarding this matter. Understanding the formidable nature of Dead Man's Tomb, Zhuang Xuanji sought to have Su Chen confer with the Qinglong Society's leader before making any decisions. I doubt anyone in the Qinglong Society will oppose my decision. Besides, I am not solely the Xiaolong of the Qinglong Society. There are other identities you will come to know in due time. Rest assured, while the martial world is vast, I must not offend anyone, particularly within the great Zhou dynasty. Su Chen spoke with great conviction, his eyes radiating confidence. Zhuang Xuanji, facing him, was both astonished and intrigued, her heart a blend of joy and curiosity regarding Su Chen's other identity. Once her emotions settled, Zhuang Xuanji inquired, Su Xiaolong, what is our purpose in heading to the black market? She remained uncertain about Su Chen's intentions for their visit. The leader of Wuxiang, known as the Seven Absolute Annihilator, has arrived in Jinling. I intend to confront him regarding the 2 assassination attempts orchestrated by Wuxiang. I believe he will provide me with a satisfactory response, Su Chen replied coldly. The leader of Wuxiang has indeed arrived in Qinglong. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhuang Xuanji's face displayed a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Su Chen was heading to the black market to seek vengeance on the leader of Wuxiang. However, what of the 4 of us? Zhuang Xuanji inquired, her gaze fixed upon Su Chen. To confront the leader of Wuxiang, it was uncertain whether the 4 of them could even reach him. The 2 prominent dragon heads of the Qinglong Society had made their presence known in Qinglong. Su Chen spoke softly, suggesting that aside from the 7 dragon heads, was it not the 4th dragon head, Fu Hongxue, who had recently been seen in Jiangnan Su City? Zhuang Xuanji recalled having heard of Fu Hongxue's appearance there. No, it is the 2nd dragon head, a figure feared by all, Su Chen clarified. Li Xuanhuan, known as the Little Li Flying Dagger, is hailed as the greatest hero of the realm, while Shun Lang, the first creator of Gulong's decade, has retreated from the world after his maritime sojourn. The emergence of the weapon ranking has ignited the fervor of martial artists, each striving to ascend the ranks. In that era, countless martial masters challenged the Little Li Flying Dagger. Over 7 years, Li Xuanhuan engaged in over 300 battles, emerging victorious each time, striking his dagger 76 times with unwavering precision. The Little Li Divine Dagger reigns supreme, and with each strike, it never misses. Such achievements have instilled fear in the hearts of many regarding his flying daggers. In Chapter 677, Wuxiang Stronghold, a door blocked, a life taken, a figure feared by all. The 2nd dragon head. Zhuang Xuanji's expression shifted slightly at Su Chen's mention of this formidable opponent. A person so fearsome, as described by Su Chen, conjured images of a ghastly and ruthless individual. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Noticing her reaction, Su Chen refrained from elaborating, understanding that this girl was overthinking. Li Xuanhuan was, after all, a man of extraordinary charm, captivating to many a woman. The carriage continued its journey, soon arriving at the entrance of the black market. This entrance, hidden within the city of Qinglong, had various access points. Those who entered openly differed from those who did so covertly. The carriage traversed the entrance, entering the black market, and news of Su Chen's arrival spread swiftly. At the Nangong family estate, Father, Su Chen has gone to the black market. Could it be that Wuxiang, as Fan Yanmia is there? Nangong Qiushui and Nangong Yiren stepped into Nangong Wentian's chamber. It is likely that Fan Yanmia has indeed arrived. However, Su Chen's open approach to the black market suggests he intends to visit Wuxiang as stronghold. Has he perhaps uncovered the whereabouts of Fan Yanmia? Nangong Wentian spoke in a solemn tone. He had merely instructed Nangong Qiushui to reveal that Wuxiang, as Fan Yanmia, would arrive in Qinglong within the next few days. But he remained unaware of the exact location. If Su Chen had indeed discovered this information, then the spies of the Qinglong Society in Qinglong must be exceptional. Yiren and I shall visit the black market to observe what this young Master Su intends to do, Nangong Qiushui suggested. Nangong Wentian nodded in agreement, regardless of what transpires. You are to remain mere spectators, not to intervene. With a reassuring nod, Nangong Qiushui and Nangong Yiren turned to leave the room. Follow the young ladies. If they make a move, intercept them, commanded Nangong Wentian. Understood. A shadow darted swiftly into the darkness. At this moment, it was not only the Nangong family that was watching. Many esteemed families within Qinglong had received the news. Just last night, Su Chen had been assassinated. Today, he was heading to the black market. Furthermore, during the night, numerous strongholds of the Wuxiang had been eradicated in Qinglong, indicating that the leader of the Qinglong Association, Su Xiaolong, would not venture to the black market without reason. Within a stronghold of the Wuxiang in the black market, Song Yuchen and the steward were led by a swordsman into a small building. Inside, the place was brightly lit, and a man dressed in splendid attire and wearing a mask stood in the hall. The spacious hall was surrounded by dozens of masked figures clad in black, particularly 3 individuals standing behind the masked man. These 3 bore no masks, yet they exuded an aura of terror. Their gazes fell upon Song Yuchen and the steward as they entered the hall. Upon seeing these 3, Song Yuchen trembled. They were the infamous 3 killing ghosts of the Wuxiang. There was a saying in the Jiangnan region, to see the 3 killing ghosts of the Wuxiang is akin to encountering a specter. Those who meet a ghost have no chance of survival. We have encountered the leader. Song Yuchen and the steward promptly bowed in reverence to the masked man. Song Yechen, you have been entrusted with managing Qinglong, and this is the outcome you present? In just a few days, our Wushang has suffered such losses in Qinglong. Do you not owe me an explanation? The masked man spoke with a frigid tone. Leader, I was deceived by the Qinglong Association. That Xiaolong is merely bait thrown out by them, enticing us to act, leading to our losses and undermining our influence, allowing them to establish a foothold in Jiangnan. This is entirely a scheme of the Qinglong Association. The information regarding our strongholds in Qinglong must have been acquired from the black market's Black Tower, Song Yechen replied, kneeling, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. The Qinglong Association aims to establish itself in Jiangnan. Their ambitions are quite grand. I have come personally for them. Tonight, we shall first eliminate Su Chun, and then seek out Wei Zhuang, the seven-dragon leader of the Qinglong Association, the masked man stated coldly, his voice laced with an inexorable intent to kill. Initially, he intended to use the assassination of Su Chun to elevate the Wushang's reputation, making them the foremost assassin organization in Jiangnan. However, he did not anticipate the substantial losses incurred, which further diminished their standing, leaving him with a sense of having miscalculated. The leader's direct involvement ensures that Su Chun will not survive the night, Song Yechen hastily asserted. Fool, the masked man retorted coldly. At that moment, a black-clad figure rushed in. Leader, the Qinglong Association's Xiaolong Su Chun has entered the black market and is approaching this way. The figure reported. You mean the Xiaolong of the Qinglong Association is heading towards us? The masked figure inquired with a chilling voice. Indeed, from the direction of approach. It appears they are heading towards us. The figure clad in black responded. Chief, it seems our arrival in Qinglong has been disclosed. They are aware of your presence here. One of the three who had spoken earlier remarked. Chief, let us proceed to slay him. How many are they? The masked Dantian asked. There are 4, Su Chun, Zhuang Xuanji, Yuan Mu, and a swordsman bearing dual blades, came the swift reply. For individuals dare to approach my Wushang stronghold. Could it be that Xiaolong seeks his own demise? One of the 3 ghosts who had spoken earlier commented. Chief, that swordsman with the dual blades is formidable. He likely possesses the strength of a top-tier sea condensation expert. Song Yechen hurriedly asserted. It was indeed that dual-blade swordsman last night who struck down the 2 kills of heaven and earth with a single blow. At these words, a glimmer of cold light pierced through Dantian Mia's eyes. You claim this individual possesses top-tier sea condensation strength? He queried. Yes, I personally witnessed it last night. He dispatched the 2 kills of heaven and earth with a single strike, Song Yechen replied. Is that so? Then let us first test the mettle of our opponents, and ascertain whether there are additional individuals, Dantian Mia coldly stated. You are to intercept Su Chun. He commanded the dozens of masked figures in the hall. Song Yechen, you shall accompany them. Dantian Mia directed his gaze towards Song Yechen, who had stepped aside. Understood. Let us go and claim Su Chun's head, Song Yechen declared, his intent to kill Su Chun burning fiercely within him. Were it not for Su Chun, he would not have found himself in such a precarious position before the chief. The dozens within the hall swiftly followed Song Yechen as they made their way outside the small building. However, as they stepped out, a young man clad in white stood at the entrance, his long fingers poised, gaze averted from them. Between his slender fingers rested 5 throwing knives, glinting with a chilling shimmer in the dim light. Swish! The 5 knives soared forth with astounding speed. In an instant, 5 of the black-clad figures behind Song Yechen found throwing knives piercing their throats. Xiao Siwu of the Qinglong Association extends his greetings as you embark on your journey. Xiao Siwu spoke calmly, yet his recent display of lethality exuded a palpable chill in the air. Chapter 678, An Unyielding Force. Menacing aura. Xiao Siwu was audaciously blocking the entrance of Wushang, taking lives. Song Yechen's countenance morphed into one of fury. This was a blatant affront to Wushang. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, yet a multitude of onlookers had gathered, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and horror as they beheld Xiao Siwu. The Qinglong Association's Xiao Siwu was indeed fierce, brazenly killing at the doorstep of Wushang, showing utter disregard for their presence. Naturally, some spectators reveled in the scene. Those with grievances against Wushang or conflicts of interest were delighted to witness such humiliation befall them. Kill him. I command you to eliminate him, Song Yechen bellowed, directing the throng behind him. In unison, the group surged towards Xiao Siwu. Xiao Si remained expressionless as 10 flying knives manifested in his hands. With a swift motion, The knives shot forth, their speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, 10 of the advancing men in black fell to the ground. However, following the strike, one of the black-clad figures accelerated, appearing before Xiao Si in an instant, hand outstretched, intent on launching a hidden weapon at him. Suddenly, a flash of blade light cut through the darkness. With a sharp hiss, the assailant was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth. Kill! The newly emerged black-clad figure surged forward, charging into the throng of enemies. The air was filled with the sounds of slicing blades as bodies fell, severed in twain. In mere moments, the onslaught of dozens was decimated by the black-clad warrior, blood saturating the ground outside the Wushang stronghold. The speed of the blades was astonishing. Such rapid strikes were meant solely for slaughter. It was unexpected that the Qinglong Society harbored such formidable masters of the blade. Onlookers gazed at Yagyu Danmassamian, who had sheathed his long sword. Enveloped in a black cloak, only his piercing eyes were visible, radiating an aura of lethal intent. You deal with Xiao Si. I will eliminate this person. In the midst of the chaos, only Song Yuchen and his steward remained. At this moment, Song Yuchen was compelled to act. A fierce aura erupted from him. As one of the 9 hall masters of Tianshang, he held dominion over the pivotal city of Jinling, his strength formidable, akin to the vastness of the sea. A peculiar black energy coiled around his palm, a manifestation of the sinister technique he practiced, known as In Puppet Hand. The dark energy swirled, faintly forming the shape of a black skull. Observing the ominous skull in Song Yuchen's hand, Yagyu Danmassamian gripped the hilt of his sword, pivoting toward his adversary. Die! As Yagyu Danmassamian advanced, Song Yuchen's expression contorted with malice. He thrust his palm forward, the black energy transforming into a vengeful spirit that surged toward Yagyu Danmassamian. Flash! Yagyu Danmassamian unleashed his long sword. The sharp blade energy burst forth, cleaving through the incoming force. Boom! As the energy was severed, Song Yuchen let out a low growl, his palm's energy erupting violently. A surge of black light darting toward Yagyu Danmassamian. The black light was swift, yet Yagyu Danmassamian's blade was swifter still. Clang! The long sword clashed with the black light, producing a metallic resonance. The source of this attack was Song Yuchen, who had unleashed a short dagger from his sleeve at the moment his energy surged. This move had been solely intended for the thrust. Yet, he underestimated Yagyu Danmassamian. The dagger was deflected, and Yagyu Danmassamian continued his relentless assault with his long sword, striking with blinding speed. Song Yuchen, having failed to land his blow, began to retreat at a furious pace. Yet he did not anticipate that Yagyu Danmassamian would be even faster. He was swiftly met with a fatal strike. Yagyu Danmassamian was on the verge of consolidating his divine presence as a martial artist, and the gap in strength between him and Song Yuchen was vast. As for the steward rushing toward Xiao Si, this was the moment Song Yuchen met his demise. A dagger emerged from the throat, piercing it as Xiao Si fell lifeless. In an instant, the area before the Wushang stronghold fell into an eerie silence. This resolved the matter, as only 2 members of the Qinglong Society had perished. However, it remained uncertain if others lingered within the Wushang stronghold. Some whispered in the shadows, unaware that the one slain was Song Yuchen, one of Wushang's 9 hall masters, who held dominion over Jinling City. His demise raised questions about the presence of others in Wushang. The organization had suffered a significant blow, being ambushed at their very doorstep. Should it be revealed that no one else resided within, Wushang risked plummeting from the ranks of the 3 major factions. Yet, none could have anticipated the ruthlessness exhibited by the Qinglong Society. A single, lethal dagger, accompanied by a fierce blade technique, executed the act of murder with precision and without excess. This was indeed a weapon of death. It seemed that, in the future, the Qinglong Society could be sought for assistance in matters of conflict. Some pondered. The Qinglong Society was already formidable, and it was rumored that 2 swordsmen had emerged in the capital while another had appeared in the Lingjiang region, 3 masters of the sword path with unparalleled prowess. One individual quietly remarked on this fact. Beyond these 3, the Qinglong Society's 3 dragon heads, led by Li Qinzhou, had overpowered Tiandingong, forcing him to flee to the northern 9 prefectures. It was said that had the Qinglong Society not been wary of the imperial court, Tiandingong might not have escaped at all. As discussions of the Qinglong Society unfolded, many acknowledged their impressive track record. Perhaps only the Tianya Pavilion, which had emerged concurrently, could rival the Qinglong Society's momentum. In the black market, Spectators engaged in fervent discussions, though these were merely the musings of common martial artists. Those with sharper gazes, however, focused intently on the Wushang stronghold. The Qinglong Society's ambush suggested that Song Yuchen was not the sole occupant within the Wushang stronghold. In truth, despite his abilities, Song Yuchen hardly warranted such a mobilization from the Qinglong Society. The young dragon head, Su Chun, was en route, and his arrival had yet to come. Thus, the true slaughter was likely not yet concluded. As the crowd awaited developments, a carriage gradually approached the Wushang stronghold. The driver, cloaked in black and bearing twin swords, was accompanied by a figure in white, Yuan Suiyun. "Is that Su Chen?" murmured those unfamiliar with him. Yuan Suiyun, renowned as a paragon of gentlemanly demeanor, exuded an extraordinary presence, leaving many astounded that such a figure served as Su Chen's steward. What manner of individual was Su Chen? Despite lacking overt signs of distinction, his actions were undeniably fierce. Having witnessed Su Chen's prowess the previous night, some spoke of it with awe. The young dragon head of the Qinglong Society demands the leader of Wushang, Finshan Mie, to present himself, declared Yuan Suiyun as the carriage halted at the stronghold's entrance, standing tall and speaking with a tone laced with disdain. Chapter 679. The Strength of Yuan Suiyun, the first among the 36 assassins, unmatched in death such audacity. How dare he summon the leader of Wushang to meet Su Chen? Observing this scene, astonishment flickered in the eyes of many. Who would have thought that the leader of Wushang, Fanshanmi, would actually arrive, especially at their stronghold? The Qinglong Association had planned this ambush to eliminate him. Now, it promised to be quite a spectacle. To be called out in such a manner would surely leave Fanshanmi green with embarrassment. Those witnessing the unfolding drama felt a surge of excitement. With Fanshanmi being summoned in this way, should he refrain from bloodshed, Wushang would no longer dare to show their faces in Jiangnan. It would be utterly humiliating. After word of this incident spread, it was unlikely that anyone would approach Wushang for assassinations again. Certainly, those who sought their services would lower their standards. Only individuals of stature engage in affairs befitting their status. With Wushang's reputation tarnished, regaining it would be an impossible feat at that moment. A figure emerged from the crowd, swiftly advancing toward Yuan Suiyun. The presence of Su Chen in the carriage remained uncertain. Thus, eliminating the one who called him out could still bolster the Qinglong Association as standing. Just as he prepared to strike, a masked figure appeared before him. It was Dantian. Without any defense, he directly countered the attack with his body. The long sword thrust toward him was met with a powerful force, halting its advance. As the blade was blocked, Dantian's hand shot out, grasping for the opponent's head. With a sickening crunch, the skull shattered like a watermelon. In that instant, several figures surged forth, aiming to encircle Su Chen's carriage. Inside the carriage, Yuan Suiyun's eyes glinted with a cold light. In a sudden, bizarre twist of speed, he appeared before one assailant, his long sword piercing through the air, transforming into a lethal strike that slit the man's throat. Following this, he executed an astonishing spin, dispatching the other assailants clad in black. Corpses tumbled around the carriage, blood gushing forth, quickly saturating the ground. The stench of blood filled the air, thickening in the underground black market where circulation was already sluggish. With so many lives extinguished at once, how could the scent of carnage not permeate the surroundings? As he landed, a tempestuous energy surged around Yuan Suiyun. He raised his long sword, enveloped in a formidable aura. What was his intent? Was it not obvious? He aimed to cleave through the small building. Inside the stronghold, the masked Fanshanmi revealed his menacing gaze, his palm radiating with swirling energy. "Strike him down." Fanshanmi's voice was low and terrifying. "Leader, allow me to eliminate him." Stepped forward a man clad in a blue robe, his demeanor calm and poised. Although his aura was restrained, absolute confidence gleamed in his eyes. This was Tang Qingshan, the only notable figure among the 36 assassins of Tianxiang, and ranked first among the top-tier assassins. At this moment, Dantian Mie could not reveal himself. If he did, he would find himself at a disadvantage. He needed to eliminate one person before making his appearance. Meanwhile, Yuan Suiyun concentrated the sword energy in his hand and unleashed a strike. The terrifying sword energy surged toward the small stronghold. Boom! Just as the sword energy was about to strike the stronghold, a golden fist force erupted from within, colliding with the dreadful sword energy. The clash of these two forces released an astonishing wave of power, sweeping energy in all directions. As the energy dissipated, a figure cloaked in azure emerged from the stronghold. It was Tang Qingshan, who had just stepped out of the building. Yuan Suyun's gaze sharpened as he observed the figure. The one who had countered his strike with such powerful fist energy was no ordinary opponent. Tang Qingshan was renowned as the foremost assassin among the 36 elite members of the Wushang. The sight of him elicited expressions of astonishment from onlookers. Tang Qingshan, the number one of Wushang, was known for his lethal precision, always engaging in direct confrontations without fail. Those within the black market were quite familiar with his reputation. The realization that Tang Qingshan was present indicated that Han Tianmia was indeed inside. In a corner, Nangong Qiushui spoke up, "Sister, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Although Tang Qingshan's Dantian has reached the realm of the sea, he is close to the level of focusing one's spirit within the sea. Moreover, he possesses the three absolutes: blade absolute, fist absolute, and body absolute. Despite the unconventional methods of Tang Qingshan, Yuan Suiyun did not hesitate. He stepped firmly onto the ground and unleashed another strike. With a whoosh, the sword energy surged down from the heavens, not a single strike, but numerous blades of energy that tore through the air, howling as they descended. Upon witnessing the barrage of sword energy, Tang Qingshan's expression shifted. Yuan Siyun's seemingly sequential strikes were, in fact, rapidly interconnected, amplifying the power of the sword energy and impeding his mobility. Under such circumstances, Tang Qingshan had no choice but to respond. He grasped a long knife that materialized before him, its blade gleaming with a blinding light. As the knife slashed forward, a dazzling flash illuminated the surroundings. The blade's ferocity clashed with the long sword, causing Tang Qingshan to stagger back a step. What a formidable sword! Yet, this is all you can muster. Tang Qingshan's knife struck down with equal swiftness. As the blade's speed intensified, his own pace quickened, allowing him to appear before Yuan Suiyun in the blink of an eye. Yuan Suiyun remained unfazed. Just as Tang Qingshan's blade descended, he pivoted, breaking through the confinement of the opponent's knife aura and positioning himself directly in front of Tang Qingshan. In an instant, a cascade of sword light enveloped his adversary. With a furrowed brow, Tang Qingshan attempted to retaliate. As he initiated his strike, the surrounding airflow seemed to suppress Yuan Siyun's movements. Yet, Yuan Suiyun rotated his body, dispersing the oppressive airflow, and countered with a sword strike equally fierce. "I must suppress him." Tang Qingshan's expression darkened as he witnessed Yuan Suiyun deftly evade his blade. He swung his long knife in defense against the incoming sword strike. The clash of sword light and knife aura reverberated through the air, resulting in Tang Qingshan retreating 3 steps, while Yuan Suiyun merely took 1 step back. Upon witnessing the scene, a cruel smile crept upon Tang Qingshan's lips. Like a specter, he swiftly approached Yuan Suiyun, his long blade slicing through the air with alarming speed. With the advantage of being below, he exerted all his strength, employing his agility to seize control of the confrontation. The blade unleashed a ferocious aura, causing the surrounding air to tremble under its immense pressure. Boom! The flash of the blade erupted like thunder, aimed to disrupt Yuan Siyun's movements. Yuan Suiyun, fully aware of his opponent's intentions, remained remarkably composed. He raised his left hand, and in an instant, the flowing sleeves of his attire unfurled, ensnaring the incoming long blade. With a deft step, he materialized before Tang Qingshan. With a fierce cry, he wielded his sword, unleashing a strike that resonated with the sound of wind and thunder, hurtling towards Tang Qingshan. Tang Qingshan retaliated with a punch aimed at the sword light, but Yuan Siyun's form suddenly morphed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from Tang Qingshan's sight. Tang Qingshan's punch met only empty air. As he turned, a glimmer of sword light surged forth, piercing through Tang Qingshan's throat. Wushang, ranked 36 assassins, the first to perish. Chapter 680, Wushang, the Three Ghosts. Wei Zhuang emerges, Xianjian strikes. The scene fell into a profound silence, a complete domination. The Qinglong Society now exerted an overwhelming pressure upon Wushang. With no formidable masters from Wushang emerging, their momentum was bound to diminish significantly. Should another expert arise, one could only assume they would be a formidable being from the depths of the sea, the very foundation of Wushang. In recent years, Wushang had endeavored to rejuvenate its ranks, dispatching 36 elite assassins, yet now the top-ranked among them had been slain, signaling the demise of this initiative. Some onlookers gleefully remarked, "Sister, the Qinglong Society is even stronger than we anticipated," Nangong Yiren observed, gazing at Yuan Sui, who wielded his long sword. "The outcome remains undecided. The formidable master from Wushang will soon take action. Only by subduing the master from Wushang can the Qinglong Society truly claim victory over them," Nangong Qiushui stated solemnly. Although the Qinglong Society currently controlled the battlefield, Wushang was not to be underestimated. Her gaze drifted toward the carriage where Su Chen resided. "If I were the master from Wushang, my first target would undoubtedly be you," Nangong Qiushui murmured. The mission concerning Su Chen was the very catalyst for this unfolding situation. Now that Su Chen was positioned at the entrance of the Wushang stronghold, should the master from Wushang choose to act, it would surely be against him. This would serve both to accomplish the mission and to restore the momentum recently suppressed by the Qinglong Society. Su Xiaolong truly possesses audacity. "I wonder if he can survive this," Nangong Yiren remarked, noting her sister's gaze. "He dares to act thus. Perhaps he harbors absolute confidence," Nangong Qiushui replied. Boom. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the stronghold. The Wushang, 3 ghosts. The appearance of these 3 figures elicited gasps of surprise from spectators. The aura they exuded was as imposing as a mountain. Before their words could fully settle, a figure stepped forward, planting a foot upon the ground, unleashing a surge of energy that manifested as a weight akin to that of towering mountains in this vicinity. The overwhelming divine presence caused the air around to plummet instantaneously. Among the 3 phantoms, the ghostly figure known as Gui made its move, wielding the technique of Tianzhong Mountain, imbued with a formidable pressure. Before the carriage, the trio of Yuan Siyun, Lu Shang, and Xiao Si felt an oppressive force enveloping them, compelling them to summon their own energies for defense. The divine aura, known as the Sword of Slaughter, manifested as a long sword in one man's hand, its energy slicing through the air towards Su Chen's carriage. Among the 3 phantoms, the ghostly sword was drawn. With the divine force of the indestructible golden Buddha, a figure clad in a mask, Han Tianyue, bellowed, and a radiant golden light enveloped him as he shattered the constraints, appearing before Su Chen's carriage. With hands clasped, he intercepted the incoming sword energy. At the moment Han Tianyue engaged, the final ghostly figure transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from sight. Reappearing, he was now before Han Tianyue, delivering a series of palm strikes against Han Tianyue's chest. The impact resonated with a thud, causing Han Tianyue to stagger back several steps, while the assailant seized the opportunity to morph into a blur again, positioning himself before Su Chen's carriage. Although he had forced Han Tianyue back, he realized that his strike had failed to breach the latter's defenses. Thus he directed his attack towards the carriage itself, with Su Chen as their target. Just as he neared the carriage, a sudden figure emerged, with flowing white hair and a long sword unsheathed. The speed was blinding. The ghostly figure unleashed a burst of energy from his palm, colliding with the sword's aura. The clash reverberated through the air, causing both figures to shift apart. In that fleeting moment, the swordsman propelled himself forward, his serrated blade tracing a fierce trajectory, unleashing a wave of sword energy. The ghostly figure sensed the formidable intensity of the sword's strike and swiftly evaded. However, the descending blade altered its path with astonishing speed, executing a horizontal cut. A flash. A crimson line appeared across the chest of the ghostly figure, forcing him to retreat with a scowl, his gaze filled with malice as he scrutinized the newcomer. Despite his remarkable speed, he had failed to evade the blade, which had left a shallow wound upon him. "Who are you?" the spectre demanded, eager to unveil the identity of his assailant. "I am Wei Zhuang, one of the 7 dragon guardians of the Azure Dragon Society," the figure replied. Wei Zhuang, one of the 7 dragon guardians, was a formidable entity within the Azure Dragon Society, a master of the sea. Upon hearing this introduction, some present were taken aback. The ghostly figure among the trio, known for his swiftness, had just been marked by Wei Zhuang's blade, revealing the latter's own exceptional speed. "So, you are Wei Zhuang of the Azure Dragon Society. I expected nothing more than a mere novice to be sent to confront me," the ghostly figure said coldly. Fixing his gaze upon Wei Zhuang, "You shall perish." Just as his words fell into silence, the confrontation escalated. Upon the carriage, the figure known as Heibai Xinshan suddenly emitted a chilling voice. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he had already leapt down from the carriage with great ferocity. The two long swords strapped to his back were now firmly grasped in his hands, both blades slicing towards the specter before him. The specter was taken aback, having not anticipated that a mere utterance would provoke such a swift response from Heibai Xinshan. With a keen awareness of Xinshan's formidable reputation, having effortlessly slain two of the most powerful beings, he realized that confronting him directly was futile. Instead, he resolved to rely on his speed to evade the impending assault. Divine might, celestial veil. Heibai Xinshan bellowed, summoning a terrifying wave of dark energy that enveloped the surrounding space in an oppressive shroud. Under this veil, the specter felt his speed significantly hampered, his own divine energy suppressed. At that moment, Heibai Xinshan's dual blades materialized before him, descending with lethal intent. In a desperate attempt, the specter thrust forward with both palms, unleashing a surge of destructive energy. Yet, Heibai Xinshan elegantly maneuvered, altering the trajectory of his blades, and with a swift step, executed a horizontal slash. The glimmer of his swords danced through the air, and blood erupted as two grievous wounds pierced the specter's chest. A piercing scream erupted from him as he staggered backward, blood pouring from his body. "You," he gasped, glancing at the wounds on his chest, and then at Heibai Xinshan, as if to voice his indignation. "You dare insult the leader of the three ghosts? You shall die?" Heibai Xinshan's voice was frigid. Boom. At the moment his words fell, the spectral wounds erupted violently, the sword energy surging into his body. With a thud, the specter collapsed to the ground, lifting his head to cast a defiant gaze at Heibai Xinshan, filled with resentment. One of the three ghosts, the specter, had been vanquished in a single strike. Chapter 681. The Fall of the Three Ghosts, Wushang, the Third, Shadow. Brother. The other two ghosts, witnessing this, were struck with alarm. Among them, Gue Zhong propelled himself off the ground with immense force, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. He charged towards Xinshan, intent on avenging his fallen comrade. Having dispatched his foe, Heibai Xinshan sheathed his sword and turned back to the carriage. The atmosphere was tense. The horses pulling the carriage were mere ordinary steeds, vulnerable to the overwhelming aura and thus filled with dread. He needed to shield them from this oppressive energy to prevent their panic. "You." Upon seeing Xinshan turn away, Gue Zhong's expression twisted into a grimace. He unleashed a powerful punch, its force akin to a tumultuous tsunami, resonating with a thunderous roar that scattered the air around him with a frantic rush. Boom. Yet, his fist met with another, halted by Xuanshan's own. The clash of their energies produced a deafening sound, and Gue Zhong was thrust backward, taking 3 or 4 steps in retreat, his countenance shifting with astonishment. Intercepting him was the masked figure known as Half Moon, whose form did not waver, advancing with lightning speed. With a swift sweep of his right leg, a surge of energy erupted. The imposing figure of Ghost Heavy, having barely steadied himself, could only cross his arms defensively. Bang! The immense force collided with his arms, causing him to stagger back, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Having successfully landed a strike, Half Moon lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes, enveloping his opponent in a whirlwind of energy. A low growl escaped Ghost Heavy. A heavy pressure enveloped him, slightly slowing the descent of Half Moon's palms. Nevertheless, Half Moon's hand still found its mark, landing on Ghost Heavy's shoulder. Boom! A surge of energy emerged from Ghost Heavy's shoulder, attempting to counter the descending force of Half Moon's palm. However, the energy within Half Moon's hand was far more potent. Bang! The attacked left arm of Ghost Heavy exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. The overwhelming agony elicited a low growl from Ghost Heavy, who retaliated with a powerful right punch directed at Half Moon. With a deft turn of his body, Half Moon evaded the attack. "I will make you pay with your life." Ghost Heavy snarled, his body charging towards Half Moon, fueled by a torrent of energy surging within him, his aura escalating. Half Moon, too, summoned the indestructible energy of the Golden Buddha, matching the ferocity of his opponent. The two forces clashed, their fists colliding with a thunderous sound, creating shockwaves that rippled outward, shattering the air and causing the ground to tremble. Dust was propelled into the air by their immense power, obscuring the area where they fought, forming a swirling storm of debris. Their figures danced amidst this tempest. Bang! 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 Die, perish! Ghost Heavy roared, the pain in his wounded arm intensifying with each powerful impact. His right arm struck with ferocity and speed, yet Half Moon was swifter. After evading one blow, He reappeared behind Ghost Heavy, launching a sweeping kick that struck the latter's back. Bang! Despite the energy shielding him, Ghost Heavy was sent flying out of the dust storm. In that fleeting moment, Half Moon's claw-like hand reached for Ghost Heavy's head. Brother! Seeing this, Ghost Sword, one of the three ghosts, transformed into a blur, lunging to save Ghost Heavy. However, another figure, Wei Zhuang, stood in his way. As the leader of the 7 dragons of the Azure Dragon Society, he would not allow anyone to intervene. With a powerful push against the ground, he moved like a shadow, the serrated blade in his hand launching an instant attack. But as Wei Zhuang made his move, a terrifying aura emanated from the stronghold. Upon its emergence, dozens of black beams erupted forth, sweeping towards Wei Zhuang in a relentless torrent. The sheer volume quickly encompassed him. Wei Zhuang's brow furrowed slightly as his body erupted into motion, moving like an afterimage. He wielded his longsword, creating a dazzling array of sword light that intercepted the oncoming black beams. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the sword light colliding with the black beams echoed, and as the noise subsided, a figure emerged from within the stronghold. The figure that emerged bore a chilling gaze, wielding a long, pitch-black sword that seemed to absorb the dim light of the surroundings. This shadowy presence belonged to the third-ranked powerhouse of Wusong. As astonishment rippled through the crowd, the shadow darted forward, its dark blade striking towards Wei Zhuang with lightning speed. Wei Zhuang's eyes narrowed. He evaded the incoming strike and swiftly countered, his own sword intercepting the retaliatory blow. The clash of their blades resonated with a thunderous sound, the ensuing shockwave radiating outward like a monstrous whale unleashing its mighty waves. Gripping the shark-toothed sword, Wei Zhuang felt a terrifying force surge through his arm as the dark energy from the opposing sword attempted to ravage his meridians. He swiftly suppressed the influx of energy, retracting his blade and retreating several paces, his expression grave. This adversary was no ordinary foe. Meanwhile, the ghost sword rushed to aid Gue Zhong, its technique fierce and rapid. Aiming for the throat of Han Tianyu, the speed was blinding. He sought to pierce Han Tianyu's throat before the latter could strike. However, Han Tianyu anticipated nothing, accelerating his palm instead and evading the intended target, allowing the blade to strike his body. The sword's impact met with an invisible force emanating from him. In that instant, Han Tianyu's palm descended with blinding speed upon Gue Zhong's head, crushing it mercilessly. He then swiftly turned, aiming another strike at the ghost sword. Caught off guard, the ghost sword never expected his attack would falter against such impenetrable defense. Retreating hastily, he evaded Han Tianyu's palm and unleashed a second thrust, channeling all his energy into his sword, determined to break through the opponent's guard. Radiant sword light surged towards Han Tianyu, who, with a sudden burst of speed, evaded the strike and appeared behind his adversary, delivering a palm strike to his back. Blood spewed forth from the ghost sword as he twisted, his sword blade expanding in brilliance, aimed directly at Han Tianyu's head. This strike was infused with all his strength. As Han Tianyu activated his invincible golden body, he retaliated with a palm strike that collided with the luminous sword energy. Both combatants staggered backward, though the injured ghost sword coughed up blood once more in retreat. Han Tianyu charged forward, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes, shadows enveloping his opponent. Seizing the moment of weakness, he unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the ghost sword. The impact sent the latter hurtling backward, his sword falling from his grasp, blood gushing from his mouth. Stripped of any capacity to retaliate, he faced imminent demise. Half a day later, the figure of the moon transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before the adversary, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the opponent's skull. In a single strike, all three specters fell lifeless. The three formidable sea-condensing experts of Wushang met their demise. Chapter 682, Wushang, vanquishing the celestial, notable arrows. Thus, the three specters were vanquished. The losses for Wushang were immense, likely causing them to plummet from the ranks of the three major assassin organizations. Before the shadows could strike and before vanquishing the celestial made an appearance, the 7 dragon heads of the Qinglong Association manifested. It is rumored that the leader, Wei Zhuang, governs the Jiangnan region. Now that he has emerged, the full might of the Qinglong Association in Jiangnan must be present. Should vanquishing the celestial choose to strike and eliminate these individuals, would the influence of the Qinglong Association in Jiangnan not be obliterated? Some began to speculate. Sister, The combat strength here must be that of the Qinglong Association in Jiangnan, right? Although Wei Zhuang is a sea-condensing expert, he likely does not reach the pinnacle of that realm, stated Nangong Yiren solemnly. That is plausible, yet I have just noticed something curious. The individual acted upon the words of the specter regarding the young dragon head of the Qinglong Association, leading to a decisive strike against the opponent. Logically, since the specter was engaged with Wei Zhuang at that moment, this individual should not have intervened. Are you suggesting that this Su Chun, this young dragon head, holds a status superior to that of Wei Zhuang, the seven dragon head? Questioned Nangong Qiushui. Sister, I had not realized that until now, but you raise an excellent point. Su Chen's position as the young dragon head is indeed extraordinary. The structure of the Qinglong Association is said to comprise the 7 dragon heads and 12 hall masters. Is it not? The 7 dragon heads should be among the highest echelons. Perhaps not, for the 2 swordsmen appearing in the capital are both top-tier sea-condensing sword masters, exhibiting strength that surpasses that of Wei Zhuang. Among the notable dragon heads of the Qinglong Association, the mightiest is Li Chunzhou, whose fist strikes with unparalleled ferocity. While the presence of the others is not particularly imposing, responded Nangong Qiushui. Within the carriage, Su Chun maintained a rather indifferent expression. Opposite him, Zhuang Xuanji appeared somewhat anxious. Although she could not witness the battle outside, she sensed the powerful currents of energy swirling around, along with an overwhelming pressure. She could also hear the murmurs surrounding her. While others claimed that the combat strength of the Qinglong Association in Jiangnan had fully assembled, she was aware of the existence of another second dragon head. Before arriving, Su Chun had mentioned this individual, someone who instills fear in all. The third dragon head of the Qinglong Association, Li Chunzhou, displayed an extraordinarily domineering prowess. And the second dragon head undoubtedly holds even greater strength. Therefore, this individual's power must be formidable. The third shadow of Wushang has emerged. Do you think vanquishing the celestial will make an appearance? Perhaps when the shadow perishes. Su Chun murmured. It is certain that the leader, vanquishing the celestial, ranks first among Wushang, with the second being little known, while the third is this shadow, who has not been seen for many years. It is unexpected that he has come to Jinling alongside vanquishing the celestial. At this moment, within the stronghold, the formidable Van Tianmi clenched his palm tightly. The energy swirling within his grasp, forming a tempest of force intended to obliterate everything in its path. Let us investigate further. Soon we shall conclude our task. Their forces should have gathered entirely by now, yet the most formidable among them must be the charioteer. Beside Van Tianmi stood another figure, cloaked in black and masked. His voice raspy, rendering his true tone indecipherable. I did not expect your return. You have been absent from Wushang for many years, Van Tianmi remarked, as the energy in his palm dissipated. Regardless, Wushang was established by both of us, and I wish not to see its momentum suppressed by Qinglong Gui. The newcomer spoke gravely. Shortly, I shall confront the charioteer while you execute the leader of Qinglong Gui. This individual likely surpasses the 7 dragons Wei Zhuang in rank. The figure in black suggested. Agreed. Van Tianmi nodded in affirmation. Outside the stronghold, every gaze was fixed upon Wei Zhuang and the shadow. Your Qinglong Gui forces in Jiangnan have exceeded our expectations. Indeed. Not all fierce dragons refrain from crossing the river. The shadow remarked solemnly, observing Wei Zhuang. Your assault on the leader of Qinglong Gui guarantees the demise of Wushang. Wei Zhuang retorted coldly. You may hold the upper hand, but do you truly believe you possess the strength to annihilate Wushang with such meager power? The shadow's eyes glinted with cold ferocity. Lifting his obsidian sword, he charged toward Wei Zhuang, the speed of his strike unhurried. Yet the aura emanating from the blade was razor-sharp, causing spectators to feel as if their skin were being scraped. Although his strike was slow, Wei Zhuang's sword was anything but. In an explosive motion, he surged forward, his sword becoming a blur as it launched toward his adversary. The sword energy crashing forth like towering waves, fierce and unstoppable. Boom! With the sluggishness of the shadow's sword, he suddenly vanished before Wei Zhuang, evading direct confrontation. Swoosh! A streak of black light emerged beside Wei Zhuang with breathtaking speed. He countered with his sword. Clang! After the first clash, the dark blade instantly launched a second strike, its speed reaching an apex. A chill coursed through Wei Zhuang's heart. Without retreating, he deftly pivoted his sword, delivering a horizontal strike. The speed of his blade matched that of his opponent's. Bang! The two energies collided, creating a shockwave that rippled outward as their bodies drew near, swords continuously slashing. Light and energy radiating in all directions. For a moment, their figures became indistinguishable. This time, Wei Zhuang did not hold the advantage. Observers murmured their observations regarding the fierce battle unfolding before them. Just as one voice fell silent, for arrows suddenly materialized within the Wushang stronghold, propelled with immense force. Akin to meteors, racing towards Su Chen's carriage. Perched atop the carriage, Heibai Xuanzhan's eyes narrowed, his body soaring into the air as he deftly severed the 4 arrows mid-flight with his sword. In that moment, the dual swords in hand simultaneously unleashed 2 terrifying waves of sword energy towards the stronghold. With a resounding crash, the small building was instantly obliterated by the immense force. However, 2 figures emerged from the wreckage. One bore a black longbow and a quiver, his features obscured by a mask. The other, also masked, was instantly recognized by all present as the leader of Wushang, known as Van Tianmie. The archer, could he be the second in command of Wushang, named Jian? Nangong Yiren gazed at the bowman, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Jian, the second of Wushang, was a legend in his own right, equally formidable as the leader. Van Tianmie. As they stepped forth, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Heibai Xinjian descended, his gaze not fixated on Van Tianmie, but rather on the bowman, Jian. A menacing aura radiated from him. For anyone who dared to strike at Su Chun was destined for death in his eyes. Chapter 683, The Blade of Winds and Clouds. A strike to the throat should you wish to engage me, then come forth. Your divine presence is formidable, and I am eager to test whether my arrows can pierce your soul. The bowman, Jian, addressed Heibai Xinjian coldly. As his voice resonated, a sharp energy emanated from him. He readied his longbow, knocking 3 arrows in swift succession, a dreadful force flowing through them, enveloping Heibai Xinjian. With dual swords in hand, Heibai Xuanjian's fierce gaze betrayed a palpable intensity. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the scene. At this juncture, Van Tianmie advanced towards Su Chen's carriage. Let us also step forth to confront the leader of Wushang, he declared. With that, he drew back the curtain and descended from the carriage. As Su Chen emerged, Van Tianmie's eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. He had anticipated that Su Xiaolong would arrive accompanied by the 3rd most beautiful woman in the realm, Zhuang Xuanji. Such audacity was indeed remarkable. Onlookers marveled at Su Chen's approach, accompanied by beauty, as if disregarding Wushang entirely. It suggested a lack of respect for their adversaries, evidenced by the very incident of Qinglong blocking the entrance. Sister, Zhuang Xuanji is certainly quicker than you, Nangong Yiren remarked to Nangong Qiushui. The latter maintained her composure. Su Chan is exceedingly self-assured. I wonder what fuels his confidence. Nangong Qiushui pondered aloud. Is it not evident? Qinglong must have other experts in attendance, Nangong Yiren replied, her gaze momentarily faltering. Others were indeed approaching, likely of considerable strength. Su Chan's appearance before their arrival suggested that his status in Qinglong must precede that of Zhuang. The 7th dragon head. Sister, could there be other dragon heads from Qinglong and Jinling? Nangong Yiren speculated. 4th dragon head Fu Hongxue is in Jiangnan. Could it be him? It should not be the case. Although the strength of the 4th dragon head, Fu Hongxue, is formidable, it is likely comparable to that of the driver, Nangong Qiushui remarked. Currently, only 2 dragon heads of the Qinglong Association have yet to make an appearance, the Great Dragon Head and the 2nd Dragon Head. Sister, who do you think will reveal themselves this time? An expression of excitement spread across Nangong Yiren's face. As an assassin herself, she held a keen interest in the enigmatic and powerful figures within the Qinglong Association. Are you Su Chen? Fan Tiandi inquired, gazing at Su Chen. Indeed. I am Su Chen, the lesser dragon head of the Qinglong Association. Leader Fan, having declared war, I must respond on behalf of the Qinglong Association. Su Chen replied with a calm demeanor. The Wuxiang accepted Su Chen's mission, thus declaring war on the Qinglong Association. It was unexpected for a lesser dragon head to possess such audacity, yet do you truly believe these individuals can safeguard you in my presence? Fan Tiandi's eyes glinted coldly as a terrifying aura emanated from him, compressing the surrounding space into a vacuum. Boom. Without hesitation, the overwhelming force surged towards Su Chen. Ban Tianyue appeared before Su Chen, his aura forming a protective barrier. However, Under the pressure of Fan Tiandi's might, Ban Tianyue's shield was swiftly shattered. Flame of the burning sky. Boom. Fan Tiandi propelled himself forward, striking at Ban Tianyue. Ban Tianyue, pushing off the ground, propelled himself in return, their palms colliding. Bang! In that instant of impact, Ban Tianyue was sent reeling backward, his feet creating deep impressions in the earth as he struggled to maintain his balance. Your protective aura is commendable, yet you are no match for me. Watch as I shatter your defenses, Fan Tiandi coldly declared, advancing toward Ban Tianyue. Ban Tianyue, undeterred, continued to attack, and they engaged in a flurry of exchanges. Once again, Ban Tianyue was forced back, his arms hanging limply as the force from Fan Tiandi's palm numbed him. It was clear that Ban Tianyue was no match for Fan Tiandi. I shall send you on your way. A sinister gleam flickered in Fan Tiandi's eyes. Yet, just as his words fell, his expression shifted, his gaze directed towards Su Chun. At that moment, a figure descended beside Su Chun, a middle-aged man clad in white. He was somewhat tall, with a weary countenance, yet bright eyes exuding an irresistible charm. Is this? Zhuang Xuanji gazed at the newly arrived figure, her eyes seeking confirmation from Su Chun about whether this man was the second dragon head. Su Chun smiled in response. Zhuang Xuanji observed the man beside her. Although his face bore signs of fatigue, an unmistakable elegance radiated from him. Despite his middle-aged appearance, he possessed a captivating allure. This is the person you mentioned, someone whom no one dares to fear. This is entirely different. Such a person is undeniably attractive. Zhuang Xuanji thought to herself. Sister, who is this person? Nangong Yiren gazed at Nangong Qiushui and said, Look. Nangong Qiushui responded, aside from these individuals, others in the black market are also speculating about the identity of the man in white. Who are you? Fan Taimi asked, his eyes fixated on the enigmatic figure. I am Li Xuanhuan, the second dragon head of the Qinglong Association. His voice rang clear, resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. The crowd in the black market stirred, astonished to learn that this man was indeed Li Xuanhuan, the second dragon head of the Qinglong Association. Xiaolong too. Did you not say? Zhuang Xuanji, standing beside Su Chun, whispered after hearing Li Xuanhuan confirm his identity. He was indeed a figure to be feared, not for himself, but for the blade he wielded. Su Chun remarked, His blade? I see no weapon upon him. Zhuang Xuanji replied, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion, as she could discern no knife on Li Xuanhuan's person. Li Xuanhuan, should you fall, how could the Qinglong Association retain any dignity in the Jiangnan region? Fan Taimi's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. With a swift motion, his aura surged, manifesting as a palpable wave of energy. Is that so? Li Xuanhuan merely replied softly. As he spoke, a translucent dagger appeared in his hand, its edge glimmering with a sharp brilliance. A small dagger? To think the second dragon head of the Qinglong Association employs such a weapon is truly disappointing. Fan Taimi sneered. Yet, as his derisive laughter echoed, Li Xuanhuan's aura transformed, ascending to an overwhelming intensity. Not only did his presence shift, but the very atmosphere around them began to change. In the dim, dark space, the lanterns swayed, their flames flickering as if on the verge of extinguishment. An ominous aura of death permeated the air, enveloping their hearts with an oppressive dread. Whoosh! Li Xuanhuan unleashed his flying knife. In an instant, it seemed as though the onlookers had missed its launch entirely, the knife vanishing from sight. However, Fan Taimi's expression shifted dramatically. He unleashed his vital energy, attempting to intercept the flying knife with a powerful punch. The knife, like a streak of light, evaded his strike, piercing through his fist and defenses. Sizzle! A glimmer of cold light flashed, and a flying knife lodged itself in Fan Taimi's throat. Your strength! Fan Taimi gasped. The knife embedded within him, though he did not succumb immediately. His fist had nearly connected with the flying knife, yet it had deftly avoided his attack in a moment of blinding speed, penetrating his throat. The ability to breach his protective energy indicated that the essence and power of this flying knife were indeed extraordinary. When had such a formidable master emerged in the martial world? Fan Taimi wished to voice this query, but before he could, his body collapsed to the ground. As the figure wielding a longbow confronted the black and white Xianjian, his expression shifted dramatically. The arrow knocked upon the bowstring was instantaneously redirected, hurtling towards Su Chun. In that very moment, 4 arrows flew from the quiver behind him, alighting upon the bow. In an instant, these 4 arrows were released. diverging into two paths, two aimed at Xianjian, while the other two soared towards Li Xuanhuan. The motions were executed with such swiftness that they were nearly imperceptible. Following the release of the arrows, the cloaked figure pivoted and retreated towards the shattered stronghold behind him. With a flick of his wrist, Li Xuanhuan unleashed 4 beams of light, shattering the arrows that had been launched towards Su Chun. The arrows aimed at him were deftly ensconced within the folds of his sleeve. With a swift motion of his arm, he redirected the 2 arrows back towards the archer. The archer, sensing the incoming projectiles, twisted his body and released 2 arrows of his own without halting his advance. The sound of their collision echoed in the air, a sharp crack reverberating through the scene. In that moment, Xianjian wielded his twin blades, slicing through the arrows and propelling himself forward, determined not to allow the opponent to escape. This, Wushang, renowned archer, possesses formidable skill, Su Chen remarked, admiring the figure's retreating silhouette. At that juncture, Yuan Suiyin, Lu Sheng Temeshiguri, Han Tianyu, and Xiao Siwu gathered beside Su Chun, bowing respectfully towards Li Xuanhuan. We pay our respects to the dragon's head. Li Xuanhuan acknowledged with a slight nod. Being targeted poses a significant threat. The martial artists of this world are not to be underestimated. He remarked as he approached Su Chun. I merely make an appearance. The real action rests upon your shoulders. I am but a tool, Su Chun replied softly. Their dialogue was light-hearted, and the demeanor and tone suggested an equality in their standing. Zhuang Xuanji observed this exchange with a look of confusion. Boom. At that moment, a resounding explosion erupted from the Wushang stronghold, followed by 2 figures bursting forth. One was Xianjian, brandishing his twin swords, while the other attempted to flee, the renowned archer. The 2 exuded a palpable energy as they faced each other. Leave a path for retreat. There is no need for relentless pursuit. Following today, Wushang shall disband. Allow me to leave, the archer implored, a weight of seriousness in his gaze. Having just attempted an escape, he realized he had been thwarted and thus proposed the dissolution of Wushang, in hopes that the Qinglong Association would grant him passage. Defeat me, kill me, and you may leave. Otherwise, you shall offer your soul to my sword, and that shall be the price for your attack on the dragon's head. Xuanjian's eyes glinted with an icy resolve. Is your loyalty solely to the dragon's head of the Qinglong Association? The archer inquired hoarsely. My life belongs to the dragon's head. Anyone who dares to strike against him shall meet their demise. Xuanjian's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers in the black market exchanged glances, their perceptions of Su Chen shifting. They had only regarded him as the dragon's head of the Qinglong Association, but now they understood the necessity of treating him with utmost seriousness. A top-tier expert in the ocean, fiercely loyal, must never be underestimated. Sister, this Su Chun holds an extraordinary position as the young dragon, Nangong Iren remarked. We shall discuss this further upon our return to report to father. Nangong Qiushui responded gravely. At that moment, atop a distant high-rise, a man clad in a black brocade robe observed the Wushang stronghold, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Qinglong Association has made quite a formidable display. Will you not intervene? You share a connection with Ming Jian. A man in a purple robe approached him from behind and spoke. Since he has chosen to act, he must be prepared for the consequences. Furthermore, I lack the absolute confidence to evade the blade of Qinglong Association as second dragon, Li Xuanhuan. That strike, infused with divine might and absolute intent, is truly swift. The man in black replied solemnly. If evasion is impossible, does that mean his strike is not susceptible to being countered? The purple-robed man inquired, his tone serious. With a more profound energy and a sturdier physique, after all, that flying knife is merely an ordinary one. As long as one's physical strength is superior, even with formidable intent, it is unlikely to pierce the throat. Fan Tian's arrogance is misplaced. If he were to fully block, he should be able to withstand a blow. Regrettably, his underestimation of the opponent led to him not evading even a single strike. The man in black sighed. It appears you have no intention of intervening. As the controller of the black market this time, allowing the Qinglong Association to run rampant may have repercussions. What repercussions? This is the black market. The other party possesses the strength to defy the rules, and in this realm, power is paramount. They embody the rules themselves. Are you urging me to take action? Do you wish for me to test the opponent? The man in black regarded the purple-robed figure. Certainly, his flying knife is swifter. However, should I close the distance? My blade will undoubtedly surpass his. The the purple-robed man asserted, his gaze shifting towards the stronghold. What are your thoughts on the outcome between Ming Jian and the opponent? The purple-robed man redirected the conversation. The opponent's divine might is exceptional. It will be challenging for Ming Jian to achieve victory. Yet, Ming Jian possesses formidable archery skills and exceptional martial arts. This individual may not necessarily overcome him. The black-clad man stated gravely, I hold faith in that individual. His aura of killing intent is remarkably pure, a harbinger of many lives taken. However, it is puzzling why such a person has yet to emerge in the assassin's realm. The purple-robed man spoke solemnly. Are the others' killing intents not pure? The man in black queried. Only he and the seventh dragon, Wei Zhuang, exude the essence of true assassins, their eyes devoid of mercy, suffused with lethal intent. The others do not. Especially that second dragon, Li Xuanhuan. He gives me an indescribable impression, an aura of integrity that transcends the mundane world. The purple-robed man asserted. The Qinglong Society is indeed extraordinary. I have heard of the third dragon, whose fist power is overwhelming, imbued with an endless aura of dominance, a figure of heroic stature. Fu Hongxue has appeared in Jiangnan. According to the records, he is a solitary figure, evoking a sense of being a wanderer in the world. As for the five-dragon head and the six-dragon head, their aura is distinctly different. I am quite curious about the grand figure of the Qinglong Society. What manner of person could they be? The man in black spoke. Chapter 685. No sorrow comes to a close, ascending with the Qinglong indeed, as you have said. It is this Wei Zhuang who commands the assassins of Jinling City. Perhaps he is right here. The man in the purple robe cast his gaze towards Wei Zhuang. At that moment, as his eyes fell upon Wei Zhuang, the latter seemed to sense it, his gaze turning in this direction. Perceiving several potent auras nearby, Wei Zhuang's expression sharpened, ultimately settling on Heibai Xianjian and Ming Jian. At this moment, the two were enveloped in a ferocious energy. Ming Jian, upon hearing Xuanjian's words, understood that he must fight with all his might today. There was no escaping this place otherwise. He readied his bow once more, another arrow emerging from the quiver. After this arrow, only 3 remained within. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth towards Heibai Xianjian with astonishing speed and tremendous force, reaching Xianjian in the blink of an eye. Xianjian drew his 2 long swords. Clang! The swords clashed against the arrow, the impact forcing him to take a step back. Boom! In that fleeting moment, Ming Jian surged forward, his right hand lifting the longbow into the air. As it ascended, his palm pressed against the bowstring, drawing it back, sending forth an invisible wave of energy towards Heibai Xianjian. Divine might. Rain of arrows. After that airborne strike, his palms swept downwards, instantly drawing the arrows that had previously fallen to the ground back into his grasp, knocking them onto the longbow. Swish, swish. In an instant, arrows fell from the sky like a torrential downpour, launching towards Heibai Xianjian. He himself landed atop a nearby tall building. Heibai Xianjian managed to deflect the incoming arrows, but just as he was about to react, an invisible sword energy surged towards him. Accompanied by the force of the energy, the arrows, imbued with divine might, rushed forth like a tempest. Under the influence of this divine force, the arrows exhibited unfathomable power. Divine might, celestial canopy. A dark energy erupted from Heibai Xianjian, forming a terrifying shroud of blackness, transforming his form into a streak of black light as he charged into the rain of arrows. With his dual blades firmly gripped, he spun, deflecting the arrows that dared to touch him, flames erupting in the wake of their collision. The sword energy sliced through the deluge of arrows, heading towards the tall building where Ming Jian stood. The expression of Ming Jian shifted dramatically. As he turned, he retreated deeper into the black market. Yet, at this moment, the swirling currents of energy subtly impeded his speed, and Heibai Xianjian landed before him, dual swords slashing down with incredible swiftness. A formidable energy surged around him as he propelled himself off a building towards Heibai Xianjian. The interference upon his speed rendered escape increasingly difficult. His right hand grasped the bow to block the long sword wielded by his opponent. However, 2 surges of energy coursed from the bow into his body. His hand faltered slightly, causing the longbow to fall. He swiftly lifted it with the tip of his foot, stepping back as the bow landed upon him. Mizong Divine Fist. A powerful punch erupted with tremendous force, compressing the air into a tempestuous wave that surged towards Xianjian. The movement was executed with astonishing speed. As it neared Xianjian, Numerous phantoms of the fist materialized, enveloping him. Unperturbed by this astounding strike, Xianjian maintained his composure. Wielding his twin swords with a casual grace that belied their effectiveness, successfully blocking several of the incoming phantoms. "It's my turn," Xianjian uttered with a cold snort. In a swift motion, he pivoted and delivered a horizontal slash, his attack fierce and rapid, surpassing the speed of his opponent's punch. With a swift hiss, a crimson line appeared across Ming Jian's chest as the sword energy erupted forth. Ming Jian's expression shifted, retreating hastily, drawing his longbow and aiming its string towards Xianjian's sword. Clang! The bowstring met the long sword with a piercing sound, revealing the exceptional quality of the bowstring. With a deft twist of his wrist, Ming Jian attempted to ensnare Xianjian's twin swords with the bowstring. However, Xianjian's sword descended swiftly, his hands grasping the hilt just beneath the bowstring, and in an instant, his long sword thrust forward with blinding speed. Hiss! Hiss! The long sword pierced through his opponent's chest, embedding itself within his body before being swiftly retracted. With a reverse slash, Xianjian decapitated Ming Jian. A surge of dark energy, imperceptible to the naked eye, flowed into Xianjian's long sword. Thud! The lifeless head tumbled from the heights of the building. Xianjian descended from the rooftop, approaching Ming Jian's remains to retrieve his longbow. This bow was extraordinary. Even his long sword had failed to sever its string. A single misstep had resulted in his opponent's demise. This individual possessed formidable strength. From atop the building, a figure clad in purple remarked, "I did not foresee the demise of Wuxiang in such a manner. With no leader, the remaining hall masters will likely hastily align themselves with the other two factions. I shall pay a visit to the second leader of the Qinglong Society." With that, the figure in black leaped, appearing before the stronghold. The current power holder of the black market had made his presence known. Upon witnessing the appearance of the man in black, the gathered crowd within the black market expressed their astonishment. They had not anticipated the authority of the black market to reveal himself at such a moment. "I am Bei Xianming, the current overseer of the black market. On behalf of the black market, I welcome the Qinglong Society to join us from this day forth. The stronghold of Wuxiang shall belong to the Qinglong Society," Bei Xianming declared. "Thank you, Lord Bei Xianming." Li Xuanhuan expressed his gratitude. Given the respectful gesture, they felt no need to adopt an overbearing demeanor. "I have some connections with Ming Jian. I wish to take his remains. Might I request the second leader's leniency?" Bei Xianming responded, "Certainly. The individual has already been slain, and as they only wish to retrieve the body, respect for a strong opponent is warranted. Thank you." Bei Xianming approached Ming Jian, uniting his head and body before swiftly departing with the remains. With this battle concluded, the Qinglong Society emerged victorious, and their triumph was undeniably potent. It was likely that the Qinglong Society would ascend above the other two assassin factions, establishing itself as the preeminent force within the Jiangnan region. "Our organization is in peril. We face an adversary of such strength," Nangong Qiushui lamented. Nangong Yiren spoke in a low voice, expressing that the strength displayed by the Qinglong Society was overwhelmingly formidable. "Your leader is exceptionally astute. He will not engage in conflict with the Qinglong Society for the time being. However, you must find a way to withdraw from the dream of remnants," Nangong Qiushui remarked. "I cannot extricate myself now, sister. My master is the leader of the dream of remnants," Nangong Yiren communicated telepathically. At these words, Nangong Qiushui was momentarily taken aback. "Does father know of this?" "He is still unaware," Nangong Yiren replied. "We shall discuss this matter upon our return. My presence at the Bliss Palace is still entangled with the Qinglong Society. I hope they will not revisit old grievances. Let us depart. The matter is concluded, and there is no need for us to linger here." Upon finishing her words, Nangong Qiushui turned and left. Many individuals in the black market began to disperse. The spectacle had reached its conclusion. However, after today, it was likely that no one would dare to underestimate the Qinglong Society. For it was known that their second dragon leader, Li Xuanhuan, had effortlessly slain the leader of Wuxiang, Fanshimi, with a single throw of his flying knife. Fanshimi met his end before he could even make a mark, dying far too swiftly, which left many feeling that his reputation was somewhat exaggerated. Chapter 686, Zhuang Mingsheng. Where is the courage to threaten? Within the Zhuang family estate, in the study, Zhuang Mingfan's expression was somewhat grim. Early that morning, He had learned that the 3 stewards he had previously bribed were left behind by Zhuang Xuanji after refusing to consent to her plan. Now, they had been missing for an entire night, and he was eager to ascertain their current status. He had invested considerable resources to secure their loyalty, as they were crucial to his control over the Zhuang family's financial affairs. Have you discovered where the young lady has gone? Have you found out where she has confined the 3 stewards? Zhuang Mingfan inquired, gazing intently at the steward before him. Master, communications from the financial institution are sealed. The specific circumstances of the 3 stewards remain unknown. However, I do know that the young lady has gone to meet Su Chun of the Qinglong Society, the steward replied. Bowing respectfully, she want to meet Su Chun? Is she truly willing to hand over the financial institution to the Qinglong Society? I am not yet deceased. Zhuang Mingfan's face contorted with anger as he spoke coldly. You must bring her back to me. I need to inquire about the situation of those 3 in person. Zhuang Mingfan declared with a serious tone. The steward nodded and prepared to exit the room to seek out Zhuang Xuanji. At that moment, a subordinate entered from outside. Master, urgent news from the black market. The newcomer handed a confidential report to Zhuang Mingfan. Upon receiving the report, Zhuang Mingfan examined it, but his expression swiftly changed, becoming quite grim. The second dragon leader of the Qinglong Society has appeared in the black market, slaying the leader of Wushang, Fanshanmi, with a single flying knife. Wushang is finished, Zhuang Mingfan exclaimed in shock, his eyes betraying a sense of horror. At his words, the steward beside him was taken aback. Take a look, Zhuang Mingfan said, passing the report to the steward. The steward hastily perused it, and his complexion also shifted dramatically. You may leave for now, Zhuang Mingfan gestured, dismissing the subordinate. After the attendant departed, the steward spoke in a low voice. I never anticipated that the Qinglong Society would be so formidable. Master, the young lady has aligned herself with the Qinglong Society and even shared a carriage with their leader, Su Chun, to the black market. Their relationship is certainly not trivial. We can no longer keep the young lady with us. Should our actions be discovered, we may not survive. As the steward spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Zhuang Mingsheng's rise to power, replacing Zhuang Mingfan, would have been impossible without assistance. The only one capable of aiding him was this steward, who had served Zhuang Mingfan for over 2 decades. At this juncture, Zhuang Xuanji must not perish. If she were to die, Su Chen would undoubtedly suspect and investigate. If he were to uncover our involvement, we would likely meet our demise. Thus, we must tread carefully. However, I cannot remain passive. I need to meet with Su Chun to gauge his intentions. Arrange for Su Chun to visit the Zhuang residence. I wish to confront him openly. With leverage in hand, he will be wary of us. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuang Mingsheng declared. The subordinate immediately departed to convey the message. The steward nodded and then exited the Zhuang residence. Su Chen did not linger within the black market. Wei Zhuang had already infiltrated the black market stronghold. He returned to his place of residence. There were 4 individuals going, and 4 upon returning. When Su Chen's carriage halted before the courtyard, he noticed the steward waiting at the entrance. The steward, upon seeing Su Chen's carriage, displayed a look of delight and approached the vehicle. As Su Chun and Zhuang Xuanji disembarked, they were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the steward of the Zhuang family. Steward Yan, what brings you here? Zhuang Xuanji inquired, her expression tinged with confusion. Miss, the master wishes to invite young Master Su for a discussion at the estate. Steward Yin replied. An invitation for young Master Su? Did my father not just meet with him? Zhuang Xuanji remarked. Miss, the recent delays in the gold note exchanges have been considerable. The master hopes to converse with young Master Su to expedite the process, which would also be beneficial for you, Steward Yin hastily explained. Is that so? Steward Yin, please return ahead. I will accompany young Master Su to the estate shortly, as I also need to discuss matters concerning the money house with my father, Zhuang Xuanji stated. Very well. I shall inform the master and await young Master Su's arrival, Steward Yin responded, glancing at Su Chun. Su Chun nodded in acknowledgement. After Steward Yin bowed and departed, Zhuang Xuanji's expression darkened. My father has treated him well, yet he has betrayed him. A sense of melancholy enveloped her, intertwined with a hint of murderous intent. Steward Yin had been by her father's side for many years. The betrayal was unfathomable. Her father's demise was undoubtedly linked to this steward. What do you suppose Zhuang Mingsheng wishes to discuss with me at this time? Su Chen pondered, perplexed by the reason for Zhuang Mingsheng's invitation. The matter of the gold note exchanges had seen no cooperation from Zhuang Mingsheng. so it likely was not the reason. Perhaps he has learned of the happenings within the black market and now seeks to probe our foundations. Zhuang Xuanji replied, her voice laced with seriousness. Let me see how he probes my depths, Su Chen remarked with a cold smile gracing his face. Zhuang Mingxing had previously concealed himself quite adeptly in Su Chen's presence. Had it not been for Zhuang Xuanji's mention of the slow exchange of golden tickets, he would not have initiated an investigation, nor would he have uncovered Zhuang Mingxing's true identity. I shall return to the bank for a while. I will come to fetch you in the evening, and we shall proceed to the Zhuang family together. Zhuang Xuanji contemplated her need to return to the bank to make arrangements, having been away for an extended period, and Su Chen nodded in agreement. The two parted ways. As evening approached, Zhuang Xuanji arrived, accompanying Su Chen as they boarded a carriage to the Zhuang estate. Everything is well at the bank, is it not? She inquired. No issues. He merely sent someone to investigate, but I have already made prior arrangements. He is only aware that the personnel are under my confinement, Zhuang Xuanji replied. Is that so? I am quite intrigued to see what he intends to do. Su Chen murmured. His interest lay not in Zhuang Mingxing himself, but rather in the graveyard of the dead that loomed behind him. After some time, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Zhuang estate. The steward had been waiting at the gates for Su Chen and his companion. As Su Chen disembarked, the steward hurried forward. Young Master Su, the master has been awaiting your arrival. He spoke without acknowledging Zhuang Xuanji, for once Zhuang Mingxing confronted Su Chen today, he would no longer need to regard Zhuang Xuanji. For the sake of the golden tickets, and to avoid the attention of the Nangong family and Jile Palace. Knowing that Madame Jile and the Nangong family perished at the hands of the Qinglong Society, Su Chen was bound to collaborate with Zhuang Mingxing. Once an alliance was formed, Zhuang Xuanji was destined to become a pawn. Upon entering the estate, the steward addressed Zhuang Xuanji. Miss, please proceed to the banquet hall. I shall take young Master Su to the study. The master wishes to discuss matters with him privately before dinner. Zhuang Xuanji nodded in agreement, her expression remaining unchanged. And they parted ways. The steward led Su Chen, along with the ever-present Yuan, towards Zhuang Mingxing's study. Moments later, they arrived at the threshold of the study. Young Master Su, the master awaits you inside. You may enter directly. I will go arrange the evening feast, the steward announced before departing. Within the study, upon seeing Su Chen, Zhuang Mingxing's face lit up with a smile. Congratulations, young Master Su. For the Qinglong Society has eradicated Wushang, establishing itself as one of the new 3 major assassin organizations in Jiangnan. Zhuang Mingxing proclaimed. The Wushang provoked me, thus issuing a challenge. The Qinglong Society possesses slightly greater strength. Hence our victory is not worthy of congratulations. I wonder, Zhuang boss, what business do you wish to discuss with me alone? Su Chen inquired. Curiosity piqued regarding Zhuang Mingxing's intentions. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhuang Mingxing's expression darkened, growing grave. The purpose of this private meeting with you, young Master Su, is to inform you of a matter of significance. I am not Zhuang Mingfan, but his younger brother, Zhuang Mingsheng. My aim is to seize control of the Zhuang family bank, and I sincerely hope that you will not interfere in the affairs of the Zhuang family bank. The exchange of the golden ticket is inextricably linked to the extraction of profits at 3 levels. In this manner, the demise of Lady Bliss and Nangong Shang shall remain forever concealed. Zhuang Mingxing spoke, and upon hearing his words, Su Chen's countenance darkened. He could not fathom from whence Zhuang Mingsheng derived the audacity to threaten him. Chapter 687. If one must act, let it be all-encompassing. Observing the shift in Su Chen's expression, Zhuang Mingxing remained remarkably composed. Su Xiaolong, the Nangong family, is a venerable lineage in Jiangnan, with a formidable foundation. The Bliss Palace is also backed by powerful allies. The strength of these 2 factions will undoubtedly influence your Qinglong Society's strategies in Jiangnan. The benefits derived from this arrangement are certainly worthwhile, Zhuang Mingxing stated, gazing intently at Su Chen. And what of Zhuang Xuanji? Is she not the true master of the Zhuang family's financial institution? Su Chen, regaining his composure, inquired. If Su Xiaolong desires, Zhuang Xuanji may very well become your concubine. Should your interest wane, her demise could be arranged as well. I would be pleased to assist, Zhuang Mingxing retorted. He was confident that the renowned beauty, often hailed as the 3rd most beautiful woman in the world, would not meet her end so swiftly at Su Chen's hands. Your ruthlessness is indeed noteworthy, uncle, Su Chen remarked, scrutinizing Zhuang Mingxing. Such is the nature of the martial world. I displayed mercy when I chose not to eliminate my own brother, Zhuang Mingxing replied. Mercy? Perhaps, but I sense an alternative approach that may suit me better, Su Chen asserted. Upon hearing this, a look of intrigue crossed Zhuang Mingxing's face. Might I inquire what method you propose, Su Xiaolong? He asked, concealing his skepticism. Regardless of Su Chen's suggestion, he believed it would not alter his course. He held the upper hand, and Su Chen would have to acquiesce to his direction. Nevertheless, he was curious to hear Su Chen's perspective. Advancing towards Zhuang Mingxing, Su Chen's visage suddenly contorted into a menacing grimace. With swift precision, he seized Zhuang Mingxing's throat, declaring, "It is you who shall perish. Zhuang Xuanji belongs to me, and the Zhuang family's treasury is likewise mine." The formidable strength coursing through his grasp lifted Zhuang Mingxing off the ground, pulling him close before violently slamming him against the floor. Bang! The back of Zhuang Mingxing's head collided with the ground, and blood began to flow from the wound. Contorting his features in agony, he attempted to vocalize his distress, but Su Chen's grip rendered him mute. Threaten me? I, Su Chen, have never yielded to threats. I am bemused by your audacity to coerce me for a share of profits. Such behavior is akin to a dung beetle seeking dung, Su Chen remarked coldly, loosening his grip slightly. You cannot kill me. I am. Zhuang Mingxing stammered, as Su Chen's hold relaxed just enough for him to speak. Are you referring to the grave of the dead? Do you intend to wield the grave of the dead as a means to threaten me? As Su Chen spoke, he interjected. How do you know about the grave of the dead? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhuang Mingxing's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Su Chen was aware of the grave of the dead. How would I know? Do you think I would exchange the gold note at your Zhuang family bank without knowing anything about you, the so-called Zhuang boss? Merely because I am somewhat familiar with Zhuang Xuanji, would I entrust such a substantial gold note to your family's bank? However, Zhuang boss, you are not the true Zhuang boss, and I genuinely have not uncovered this matter, Su Chen coldly remarked. As Su Chen spoke, Zhuang Mingxing's countenance turned ashen. The final statement made by Su Chen, however, was of no consequence. If he were Zhuang Mingfan, perhaps Su Chen would spare him for Zhuang Xuanji's sake, but alas, that was not the case. Su Xiaolong, if you release me, I can divulge some information regarding the grave of the dead. Suddenly, Zhuang Mingxing's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope. With the Zhuang family bank rendered useless, perhaps information about the grave of the dead could bargain for his life. Information about the grave of the dead appears to be of no value to me. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, yet inwardly, he acknowledged that Zhuang Mingxing was quite shrewd. By engaging in such trivial conversation and steering the topic towards the grave of the dead, he was attempting to extract some crucial information. Observing Su Chen's frown, Zhuang Mingxing hurriedly continued, Su Xiaolong, I was sent by the grave of the dead to oversee the Zhuang family bank. They intend to emerge after the full moon on the 15th. They require substantial funding. However, based on my clandestine investigations, this is merely a facade. The true source of funding is the Liao family of Jiangnan. The Liao family, the maternal clan of the 7th prince? Su Chen was taken aback to discover that this matter was intertwined with the Liao family. The Liao family was also among his potential adversaries, given that his associates had slain the 7th prince's betrothed. And now Cui Wuhu and the Wuditangzi were still causing trouble on their territory. This information is of no use to me. It cannot purchase your life. As Su Chen spoke, he loosened his grip, yet his hand remained poised, sealing Zhuang Mingxing's mute pressure point. He then struck swiftly, severing Zhuang Mingxing's forelimbs. The agony rendered Zhuang Mingxing writhing on the ground, desperate to scream but unable to make a sound. It was evident that the extent of Zhuang Mingxing's knowledge was limited and no longer of utility. The individual in the secret chamber might possess more insight, as might the steward Yan. Su Chen exited the study and addressed Yuan Suiyun, who stood at the door. Please summon Miss Zhuang and steward Yan to join us. On their way here, inform her of the situation so she can prepare. After all, I cannot brazenly present Zhuang Mingxing, whose limbs have been severed, at the banquet hall. Thus, I must request Yuan Suiyun to fetch both Zhuang Xuanji and steward Yan. In the banquet hall, Zhuang Xuanji glanced at the time, her expression fraught with anxiety. Steward Yan, should we not proceed to the study? In response, steward Yan, who stood nearby, spoke up, Miss. I believe the master and the others will conclude their discussions shortly. Yuan Suiyun arrived at the banquet hall. Miss Zhuang, housekeeper Nian, Master Zhuang requests your presence. While speaking, Yuan Suiyun communicated the events that transpired in the study to Zhuang Xuanji. Though her expression remained unchanged, her heart raced with astonishment. She had not anticipated Zhuang Mingsheng would dare threaten Su Chun. Meanwhile, housekeeper Nian's face lit up with delight. The fact that Yuan Suiyun had come to summon them indicated that Zhuang Mingsheng had reached an agreement with Su Chun. "Miss, let us depart," housekeeper Nian suggested, internally contemplating that after today, Zhuang Xuanji might cease to exist. The three hastened to the study, where silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhuang Mingfan sought to conceal the content of his discussion with Su Chun, thus dismissing all attendants and guards nearby. Housekeeper Nian pushed open the study door and entered, only to be taken aback by the scene within. He turned to flee, but thud! Yuan Suiyun struck him on the back. The impact sent housekeeper Nian reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the floor, his vision fading to darkness. Yuan Suiyun spared his life, recognizing he still held some utility. "Seek Xinjian, and bring that elder from the grave of the dead, in the secret chamber to me," Su Chun commanded Yuan Suiyun. "If we are to act, let us do so decisively and see if we can glean any useful information." In a secret chamber, a cloaked elder sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, a surge of blood energy flowing through him. Dark red lines glimmered across his face, forming eerie blood-colored runes that intertwined with his blood energy in a constant cycle. Knock! Knock! A sound echoed from outside the chamber. The elder's eyes shot open, revealing a terrifying blood light within, intensified by the crimson lines on his face, creating an overwhelming sense of impact. Zhuang Mingsheng was aware that this was my time of cultivation. Humph! Had it not been for an urgent matter, I would have made him suffer a bit. The cloaked elder snorted coldly. "Enter," he commanded in a low voice, his tone penetrating the stone walls of the chamber. Outside, Heibai Xuanjian's gaze flickered slightly. He knocked on the stone door primarily to ascertain the elder's presence. Creak! The door swung open, and Heibai Xuanjian, bearing dual swords, stepped into the secret chamber, closing the stone door behind him. The elder, still seated, fixed his gaze upon the newcomer, his expression hardening. "Who are you? Are you from the Zhuang family?" he inquired, his voice low and imbued with a hint of chill. "I come at the behest of the Master Zhuang, requesting your presence in the study," Heibai Xuanjian replied. Su Chun desired a living individual, so if the elder could willingly proceed to the study, it would be a favorable outcome. After all, he feared that an ill-timed strike could inadvertently result in the elder's demise. Upon hearing Heibai Xuanjian's words, the elder's expression grew colder. Zhuang Mingsheng was becoming increasingly audacious. The old man was determined to uncover the reason behind his audacity. However, to impart a lesson, he resolved to bring forth your corpse. Recently, he had achieved mastery over the malevolent energy of the heavenly devastation and intended to use you as a test subject. As he spoke, a murderous gleam flickered in his eyes, and his tone was icy. He would carry the lifeless body of the black and white Xinjian to confront Zhuang Mingsheng. With that, the old man rose, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, instantaneously appearing before the black and white Xinjian. He raised his hand, delivering a heavy strike toward Xuanjian's face. The heavenly devastation's sinister hand unleashed a surge of blood-colored malevolence, compressing the air within the secret chamber and creating a vacuum of bloodthirst. Boom! Just as his palm descended, Xinjian shifted his stance, retreating swiftly while grasping his dual swords. A formidable wave of power surged forth from him. The old man, whose strength was merely at the Dantian transformation, found himself outmatched without Xinjian needing to invoke divine might. The aura radiating from Xinjian directly suppressed his opponent. "Who are you?" The black-robed elder's expression shifted as he sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Xinjian, realizing that Xuanjian's strength surpassed his own. "It would have been so much better if you had come with me willingly, rather than forcing my hand," Xinjian spoke, his figure darting forward. Dual swords slicing through the air at an astonishing speed, appearing before the elder in the blink of an eye. The sword energy erupted from his blades, enveloping the black-robed elder, who was now stricken with terror. Heavenly Devastation's demon fist. Though alarmed, the elder refused to remain passive. He unleashed a punch, bloodthirsty energy surging like a dragon, colliding with Xuanjian's sword energy. Bang! The clash sent the elder hurtling back, crashing against the wall, a spurt of blood escaping his lips. Attempting to rise, he found Xuanjian's figure transformed into a shadow, reappearing before him. With a swift twist of his dual swords, he struck. Sizzle! Ah! The black-robed elder let out a wretched cry as his limbs were severed by Xuanjian's blades. Boom! The hilt of the sword then struck his chest, plunging him into darkness as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Xuanjian hoisted the elder's unconscious form and exited the secret chamber. The disparity in strength was vast, allowing Xuanjian to easily incapacitate the elder. In the study, Su Chun awakened both individuals and utilized the heavenly demon Zen seal, extracting valuable information from them. The revelations indicated that Zhuang Mingxing had been lured into the grave of the dead by the steward. However, they were unaware of its location. Apart from the individuals within the secret chamber, the only connection lay with one of the 4 dead beings, the Bone Master. Other useful intelligence pertained to the money house. Aside from the 3 slain by Zhuang Xuanji, another individual had been secretly gathered by Zhuang Mingxing to become his subordinate. It was surprising to learn that Zhou Lao had also been subdued by my uncle. It seemed his support for me was merely a facade. Zhuang Xuanji spoke in a deep voice, stating that now that the situation was clear, the individual must be eliminated without leaving any potential repercussions. The matter of exchanging gold notes must not be overtly linked to our Qinglong Society, Su Qin interjected. Rest assured, the money house has consistently assisted those in the black market with gold note exchanges. Furthermore, before handing them over, we have discreetly divided the notes, ensuring that they cannot be traced back to the Qinglong Society, Zhuang Xuanji replied. The Zhuang family's money house, established in Jiangnan's Jinling, is the 3rd largest in the Zhou dynasty, with extensive financial transactions, thus inevitably engaging in the exchange of black market gold notes. Merchants pursue profit. As long as there is a benefit to be gained, everyone wishes to partake. Excellent. Su Chen nodded in agreement. The Qinglong Society has now established a reputation in Jinling City and Jiangnan. After their high-profile rise, a period of low-key tranquility is essential. While they conversed, He Bai Xinjian brought in a bloodied elder clad in black, whose limbs were drenched in crimson. Observing the elder, whose veins had been severed, Su Chen could not help but shake his head. This elder was one of the 4 dead men from the grave of the dead, a special envoy under the command of the Bone Lord, known as Qiu Yundao. He undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than Zhuang Mingxing. Revive him, Su Chen commanded. Ruiyun poured a cup of tea and splashed it onto the elder's face. The chill of the liquid jolted the elder awake, revealing a fierce expression. Zhuang Mingxing, you seek death by daring to scheme against me. In that moment, he still believed Zhuang Mingxing was plotting against him. Look closely, Zhuang Mingxing lies just like you. Su Chan pointed towards the nearby figure of Zhuang Mingxing, who lay on the ground like a lifeless mass, his eyes devoid of spirit. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Who are you? I am a special envoy under the Bone Lord of the grave of the dead. To act against us is to declare war on the Bone Lord. As his words fell, Su Chun stepped forward and firmly grasped the elder's throat, applying pressure. With each squeeze, the elder's already pale complexion grew even more ashen, his gaze becoming increasingly clouded. At that moment, a glimmer appeared in Su Chen's eyes, penetrating into the elder's own. You answer my questions. Su Chun employed the celestial demon Zen seal to influence the elder's mind, ensuring the information would come swiftly and without the concern of deceit. Chapter 689. A profitable outcome in the capital, Xue Pingxing stirred. The Zhuang family was engulfed in a miasma of blood. With Zhuang Mingxing now at the helm, he had positioned many individuals within the family. These individuals could not be spared. Thus, they had to perish. The one who executed this was Zhuang Xuanji, who meticulously purged all of them. After Su Chun gained control over the 3, acquiring the necessary intelligence, Zhuang Xuanji personally dispatched them on their final journey and quickly summoned some subordinates to oversee the Zhuang family estate. While managing the estate, she also cleansed the money house of Zhuang Mingxing's affiliates, creating quite a stir in the process. It is worth noting that the matter of entrusting the money house to exchange gold notes was unbeknownst to Qiu Yundao of the dead man's tomb. In pursuit of greater gains within the dead man's tomb, Zhuang Mingxing concealed this affair, intending to finalize it while secretly reporting to the Bone Elder. This also elucidates why he was reluctant to engage in large-scale exchanges of gold notes. Thus, only Zhuang Mingxing and the steward were privy to the details of the gold note exchange. Consequently, once Zhuang Mingxing and the steward pass away, there would be no one else aware of the matter concerning the gold notes. Tomorrow, news of the Zhuang family will spread, and it may tarnish Xiaolong's reputation in the martial world, Zhuang Xuanji remarked, standing beside Su Chun. Su Chen proceeded to the Zhuang family's money house, where the head of the Zhuang family had perished, leading to a significant internal purge that could not be concealed for long. Once the news broke, speculation in the martial world would undoubtedly arise, suggesting that Su Chen had killed Zhuang Mingfan to seize the Zhuang family's wealth. The opinions of the martial world were of little consequence. What mattered was knowing one's own intentions. After tomorrow, the rumors will only multiply, Su Chen stated. With Zhuang Mingfan deceased, his daughter Zhuang Xuanji found refuge with Su Chen. This was undeniably a sensational revelation, being in the company of her father's killer. Zhuang Xuanji would likely face scorn from many. Xiaolong, I am aware of the consequences of this situation, yet I remain indifferent, Zhuang Xuanji replied, her expression unwavering and resolute. Although the rumors would wound her reputation, they would bind her more closely to Su Chen. The information regarding the dead man's tomb is entrusted to you for further investigation, with particular focus on the Bone Elder. According to Qiuyun Dao's speculation, the Bone Elder may be associated with the Lai family, and your father's death might be linked to them, Su Chen spoke solemnly. Qiuyun Dao, while uncertain of the Bone Elder's whereabouts, surmised that he was connected to the Lai family. I will conduct a thorough investigation into the Lai family. Zhuang Xuanji's eyes glimmered with determination. In truth, the Lai family needed the Zhuang family's money house more than the dead man's tomb. She had already resolved that her father's death was related to the Lai family. The following day, news of the upheaval within the Zhuang family and the money house swiftly spread throughout Qinglong City. Both the Zhuang family's money house and courtyard underwent a cleansing. Zhuang Xuanji was the orchestrator of this affair, and linked to it was Su Chen, the Xiaolong of the Qinglong Society. It was suspected that Su Chen had murdered Zhuang Mingfan to seize the Zhuang family's assets. Many who heard this news were taken aback, their expressions a mix of horror and envy. Su Chen had not only acquired the Zhuang family's money house, but also gained Zhuang Xuanji, achieving both wealth and a partner, which was enviable indeed. These events, coupled with the Qinglong Society's assassination of the leader of Wuxiang, Fan Tiandi, continued to ferment, sending ripples throughout the Jiangnan region. In the Jiangbei region, at the foremost Zhuang family, Hua Wuxiang, the newly appointed head of the Hua family, clad in splendid attire, scrutinized a confidential letter in his hand. Zhuang Xuanji, Su Chen, the deaths of Xingqian and my elder brother must be connected to the Qinglong Society. Zhuang Xuanji, you wretched woman. I will surely kill you, and that Su Chen, Hua Wuxiang's countenance twisted with fury. He had been investigating the deaths of his brother Hua Yin and Hua Xingqian. He had not received any useful clues until now. However, a message from Jiangnan revealed to him that the deaths of Hua Yin and Hua Xingqian were undoubtedly orchestrated by the assassins of the Qinglong Society. Previously, he had learned that Zhuang Xuanji had traveled to the Lingjiang region, which is adjacent to the northern 9 prefectures. Initially, he believed Zhuang Xuanji was attending to matters concerning the Zhuang family's bank, but upon reflection, he suspected that Zhuang Xuanji was meeting with Su Chen, with the intent of enlisting Su Chen to eliminate Hua Xingqian. The heart of a woman can be most treacherous. I will ensure your demise. A murderous intent surged in Hua Wuxiang's eyes. He turned and exited the study, heading towards the back mountain of the Hua family estate, where the family's elder resided. Given the formidable power demonstrated by the Qinglong Society, he, despite being the head of the Hua family, felt it necessary to consult the family elder regarding such a significant matter. Within a dimly lit hall in the imperial palace of the capital, Xue Pingxing gazed at the secret letter in his hand, his brows knitting together slightly. The emergence of the Qinglong Society's dual dragon heads had resulted in the swift execution of the leader Wuxiang, known as Fan Tianmi, by a flying dagger. The essence and intent of this dagger were extraordinary. Xue Pingxing set the letter down, speaking gravely. Your appearance may indeed serve as a catalyst for upheaval within the martial world. The turmoil of the Jianghu ultimately rests upon the shoulders of its warriors. The endless struggles for dominance, the relentless pursuit of resources, and the cycle of vengeance are the very roots of conflict among martial artists. The Qinglong Society, as a newly formidable organization of assassins, presents an unpredictable variable through its audacious emergence. With such a stellar reputation and unparalleled strength, it can act without regard for the opinions of others, daring to offend and even eliminate anyone. This is the essence of instability. The Qinglong Society's existence could benefit His Majesty's plans, warranting a temporary reprieve. The absence of activity from the Imperial Master has left me uneasy. This situation must be altered. Xue Pingxing spoke solemnly, as the full moon of the 15th approached, yet he had gleaned no intelligence regarding the Imperial Master's residence. The closer it drew to the full moon, the more unsettled he became, for such circumstances could lead to unforeseen consequences. Regardless of one's composure, the emergence of numerous assassins could not be met with tranquility. The current calmness could only be attributed to his substantial foundation in confronting this matter. Since the interior remains inscrutable, it is prudent to probe from the outside and observe your reactions. Xue Pingxing's gaze sharpened as he turned and retrieved a confidential document from the hidden chamber behind him. He descended from the platform and made his way toward a secret room adjacent to the hall. Inside the secret chamber, two men clad in black silk long robes, clutching long knives, lounged against the wall with half-closed eyes, emanating an aura of terrifying intensity. Upon his entrance, the two men opened their eyes, which gleamed with a dark radiance. "We have seen the master." They greeted Xue Pingxing with a bow. "Herein lies a list of assassins who have recently arrived in the capital. You are to eliminate every individual on this list, leaving not a single one behind." Xue Pingxing handed the list to the two men with the long knives. "Rest assured, none shall remain," they assured him after glancing at the list. "Proceed to carry out the task." Xue Pingxing nodded in affirmation. Two figures emerged from a stone door in a different location. Chapter 690. Song Luanhui is ambushed and injured in a single strike. In a hidden chamber within Kai Jing's residence, the Emperor Wu Ho, Kai Jing, and He Yishang were gathered. "Does the Second Alliance leader have any new arrangements?" Emperor Wu Ho inquired, casting a glance at He Yishang. "There are no additional plans. The master wishes for us to proceed as originally intended. However, we must remain vigilant against Xue Pingxing, as he may take action." He Yishang replied. "Xue Pingxing is the most loyal servant of the Zhou Emperor. Isn't he supposed to protect the palace during the full moon on the 15th? He shouldn't make a move," Kai Jing responded in a low voice. "The specifics were not disclosed by the master. He merely advised us to be cautious." He Yishang shook his head. "Is that so? I will keep a close watch on Xue Pingxing," Emperor Wu Ho said solemnly. As they conversed, hurried footsteps echoed from beyond the stone door. "My lord, urgent intelligence." A voice called from outside. Kai Jing stood and pushed open the door, stepping out. "What has happened?" Kai Jing asked, his voice grave. "Someone has struck, killing 4 of the assassins we invited. The attack was ruthless, executed with precision. Each fell to a blade without unnecessary movement," the cloaked figure reported. "What was the strength of the slain?" Kai Jing inquired, his tone serious. "One was at the sea nurturing level, while the others included 1 at the Dantian level and 2 at the Tier 9 difficulties level. Aside from the sea nurturing expert, the others were top-tier assassins. Judging by the traces left by the attacker, they seem to have mastered the movements of these individuals," the cloaked figure replied gravely. "Top-tier assassins, though not extraordinarily powerful, instill fear, for they can strike at any moment, placing you in peril. Hence, the assassins and killers invited by our evil alliance do not consist solely of those at the sea nurturing level," Kai Jing remarked. "Proceed with your investigations. Inform me immediately upon discovering any news." Kai Jing gestured for the cloaked figure to leave. Upon returning to the chamber, Kai Jing's expression was somber. "It seems Xue Pingxing has taken action, sending someone to attack those we invited. But why would he choose this moment to act?" Kai Jing looked towards He Yishang, hoping he might discern the reason behind such circumstances. "The master did not disclose it, so I am unaware." He Yishang shook his head. "If Xue Pingxing continues this onslaught, our invited guests may begin to waver," Kai Jing said, his countenance grave. "That is of little consequence. They anticipated such outcomes upon arriving in the capital. If they cannot evade Xue Pingxing's pursuit, they need not participate in the assassination of the Imperial Master during the full moon on the 15th. Moreover, our primary goal is to utilize them, with a focus on the Jinwu courtyard. Speaking of which, the Jinwu courtyard has been unusually tranquil lately. According to Qin Yuan's past behavior, he would not remain silent for long." Emperor Wu Ho interjected. "Silence begets an eruption. They have yet to find an opportunity to strike. But should the Jinwu courtyard take action, it will be a thunderous blow. In the present day, the cooperation with Tinya Pavilion is of utmost importance, and we must avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Jinwu courtyard must remain under vigilant observation." The Emperor Marshal Marquis declared, "I shall dispatch individuals to keep watch. Rest assured, Should Jinwu Courtyard exhibit any signs of activity, I will promptly relay the information to Tianya Pavilion, Iron Zhongtong. Kai Jing nodded in agreement. For those who venture into the capital, possessing the strongest combat prowess suffices. Some assassins and killers merely serve to lend an air of authenticity to the situation. The death of a few is inconsequential. Within the Heavenly Supervision Division, Murong Qingqin perused the intelligence that had been relayed from Jiangnan. She was taken aback by the emergence of the second leader of the Qinglong Society, whose strength was formidable. It seemed that few could evade his flying daggers within this realm. Although Li Xuanhuan had only engaged in a single battle thus far, his decisive defeat of Fan Shiming had already solidified his status as a supreme being. Su Chun, you, the young leader of the Qinglong Society, have garnered respect from all factions. However, what prompted your bloodbath at the Zhuang family and the acquisition of their treasury? Even after such carnage, why does Zhuang Xuanji pledge his allegiance to you? A look of confusion crossed Murong Qingqin's face. According to the information she had received, Su Chun was undoubtedly an enemy of Zhuang Xuanji. Yet Zhuang Xuanji remained devoted to him, which was perplexing. It appeared that further investigation was warranted. Nonetheless, with the full moon approaching, one could only speculate the chaos that would ensue in the capital. Murong Qingqin furrowed her brow slightly. Having acquired a measure of authority within the Heavenly Supervision Division and possessing certain intelligence, she was left astounded by the revelation that the recent plot by the Evil Alliance to assassinate the Imperial Master appeared to be orchestrated by an unseen hand. Astonishingly, the Imperial Master's side had not reacted at all, allowing events to unfold unchecked. The more she delved into the matter, the more bewildered and alarmed she became. Thus, she could only wait for the unfolding events to reveal any unforeseen developments. Meanwhile, outside the capital city, before a dilapidated temple, stood a figure clad in black, Song Luanhui, facing two men wielding long knives. After reuniting with Yan Shisan and Yi Guqing, Song Luanhui had parted ways with Yan Shisan, for he was not affiliated with the Qinglong Society and needed to maintain a degree of distance. The more one engages, the more secrets one learns, and thus the greater the risk of death. What do you seek? I, Song Luanhui, do not recall offending either of you, he said in a low voice, his eyes warily fixed upon them. He could sense an overwhelming aura of hostility emanating from the two. They offered no response. Upon confirming his identity, their gazes sharpened with intent. In unison, the two men with long knives struck, unleashing a powerful force that amplified their speed and strength. Song Luanhui's eyes narrowed as he swiftly retreated. Their silence before the attack indicated a lethal intent. Raising his palms, he summoned his own formidable force, striking outwards. The clash of his palms against the long knives resonated with a thunderous impact. At the moment when his palm collided with the long blade, a tremor coursed through his heart as a terrifying blade aura erupted from his opponent's weapon. It surged rapidly along his palm, racing towards his arm. Bang! Bang! Two resonant sounds echoed between his arms. The black robe on his arms shattered, and fissures appeared along his meridians, causing blood to spurt forth. Song Luanhui's expression shifted, and despite the pain, he summoned his energy to repel his assailants, utilizing this force to propel himself toward the dilapidated temple behind him. Bang! His body crashed into the temple. The two attackers swiftly followed him inside, yet they found no trace of Song Luanhui. One of them narrowed his eyes and gazed in a particular direction, where a shadowy figure was hastily fleeing into the distance. Pursue! The two figures dashed out, chasing after the dark silhouette. Damn it! Who are these people, and why are they attacking me? Song Luanhui cursed as he sprinted without pause in a singular direction. The strange energy emanating from his pursuers had severely wounded him in a moment of carelessness. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to seek assistance. The only one who could aid him now was Yan Shisan. Chapter 691. The assailants meet their doom. One blade, two lives in a secluded courtyard nestled within a forest. For individuals, Yan Shisan, Yi Guqing, Fu Hongxue, and Shimin Xue resided. After Shimin Xue had taken action previously, they had secluded themselves here to prepare for the impending confrontation with the Evil Alliance, despite knowing that their target was the true martial academy. This matter bore no relation to the four of them. Their sole purpose was to confront the Emperor's master and ascertain the extent of his power. Bang! At that moment, the courtyard door was violently struck. Blood covered his arms as Song Luanhui appeared within the courtyard, exclaiming, "Brother Yan, help me." He directed his plea towards a room he knew belonged to Yen Shisan. As his words fell, two figures entered through the door he had just burst open. Song Luanhui. No one can save you, one of them coldly declared. Just as he spoke, a figure emerged from the main hall, clad in black. With a dark blade at his waist, his gaze devoid of warmth as he strode into the courtyard. It was Fu Hongxue, who had recently healed his leg. He regarded the two armed men with a frigid stare. Those who strike first shall perish. His voice was devoid of emotion, brimming with murderous intent. We only seek to eliminate Song Luanhui. Do you wish to interfere? One assailant's icy gaze locked onto Fu Hongxue. Fu Hongxue said nothing. His words had already been spoken. Should his adversaries make a move, he would draw his blade. Seeing Fu Hongxue remain silent, yet radiating intense killing intent, they realized he intended to intervene. Their brows furrowed slightly. In the blink of an eye, one of them transformed into a blur, appearing before Fu Hongxue, and, with a swift motion, slashed his long knife. Interfering in our affairs requires one to possess the capability. The blade in his hand erupted with a surge of dark brilliance. Divine might, celestial blade. The sound of low growls accompanied the black aura of the blades as it enveloped Fu Hongxue. Their blade energies were peculiar. Upon witnessing this, Song Luanhui immediately spoke up, recalling his previous encounter with the opponent. During their clash, a surge of blade energy had erupted from the opponent's long knife, coursing through his meridians and injuring his arm. It was quite strange. Fu Hongxue's expression remained impassive. As the adversary struck, he too unleashed his long knife. The white light of his blade sliced through the inky darkness like a comet, cleaving the opponent's black blade energy apart. Ultimately, the two long knives collided with a resounding thud. There was no explosive force, merely a dull sound, as the assailant staggered back several steps. His gaze now heavy with concern as he regarded Fu Hongxue. The opponent had managed to sever his blade aura and force him to retreat, indicating superiority in strength. Together, we must eliminate him, he commanded, addressing another knife wielder. Their eyes simultaneously turned to Fu Hongxue as two distinct blade intents surged forth from their bodies, exuding a chilling and merciless aura filled with boundless murderous intent. Sensing this blade intent, Fu Hongxue's eyes flickered slightly. He was well acquainted with such pure killing intent, as his own blade intent mirrored this aura of death. Provoked by the two blade intents, a similar cold and ruthless energy emanated from Fu Hongxue. However, his blade intent far surpassed theirs in strength, prompting the two assailants to narrow their eyes in alarm at the sight. Combine, they shouted, their blade intents merging into one. With synchronized movements, they advanced, transforming into a fleeting shadow that appeared before Fu Hongxue, striking together in unison. The two blade energies coalesced instantaneously, forming a colossal black beam that descended from the heavens. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Fu Hongxue's eyes. He tightened his grip on the long knife, channeling his energy into a formidable slash. A frigid, lethal aura erupted from his blade, colliding with the combined force of their strike. Boom! The two blade energies clashed, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that expanded outward. The surrounding air rippled under the force of the blade energies, causing nearby buildings to tremble momentarily. Once the shockwave passed, the two attackers were forced backward, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed at Fu Hongxue. Their combined strike had been repelled by a single blow from him. You were unaffected by our blade energies, they exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. Fu Hongxue remained silent. During the clash, their energies had surged into his arm and body. Yet he had practiced the celestial techniques of the great compassionate verse, redirecting that energy away. That peculiar blade energy is ineffective against me, Fu Hongxue declared coldly. At this, the two exchanged a glance, turning to flee. However, at that moment, Fu Hongxue's figure appeared like a specter at the entrance of the courtyard. Those who strike shall perish. You cannot escape, Fu Hongxue said, his gaze as frigid as ice. Kill. As the two individuals observed the scene, they propelled themselves from the ground, their long blades igniting once more with a dazzling black light, aimed ruthlessly at Fu Hongxue. The aura of lethal intent enveloped the air, as their unwillingness to allow their adversaries to depart alive became evident. Thus, they resolved to fight with all their might. In an instant, Fu Hongxue vanished like a wraith, deftly evading their strike. His agility, already remarkable, amplified further after healing his previously injured leg. With a fluid motion, he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the two assailants. In the blink of an eye, A flash of the blade passed through the air. Though fleeting, its speed transcended the limits of the naked eye. Swoosh, swoosh. The attackers still held their long knives. Yet their upper and lower bodies were cleaved asunder by a single stroke. They gazed down at their chests, disbelief reflected in their eyes. For they had been bisected in a single blow. Blood gushed from their wounds, and their lifeless eyes stared vacantly as their blades clattered to the ground, their bodies collapsing onto the earth. Within the courtyard, blood pooled as Song Luanhui witnessed this shocking spectacle. To see two formidable adversaries so decisively felled by Fu Hongxue was astonishing, especially given his own expertise in assassination, which rendered him less capable in direct confrontation. While he had previously acknowledged Fu Hongxue as one of the 4 dragon heads of the Azure Dragon Society, he had underestimated his prowess, mistakenly believing him inferior to Yan Shisan. The true strength of the Azure Dragon Society was now evident. Dispose of the bodies and uncover their origins. Fu Hongxue's voice resonated in Song Luanhui's ears. Abruptly returning to reality, he approached the fallen figures, meticulously examining them. His expression grew grave as he produced corpse powder to eliminate the remains. Seizing the 2 long knives, he made his way into the hall. Inside the hall, Yan Shisan leaned against a pillar, while Yi Guqing and Shimin Chue Shui sat across from each other, engaged in a game of chess. The scene struck Song Luanhui as somewhat surprising. The 2 assailants could potentially belong to the Celestial Monitoring Division, recently invited to participate in the assassination of the Imperial Master. Possibly the very ones who had attacked. Individuals from the Celestial Monitoring Division? To send such mere assassins against us at this juncture? Fu Hongxue furrowed his brow slightly. The attackers had displayed somewhat peculiar blade energy, lacking the true prowess of top-tier experts. Had they been such, they would not have been so easily dispatched by him. The recent casualties among the Azure Dragon Society have been numerous, though none were elite practitioners of the oceanic realm, Song Luanhui replied solemnly. It appears to be a systematic purge by the Celestial Monitoring Division, though I fail to comprehend the significance of their actions, compared to Yan Shisan and the others. I possess greater insight into this matter. I never anticipated becoming a target of this cleansing. This scheme to eliminate the Imperial Master is shrouded in mystery. I sense we have become mere pawns in someone else's game. The significance of chess pieces is trivial. We kill and can be killed, which is quite natural. As long as we eliminate the Imperial Master, the Evil Alliance will be compelled to present the falling god Pearl. Fu Hongxue spoke with a calm demeanor. Unlike others, the 4 of them came solely to eliminate the Imperial Master and to witness the prowess of the top-tier experts of the Grey Zhou dynasty. They were aware of the Evil Alliance's scheme targeting the true martial academy, yet it bore no relevance to their intentions. Their singular focus was the Imperial Master. Upon hearing Fu Hongxue's words, Song Luanhui was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Fu Hongxue, one of the 4 dragon heads of the Azure Dragon Society, would view the matter in such a manner. However, he found himself unable to counter her perspective. The Evil Alliance had extended an invitation to them. They could have declined, but having chosen to come, they should not fear death. Indeed, many among the assembly harbored aspirations of seizing the opportunity to gain fame by eliminating the Imperial Master. Their involvement in this endeavor would elevate their standing in the martial world of Great Zhou. Regardless of whether one was an organized assassin or a lone wolf, all sought to establish their renown. Without reputation, who would seek your services as a killer? An obscure assassin would find no clients. Reputation itself is a testament to one's strength. I apologize for the trouble this may cause you. I will take my leave, confident that they will not disturb you. Fu Hongxue said, your skills in concealment are impressive. I wonder if you would consider becoming a helmsman of the Azure Dragon Society. Fu Hongxue, as one of the 4 dragon heads, bore the responsibility of recruiting for the society. Although Song Luanhui was merely an average expert in the Sea of Concentration, his talent for stealth made him an adept assassin, and joining the Azure Dragon Society would be advantageous. Previously, individuals of Song Luanhui's caliber could have become a hall master within the society. However, times had changed, and he could only aspire to be one of the helmsmen now. Joining the Azure Dragon Society? Song Luanhui's expression shifted slightly. Recently, he had received news that Li Xuanhuan, the 2nd dragon head of the Azure Dragon Society, had appeared in Jiangnan, where he had dispatched the leader of Wushang, Fengtian Mie, with a single, lethal throw of his flying dagger. As one of the 3 major assassin organizations in Jiangnan, Wushang was led by Fengtian Mie, whose strength was beyond doubt. Otherwise, he would not command such a position. The fact that Li Xuanhuan could seal Feng Tianmie's throat with a single blow underscored his formidable prowess. His interactions with the Azure Dragon Society had revealed to him its true strength, particularly upon learning that Yan Shisan was merely one of the top 10 sword masters, which left him astounded. Had he only heard of it, he might not have believed it, but having witnessed and engaged with them, he had no choice but to acknowledge it. Yi Guqing and Shimin Xue were also among the top 10 sword masters, their swordsmanship exceptional, undoubtedly placing them among the elite experts in the realm of concentration. For Song Luanhui, the opportunity to join the Azure Dragon Society would be monumental. However, he was reluctant to abandon his own assassin organization, Reincarnation Path. Joining the Azure Dragon Society is your opportunity. You should seize it, Yan Shisan interjected. Upon hearing Yan Shisan's words, Song Luanhui, who had been somewhat hesitant, promptly nodded in agreement. I am willing to lead my reincarnation path and join the Qinglong Society as one of its helmsmen. With remarkable resolve, Song Luanhui not only consented to join the Qinglong Society but also expressed his intention to bring his assassin organization along with him. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be one of my helmsmen in the Qinglong Society, Fu Hongxue declared. To whom do I owe my allegiance? The 4 dragon heads? What will be my designated area of responsibility? Song Luanhui inquired with concern. You shall answer only to me. You may choose any region except for Jiangnan and the 9 northern prefectures, as these areas have yet to be staffed by the Qinglong Society, Fu Hongxue replied. I wish to oversee the Huayuan region, Song Luanhui proclaimed. The Huayuan region, it seems, has personnel associated with the young dragon head. I will report this to the young dragon head and await his response. Fu Hongxue contemplated for a moment before responding. Reporting to the young dragon head? Upon hearing this, Song Luanhui's expression shifted slightly. Reporting and negotiating are 2 distinct terms. Reporting implies a subordinate addressing a superior. Despite being one of the 4 dragon heads of the Qinglong Society, Fu Hongxue had to report to the young dragon head, which left him feeling perplexed. He was aware that the young dragon head, Su Chun, had recently captured Zhuang Xuanji, killed Zhuang Mingfan, and taken control of the Zhuang family's bank. Rumors in the outside world painted him as ruthless and unscrupulous. Fu Hongxue seemed to sense the confusion in his counterpart and remarked, the young dragon head is not merely a title. Respecting him will be advantageous for you. Although Fu Hongxue did not elaborate further, he clearly indicated that Su Chun was no ordinary figure. Could it be that the young dragon head is someone of great significance? Song Luanhui pondered. In this world, there are individuals above the heavenly gate, and sometimes the heirs of formidable powers from the heavenly gate appear here. It is said that Qian Junmo, the eldest disciple of the Zhenwu courtyard, is among them. The rumored Lanyue Marquis, associated with Qian Junmo, might also be part of this narrative. It must be acknowledged that sometimes one's imagination can be boundless. The subordinate awaits the young dragon head's response, Song Luanhui stated. Thus, he felt relieved, no longer needing to fear the heavenly monitoring office. He could remain here with the other 4 and wait until the full moon of the 15th day. Meanwhile, in another part of the Zhenwu courtyard, within a tranquil courtyard, a figure clad in black swiftly entered a room. Chief, the black-clad individual greeted, bowing respectfully to the seated figure within. The person seated was none other than Qin Jiyuan of the Zhenwu courtyard. Have the assailants been identified? Who were they? Qin Jiyuan inquired in a calm tone. According to our investigations, they should be individuals from the Heavenly Monitoring Office. However, they did not engage the top-tier sea-condensing experts. It seems it was merely a warning, the newcomer reported. It is rather peculiar that Xue Pingxing chose to act at this moment. Could the news of the Zhou Emperor's breakthrough on the 15th be false? Qin Jiyuan furrowed his brow. It should not be false. Many powerful figures have recently gathered in the imperial palace. The gathering of so many formidable individuals undoubtedly serves to safeguard the palace's security, a visitor stated solemnly. One can only hope that this holds true. Further investigation is imperative. What recent movements have been observed from Tai Zhongtong and Yagyu of Tianshu Pavilion? Upon mentioning Tianshu Pavilion, a chilling murderous intent flickered in Qin Jiyuan's eyes. One of his arms had been severed by a member of their faction. Tai Zhongtong had remained hidden within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, while Yagyu had not emerged from the Golden Money Gang, which was entirely managed by Shangguan Jinhong. After subduing the Golden Money Gang, Shangguan Jinhong revealed her true identity and took command of the organization. Chapter 693, Qin Jiyuan pressures the evil alliance's He Yishang. It seems their objective also pertains to the Imperial Master on the night of the full moon, Qin Jiyuan remarked coldly. As he spoke, he gestured for the cloaked figure to depart. The figure bowed and retreated. Qin Jiyuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached the window and queried, "Does the evil alliance have dealings with Tianqiu Pavilion?" When confronting the Imperial Master, mere rewards for the elusive falling god pearl would not entice the powerful factions to act. The willingness of Jinwu Academy to intervene stems from the substantial price the evil alliance has offered. Furthermore, the promise of the falling god pearl after the Imperial Master's demise motivates their involvement. With one faction leading the charge, others will follow, thus amplifying the momentum and attracting more powerful allies. Without prominent figures stepping forward, those inclined to follow would remain absent. It appears I must meet with He Yishang, the second leader of the evil alliance, Qin Jiyuan contemplated. The evil alliance must have some knowledge of Tianqiu Pavilion, otherwise, such dealings would be inconceivable. He sought to glean more information about Tianqiu Pavilion from the evil alliance. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary guarantees victory in every battle. His previous underestimation of Tianqiu Pavilion had cost him an arm, compounded by Tai Zhongtong's demonstrative blockade, tarnishing Jinwu Academy's reputation. Thus, when he next acted, it must be a decisive blow to the adversary. Perhaps the opportunity to strike would arise after the Imperial Master is besieged. A frigid murderous intent emanated from Qin Jiyuan's gaze. Meanwhile, in a modest estate, He Yishang, clad in black, perused the urgent missive in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. Why would Qin Jiyuan seek me out at this juncture? Is he reconsidering? After a moment of contemplation, He Yishang exited the estate, making his way toward the outskirts of the city. Several hours later, outside the city, within the confines of a dilapidated Buddhist temple, the masked He Yishang descended into the main hall. The atmosphere within was somewhat dim. He surveyed the surroundings with a watchful gaze. He Yishang, there is no need for such caution. The Pavilion Master has agreed to collaborate with your evil alliance, and we at Jinwu Academy have already received the initial compensation you provided. Rest assured, we shall fulfill our commitments. Moreover, our Pavilion Master has a vested interest in the falling god pearl, ensuring that our cooperation remains unwavering. Qin Jiyuan's figure emerged from the shadows and spoke. He Yishang, why have you chosen to contact me at this particular moment? He Yishang responded, his tone grave. I have come to inquire about news regarding Tianqiu Pavilion and to propose a transaction with you. Following the battle with the Emperor Master, I hope your evil alliance can assist our Jinwu courtyard in encircling and eliminating Tianqiu Pavilion, Yagyu and Tai Zhongtong. As long as you help us eliminate these two individuals, we Jinwu courtyard are willing to forego the remaining rewards, aside from the falling god pearl. Qin Jiyuan spoke. Are you attempting to drag our evil alliance into your conflict with Tianqiu Pavilion? In response, He Yishang spoke gravely, his heart sinking. He had not anticipated that Qin Jiyuan had come here with intentions of collaborating against Tai Zhongtong and Yagyu of Tianqiu Pavilion. These two were the vice leaders of the two major pavilions within Tianqiu Pavilion, and to eliminate them would signify the commencement of war. Their demise is of no concern to us. They will perish at the hands of the Emperor Master. Is it not a natural occurrence for the Emperor Master to slay those who conspired against him? Qin Jiyuan replied. This matter requires further discussion. Tianqiu Pavilion is engaged in negotiations with the three alliance leaders. He Yishang interjected. Are you unable to take charge of this situation? Qin Jiyuan continued, his voice suddenly cold. He Yishang, our Jinwu courtyard, collaborates with you in good faith. If you were to subtly strike against Tai Zhongtong of Tianqiu Pavilion, the other two would have no choice but to cooperate with us. Upon hearing Qin Jiyuan's words, He Yishang's expression altered. What do you mean by that, Qin Jiyuan? He Yishang spoke, shifting his footsteps to ensure he could swiftly depart if trouble arose. I have made my demands clear. This is something you must do. I possess a 7-turn heartbreak pill that you can consume, which will ensure your compliance. Should you fail to procure an antidote within 7 days, the poison will rot the intestines of the afflicted. He Yishang was taken aback by Qin Jiyuan's intentions. He had initially retreated, but now propelled himself toward the hall's entrance. However, at that moment, a figure emerged, revealing the ascetic monk adorned with child-sized prayer beads. He Yishang, you have no choice. It is either you consume the 7-turn heartbreak pill yourself, or we will assist you in doing so, the ascetic monk stated. Gazing intently at He Yishang, He Yishang's eyes narrowed. With a powerful thrust of his foot against the ground, he surged toward the ascetic monk, determined to escape the great hall. As he approached the monk, his soft sword was drawn in an instant, and a brilliant flash of sword light erupted, with sword energy surging forth from the radiant blade. He Yishang, a master of the demonic path, had never wielded a sword before. But this time he revealed some of his hidden cards. If he were truly compelled to ingest the 7-turn heartbreak pill, it would disgrace the reputation of the evil alliance. The sword energy was fierce, akin to a tempest, sweeping toward the ascetic monk. The monk's expression changed slightly. He had not anticipated such ferocity in He Yishang's swordsmanship, which radiated an indescribable sharpness. The celestial dome covers the sea. The ascetic Tua let out a low growl, his eyes flashing like lightning as a surge of blood and energy erupted from his body simultaneously. The terrifying wave of vitality and true energy exploded within him, enveloping the entire entrance of the grand hall. He would not allow He Yishang any opportunity to escape. A fierce aura materialized as his palm extended, delivering a powerful punch. The force of his blow collided with the whistling wind and the encroaching sword energy. Boom! The clash of these two powers generated a shockwave that radiated outward. Both individuals staggered backward. However, as He Yishang retreated, he propelled himself forward, aiming to dash out of the Buddhist hall. At that moment, Yuan, who was inside the hall, made his move. He pushed off the ground, his left hand reaching out towards He Yishang with astonishing speed. Instinctively, He Yishang thrust his long sword forward. Unfazed by the blade's sharpness, Yuan grasped it. With a clang, sparks erupted from his palm. He Yishang's expression shifted. He had momentarily forgotten that Yuan's left hand had been rendered useless. It was no longer a true hand. In that fleeting instant, Yuan's grip tightened, yanking He Yishang closer with terrifying strength. In a moment of desperation, He Yishang struck back with a palm, invoking the blood demon hand. He released his grip, quickly launching his other hand towards Yuan's chest. Chapter 694, 9 Turns of the Celestial Demon, on the 9th level. Having consumed the 7 turns of the Broken Heart pill, his palm glowed crimson. Boom! Yet, upon contact with Yuan's body, he was met with an overwhelming force that repelled him several steps back, his eyes wide with astonishment. Your strength. I owe my thanks to Tinya Pavilion. Without them, I might not have cultivated the 9 turns of the Celestial Demon technique to its final layer, Yuan stated coldly. As he spoke, he exerted force with his hand, crushing the soft sword into a crumpled mass of useless metal, casting it aside. He Yishang, you have no other options, Yuan declared coldly. By doing this, you offend the evil alliance, He Yishang replied, his countenance darkening. You, evil alliance, need our assistance to deal with the Imperial Master. With your strength, it is simply impossible to confront him. Even your alliance leader, though formidable, cannot kill the Imperial Master. Yuan remained composed. With so many people involved, we can manage without your true martial academy, He Yishang retorted. Being the outlier is not an easy task. Spare me your lengthy discourse. Today you have no choice. As Yuan spoke, he raised his hand to strike at He Yishang. Observing this, He Yishang immediately retaliated with a punch, but when their fists collided, Yuan's power surged like a cataclysm, overwhelming He Yishang's arm. Had the opponent not held back, his meridians would have surely ruptured in an instant. However, this force still inflicted severe injury upon him, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood. As he opened his mouth to eject the blood, Yuan deftly flung the 7 transmutation intestine-breaking pill into his mouth. Subsequently, Yuan positioned himself before He Yishang, covering the latter's mouth with his palm, forcibly compelling He Yishang to swallow the 7 transmutation intestine-breaking pill before releasing his grip. Once liberated, He Yishang attempted to expel the pill through his cultivation, but it was futile. The intestine-breaking pill dissolved instantaneously upon ingestion, transforming into parasitic larvae that clung to his intestines. Should he fail to procure an antidote within 7 days, they would erode his intestines. Moreover, do not harbor delusions of obtaining an antidote. This 7 transmutation intestine-breaking pill was crafted specifically for you, and the antidote remains in my possession. Do not expect to have anyone concoct the antidote for you in a short span. Even a master of poison would require time to accomplish such a feat. All you need to do is act subtly on that day, and I trust you will choose to align with us at Yuan Mu Academy. After Yuan concluded his remarks, He departed the Buddhist hall alongside the ascetic monk. Outside the hall, the ascetic monk inquired, "Do you believe He Yishang will assist us?" Qin Yuan replied solemnly, "This is merely a preliminary step, a precaution. The outcome is inconsequential. Let us part ways and reconvene at Zhenwu Academy." With that, he did not linger and swiftly departed, while the ascetic monk ventured in another direction. Within the grand hall of the temple, He Yishang's countenance twisted into a grimace. He had not anticipated that Qin Yuan would dare to scheme against him. "Qin Yuan, Zhenwu Academy, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for this grievance." His voice dripped with murderous intent as he turned and departed hastily. After He Yishang's exit, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Observing He Yishang's retreat with a slight furrow of his brow before swiftly vanishing. Not far from the temple, amidst a forested area, Qin Yuan stood, sensing an approaching figure. He inquired in a low voice, "What was He Yishang's reaction after my departure?" The cloaked figure responded, "He Yishang has vowed to kill you and avenge this grievance." But he did not elaborate further. His strength is mediocre. He is not a significant figure. The real concern lies with the leader of the evil alliance, whose power is formidable and warrants caution, Qin Yuan stated gravely. "Continue to monitor He Yishang closely, and we must ascertain who the third leader and the grand leader are." After issuing these instructions, Qin Yuan turned and departed. In the dead of night, under a shroud of darkness and howling winds, He Yishang returned to his estate within the city. He entered a secret chamber and subsequently opened a concealed passage to exit. Having been ambushed by Qin Yuan, he needed to inform Kai Jing and the others. After traversing an indeterminate distance, He Yishang emerged from a hidden passage and entered an ordinary courtyard, where he accessed another secret passage leading to Kai Jing's hidden chamber. As he entered this passage, a shadow appeared in the courtyard, conducting a brief reconnaissance before hastily retreating. Inside the secret chamber, the Duke of Imperial Martial Arts sat cross-legged, practicing his internal energy cultivation. Sensing He Yishang's presence, he withdrew his energy and opened his eyes. "Your breath is ragged. How have you sustained such injuries?" inquired the esteemed lord of the Imperial Marshal. "I was ambushed by Qin Yuan, who not only wounded me, but also administered the 7 transformations of Heartbreak Pill. If I do not receive an antidote within 7 days, my intestines shall dissolve," replied He Yishang. "They wish for me to launch a surprise attack on the Tianyao Pavilion, aiming to eliminate the 2 vice masters, Tai Zhongtong and Yagyu. After they have slain the imperial teacher." He Yishang recounted the events of the day to the lord of the imperial marshal. "This Qin Yuan seeks to manipulate the evil alliance," he added. The lord's expression turned icy as he raised his hand to assess He Yishang's wounds and the effects of the 7 transformations of Heartbreak Pill. After a thorough examination, his brow furrowed slightly. "Qin Yuan has shown restraint in his attack. Your injuries are not critical. However, I could not detect the poison. His methods are extraordinary. You may require assistance from those behind you to counteract the toxin." As the Lord spoke, a sudden realization struck him. "This is dire. Our location may have been compromised, and the identity of Kai Jing could potentially be deduced by the adversary," he declared gravely. Upon hearing the Lord's words, He Yishang's expression darkened as he too grasped the implications. "A cunning stratagem indeed. We have underestimated Qin Jin," sighed the lord of the imperial marshal. At that moment, Kai Jing entered the room. "The spies from the Zhenwu courtyard have appeared outside my residence. Have they discerned something?" he inquired, but upon seeing He Yishang's troubled countenance, he paused in astonishment. "What has transpired?" "We have been ensnared by Qin Yuan's machinations," He Yishang reiterated the day's events. "It seems, as you surmised, they have uncovered my identity. The appearance of the spies is a mere display for my benefit. They are signaling their awareness of who I am," Kai Jing responded coldly. "Knowing makes little difference. We possess what they seek, and our collaboration shall persist. Should they make their move, Qin Yuan shall meet his demise. The Zhenwu courtyard must be eradicated. They covet the resources of Zhenwu courtyard, and they have already allied with Tianyao Pavilion to bring about its downfall. Their intent now more fervent than ever." In the main hall of the Zhenwu courtyard, Qin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he asked, "Are you suggesting that He Yishang may have infiltrated Kai Jing's estate?" "It cannot be mistaken. I deliberately revealed myself at Kai's residence, and subsequently learned from our informants there that Kai Jing vanished shortly after my appearance," replied the cloaked figure. "Based on your deductions, is Kai Jing merely the 3rd master of the evil alliance or the Grand Master?" Qin Yuan inquired. He is likely only the third master. The Grand Master has acted previously, demonstrating formidable power. It could not possibly be Kai Jing, who is exceedingly terrifying, the cloaked figure asserted. Is that so? I had not anticipated Kai Jing to be the third master of the evil alliance. Thus, their assault on the imperial teacher is aimed at inciting chaos in the capital. With turmoil in the capital, the Jianghu will follow suit, and the world shall soon be engulfed in turbulence, Qin Jiyuan declared, his eyes glinting with determination. In the realm of martial arts, the mightiest warriors thrive amidst chaos, for only through such turmoil can they ascend to dominance. They refuse to be suppressed by the Emperor Zhou any longer. There is no need for further surveillance. We have acquired the information we sought, and they should know their course of action. Now, we await the full moon on the 15th, 3 days hence. A flash of brilliance illuminated Qin Jiyuan's eyes. Meanwhile, outside the residence of the Crown Prince, a figure cloaked in black appeared, entering the estate with a token in hand. The guards, upon recognizing the insignia, saluted and did not impede his passage, as he was evidently well acquainted with the Crown Prince's abode. He swiftly made his way to the Crown Prince's study, which was brightly lit. It seemed the Crown Prince was expecting a visitor. Upon entering, the cloaked man removed his hood, revealing himself as the esteemed Taibao Nian Juanluan. Tomorrow, I shall be unable to leave the palace, he announced. I have come to inform you that on the night of the full moon, regardless of what transpires, you must remain still, and your men must not move either. Stay within the confines of the estate. After the 15th, the position of Crown Prince will be determined, and then it shall be your turn, along with the other princes, to vie for the title. The ensuing contest will likely be exceedingly brutal. I have come to prepare you for what lies ahead. With that, Nian Juanluan donned his cloak once more and departed without lingering. The Crown Prince watched his retreating figure, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Though the Emperor may be oblivious to your intentions, this world has always revered strength, and the position of Crown Prince shall undoubtedly be mine. A fierce confidence radiated from the Crown Prince's gaze. After years of waiting, despite the 9th Prince's prior governance, their powers had been significantly restrained. Once the Crown Prince is confirmed and His Majesty enters seclusion, he shall assume control over the great Zhou dynasty. Brother, what shall be our next course of action? Inquired a young man clad in purple, his demeanor charming and his appearance striking, as he stepped into the study. Addressing the Crown Prince as brother indicated their close kinship. He was none other than the 15th Prince, Lu Rue, the Crown Prince's younger full brother by 3 years. The military's 3 leaders are all trusted confidants of our father, rendering infiltration into the military impossible. Our best strategy lies in garnering the support of other influential court ministers and the powerful figures of the martial world. Previously, my backing from the secret sect has waned due to the Qinglong Temple incident, and in Jiangnan, my influence has been stifled by several other princes, leaving me with scarce support. Thus, I must seek new allies within the martial community. Initially, I considered Bu Yunxiao of the Tianxiao alliance in the Lingjiang region, but he has since perished. Presently, the ruler of that region is Gu Tian, the grand envoy of Tianya Pavilion. I propose you venture to Lingjiang to establish contact with Gu Tian and strive for collaboration. The Crown Prince spoke resolutely. Brother, does this not seem to be a case of forsaking the near for the far? After all, the Taibao previously provided protection to Jinfeng Shiyu, which is a part of Tianya Pavilion's northern branch. We could initiate our endeavors through Jinfeng Shiyu. Moreover, it is rumored that General Wang Dugu, my son, may have met his demise at Gu Tian's hands. If we were to contact the official Yutian, it would likely offend General Wang, the 15th Prince Lu Rue remarked. Tai Zhongtong, along with that Yagyu who has appeared in the capital, surely has matters to attend to. It is not prudent for us to engage with them. After the 15th, you shall understand. As for General Wang, his ambitions are far too great, positioning him as an adversary to all of us princes. Since he stands as an enemy, it is only right for us to ally with his foes. The enemy of our enemy can indeed become our ally. The first prince seems to possess some knowledge but refrained from elaborating. The 15th Prince Lu Rue did not press further, merely nodding in agreement. I shall depart from the capital tomorrow, heading towards the Lingjiang region. I appreciate your efforts in this matter. The first prince patted Lu Rue on the shoulder. Brother, you are the eldest. The position of Crown Prince rightfully belongs to you, and others should not contest it. Lu Rue replied with a cold expression. Brother, the Qinglong Society has recently gained considerable notoriety in the martial world. Do you think it would be feasible to enlist their aid in eliminating the other princes? Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Rue, prompting him to speak up. Let us not entertain such notions for the time being. Although our father permits us to vie for power, he will not condone mutual slaughter. Your bloodlust is somewhat excessive, which is not a good sign, the first prince cautioned. Brother, it is not that I harbor a heavy heart for killing, but once this matter is set in motion, we cannot guarantee that they will not resort to violence. The 15th prince spoke in a grave tone. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid taking that step. However, you must exercise caution upon leaving the capital. Our father is currently in seclusion, and the martial world is rather tumultuous. It cannot be as it once was. The first prince instructed. I wonder what our father is preoccupied with. Why does he allow these martial factions to stir once more? They should be suppressed and annihilated. The 15th prince lamented. Our father has his own intentions, which are beyond our comprehension. For now, we must proceed cautiously and steadily, lest a single misstep leads to our total ruin. The first prince spoke solemnly. Rest assured, brother, I shall be careful. I will return to my residence and set out early tomorrow. After taking his leave, the 15th prince quickly departed from the first prince's residence. That night, it was not only the first prince who was mobilizing. Other princes also began to make their moves, dispatching people from the capital. Before the 15th, there were no factions suitable for engagement. The experts from these factions aimed solely to assassinate the imperial master. The Zhou princes sent emissaries out of the capital, while some martial artists from the world of Jianghu stealthily approached, eager to witness the unfolding conflict. Outside the city, in a secluded courtyard, a bird landed upon Fu Hongshue's shoulder. Fu Hongxue retrieved a note from the bamboo tube clasped in the bird's talons. The message was straightforward. On the full moon of the 15th, gather in the valley of the Black Haze outside the city to encircle and eliminate the imperial master. This was a communique from the Evil Alliance, indicating that they would act after gathering on the full moon of the 15th. Chapter 696. In the capital, a storm approaches, each with their own calculations. In the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion, within a room resembling a study, Tai Zhongtong stood at the center, the blood-red banner set aside. Behind him stood Bai Chofei. The two individuals stood by the window, gazing down at the street below. After the battle with the emperor, regardless of the outcome, it seems the entire realm of the Great Zhou is destined to descend into chaos. Your golden wind and drizzle pavilion has shown little improvement in intelligence, Iron Zhongtong remarked. Indeed, there has been no significant progress. However, I am nearing completion of the strategic layout in the capital. I have established hidden watchers in the residences of officials, both high and low. Ultimately, the emperor's adversary may well be the Great Zhou dynasty. As I gradually gain control over the information regarding these individuals, the intelligence from the martial world will follow suit, and I will seek to establish a connection with the Qinglong Association, Bai Chofei replied. Although Su Chun has provided substantial financial support, the extensive deployment of hidden watchers and the recruitment of personnel require considerable funds. Solely relying on the profits from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is utterly insufficient. I will discuss this with the master of the Inviting Moon Palace. In the capital, the focus will remain on you, Shangwan Jinhong, and Murong Fu. I believe that with your combined efforts, stability can be achieved, Iron Zhongtong asserted. Iron Zhongtong concurred with Bai Chofei's shift in focus towards the officials of the Great Zhou dynasty. Given the current circumstances, the Great Zhou remains the strongest power. Outside, footsteps echoed. Naylan Rongyan entered the room. Deputy Pavilion Master, here is a secret missive from the Evil Alliance, inviting you and Deputy Pavilion Master Inviting Moon to gather at the Black Haze Valley outside the city on the 15th of the moon, she relayed. Understood, Iron Zhongtong nodded. Naylan Rongyan did not linger and gracefully exited. On the 15th of the moon, the Evil Alliance may strike at the True Martial Academy. Yet the True Martial Academy may also target our Tianya Pavilion. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and the Money Gang will likely be their targets, Iron Zhongtong stated. Considering the prolonged silence of the True Martial Academy, it seems unlikely they will act. Thus, they may indeed make their move on the 15th, coinciding with their approach to the Emperor's residence. The individuals from the True Martial Academy may launch an assault on the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and the Money Gang. Bai Chofei acknowledged. I understand. I will coordinate with Master Shangwan to prepare for the True Martial Academy, he continued. Luxing Piaoxiu and Duan Tianya will be at my Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Currently, the Qinglong Association has 3 sword sovereigns, and one dragon head in the capital, undoubtedly heading to the emperor's residence. Iron Zhongtong, an inviting moon from Tianya Pavilion, will also be present. Shangguan Jinhong possesses strength comparable to an ordinary sea deity, further bolstered by Lianxing and Jing Wuming, making them stronger than my Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Thus, I have reached out to Luxing Piaoshu and Duan Tianya. With their assistance, my Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion will possess the capacity for a fair confrontation. If we are outmatched, we can retreat, Iron Zhongtong declared solemnly. I comprehend. Bai Chofei nodded. I will head to the Money Gang to meet with Inviting Moon, and together we shall proceed to the Black Haze Mountain outside the city on the 15th of the moon. As he spoke, he approached the Iron Blood flag, raised it, and then turned to exit the room. Bai Chofei escorted Tai Zhongtong to the entrance. Only after Tai Zhongtong had boarded the carriage did he return to the pavilion, where Naylan Rongyan awaited him. Master, with Deputy Master Tai's departure, our Jin Feng Shiyu Tower may face difficulties, she expressed with concern. I am aware. Arrangements have already been made. Should we find ourselves truly outmatched, we will withdraw, Bai Chofei replied solemnly. The elite of Jin Feng Shiyu Tower were somewhat lacking, primarily due to the relative weakness of its leader. In the capital, only those at the pinnacle of the sea of concentration could instill fear. I must enter seclusion these next few days in preparation for the full moon on the 15th. You must keep a vigilant watch on Yuan Mu courtyard. If there is any sign of movement, immediately alert the Jinxian gang, Bai Chofei instructed. In Yuan Mu courtyard, Qin Ju Yuan sat within the conference hall, accompanied by the ascetic monk, Qing Lao, and two others. One of the men donned a scarlet robe, his attire and even his hair drenched in a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of ominous energy. He was a middle-aged man with sharp eyes, radiating a chilling presence. The other, also a middle-aged man, wore splendid garments and appeared to be around 40. He held a long knife in his right hand, emanating a fierce blade aura. The Evil Alliance has extended an invitation, urging us to gather at the Black Mist Mountain outside the city in 2 days' time, at which point we shall proceed together to the Imperial Teacher's residence. Qin Ju Yuan announced. What purpose does the Evil Alliance serve with such theatrics? Would it not be simpler to act independently? Why coordinate an assault? The knife-wielding man, Wei Sandao, retorted coldly. Brother Wei, the Imperial Teacher is not easily dealt with. I fear that even with our combined strength, we may not be able to defeat him. Qing Lao interjected. Wei Sandao, known for his prowess, was not named for his ability to kill in 3 strikes, but rather because 3 strikes were his utmost limit. If his opponent survived, it signified their superiority, leaving him no choice but to flee. Qing Lao. I have heard that the Evil Alliance has also enlisted the Tianya Pavilion and the Qinglong Society, Qin Ju Yuan continued. While the Qinglong Society is of little concern, the Tianya Pavilion has caused us considerable strife. I wonder how you intend to handle them. At that moment, the man in the blood robe spoke. The Evil Alliance's second-in-command, He Yishang, has already been afflicted by my 7-turn severing heart pill. After the confrontation with the Imperial Teacher, he will ambush Tai Zhongtong from Tianya Pavilion. Once he makes his move, the other 2 members of the Evil Alliance will have no choice but to join in. Together, they will eliminate Tai Zhongtong and that Yagyu, ensuring they do not escape the Imperial Teacher's residence. Of course, this is merely a preliminary step. The Tianya Pavilion has both Jin Feng Shiyu Tower and Jin Xian Gang in the capital, and I will also arrange for personnel to dismantle them. In doing so, I believe many will come to understand the fate that awaits those who oppose our Yuan Mu courtyard. Upon hearing this, the blood-robed man displayed a look of astonishment. I did not expect such a meticulous plan from you, Qin Ju Yuan. However, the Tianya Pavilion is formidable. What individuals do you intend to send against them? He inquired. Zhang Xiong and Dongfang Wei shall take action, though they have only recently entered the sea of concentration. Each leads 2 formidable cultivators at the Dantian stage. Together, they should be able to decimate the Tianya Pavilion and Jinxian Gang, Qin Ju Yuan stated coldly. In the realm of Zhenwu Courtyard, the number of skilled guardians left behind is rather scant. The armored man holding a knife spoke in a low voice upon hearing this. With Elder Wu at the helm, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be able to hold the fort until our return, Qin Jiyuan interjected. If Elder Wu takes action, there will be no issues, the knife-wielding man remarked upon hearing Qin Jiyuan mention Elder Wu. Chapter 697. Understanding of Jing Wuming after 20 years, Insights of Shangguan Jinhong. I must slay the young dragon leader of the Qinglong Association in Jiangnan, at the Zhuang family manor in Jinling. These past few days, Su Chen has been sequestered in the room housing Zhuang Mingfan's previous collectibles. Although Zhuang Xuanji had previously brought some items to Su Chen, they pale in comparison to Zhuang Mingfan's collection. The collection of the owner of the third largest bank in the world is indeed extraordinary. For the past couple of days, Su Chen has not left the treasure vault of the Zhuang family bank. Stretching leisurely, a smile broke across Su Chen's face. In this treasure vault, he had acquired 4 orange lottery cards. Pushing open the vault door, he stepped out into the blinding sunlight. Yuan Suiyun was waiting outside the vault. The full moon is approaching in 2 days. Is there any movement from the capital? Su Chen inquired. The masters at court have all been summoned by Emperor Zhou to guard the imperial city, and there has been no news from the imperial teacher's residence. Earlier, the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau dispatched 2 martial artists at the sea concentration level to eliminate some assassins invited by the Evil Alliance. Song Lunhui of the Reincarnation Path has also been pursued, but was saved by the 4 dragon leaders, who persuaded him to join our Qinglong Association as a helmsman. Song Lunhui seeks to claim the Huayuan region, Yuan Suiyun noted as they conversed, arriving at a pavilion. Within the pavilion, several maidservants bowed and retreated upon seeing Su Chen. An array of fruits adorned the stone table, with Song Lunhui possessing the strength of a sea concentration martial artist and excellent stealth skills. It is indeed a commendable choice for him to join our Qinglong Association. In the Huayuan region, with Chui Wuhu and the 5 Poisons Boy present, there will be no adverse impact, and we can grant the region to Song Lunhui. With the 5 Poisons Boy and Chui Wuhu there, we shall also get a grasp of his situation. Although it is said that one should not doubt those they employ, and those who are doubted should not be employed. Song Lunhui has just joined and will require a period of observation. My subordinates will inform the 4 dragon leaders, Yuan Suiyun remarked. What is the situation in Jinling City? Has Zhuang Xuanji encountered any difficulties? Su Chen asked as he took a seat. There have been no changes in Jinling City for the time being. But some external banks may experience turmoil, as they are unaware of the specific circumstances, Yuan Suiyun replied. The Zhuang family bank is now under my control. If there are those unwilling to comply, it is time for a change. If they are loyal to their late father, they shall be allowed to live out their days in peace. However, those with divided loyalties and ulterior motives need not continue to exist. Su Chen spoke coldly. The Zhuang family bank was established by Zhuang Mingfan. There are individuals within who remain loyal to him, unaware that he has long since passed. It is only right to allow those loyal to Zhuang Mingfan to enjoy their remaining years in peace. If one possesses ulterior motives, then being lenient and compassionate is a grave misstep. The subordinate will remind Miss Zhuang, Yuan Suiyun remarked. Keep a vigilant eye on the developments at Sacred Sword Lake, as well as the specific happenings during the full moon of the 15th in the capital. The full moon of the 15th will herald a significant upheaval in the Jianghu of the Great Zhou dynasty. And what of the investigation regarding the White Bone Elder at the Lai family? Su Chen has taken control of the Zhuang family's bank, which has undoubtedly encroached upon the interests of the grave of the dead and Lai family. They should be stirred to action. I have already contacted Chief Qiao regarding this matter, and they are currently following up. The Lai family governs a certain region while the Beggar's sect is expanding its influence. Yuan Suiyun has reached out to Qiao Feng, urging him to investigate the Lai family, as there is inherent conflict between Qiao Feng's Beggar's sect and the Lai family. The Beggar's sect has begun to gain some prominence in Jiangnan, making it feasible to connect with Zhuang Xuanji and bolster her connections within the Jianghu of Jiangnan. Su Chen said, Zhuang Xuanji currently lacks adequate ties in the Jiangnan martial arts community. It is essential to enhance her network, which would help assuage the concerns of those with ulterior motives in various banks. After all, while killing is one method, intimidation serves as another. Indeed, the subordinate will make arrangements for this. Yuan Suiyun nodded. Earlier, it was reported that Dugu Weiwa had gone to the Lingjiang region. Why has he not made contact with Guan Yutian? Su Chen subsequently recalled Dugu Weiwa. Given the travel distance, Dugu Weiwa should currently be in the Lingjiang region or perhaps in Tianxia City. Chief Guan has yet to discover Dugu Weiwa's whereabouts. The subordinate speculates that Dugu Weiwa is awaiting the developments of the full moon of the 15th in the capital. After this date, he may seek an audience with Chief Guan. Yuan Suiyun replied, Is that so? It seems that those within the Jianghu are all anticipating the matters of the full moon of the 15th. I wonder if our esteemed Emperor of Zhou will indeed make a breakthrough on that day. Su Chen mused. Although the full moon of the 15th was orchestrated by the evil alliance, it likely would not have materialized without the emperor's indulgence. Some thoughts elude Suchun, and he chose not to dwell on them any further. He then recalled the 4 orange lottery tickets he had obtained and decided to draw. Gained insights from Jing Wuming from the past 20 years, 30 years of inner strength from Bai Chou-Fei in the realm of celestials, a vial of celestial pills, 30 pieces, and 1 card of comprehension in divine might from Shangwan Jinhong. Does this enhance the prowess of Jing Wuming, Bai Chou-Fei, and Shangwan Jinhong? It is rather unfortunate that Murong Fu's strength did not increase. However, it would be prudent to send him a batch of celestial pills while he remains in the shadows. Suchun contemplated. Jing Wuming's insights from the past 20 years stem from his life post-amputation, when he was the proprietor of the Nameless Inn. Though he remained quiet, his left-hand sword became increasingly formidable, more ruthless, and enigmatic. A left-hand sword in the Jianghu inevitably follows a path less trodden, with techniques that are paradoxical and more intensely intricate, rendering them difficult to defend against. Many martial artists strike with their dominant right hand, where techniques and strength are easily observed. However, a left-hand sword strikes not only in moments of flourish, but also in moments of severing life. With Jing Wuming having gained these 20 years of insights, he may, akin to a fei, ascend to become a fearsome master of the sword. A fei wields a swift sword, earning him the title of the fastest sword in the realm. Jing Wuming's swordsmanship is both sharp and elusive, exhibiting a ruthless nature. Bai Chou-Fei, after 30 years of cultivating his inner strength, may reach the level of transforming his Dantian into an ocean. However, whether he can comprehend the divine momentum remains uncertain. After all, Bai Chou-Fei was at most in his 30s when he perished, having only arrived in the capital at the age of 28. In ancient times, that was considered middle-aged, yet Bai Chou-Fei had not attained the pinnacle of martial arts. The comprehension of divine momentum may prove to be a challenge for him. As for figures like Shangwan Jinhong, who dominate their surroundings, it is believed they possess the capacity to grasp divine momentum. However, someone like Shangwan, it seems, would merely regard the understanding of divine momentum as a means to enhance their already formidable prowess. Among these individuals, perhaps Jing Wuming will ultimately shine the brightest. Mused Suchun. Murder, regardless of circumstances, is where Jing Wuming excels with speed and brutality. At that moment, within the black market stronghold known as Other Shore, in Qinglong City, a figure clad in a cloak and mask arrived. He was greeted by a stooped elder. In the masked man's hand appeared a green token, which caused the elder's eyes to flicker with recognition. "Please," he said, leading the cloaked figure into a hidden chamber. "I wish to meet your leader of the Other Shore," the cloaked man declared. "To commit murder, I can assist you with your commission," the elder replied. "The targets of my wrath are the young leader of the Qinglong Society and Zhuang Xuanji. Are you certain you can manage this?" The cloaked figure asked in a deep voice. Chapter 698. Jiangbei's Hua family, Red Sun Hall, Other Shore, Nangong family. At the mention of the targets, the elder's demeanor shifted. "I am aware that your leader resides in the black market. Please consult him, as I believe he will agree to meet with me," the cloaked man asserted. "Please wait," the elder said, pondering for a moment before bowing and exiting the room. Before long, 3 figures entered. In addition to the stooped elder, there were 2 others. The foremost being a middle-aged man clad in a dark red robe. His complexion was slightly pale, his brows knitted, and his gaze exuded an aura of inherent authority. His thin lips pressed into a cold, stern line, revealing his ruthless nature. He was Tung Baichuan, the leader of the 3 major assassin organizations known as Other Shore. Accompanying him was a gaunt elder, his eyes half closed, appearing somewhat drowsy, yet he emanated a terrifying presence that warned all of his formidable nature. This was Yin Xianshan, the deputy leader of Other Shore and Tung Baichuan's most vital aide. "You may leave," Yin Xianshan gestured to the stooped elder. The elder bowed and exited, closing the door behind him. "Hua brother, as the newly appointed head of the Hua family, what brings you to our Other Shore?" Tung Baichuan inquired, taking a seat opposite the cloaked figure. Upon hearing Tung Baichuan's words, Hua Wushang removed his hood, revealing his true identity as Hua Wushang of the Jiangbei Hua family. "The messenger should have conveyed my words to Leader Tong, I presume. My purpose for coming here this time is to request your assistance in eliminating Su Chun, the young dragon head of the Qinglong Society, as well as Zhuang Xuanji. As you are aware, not long ago, my elder brother and my nephew were murdered. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that this detestable pair are responsible. The Hua family of Jiangbei has become the subject of ridicule. Hua Wushang's face contorted with a ferocious expression. This is not merely a quest for vengeance. It is also due to the fact that Zhuang Xuanji was formerly a member of their family, now conspiring with Su Chun. This has utterly disregarded the dignity of the Hua family, which is regarded as the foremost clan in Jiangbei. Preserving our honor is paramount. Thus, both Su Chun and Zhuang Xuanji must perish. Brother Hua, Su Chun is the young dragon head of the Qinglong Society, and there is also the second dragon head, Li Xuanhuan, whose flying daggers I glimpsed from the shadows that day. I cannot be certain I would evade that lethal strike. Tung Baichuan interjected. The last encounter revealed two individuals of note. One is a dual-bladed swordsman under Su Chun. Although formidable, he does not pose a significant threat to me. It is Li Xuanhuan, however, who instills profound apprehension. When Li Xuanhuan struck, Fan Taimi underestimated him, and I too was dismissive. Yet, after witnessing Li Xuanhuan's dagger claim Fan Taimi's life, I no longer dared to underestimate him. I lack the confidence to evade that dagger. Brother Baichuan, I have not tasked you with killing Li Xuanhuan. I only require the demise of Su Chun and Zhuang Xuanji. This time, the Hua family is willing to offer 5 unique Yuan blood condensation pills, along with the outstanding favor owed to us by the Bian organization. Moreover, should we eliminate Zhuang Xuanji and Su Chun, the Hua family can rightfully take over the Zhuang family's bank, from which we would allocate 30% of the profits. Hua Wushang spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing Hua Wushang's words, the leader of the Bian organization, Tung Baichuan, slightly altered his expression. The Hua family's intentions were anything but ordinary. The favor owed was substantial, as the Bian had once sought Hua family's assistance, promising to extend their aid without reservation. In the realm of martial artists, relationships often transcend mere violence. The debt of gratitude is one of the most challenging to repay. The Hua family's offering of such a favor, coupled with the 5 Yuan blood condensation pills, is immensely valuable, as they can aid martial artists in the critical process of condensing their divine essence, allowing for a second attempt at this arduous task. Of course, the final allure is the 30% profit from the third largest bank in the world. The Hua family has demonstrated sufficient sincerity. Their request is not to eliminate Li Xuanhuan, but merely Su Chun and Zhuang Xuanji. This price is entirely reasonable. Brother Hua, once you take control of the Zhuang family's bank, the Qinglong Society will inevitably come after you, and at that point, it is likely that they will target your Hua family. Tung Baichuan replied solemnly. The Bian organization can remain concealed, but the Hua family is exposed in Jiangbei. Once retribution is unleashed, the Hua family estate shall undoubtedly bear the wrath of the Qinglong Society. The fury of the Qinglong Society is not something that ordinary individuals can withstand. At that juncture, the Hua family estate will face considerable peril. Tung Baichuan's remarks were intended to prompt Hua Wushang to contemplate his decision thoroughly. This is a gesture of friendship. Thank you, Brother Baichuan, for your concern. This matter will be decided by my ancestor of the Hua family. Otherwise, I, the head of the family, would be unable to make a decision. Hua Wushang declared. 30% will be allocated to your organization, the Bian, another 30% to the Nangong family, and the remaining 30% to the Qiri Palace. The Hua family shall only retain 10%. I have already secured the arrangement with the Qiri Palace. Only the Nangong family remains. I believe that the old fellow, Nangong Wentian, will certainly covet this 30% benefit. Thus, we shall form an alliance of 4 families. Once the Qinglong Society becomes aware, can they truly afford to oppose all 4 of our formidable factions simultaneously? Hua Wushang spoke in a cold tone. Upon hearing Hua Wushang's words, Tung Baichuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such generosity from Hua Wushang. I shall contemplate this matter and provide a response to Brother Hua within a day, Tung Baichuan replied after a brief period of reflection. Very well. Then I shall take my leave to meet Nangong Wentian. Hua Wushang stated as he rose, donning his cloak once more before exiting the room. The stooped elder waiting outside accompanied Hua Wushang on his departure. "In Lao, do you believe we should take action on this matter?" Tung Baichuan inquired in a hushed tone. "Chief, this presents a prime opportunity. The Qinglong Society's influence has begun to overshadow both our Bian and the Kanming, subtly establishing itself as the preeminent assassin organization. This has already begun to affect our Bian. If the Nangong family, Qiri Palace, and the Hua family are all willing to act, We might seize this chance to eradicate the Qinglong Society's stronghold in the black market of Jinling, In Xinshan interjected. It appears our thoughts are aligned. They aim to eliminate Su Chun and Zhuang Xuanji. We can leverage this situation to expand our reach against the Qinglong Society. With such an adversary before us, I would find it impossible to rest easy. However, this undertaking cannot be solely the responsibility of our Bian. You must meet with the leader of Kanming and strive to bring them into our fold. Thus, with the combined strength of the 5 factions, even if powerful reinforcements arrive for the Qinglong Society, we can establish a defensive alliance. Tung Baichuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Chief, what of the profits? Dividing half of the profits with the other party should entice them, Tung Baichuan suggested, confident that the leader of Kanming would agree to join forces. Chapter 699, Beauty Enough. Hard enough to be ruthless in a study of the Nangong family estate. Nangong Wentian wore a grave expression, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table before him. Opposite him sat Huo Wushang, clad in dark attire, his expression unchanged as he awaited Nangong Wentian's response. To kill Su Chun and Zhuang Xuanji. I fear such drastic measures may not be necessary, Nangong Wentian spoke in a low voice. Although Su Chun may not be worth much, the forces behind him, namely the Qinglong Association, command significant respect. Within the northern 9 prefectures, we have the 3 dragon heads, Li Qinzhou, the 4 dragon head, Fu Hongshui, and the emergence of 2 formidable swordsmen in the capital, complemented by the elusive and unpredictable 2nd dragon head, Li Sun Huan, and the unseen great dragon head. Such movements warrant attention. To be frank, even with the full extent of the Hua family's connections and influence, we might stand a chance against the Qinglong Association in direct confrontation. However, given that they are a killer organization, a single strike could prove fatal, and the Hua family cannot withstand such a blow. Yet, if the 4 families unite, there is a possibility that the Bian side will reach out to Kunming, as they too would not wish for the Qinglong Association to dominate them. Should the 5 families stand together, if the Qinglong Association continues its arrogance, we could encircle and eliminate them. Huo Wushang spoke with conviction. Upon hearing Huo Wushang's words, Nangong Wentian fell into contemplation. Finally, he remarked, a mere 30% of the profits from the Zhuang family's bank is insufficient. My Nangong family requires access to the Jiangbei region. The Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions, while distinct, differ greatly in prosperity. Although Jiangbei may not rival Jiangnan in affluence, it is still more prosperous than many other areas. Despite encountering developmental bottlenecks, the Nangong family's expansion into Jiangbei represents a promising strategy. Upon hearing this, Huo Wushang's expression tightened. The Jiangbei region is the Hua family stronghold, and the entry of the Nangong family into this territory poses a direct threat to their standing. This is the price for my Nangong family's involvement. If you cannot make a decision or are unwilling, then we shall leave this matter be, Nangong Wentian declared. I shall convey this matter to the elder and await his response. Should he grant his consent, I will return to meet with the head of the Nangong family, Huo Wushang stated solemnly. With that, he turned to leave. As the full moon approaches, it seems that changes in the Jianghu of the Great Zhou are imminent. Forming alliances may indeed be a wise choice. Just as Huo Wushang was about to step out, Nangong Wentian spoke again. Huo Wushang halted his steps. The full moon on the 15th has already caught the attention of certain factions, whether it is the Zhou Emperor's breakthrough or the evil alliance targeting the Imperial Master. This heralds the onset of a chaotic Jianghu. The turmoil may surpass even that witnessed during the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty. Nangong Wentian's words hinted at the necessity of forging alliances. I will report this to the elder, Huo Wushang stated as he stepped out of the study. Inside the study, after a moment of contemplation, Nangong Wentian also exited. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the rear courtyard. In the courtyard, Nangong Xiushui and Nangong Iran were present. Upon seeing Nangong Wentian, they exchanged puzzled glances, for he bore a grave expression, as though he had encountered a significant issue. Father, what has happened? Nangong Xiushui inquired. How are matters at the Bliss Palace progressing? Nangong Wentian did not respond to his daughter's question, but instead spoke of the Bliss Palace. A new palace master will soon arrive at the Bliss Palace, along with a young palace master. While I am aware of the identity of the young palace master, I cannot fathom who the new palace master might be. Recently, I have appropriated half of the profits from the Bliss Palace, depositing the entirety into the treasury of the Nangong family. The losses were incurred due to the earlier actions of the Qinglong Society. Rest assured, father, this matter will not yield any unforeseen consequences, Nangong Qiushui remarked. What is your opinion of Su Chen? Can he be of service to our Nangong family? Nangong Wentian inquired. It is improbable. Although my interactions with Su Chen have been limited, he exhibits a certain arrogance. There seems to be some issue concerning the Zhuang family that he has not disclosed, allowing rumors to circulate unchecked. His mental fortitude is formidable. He will not be swayed by external matters. Is it possible that my father's grave expression is related to Su Chen? Nangong Qiushui questioned. Indeed, it pertains to Su Chen. The Hou family from Jiangbei seeks to ally with me to take action against Su Chen and Zhuang Xuanji. The patriarch of the Hou family and his son, Hou Xingchen, were recently assassinated, likely at the behest of Zhuang Xuanji through the Qinglong Society. Moreover, shortly after Hou Xingchen's demise, Zhuang Xuanji aligned herself with Su Chen, an affront that the Hou family cannot tolerate. Hence their desire for both Su Chen and Zhuang Xuanji to perish, Nangong Wentian explained. The Hou family from Jiangbei must have ulterior motives beyond simply avenging their honor. Do they aspire to seize control of the Zhuang family's financial institution? Nangong Qiushui pondered aloud. Precisely. They are willing to offer us, the Nangong family, 30% of the profits, with another 30% allocated to the Qiri Hall and yet another 30% to the Bianin faction, retaining merely 10% for themselves. The generosity of the Hou family is astonishing, exclaimed Nangong Yi Ren, astonished. Their intention is to form an alliance to counter the Qinglong Society's retribution. With these factions applying pressure on the Qinglong Society, the latter would find it exceedingly difficult to confront such formidable forces without feeling compelled to concede to this situation. The Bianin faction will undoubtedly be amenable. They may even enlist the assistance of the Kanming, thereby tarnishing the recently acquired reputation of the Qinglong Society. Father, is this what you intend to pursue? Nangong Qiushui gazed at Nangong Wentian. No one understands a father better than his daughter. Nangong Qiushui discerned her father's intentions. I propose that our Nangong family should enter Jiangbei and seize certain enterprises. Should they acquiesce, we will take action. The principles of the aristocracy dictate that all decisions hinge upon self-interest. Previously, I contemplated collaboration with Su Chen and the Qinglong Society. However, the benefits offered by the Hou family far surpass any potential gains from an alliance with the Qinglong Society. Upon hearing her father's words, Nangong Qiushui fell into contemplation. After the full moon of the 15th day, the landscape of the martial world will shift. If our Nangong family collaborates with the Kanming, Bianin faction, Qiri Hall, and the Hou family from Jiangbei, we can undoubtedly navigate the impending upheaval. Nangong Wentian asserted solemnly. What do you require of me, father? Nangong Qiushui inquired. If the Hou family consents to our Nangong family's entrance into the Jiangbei territory, I hope you can infiltrate the Zhuang family estate to investigate the elite guards surrounding Su Chen, as well as to ascertain whether there are other formidable protectors from the Qinglong Society within the Zhuang residence, particularly the whereabouts of the notorious Li Xuanhuan, the dragon head of the second dragon. Nangong Wentian stated, since Zhuang Xuanji has aligned with the Qinglong Society, it is inevitable that they will dispatch experts for her protection. Thus, the Zhuang family must be scrutinized. It appears that father is confident the Hou family will agree to your terms. For the sake of the Nangong family, I shall venture to investigate at the appropriate time. However, it appears that Su Chen may soon accompany Mei Zhuangshuang to the Sacred Sword Lake. Should we take action, it would be most prudent to do so on his journey to the Sacred Sword Lake. Nangong Qiushui spoke in a low voice. She shared little camaraderie with Su Chen. Furthermore, when the new leader of the Bliss Palace arrives, there is a possibility of encountering the Azure Dragon Society. It would be wise to execute this plan after the new leader of the Bliss Palace has arrived, thus aligning with their interests. And it would be preferable to obliterate the Azure Dragon Society in the black market of Jinling City, particularly ensuring that the second leader, Li Xuanhuan, does not leave Jinling alive. Nangong Qiushui's tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Once a decision is made, one must eradicate future threats. The second leader of the Azure Dragon Society, Li Xuanhuan, is exceedingly formidable. If Su Chen were to overhear the conversation between the Nangong father and daughter, he would undoubtedly remark, Nangong Qiushui, both beautiful and ruthless. Chapter 700. The full moon of the 15th, gathering in the valley. Treading the sky gate on the full moon of the 15th, two figures stood silently upon a rocky outcrop outside the capital, shrouded in black robes. Their faces obscured by black and white cloth, yet their eyes glimmered with an extraordinary sharpness. "Brother, I never anticipated that the evil alliance would truly summon such a multitude." One of them spoke. "Were it not for the throng, we brothers would not have engaged in this affair. Securing the falling god pearl will undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Perhaps we might even leverage this opportunity to step into the depths of the sea and refine our spirits," replied the other. "Brother, I sense an uncanny aura surrounding this situation. You mentioned that the Imperial Master is the teacher of the Emperor of Zhou. How could such a figure be besieged? Is it possible that the Emperor, as rumored, suffered grave injuries during his breakthrough, causing a decline in his realm, and now seeks to transcend once more?" The first black-clad man pondered. "That remains uncertain. The Emperor once wielded unmatched martial prowess, accompanied by numerous formidable subordinates who suppressed the entire Jianghu of the Great Zhou, instilling fear of defiance in all. Such a character is beyond our conjecture. We should remain vigilant, ready to act as the opportunity arises. If we cannot strike at the Imperial Master, we shall target others within the Imperial Master's residence. The treasures within are far from ordinary. Securing a few would justify our efforts," the elder brother stated. "Let us proceed inside," he continued. However, just as they were about to move, they suddenly halted. Their gazes fixed upon a point in the valley. Not far away, two figures were slowly approaching the valley, a man and a woman. The man was robust, bearing a flag with a spear tip on his back, while the woman donned a flowing white gown, her hair elegantly arranged, adorned with a silver hairpin. Her face veiled in white cloth, revealing a pair of exceptionally bright eyes, yet her gaze was as cold and distant as a frigid star. Who are they? Recently rising to prominence, the deputy leader of the southern pavilion of Qinglong Pavilion, Yagyu, and the deputy leader of the northern pavilion, Taizhongtong. I did not expect the evil alliance to have summoned them as well. What a grand gathering. Let us go. Upon finishing, the two figures swiftly made their way into the valley. Those two possess extraordinary stealth skills. As the moonlight beckoned, both Xiaming and Yagyu cast a glance towards their recent location. The evil alliance has invited numerous skilled practitioners this time. We may seize this opportunity to observe the martial artists of the realm, remarked Taizhongtong. The two engaged in hushed conversation while making their way toward the valley. As they proceeded, a faint gust of wind swept past them, revealing a figure clad in black, masked and moving with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the figure reached the valley's mouth, showing no regard for Taizhongtong and Yagyu as it continued into the gorge. Taizhongtong and Yagyu maintained a leisurely pace, keenly assessing the strength of the arrivals. It is said that when one cultivates or walks, their aura becomes apparent, allowing for some discernment of their capabilities. However, should an individual stand still, concealing their presence, it becomes exceedingly difficult to gauge their prowess. The evil alliance had amassed a considerable number of individuals. Whether they were foes or allies remained uncertain, thus warranting further investigation. Just as the duo pressed on, 5 figures surged forth from a nearby location, emanating an aura of dread. These individuals donned black cloaks and masks, obscuring their features. Upon spotting Taizhongtong and Yagyu, the leader's eyes glinted with a chilling intent, yet they did not linger, swiftly advancing toward the valley. That leader harbors murderous intent. They may belong to true martial academy. Yagyu conveyed telepathically, "Let us hasten our pace." With renewed urgency, Taizhongtong and Yagyu quickened their steps toward the valley. At the entrance, an elderly man cloaked in black awaited. "Present your invitation," he intoned softly. Taizhongtong produced an invitation card, upon which the elder's gaze fell. Nodding, he replied, "Please, lead your esteemed guests into the valley." A young man in black robes emerged, guiding Taizhongtong and Yagyu into the gorge. Within the valley stood a newly erected modest structure. The young man ushered them into the building, where masked individuals mingled alongside some unmasked, all exuding a palpable aura of menace. These individuals were not the main combatants, thus lacking the qualification to enter the small building. Inside, members of the Azure Dragon Society, including Fu Hongxue, were seated in one area, while the 5 who had surpassed Yagyu earlier occupied another. Scattered across other tables were various attendees, some clad in silver robes and masks, others in black cloaks lurking in the corners, and a few stout middle-aged men of ordinary appearance. The auras they exuded were terrifying, each a formidable presence of the nautical gathering. At the center of the hall, a towering figure sat regally, masked yet emanating an aura of sharp intensity. Though seated, the pressure he exuded was formidable. Behind him stood two figures, one being He Shang, unmasked, while the other, Kai Jing, wore a mask. I am the Grand Leader of the Evil Alliance. This time, I have summoned you all to confront the Master of the Empire. The reward has already been discussed, so I shall not dwell on that. The most crucial item, the Luotian Pearl, is housed within the Seven Treasures Pavilion. Whoever slays the Master shall receive the treasure from the pavilion. I need not elaborate on the credibility of the Seven Treasures Pavilion. The Grand Leader of the Evil Alliance spoke. At this moment, Yin Shisan, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly transmitted a message to Fu Hongxue and the others. This Grand Leader of the Evil Alliance is Di Wuho. Upon encountering this Grand Leader, Yin Shisan felt an eerie familiarity. Although the voice had slightly changed, Yin Shisan was certain that this individual was indeed Di Wuho. After all, Yin Shisan had suspected Di Wuho's pretended death earlier. Di Wuho, Fu Hongxue and the others were not particularly surprised, yet Song Luanhui felt profound astonishment within. He had not anticipated that the Grand Leader of the Evil Alliance would be Di Wuho. Grand Leader, let us not linger in conversation any longer. We must set forth. Time cannot be squandered, spoke a man clad in a silver robe. Very well, let us proceed. The individuals outside shall deal with the others within the Master's residence, while we make our way directly to the Master. Today we must slay him, Di Wuho declared as he rose. Grand Leader, I have a question. Why does your Evil Alliance seek to strike against the Master? Inquired a voice hidden in the shadows. In this world, there is no need for a force like the Great Zhou Dynasty, which exerts pressure over the entire martial world. Once the Master falls, and the Emperor of Zhou remains in seclusion, the martial realm shall be tumultuous. Is it not an opportunity for us to seize the fortune of the martial world and step into the heavenly gate? Di Wuho, masked, replied. Is this not the shared sentiment among you all? He continued. Otherwise, it would be improbable to gather such a multitude of skilled individuals merely for the sake of the Luotian Pearl. Let us take action, no need for further words. At this moment, the burly man interjected. They indeed harbored such aspirations. Having reached the state of concentration akin to the depths of the sea, they sought to break through and enter the heavenly gate, yet they felt a missing element. That element was the fortune of the martial world. The Emperor of Zhou had monopolized the world's fortune for himself, blocking their path. Now, with the Emperor seemingly injured and seeking a breakthrough, it presented them with an opportunity. Although the Emperor remained silent, even in his injured state, the martial warriors dared not act against him, for the palace was replete with masterful fighters, along with the military firmly in control of the realm. Therefore, they refrained from targeting the Emperor and sought alternative approaches. If they were to eliminate the Master, the Emperor's mentor, the world would inevitably change. With chaos in the martial realm, the entire world would follow suit, thereby granting them the chance to find a breakthrough and step into the heavenly gate. Then let us set forth immediately and send the Master of the Great Zhou Dynasty on his way, Di Wuho proclaimed. Upon finishing his words, he appeared atop a small building. Today, we storm the Master's residence, and whatever treasure is found shall belong to the one who claims it. His voice echoed throughout the valley. The faces of those within the valley were etched with murderous intent. The experts from the Imperial Master's manor had others who would take action. All they needed to do was eliminate their targets. With a thunderous roar, the Imperial Martial Marquis surged forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. Behind him, He Shang and Kai Jing exchanged a glance before swiftly following suit. As the three leaders of the Evil Alliance sprang into motion, figures within the valley surged forth with remarkable speed. Inside the small building, Tai Zhongtong and Yagyu shared a glance before taking the lead. Observing this, several others in the room also joined them, leaving only the members of the Azure Dragon Society and 5 individuals from the True Martial Academy. Fu Hongxue gripped her black blade, preparing to depart. Addressing the 4 dragon heads, uncertain if the Azure Dragon Society would accept her proposition. At that moment, Qin Jiyuan from the True Martial Academy spoke up, his gaze directed at the masked Song Luanhui. Renowned among assassins, Song Luanhui's presence beside the Azure Dragon Society raised questions. We shall refrain for now. After the battle at the Imperial Master's manor, we can discuss further, Fu Hongxue replied. The aura they had cultivated over the past few days was all for the Imperial Master. Upon hearing Fu Hongxue's words, Qin Jiyuan's gaze shifted to Song Luanhui, inquiring whether Brother Luanhui would be willing to accept a business deal. His inquiry was also a means to gauge the relationship between Song Luanhui and Fu Hongxue. Apologies. Esteemed sir, but the 4 dragon heads have decided to hold off for now, and I cannot proceed either. I, Song Luanhui of the Reincarnation Path, am merely a subordinate leader beneath the 4 dragon heads. Having resolved to join the Azure Dragon Society, he sought to clarify his identity without hesitation, which would also enhance the society's reputation. His status as a mere subordinate leader would certainly astonish those who heard it. Qin Jiyuan was taken aback by Song Luanhui's declaration. It was entirely unexpected. Let us depart. Fu Hongxue disregarded their astonishment and led her companions away. Within the room, only the 5 members of the true martial academy remained. Chief, the Azure Dragon Society may pose an obstacle for us. Besides Song Luanhui and Fu Hongxue, those 3 swordsmen are quite formidable. I sense a terrifying sword intent emanating from them. They are likely top-tier experts in the sea of focused energy, while Fu Hongxue still falls short. Remarked one wielding a long blade. Should we strike at them in secret? Suggested one of the masked individuals, his voice aged. Qing Lao, our aim is the Imperial Master. Just as the leader of the Evil Alliance stated, once the Imperial Master falls, chaos will ensue in the great Zhou rivers and lakes, providing us with an opportunity. This is also why the Academy Master consented to take action, Qin Jiyuan asserted. Let us move. With that, the 5 of them hastened after the Imperial Marshal Marquis and his companions. Their speed was remarkable, allowing them to swiftly catch up with the trio. Hundreds of figures raced through the city, which today appeared unusually tranquil, the moonlight casting a hazy glow. A veil of mist enveloped the surroundings, with the occasional sound of a night watchman echoing in the stillness. At this hour, as the clock strikes midnight, the bell ringer strikes the bronze gong, proclaiming the serenity of the night. At the first watch, he warns, the air is dry, beware of fire. At the second watch, he calls for doors and windows to be secured against theft. By the third watch, he declares, the night is bright, all is well. Yet, in certain areas, the streets are ablaze with light. In the capital, some places observe a curfew, while others do not. Before the Imperial Master's residence, dozens of figures surge forth, one of them landing atop the grand entrance. A thunderous crash reverberates as the door shatters into pieces. A night guard, sensing something amiss, prepares to open the door, only to be met with a force that sends him flying, blood erupting from his mouth. As the entrance is obliterated, hundreds of figures pour into the Imperial Master's estate. Leading the charge are the 3 warriors of the Imperial Marshal Marquis, who descend with purpose. As they land, countless torches ignite around the estate, illuminating it as if it were day. Before them stands a man clad in black armor, wielding a halberd, flanked by hundreds of soldiers brandishing long blades, their aura exuding a menacing presence. Moreover, on the rooftops, hundreds of archers in dark garb take their positions. I have awaited your arrival for some time. The halberd-wielding man declares coldly. I am eager to see what capabilities you possess to dare invade the Imperial Master's domain. Just then, from the shadows, a figure darts forward, launching an attack with a palm imbued with dark energy, a practitioner of toxic arts, with a strength only barely reaching the 9th level of the celestial realm. This assassin seeks to make a name for himself through bloodshed. Ants. With a swift motion, the armored giant swings his halberd, cleaving through the incoming palm strike, then pivoting to slam the weapon into the assailant's body. A resounding thud echoes as blood sprays forth, the assassin crashing to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Kill. With a single strike, the black-armored man commands, and the archers above unleash a torrential rain of arrows upon the intruders. Kill. In that moment, a figure in a silver robe weaves through the barrage, deftly redirecting the arrows back towards their origin. Some archers plummet from their perches, blood staining the ground. As chaos ensues, those accompanying the Imperial Marshal Marquis scatter, intent on confronting the guards of the Imperial Master's estate. Kill. Hundreds of figures launch into the fray. The man in the silver robe, now armed with a halberd, leads his cohort forward, the air filled with the thunderous cries of battle. Chapter 702, The Anomaly. Traitors within the true martial courtyard. I will hold back Pei Mu Yuan. You all delve deeper. At this moment, a rather ordinary-looking middle-aged man stepped out of the small building, his veins bulging, exuding an aura of fierce malevolence. This ominous energy coalesced into the form of a ferocious tiger. You, the discarded tiger of the 5 tigers of Shu, I did not expect to find you here. Today, this general shall slay you. Clad in black armor, he raised his long halberd, his presence swelling as the malevolent energy enveloped him. A seasoned general, having fought countless battles and taken many lives, bore the essence of this ferocity. Divine might, the tiger falls upon the world. Divine might, a halberd to cleave the heavens. The two warriors unleashed their terrifying divine forces, their powers colliding and creating a cataclysmic shockwave. They were both thrown back by the impact. Military might. The retreating Pei Mu Yuan let out a low growl, and from behind him, several hundred warriors surged forth, their formidable aura rising in unison. The long halberd struck again, but the discarded tiger, still trying to regain his footing, could only roar as he retaliated with a punch. However, this blow forced him to retreat even further, his palms splitting and blood seeping forth. Just then, amidst the throng of soldiers, a figure emerged, a swordsman whose speed was astonishing, swiftly cutting down several foes. Yet, these warriors, well trained, quickly regrouped. We cannot delay, we must find the Grand Master, observed the Duke of Wu, urging his comrades towards the depths of the Grand Master's residence. Their objective was the Grand Master. Within the depths of the Grand Master's residence, in a hall adorned with red bricks, an elderly man in a brocade robe with a black beard sat solemnly in the main chair, shrouded in an obscure aura, his expression devoid of emotion. It seemed as though the tumultuous cries echoing through the Grand Master's estate were of no concern to him. This man was none other than the Grand Master of the Great Zhou dynasty, Yuan Mu. Beneath him stood 3 men, similarly clad in fitted garments, their expressions grave. Father, many formidable warriors have arrived, and the Emperor of Zhou has summoned all his experts to the palace, leaving us without assistance, one spoke. A figure in a purple brocade robe with exceptionally broad hands, a master of hand techniques, identified as Chu Luoxing, the Grand Master's son. The other 2 were loyal retainers of the Grand Master. After today, we shall no longer be associated with the Emperor of Zhou, lamented the Grand Master. Sighing at the mention of the Emperor, he had initially believed that aiding the Emperor would facilitate their ascendance to the Heavenly Gate, but the Emperor's ambition was too great. He did not wish to merely tread the path to the Heavenly Gate. Since this is the case, we must part ways with him. Such grand ambition, upon reaching the Heavenly Gate, will only invite greater peril. Those of us who follow him may ultimately become mere cannon fodder. Yet, he had provided me with a valuable indication. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to ascend to the Heavenly Gate. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in the Grand Master's eyes, and an aura of immense terror briefly enveloped him. Let us go and see who has come, he declared, rising from his seat and striding towards the hall's exit. Chu Luoxing and the others followed the Grand Master as they ventured outside. Chaos erupted throughout the Grand Master's estate, flames raging, and the sounds of battle resounding relentlessly. As he stepped out of the hall, numerous figures appeared in the courtyard beyond. Only a handful of individuals, each scattered, 5 from the Azure Dragon Society congregated together, 5 from the True Martial Academy, along with Tai Zhongtong and Yagyu, and 3 from the Evil Alliance. Additionally, a man in a silver robe stood alongside a figure clad in black, their forms aligned. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the leading Emperor Wu Ho unleashed a powerful punch, causing the wall before them to collapse instantly. 4 figures emerged before the assembly. Is this the Imperial Master? Tai Zhongtong's gaze shifted towards the elder with a black beard at the forefront, his eyes narrowing slightly as he sensed the concealed aura emanating a terrifying presence. His attention turned to Emperor Wu Ho. The aim of the Evil Alliance was the True Martial Academy, yet the unfolding scenario was pivotal. In contrast to Tai Zhongtong, Fu Hongxue and the others fixed their gazes entirely upon the Imperial Master. Their intent was clear: to eliminate the Imperial Master and witness the extent of his prowess. The Western Emperor, capable of dominating the great Zhou's martial world, must possess unparalleled strength as the Imperial Master. Shimen Shui Xue, Yi Gucheng, and Yin Shisan radiated a formidable sword intent. At this moment, the masked Emperor Wu Ho observed the situation, his expression tightening. He conveyed a message to Tai Zhongtong. It is rumored that the Azure Dragon Society has some ties with your Tianya Pavilion. Could you persuade them to refrain from intervening for the time being? In response, Tai Zhongtong replied through thought, that may not be possible. The Azure Dragon Society has no affiliation with my Tianya Pavilion. Only the young dragon leader of the Azure Dragon Society has connections with us. Upon hearing this, the masked Emperor Wu Ho appeared momentarily stunned. Earlier intelligence indicated that the young dragon leader of the Azure Dragon Society had interacted with the 10th General of Tianya Pavilion, leading him to believe there was a relationship between the two. Little did he know it was merely the young dragon leader Su Chun who had some acquaintance with Tianya Pavilion, the Imperial Master with a glorious lifetime. Today the Evil Alliance intends to escort you on your journey. We shall aid the Evil Alliance in this endeavor. As Emperor Wu Ho and Tai Zhongtang communicated, Qin Yuan of the True Martial Academy spoke up. At this juncture, the number of individuals surrounding the Imperial Master far exceeded those present during the siege of Emperor Wu Ho, with many more formidable beings gathered. Do you truly believe that with your meager force, you can slay me? The Imperial Master scoffed coldly, his words dripping with arrogance. Imperial Master, with so many formidable entities present, no matter how powerful you are, you shall not escape the Imperial Master's residence today. The Western Emperor cares not for your fate. No one can save you, Qin Yuan declared, his gaze directed towards the leader of the Evil Alliance, Emperor Wu Ho. Among the 3 leaders of the Evil Alliance, only this one possessed considerable strength. The other 2 were hardly worthy of his attention. Do you think that all these people here are on your side? The Imperial Master retorted coldly. Hearing this, Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the Azure Dragon Society, Tai Zhongtang, and the silver-robed man. He could not fathom that the Imperial Master was unaware of the plot against him. The Imperial Master's assertion convinced him entirely of the presence of his allies among these individuals. Just then, as he spoke, a figure behind him suddenly attacked a nearby individual, striking with a palm against the person's chest. The figure struck recoiled, blood spewing from their mouth as they soared backwards. It was then that the mask of the one struck fell away, revealing the weary ascetic of the True Martial Academy. His gaze turned towards the assailant, who had already landed beside the Imperial Master. I pay my respects to the Imperial Master. As he spoke, the newcomer removed his cloak and mask, unveiling his true identity as the Elder Qing of the True Martial Academy. You are one of the Imperial Master's people. The ascetic, filled with fury, spat blood, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Elder Qing. He was wary of others, yet failed to guard against the elder who had come alongside him. Chapter 703, The Imperial Master. The 2 lords of the Evil Alliance, the Imperial Master of the Azure Dragon Society, must be eliminated. I have always been a part of the Imperial Master's entourage. Elder Qing calmly positioned himself behind the Imperial Master. The atmosphere shifted, becoming palpably oppressive. It is time for the Evil Alliance to act. What are you waiting for? Qin Yuan looked at the Imperial Martial Marquis. Even if Elder Qing has betrayed us, we still have a multitude of formidable forces at our disposal. Besides, there is still a healer who has yet to reveal themselves. They believed that the Imperial Master could not escape, surrounded as he was. At this moment, the masked Imperial Martial Marquis exuded an overwhelming aura, causing He Yishang and Kai Jing to retreat. A fierce glimmer ignited in the eyes of the Imperial Martial Marquis. Suddenly, he pivoted and launched an attack towards Qin Yuan, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy from his palm. Qin Yuan's expression shifted, but the betrayal of Elder Qing had already instilled a sense of caution within him. As the Imperial Martial Marquis advanced, Qin Yuan summoned his strength and retaliated, their palms colliding with a thunderous impact. The force of their clash sent both men reeling backwards. Evil Alliance, what are your intentions? Qin Jin tore off his mask, his gaze piercing like that of a ravenous wolf fixed on the Imperial Martial Marquis. He was bewildered by the sudden aggression directed at him. Chief, it seems we have been ensnared. The Evil Alliance is in cahoots with the Imperial Master. The man wielding the long knife beside Qin Yuan spoke gravely. At the words of the knife-wielding man, the silver-robed figure and the man in black exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. They attempted to turn and flee, but the 2 burly men behind the Imperial Master transformed into shadows, blocking their path. You shall not escape. A low voice resonated from their lips as they struck out with their palms, obstructing the 2's escape. Seeing this, the silver-robed man unleashed a fierce punch, while the black-clad man drew forth his sword, unleashing a brilliant silver light that surged forth, forming a fearsome sword energy. Bang! Bang! The clash between the 4 erupted with a violent force. Divine Might, Silver Hand. Divine Might, Killing Sword. After a single exchange, the silver-robed man and the black-haired man unleashed their divine powers. Their energies converged, coalescing into a formidable force as they struck forth with a mighty blow. Boom! The silver-robed man and the figure in black found their divine aura disrupted, yet their silhouettes materialized before the two. One of them, with hands transformed into claws, launched an assault, while the other wielded a sword with a deadly gleam, proclaiming that either one would perish or the other would. The ensuing clash was intense and indistinguishable. He Yishang and Kai Jing exchanged a glance, and in an instant, they struck not at their opponents separately, but simultaneously aimed their attacks at the silver-robed man. With a resounding impact, both of their palms struck the back of the silver-robed man. He immediately coughed up blood, his body swaying under the force. In that fleeting moment, the man clad in battle attire seized his opponent's head with claw-like hands and, with a fierce pull, decapitated him. Blood sprayed forth, and the remaining black-clad swordsman, witnessing this horrific act, was momentarily paralyzed with shock. Without a moment to spare, he attempted to evade, aiming to flee. Suddenly, a flash of violet light darted toward the black-clad swordsman at an astonishing speed. Reacting swiftly, he pivoted his long sword to intercept the violet streak, resulting in a resounding clash. As he landed, four figures lunged at him, proving to be insurmountable adversaries, swiftly dispatching him beneath their might. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The four dragon heads. The evil alliance may be colluding with the imperial master. Song Luanhui transmitted to Fu Hongxue. Fu Hongxue maintained a serene expression, revealing no trace of surprise. Initially perplexed by the evil alliance's assault on the true martial academy, they now understood that the imperial master was indeed affiliated with them. The conflict at the imperial master's residence was a trap to draw out the true martial academy's elite, leaving it vulnerable. By eliminating these foes, they could strike at the true martial academy with minimal resistance. Qinglong demeanor was as cold as frost. The imperial master's residence is in league with your evil alliance. Your elaborate scheming is aimed at targeting my true martial academy. Qinglong addressed the imperial master and the imperial martial marquis with a chilling voice. As the overseer of the true martial academy, his insights were astute. If he remained unaware of the enemy's intentions at this juncture, it would be sheer folly. His eyes fixed upon the imperial master. What is the nature of your relationship with the evil alliance? Why assist them in orchestrating this trap against us? I possess another identity. That of the second leader of the evil alliance, the imperial master disclosed at that moment. What? The second leader of the evil alliance? Qinglong was taken aback, glancing towards He Yishang in astonishment. I am merely a substitute for my superior, He Yishang replied coldly. Upon hearing He Yishang's words, Qinglong's expression turned ashen. He had not anticipated that the true martial academy would be ensnared so thoroughly, yet he resolved that they still possessed the strength to fight back. As he spoke, a piercing sound erupted from his mouth. A shadow suddenly descended upon the courtyard, the figure clad in a gray robe, exuding a terrifying aura, yet with a somewhat dazed expression. The robe bore several deep gashes. It was unexpected that this alchemist managed to slip past your defenses. The elder beside the imperial master, observing the arrival of the gray-robed figure, focused intently, stating, Taizhongtong, Yagyu, you must have forged an agreement with the evil alliance. However, I propose an alternative condition. Currently, my people from True Martial Academy have already reached Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and Money Gang. Should you assist us in our departure, we will bury the grievances between True Martial Academy and Skycliff, and I shall immediately allow those in our employ to return to True Martial Academy. Qinglong addressed Taizhongtong and Yagyu. They were left with only 3 individuals, along with an alchemist, and the severely injured monk from a surprise attack. Thus they held no advantage in strength. Therefore, they absolutely could not permit Skycliff and the Evil Alliance to unite. Do you believe that we arrived without reinforcements from Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and Money Gang? Our collaboration with the Evil Alliance aims to seize your True Martial Academy, eliminate you, and thereafter, Skycliff shall supplant your True Martial Academy, Taizhongtong coldly declared. Chief, we must break through now. Wei Sandao, standing behind him, interjected. As he spoke, his black robe shattered, revealing his true form, while the man beside him similarly tore away his black robe to unveil a crimson attire, his eyes radiating a fierce light. At this moment, there was no alternative but to engage in battle. The strong have never feared conflict. At this juncture, the masked Imperial Martial Marquis turned his gaze toward Fu Hongxue of the Azure Dragon Society. For Dragonheads, I wonder how your Azure Dragon Society intends to decide. Upon hearing these words, Fu Hongshue's expression remained calm. Our mission at Azure Dragon Society is singular and unwavering, to slay the Imperial Master. Her voice was serene, yet it thickened the air with a palpable tension. Chapter 704. Fierce Confrontation, Qin Jiyuan, Tai Zhongtong. The Imperial Marshal Marquis, upon hearing Fu Hongshue's declaration, sharpened his gaze. For Dragonheads, have you not considered your options? He asked. Imperial Marshal Marquis, our actions at Azure Dragon Society are not to be trifled with. Your mission with the Evil Alliance is to eliminate the Imperial Master, and thus he must be slain. At this moment, Yin Shursin stepped forward to speak. Hearing this, the Imperial Marshal Marquis's demeanor shifted. He had not anticipated that Yin Shursin would recognize him, and his expression darkened. It seems the leader of the Evil Alliance is none other than the Imperial Marshal Marquis. I surmise you faked your death to escape last time. Hence, it was you who orchestrated the theft of the false head from Azure Dragon Society. Qin Jiyuan's face now bore a hint of excitement. The Evil Alliance had inadvertently revealed their hand to the Azure Dragon Society, completely unexpected. Since those from the Azure Dragon Society seek death, allow me to escort them on their journey, while you deal with the people from True Martial Academy. The Imperial Master proclaimed. Plans had gone awry, thus, they would simply eliminate the problem. As the Imperial Master spoke, the tension in the air escalated. The figure of Emperor Wu Ho shifted, launching an assault towards Qin Jiyuan. His palm struck out, unleashing a terrifying force that surged towards his opponent. At that moment, the Elder in Blue flickered, appearing before the previously injured monk. The monk struggled to stand, yet a hand emerged from his chest, followed by a resounding thud as blood spewed from his mouth. His body flying backward like a deflated ball, rolling several times on the ground before succumbing to stillness. Kill. In the Xinwu Academy, Wei Sandao brandished his long knife, executing a swift strike. Divine might, the three slashes of heaven, earth, and man. The first slash, the annihilation of heaven. The long knife cleaved the air, releasing a jet of dark blade light that shot skyward like black lightning, emanating a terrifying aura. The Elder's expression hardened, having spent considerable time in Xinwu Academy. He was well aware of Wei Sandao's formidable prowess. Divine might, the soul-snatching hand. The Elder bellowed, his palm manifesting a mysterious black hue. Boom. The two forces clashed, sending the Elder staggering backward. Yet, Wei Sandao pressed on, unleashing a second strike, the blade technique flowing like a silken ribbon, swiftly reaching the Elder. The Elder shouted, thrusting his palm forward, unleashing a fearsome energy to counter the blade's light. However, the energy was cleaved apart by the long knife. The Elder transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing beneath the blade's brilliance, only to reappear before Wei Sandao, grasping at his chest with blinding speed, accompanied by a piercing sound that sought to disrupt Wei Sandao's focus. Get lost, Wei Sandao growled, delivering a punch with his left hand that collided with the Elder's advance. The impact sent him reeling backward. In that instant, they created some distance. Wei Sandao swiftly retracted his right-hand knife and struck again. The blade light, imbued with terrifying power, tore through the air and appeared before the Elder like a flash of lightning. The Elder clenched his fist, unleashing an explosive force that collided with the blade's aura. Sizzle. In the blink of an eye, a crimson line appeared across the Elder's chest. Though shallow, it oozed blood. Wei Sandao, your 3 strikes are over. Now perish. The pain from his wound twisted the Elder's expression into a grotesque mask as he lunged for Wei Sandao's head. Yet, as he approached, a fierce look crossed Wei Sandao's face. Did you think Wei Sandao would forever wield only 3 strikes? In that fleeting moment, as the Elder drew near, Wei Sandao struck anew, this blow faster and more ferocious than the preceding 3. Sizzle. The Elder was cleaved in 2 by Wei Sandao's blade, blood spraying forth. Upon witnessing the Elder's demise, Chu Luoxing surged forward, a streak of purple light aimed at Wei Sandao, moving with incredible speed. Wei Sandao swiftly countered with his knife, intercepting the purple glow. However, in that instant, Chu Luoxing had already appeared before him. Divine might, the purple thunder descends. A surge of purple lightning energy erupted from his palm, crashing into Wei Sandao's chest, the dread power coursing through him. Boom. His chest exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Thud. The mangled body collapsed to the ground. Brother Wei. Upon witnessing the scene, the man in the blood-red robe displayed a fleeting glimmer of crimson light in his eyes as he lunged towards Chu Luoxing. However, he was intercepted by a figure clad in white. Yagyu had arrived, prepared to engage. Moreover, at this moment, the three foremost swordsmen of the Qinglong Society had approached the imperial master. The burly man who had accompanied the imperial master emerged swiftly, aiming to obstruct Yi Guqing, Shimen Xue and Yan Shisan. Yet, as they made their move, both Yi Guqing and Yan Shisan abruptly shifted their stances, their swords slicing through the air with remarkable speed. Yi Guqing's swordsmanship was ethereal, captivating the mind, while Yan Shisan's technique was devilish, instilling a profound fear. In an instant, both were enveloped by their lethal artistry. Following the flash of sword light, two figures stood motionless before collapsing to the ground, their eyes devoid of life. Chu Luoxing's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl upon witnessing this. Yet, he could not dismiss the prowess of their swordsmanship, although slightly inferior to his own. They were formidable masters of the sea of energy. Just like that, they had been slain by a single stroke each. Boom. After clashing palms, Qin Jiyuan and the imperial martial marquis descended, radiating an aura as formidable as a mountain. Their martial prowess bore a striking resemblance. Imperial martial marquis, imperial master. It seems today you shall not emerge victorious, Qin Jiyuan declared, his gaze shifting towards He Yishang. Abruptly, a crimson object slipped from his sleeve into his palm. With a sudden forceful grip, He Yishang felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, rolling on the ground as black blood streamed from his mouth, and within moments, he succumbed to death. The imperial martial marquis's countenance darkened with fury. "Kill him." At that moment, Qin Jiyuan directed his words towards the gray-robed alchemist, who had remained motionless until now. The alchemist's gaze fixated on Qin Jiyuan, emitting a low growl. Boom. The growl was imbued with a terrifying mental power, assaulting the imperial martial marquis's mind. In that instant, the formidable alchemist transformed into a blur, appearing before the imperial martial marquis, his claw-like hand grasping at the marquis's chest. "Get away!" the imperial martial marquis bellowed, dispersing the mental assault. A terrifying energy enveloped him, warding off the grasp, yet he was still forced back several steps by the overwhelming force of the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the alchemist pressed his assault on the imperial martial marquis. Meanwhile, Qin Jiyuan attempted to make his escape, but Iron Zhongtong materialized before him. "Qin manager, you shall not leave today. I have long wished to witness your prowess. It is said you have perfected the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon to the 9th level." Iron Zhongtong declared, gripping the iron blood flag that appeared in his hand. A formidable aura of iron and blood emanated from him, representing the indomitable spirit of the Iron Blood Flag sect, combined with his status as a martial arts overlord. In this moment, Iron Zhongtong exuded an unparalleled dominance. Blocked. Qin Jiyuan's expression morphed into one of fury as dark energy surged around him. The last time Iron Zhongtong had obstructed his path, he had refrained from engaging in battle. In the present moment, Tai Zhongtong continues to block his path, and he seeks to eliminate Tai Zhongtong. Chapter 705. The Emperor of Zhou observes and orchestrates. With his head remaining in the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion. Deep within the palace, in a certain chamber, the Emperor of Zhou sits cross-legged upon a mat radiating a soft white light. Golden true energy flows around him, coalescing into dragon shapes that swirl and dance about his form. This golden brilliance seems on the verge of breaking free from the palace confines. However, at the center of his chest, a sinister black blood aura gathers. Within this dark blood aura, a shadowy dragon-shaped true energy ebbs and flows. Compared to the golden dragon, this black manifestation appears rather diminutive. Yet, this black dragon true energy circulates within him, continuously growing in strength. Remarkably, these two contrasting energies coexist within the emperor's body without any sign of repulsion. After a while, a figure emerged from the shadows of the palace, Xue Pingxing from the Heavenly Supervision Bureau. Sensing Xue's presence, the emperor opened his eyes. Though the power within him seemed to flow autonomously, it appears there is quite a fierce battle outside. "The malevolent dragon energy within me is circulating rapidly," the emperor remarked. "Your Majesty, the encirclement of the Imperial Master by the Evil Alliance is a scheme orchestrated by Master Chu, who is the second leader of the Evil Alliance." The Grand Leader was the late Duke of Imperial Martial Arts, Xue Pingxing divulged. The information astonished him. The emperor had 5 mentors throughout his life. The first was Li Yunsheng, the head of the Purple Cloud View, from whom the emperor derived his martial foundations. The second was Wen Kaidi from the Wen family, who introduced the emperor to literary pursuits. The third was Yuan Mu, who had been attacked and remained in the capital. The fourth was Shimin Tians, the ancestral figure of one of the four great families of Jiangnan. The fifth was Master Yuan Zhen from the Lingyun Stone Cave Temple of the Buddhist Zen sect. Upon hearing Xue Pingxing's words, the emperor was not particularly surprised by Yuan Wu's machinations, given his role as the second leader of the evil alliance. However, his expression subtly shifted upon learning that Duke of Imperial Martial Arts was the grand leader. This revelation caught him off guard. My mentor, although he did not endorse my ideas, sought to use this method to seize the fortune of the martial world, aiming to step into the celestial gate. Such cunning calculations. He mused. I wondered why he had remained silent. It turns out he was laying his own trap. He even utilized my hand to craft this scheme flawlessly. This reminds me of his demeanor when he orchestrated the martial arts world years ago, though his methods still seemed somewhat disreputable. Yet, the Duke of Imperial Martial Arts was an unexpected twist. The foremost warrior among the marquises in the past, his demise had puzzled the emperor. He had not anticipated that it was a feigned death, and that he was indeed the grand leader of the evil alliance. Who was the target of their scheme? The emperor inquired softly. It is aimed at Jinwu Courtyard and Qinji Yuan. The imperial master intends to strike at Jinwu Courtyard, presumably to obtain the Jinwu secret resolution and Xuanwu inner pill, Xue Pingxing replied. The Jinwu Courtyard is not easily underestimated. The master of the courtyard, Yang Su, has maintained an erratic presence over the years. One might wonder whether he is currently in the capital or elsewhere, remarked Emperor Zhou. Your Majesty, do you believe Yang Su is indeed in the capital? Xue Pingxing inquired softly. I suspect he is here, but I am uncertain if he will reveal himself when the Jinwu courtyard encounters trouble. By the way, my teacher should have made some arrangements regarding the Jinwu courtyard. Shouldn't he? Emperor Zhou subsequently asked. Your Majesty, the three formidable practitioners from the Black Cloud Village and the Sky Burial sect, who previously emerged, have concealed themselves outside the Jinwu courtyard, seemingly poised for action. However, Your Majesty, there is another significant dilemma confronting the imperial teacher, one of his own making. Xue Pingxing remarked, a smile emerging on his face. Do share. Emperor Zhou's interest was piqued. The Qinglong Association they invited has sent 5 individuals, the 4 dragon heads led by Fu Hongxue, along with 3 swordsmen, and the helmsman of the Wheel of Reincarnation. Song Lianhui. You mean Song Lianhui, the helmsman of the Wheel of Reincarnation, is associated with the Qinglong Association? Emperor Zhou inquired, his expression tightening. That is the information we have received thus far, Xue Pingxing confirmed with a nod. He continued, the Qinglong Association does not care whether the imperial teacher is the second leader of the evil alliance. They are determined to eliminate him. They have already struck down 2 of the imperial teacher's attendants. It appears the Qinglong Association is steadfast in their principles. Is it not rumored that they have ties with the Tianya Pavilion? The individuals from Tianya Pavilion did not intervene, Emperor Zhou questioned, perplexed. Indeed. And it seems there is no connection between them. The Tianya Pavilion has declared its collaboration with the evil alliance, yet Fu Hongxue remains intent on targeting the imperial teacher. Xue Pingxing replied, it seems their relationship is not particularly profound, perhaps merely one of mutual benefit. When it comes to principles, they show no signs of retreat. My teacher has unwittingly created a conundrum for himself. It seems he will need to take matters into his own hands. I wonder if his prowess has advanced over the years. Maintain vigilant observation of the imperial teacher's residence. The moment there is any news, notify me immediately. Also, I will soon reverse the meridians. After the golden light within the palace fades, a crimson glow will ensue. You must prevent anyone from entering to investigate. If it is unavoidable, then allow them in. If we are to put on a performance, we must do it thoroughly. They must believe I am injured. If I am not wounded, the martial world may remain somewhat unsettled, but it will not reach the level I desire. Emperor Zhou declared. Understood, Your Majesty. Xue Pingxing responded, stepping out from the shadows. At that moment, Bai Qiufei stood atop the golden wind and drizzle pavilion, leaning against the railing. Behind him, Naylan Rongyan stood, both observing the scene below the pavilion. In the central hall beneath them stood 3 men. The foremost figure donned a brocade robe, with a fair complexion and long, well-groomed fingers, suggesting either a fastidious nature or exceptional skill in hand techniques. Bai Qiufei, Do you perhaps anticipate our actions against you this evening? Which is why you have dispersed the members of the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu and chosen to remain alone, offering your head to us. One of the leading men gazed up at by Chou Fei and declared, I have awaited the three of you for quite some time. Tonight, your heads shall remain with me at Jin Feng Shiyu Lu. Bai Chou Fei responded with a calm demeanor, having acquired 30 years' worth of celestial inner strength. His prowess had now reached the level of transforming his Dantian into a vast ocean. With the assistance of the gauntlets he had obtained, he was now capable of contending with those recently emerged from the sea, focused and formidable. Furthermore, he sensed no overwhelming pressure emanating from his opponents, prompting him to reveal himself and confront them. Seeking death, the leading man's eyes flashed with a fierce intent to kill upon hearing Bai Chou Fei's words. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself forward, leaping towards Bai Chou Fei with great speed. Chapter 706. Duan Tianya takes action. A blade to kill. His movements were swift, and the force of his palm was fierce. He had intended to unleash a massacre upon the members of Jin Feng Shiyu Lu. However, with no one else present, only Bai Chou Fei stood before him. Thus, he decided to eliminate Bai Chou Fei and return with his head. Master, Nalan Rongyan, standing behind Bai Chou Fei, changed her expression, worry etched across her face. Fear not. Bai Chou Fei waved his hand, leaping down and striking with his palm, colliding with his opponent's hand. Bang! The clash of their palm forces unleashed a tempestuous wave of energy, shattering the surrounding railings. The two figures separated, landing in the central hall. Master strength? Nalan Rongyan was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Bai Chou Fei deflect the attack. She had not anticipated his ability to withstand such a blow, and his newfound strength astonished her. At that moment, the assailant on the ground regarded Bai Chou Fei, clad in white, with a focused gaze. Though he had not utilized his divine aura earlier, the power of his palm was extraordinary. Bai Chou Fei's strength, which he had previously assessed to be at the level of Tianren 9 trials, should not have been able to withstand such a strike. No wonder you dare to remain here alone. You possess a modicum of skill, albeit merely that. The assailant raised his palm, lifting himself into the air. 9 shadows of the purple phantom. He moved, transforming into 9 spectral afterimages, simultaneously striking out with his palm. The speed was so great that it gave the impression that 9 individuals were attacking at once. Bai Chou Fei promptly executed the Jing Shinji, summoning numerous finger shadows that darted towards the 9 palms, each finger striking against the incoming hands. The clash of energies shattered his opponent's 9 purple shadows entirely. Bai Chou Fei's Jing Shinji was versatile, capable of both offense and defense, executing his techniques with the ferocity of a tempest, yet defending with the finesse of a masterful musician plucking a lute, rendering his adversary's attacks intangible. As the assailant's technique was dismantled by Bai Chou Fei's strike, his expression turned grave. To have shattered my 9 shadows of the purple phantom with a single move, you are indeed remarkable. I am Feng Su from Zhenwu Yuan. This time, the assailant revealed his name, for among warriors, respect for the strong is paramount. Bai Chou Fei wore a grave expression. Although he had just successfully countered his opponent's attack, he had inflicted little damage in return. If this battle continued in such a manner, it would prove exceedingly disadvantageous for him. Despite having stepped into the realm of the Dantian transformation, he sensed that his adversary's strength likely surpassed this level. At that moment, 2 individuals stood behind him. One of them stepped forward, casting his gaze towards the pavilion where Nalan Rongyan resided. Elder man, he declared, I shall capture Nalan Rongyan. She may possess secrets regarding the Tianya pavilion that could be advantageous for our Zhenwu Academy. With that, he soared into the air, akin to an eagle, and swiftly approached the pavilion. In the blink of an eye, he landed atop the structure. Nalan Rongyan's complexion turned pale with shock as she attempted to evade. Yet, her opponent's speed was astonishing. He reached out, intending to seize her. Meanwhile, Man Fengxiu, who had been closely monitoring Bai Chou Fei, suddenly noticed a cold smirk upon his lips. Not good. Be careful, he warned. Just as his words fell, a dark figure emerged behind Nalan Rongyan, brandishing a long knife. In an instant, the blade sliced through the air like a cascade of silver light. With a swift motion, the assailant was cleaved in 2 by none other than Duan Tianya, who had recently ascended to the Dantian transformation level. Although the Zhenwu Academy combatant also wielded similar power, he had underestimated Nalan Rongyan, failing to detect Duan Tianya's presence, and was thus swiftly dispatched. Kill. Observing this turn of events, Another member of the Xinwu Academy leaped forward, his long knife poised to strike. With a flash, he unleashed a brilliant arc of blade energy, cascading like a waterfall toward Duan Tianya. However, as the blade approached, Duan Tianya merely shifted slightly, evading the lethal strike. The blade cleaved through the window behind him, shattering it instantly. In that moment, Duan Tianya sprang into action, his form resembling that of a leopard as he lunged forward. Both hands gripping his sword, he executed a powerful strike, the blade's brilliance swirling like drifting snowflakes. Yet, in an instant, the delicate snow transformed into a crimson flash. Descending with lethal intent, the assailant's heart raced in alarm. He immediately swung his long knife in defense, unleashing a terrifying wave of blade energy. In this critical juncture, he managed to parry Duan Tianya's blow. Nevertheless, Duan Tianya did not retreat. He raised his blade and pressed forward, accelerating the speed and force of his strikes. The opponent felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from his long knife, a force that coursed through his arm, causing a tingling sensation. Fear gripped him. Though he had initiated the attack, he now found himself on the defensive. The situation must change. In his mind, he resolved to unleash a terrifying surge of blade energy to push Duan Tianya back. With a thunderous clash, the two forces collided, and both combatants were forced to recoil. However, as the opponent staggered backward, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. What is happening? He thought, just as the tension escalated. The assailant wished to articulate something, yet the tempestuous glint of blades had already manifested. He drew his sword to defend and attempted to shift his position. However, the torrential flashes of steel abruptly vanished, morphing into a stream of crimson light. In an instant, he felt a chill at the center of his brow. Upon touching it, his palm was stained with blood. His gaze, rife with a blend of resentment and horror, uttered, "Your blade," before he collapsed to the ground. From his brow, a surge of sword energy erupted. Blood gushed forth, and in the blink of an eye, Duan Tianya claimed another life. Facing Bai Qiufei amidst the swirling wind, he turned his gaze toward Duan Tianya, his eyes suffused with a frigid, murderous intent. Duan Tianya first executed a stealthy assassination, then retaliated with a lethal strike. His prowess was formidable. With a swift pivot, he appeared before Duan Tianya like a specter. "I will eliminate you first." The divine might, the true essence of the blazing sun. A wave of terrifying, searing energy erupted from Man Fengxiu, accompanied by a dreadful crimson aura emanating from his palm. Under the pressure of the divine force, Duan Tianya felt his entire being constrained, unable to move. Moreover, his spirit was subdued, and the hand gripping his sword felt inexplicably heavy. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Duan Tianya bit his tongue, the pain jolting him back to clarity. Boom. At that moment, Man Fengxiu's palm descended. Duan Tianya swiftly evaded, darting away, as Man Fengxiu's hand struck the ground. Boom. Sizzle. Instantly, the scorching palm impacted the wooden floor, producing a resounding crash, followed by the acrid scent of charred timber. With the first strike thwarted, Man Fengxiu showed no signs of hesitation. He stomped the ground fiercely, causing it to erupt as if detonated by explosives. In this moment, Man Fengxiu transformed into a blurred afterimage, accompanied by a violent rush of air, charging toward Duan Tianya. Before his arrival, a formidable wave of pressure surged toward Duan Tianya. Chapter 707, Lu Sheng Piaoxiu, Duan Tianya's Combined Blade, by Qiufei. At this juncture, Bai Qiufei made his move, extending his finger to unleash a thunderous clap within the pavilion. Akin to a bolt of lightning, his fingertip glimmered like a beacon behind Man Fengxiu, moving with astonishing speed. Man Fengxiu's expression turned cold. He pivoted his palm and struck fiercely at Bai Qiufei. Their fingers collided. Sizzle. In that moment of impact, a pair of gauntlets materialized around Bai Qiufei's fingertips, allowing them to pierce through the energy and ultimately strike at the center of Man Fengxiu's palm. The forceful impact caused excruciating pain to radiate from Man Fengxiu's hand, prompting him to withdraw swiftly. In that instant, Duan Tianya soared into the air, unleashing a devastating strike, killing Goddess Blade. A terrifying aura of death erupted from the blade's energy. True essence of the blazing sun, Man Fengxiu bellowed. Boom. His vital energy erupted violently, generating an invisible wave that formed a protective barrier around him. Bang. Duan Tianya's long blade crashed against the opposing energy. The force shattered the energy barrier. Yet he too was forced back several steps. Snowflakes drifting through the world. killing Goddess Blade. At that moment, behind Duan Tianya, a figure soared forth. Lu Sheng Piaoshu unleashed a rapid strike. The speed was astonishing. As the true qi was severed, Man Fengshu's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to evade. Yet the long blade was too swift, and he barely managed to move. With a swift motion, his right arm was severed. A cry of agony escaped Man Fengshu's lips. Contorting his face in pain, he raised his left hand, suddenly striking his body multiple times. Instantly, the once normal complexion of Man Fengshu transformed. Veins bulged and his body began to swell rapidly, taking on a crimson hue. The severed limb's wound quickly oozed blood, which then solidified. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of malevolence erupted from him. He raised his left palm, channeling his formidable might toward Lu Sheng Piaoshu. Having succeeded in his attack, Lu Sheng Piaoshu began to retreat, only to feel an overwhelming force press down upon him. Die! Solar explosion. Man Fengshu bellowed. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous burst of energy erupted from his palm, creating an infernal wave of true qi that seared the surrounding space into a terrifying vacuum. At that moment, Duan Tianya materialized beside Lu Sheng Piaoshu, aiding him in resisting the overwhelming pressure. The two, united in purpose, launched their assault simultaneously. As husband and wife, their tragic fate in a past life was overshadowed by the new world they inhabited, free from past entanglements, their thoughts in perfect harmony. They leapt into the air together, executing a deadly strike with their blades. The two waves of sword energy merged into one, breaking free from the oppressive force, colliding with the terrifying energy of their opponent. The resulting clash of immense power sent all three combatants reeling backward. In that instant, Bai Chofei transformed into an afterimage, appearing before Man Fengshu with a piercing gaze. He issued a low command. 3 fingers strike the heavens, shattering evil, startling dreams, natural enemy. 3 fingers struck fiercely against Man Fengshu's chest. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 waves of terrifying energy combined with the force of his fist shattered the last remnants of Man Fengshu's true qi defense, piercing through his body. Blood gushed forth from Man Fengshu as the internal explosion of energy obliterated his organs. He lifted his gaze to Bai Chofei, his eyes filled with resentment. So, he was to perish within the confines of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. With a thud, his body collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Masteress residence, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The 3 great swordsmen surrounded the Imperial Master Yuan Mu, their sword energy soaring. Yuan Mu emanated a powerful aura, gathering his strength. Meanwhile, the Emperor Wu Ho was intercepted by the Medicine Man, and the Blood-clad Man was halted by the Moon Invitation. The remaining Qin Jiyuan and Tai Zhongtong faced off against each other. Are you from Tianya Pavilion intent on a life-and-death struggle with my Zhenmu Academy? Qin Jiyuan glared at Tai Zhongtong with a fierce intensity. Having already made their moves, what difference did a life-and-death struggle make? Tai Zhongtong remained unfazed, his aura growing ever more formidable. Your Northern Pavilion's Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has likely turned into a river of blood by now, Qin Jiyuan suddenly remarked. He sought to assault the Golden Wind and Light Rain Tower, aiming to disrupt Tai Zhongtong's mental state. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from him, accompanied by a swift circulation of dark energy, which manifested as layers of black blood essence accumulating upon him, reaching a staggering 9 layers in an instant. This formidable power radiated outward, clashing with the surrounding air, which crackled and was forcefully repelled. Merging with Qin Jiyuan's very being, he transformed into a fearsome fiend. 9th, turned demon-splitting hand. In the midst of his utterance, Qin Jiyuan shifted his form and lunged towards Tai Zhongtong's throat with an outstretched hand, his eyes glinting with a frenzied intent to kill. With a swift motion, Tai Zhongtong waved his battle flag, from which a fierce spearhead erupted, exuding a bloodthirsty aura that surged towards his opponent's palm with astonishing speed. The collision of their trajectories resulted in a resounding clash. Boom. Clang. First, the energies collided, followed by the impact of palm against spearhead. Qin Jiyuan unleashed his strike with a mechanical arm, now replaced after being severed, its palm bearing a dark hue. Unyielding to Tai Zhongtong's spear tip, the metallic clash ignited sparks in the air. As the spear tip met his palm, he suddenly closed his grip, seizing the spear with bare hands, while his other hand rose to deliver a punch towards Tai Zhongtong. Tai Zhongtong lifted his hand, countering with a palm strike, resulting in a clash of energies that forced both men to stagger back. Upon landing, Yuan pushed off the ground, launching a punch enveloped in dark energy that coalesced into a formidable force, hurtling towards Tai Zhongtong. Without flinching, Tai Zhongtong met the attack with his own fist. A crimson energy surging forth, fierce and explosive. Boom! The two fists collided, with Tai Zhongtong remaining steadfast, while Yuan was pushed back 2 steps. However, his expression turned cold as his metallic hand sliced through the air, unleashing 5 sharp energy blasts aimed directly at Tai Zhongtong's throat. Tai Zhongtong deftly evaded these 5 oncoming strikes, and at that moment, his internal energy surged wildly, flowing into his formidable battle flag. I have discerned your strength. I shall not engage further. Let me send you on your way. Tai Zhongtong's chilling voice echoed in Yuan's ears. Reacting to Tai Zhongtong's words, Yuan's countenance darkened. You are far too arrogant. The earlier exchange had been a fierce confrontation. Although Tai Zhongtong's strength slightly surpassed his own, the notion of killing him was implausible. With a fierce resolve, Tai Zhongtong proclaimed, Divine might, iron blood. Unity of man and flag, iron blood battle flag. His voice resonated with power as the vast energy within him surged like tumultuous waves behind him. The energy flooding into the iron blood battle flag unleashed a terrifying bloodthirsty aura that permeated the surrounding space. The once dark sky seemed to be shrouded in a crimson hue in an instant. In that moment, Tai Zhongtong's explosive presence was nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 708, The Iron Blood Flag, Unity of Man and Banner. A single strike to slay the great flag in your grasp is not merely a weapon of material grade. It has ascended to the realm of the spiritual. Upon witnessing this, Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. His own newly adorned arm was but of material grade. And during his recent engagement with the Iron Zhongtong's great flag, he had failed to shatter the opponent's standard, believing it to be of the same caliber. However, the overwhelming force now unleashed indicated that the blood banner had undoubtedly surpassed material grade, achieving the spiritual level. Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he instinctively took a step back. Iron Zhongtong, noting this reaction, let out a cold snort, advancing with his flag. The Iron Blood Great Flag. Energized by his true essence, coupled with Iron Zhongtong's indomitable spirit, ensnared Yuan in a tempest of sanguine energy. With a low growl, he sought to dispel his fear and swiftly activated his 9 turns demon technique. The technique surged forth, emanating a terrifying demonic aura. Yet, this dark energy was still suppressed by the iron blood aura. The immense pressure transformed Yuan's gaze to a furious red as he exerted all his strength to unleash a punch. Yet, as his fist surged forth, the iron blood great flag pierced through the crimson light, becoming a streak of brilliance that bypassed his strike, its sharp tip finding its way into his throat. Crimson blood began to flow from his body into the iron blood great flag, which, in an instant, transformed into an even deeper shade of red. With a thud, his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and the once vibrant flag returned to a mere blood banner, its brilliant hue fading into ordinariness. Thus, Yuan met his end, ungraciously and with alarming rapidity. Witnessing this scene, the Imperial Master's eyes glimmered with a flash of insight. Meanwhile, the Imperial Marshal Marquis, engaged in battle with the medicinal man, also experienced a change in demeanor, for he recognized that Yuan was of similar caliber to himself. If Iron Zhongtong could vanquish the Imperial Marshal Marquis with a single blow, it stood to reason that he could do the same to him. A spiritual grade weapon. It was unexpected that Iron Zhongtong possessed such an item. The Imperial Marshal Marquis lamented inwardly, realizing that Iron Zhongtong was clearly in perfect harmony with the spiritual grade weapon, the Iron Blood Great Flag. In this confrontation, he had no choice but to flee or seek a weapon of equal caliber. Otherwise, he stood no chance against Iron Zhongtong. There was no unfairness in this. Weapons were indeed an integral part of a warrior's strength. As the Imperial Marshal Marquis pondered this, the medicinal man before him erupted in fury, his low growls resonating like crashing waves directed towards him. At that moment, a terrifying energy swirled around the medicinal man's form. With this surge, he charged towards the Imperial Marshal Marquis, delivering a heavy palm strike. The force within his palm exploded like a vortex. The Imperial Marshal Marquis could only respond with a punch in defense, but his own unleashed spirit bore no weight against the opponent's mind and strength. The medicinal man attacked without regard for injury, his growls infused with mental assault, leaving the imperial martial marquis in a position of passive defense. The thunderous clash of their encounter echoed like a series of detonations, each explosion reverberating through the air. In the brief span of mere moments, they had exchanged dozens of blows, the intensity of their combat palpable. Kai Jing stood aside, paralyzed with trepidation. In this realm, only formidable warriors thrive amidst the ocean of strength. He, however, is but a mere novice, his Dantian transformed into a sea, paralyzed by fear of provoking these powerful beings. His gaze fixates on Fu Hongxue, who stands defiantly against Chu Luoxing, a surge of frustration swelling within him. He had initially believed that the Qinglong Society would be an ally, yet it has morphed into the greatest peril. Without the presence of these individuals, they would have already advanced towards the Yuan Mu courtyard. Fu Hongxue, the Iron Deputy Master of the Tianya Pavilion, has already slain Xinju Yuan. It is time for you to retreat. If you do not, the Iron Deputy Master will act, and escape will be impossible. Chu Luoxing spoke coldly. As his words lingered, Fu Hongxue's expression remained unyielding. However, Tai Zhongtong, who had sheathed the iron blood flag, displayed a slight shift in demeanor. The Tianya Pavilion is only here to deal with the Yuan Mu courtyard. We shall not engage elsewhere. And do not use my Tianya Pavilion as a bargaining chip. Tai Zhongtong's tone dripped with discontent, his voice icy. Upon hearing Tai Zhongtong's words, Chu Luoxing's heart sank, his countenance darkening. He had not anticipated that Tai Zhongtong would refrain from intervening. Elsewhere, the blood-robed man, obstructed by Yagyu, transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging at her with intent to strike first. The blood shadow appeared before Yagyu, unleashing a torrent of sanguine true energy within him, a terrifying force surging into his palm. His hand clawed towards Yaoyu's head. Yagyu deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. Yet the assailant did not alter his trajectory. Instead, he pivoted, aiming for her face. 5 streams of blood energy erupted from his fingertips, akin to razor-sharp blades, threatening Yaoyu's visage. As Yagyu retreated, her eyes narrowed, and with a swift turn, she repositioned herself before him in an instant. Bang! Bang! A pair of alabaster palms struck the man's chest. The force of the impact sent the blood-robed man staggering back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Is this your strength? Too weak, Yagyu remarked coldly at the now reeling blood-robed man. Die! Blood fiend heaven destruction. The blood-robed man wiped the blood from his lips, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he growled. With a shift in stance, he launched another assault on Yagyu. If you seek death so eagerly, I shall expedite your journey. Yaoyu's eyes turned frigid, her inner jade essence swirling rapidly, her palms emanating a lustrous jade hue as she struck. The clash of their palms reverberated, a powerful explosion of energy erupting between them. Their figures separated, but in that fleeting moment, Yagyu pivoted and swiftly returned. Her speed was astonishing, and as the blood-robed man turned, Yaoyu's form transformed into multiple afterimages, momentarily stunning him. Suddenly, amid the phantoms, a white hand emerged, landing squarely on his chest. Bang! The force of the blow sent the blood-robed man hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. The stone-paved ground bore the marks of violent impacts, with immense cracks spreading like a spider's web. A powerful blow had left a dent in his chest. As the opponent landed, Yagyu flickered and appeared before him, bringing his hand down with force. Bang! The sheer momentum struck the opponent's head, causing it to shatter. In that moment, only the medicinal warrior remained engaged in a fierce battle with the Emperor Wu Ho, while Yagyu, after eliminating the blood-robed man, joined forces with Tai Zhongtong, refraining from further attacks. The clash between the Emperor Wu Ho and the medicinal warrior was intense, with no clear victor as yet. Thus, the attention of the others turned to the Emperor Master and the 3 sword sovereigns of the Qinglong Society. It appeared that they would not retreat. Hence, the old man declared, I shall show you my true capabilities. The gaze of Emperor Master Chu Yunwu grew fiercely cold, and he bellowed, Divine might, the gate of yellow springs. Boom! A terrifying surge of true energy erupted from the Emperor Master, akin to the ominous aura of the yellow springs, imbued with a heavy atmosphere of death. In this deathly aura, the Emperor Master resembled the Grim Reaper, his eyes indifferent as they fixed upon Yi Guqing, Shimen Chui Xue, and Yin Shisan. Chapter 709. The 3 Swordsmen, Sword Intent Unleashed. Yang Su, the master of the Yuan Mu Academy, observed, Such a dense aura of death not only affects the mind, but can also sap one's vitality. Tai Zhongtang's expression turned serious as he noted the deathly energy emanating from Emperor Master Chu Yunwu. The strength of the great Zhou dynasty's Emperor Master is indeed formidable. Its foundation runs deep. Without employing the Iron Blood Banner, I may not stand a chance against him. However, it is unfortunate that the three he faces are all sword masters with hearts as tranquil as still water, he conveyed telepathically. The dense aura of death behind the Emperor Master, though formidable, was met by formidable opponents. Yan Shisan, dedicated to martial prowess, infused his swordsmanship with concepts of destruction and death, unleashing a devastating sword intent. Yi Guqing, while not solely focused on the sword, possessed a transcendent sword realm, evident in his creation of the heavenly immortal beyond the stars. Shimin Xue, unlike the others, wielded the purest and most ruthless sword intent, wholly devoted to the sword, capable of forsaking all else. Together, the three formed an alliance. Even with the Iron Blood Banner, defeat was inevitable. Escape would be the only option. Boom. Three distinct and extraordinary sword intents erupted from the trio. Their sword energy surged skyward, radiating a sharp, chilling aura of death, rivaling the deathly might emanating from the Emperor Master. The Emperor Master's expression sharpened. Although the sword intents of these three were different, their unity pierced through his divine might. Yi Guqing stepped forward, raising his sword, and the sword intent of the heavenly immortal beyond the stars manifested. Dressed in white, with snowflakes swirling around him, he exuded an ethereal presence, tinged with a fierce sword heart. Ascending into the air, he brought his sword down in a single strike. A myriad of sword light transformed into a solitary swan, soaring towards the Emperor Master with deadly intent. Although the three individuals managed to shatter the oppressive aura of the Imperial Master through their combined efforts, they did not strike simultaneously. Each of them was a solitary and proud swordsman, embodying a singular spirit of the sword. Yi Guqing, Yan Shisan, and Shimin Xue all exuded a sense of lofty pride. With a swift and ethereal motion, Yi Guqing unleashed a strike reminiscent of an immortal descending from the heavens. The elegance and ferocity of his swordplay were unparalleled, akin to a celestial being's blade falling from the skies. The Imperial Master's gaze sharpened. He had initially anticipated a united assault from the trio, yet was taken aback by the solitary attack. Despite being a single strike, it sent a chill through him. This sword was far from ordinary, and he could not afford to underestimate it. He extended his palm, clenching it tightly. A surge of power coursed through him as he launched a punch. Bang! The force of his punch was cleaved apart by the sword's radiance. The Imperial Master's expression hardened. He had not expected his punch to be severed by a mere sword strike. The relentless sword light surged forward once more. He retaliated with another punch. Bang! The collision of his fist and the sword's energy reverberated through the air, forcing the Imperial Master to retreat several steps. A faint trace of blood appearing on his knuckles. His eyes darkened with disappointment. Alas! After Yi Guqing's formidable strike, he refrained from further attacks. His most powerful blow had failed to subdue his opponent, and any subsequent attempts would yield no results. His strength remained intact, but the situation did not warrant further action. At that moment, Shimin Xue stepped forward, his demeanor cold and his gaze piercing, radiating a greater intensity of sword energy than Yi Guqing. Following his clash with Yi Guqing, Shimin Xue had advanced in his swordsmanship. He advanced purposefully, the sword energy around him coalescing, manifesting an extraordinarily sharp long sword above his head, exuding a terrifying power as the sword's aura spread like waves across the surroundings. Underneath this formidable blade, Shimin Xue appeared even more regal, emanating an inexorable killing intent. He attacked without restraint. The Imperial Master, Chu Yunwu, was no ordinary foe. Despite having received Yi Guqing's strike, his aura remained unaffected. The atmosphere was engulfed by the sweeping sword energy. As Shimin Xue moved forward, he resembled a deity of the sword, a dreadful presence emanating from him, resonating through the dark night. In that moment, he propelled his sword energy to its zenith. Meanwhile, within a nearby pavilion, two figures stood, their gazes fixed on the soaring sword energy. One figure, clad in white, was Qian Junmo of the Zhenwu Academy, while the other, adorned in splendid attire with fierce eyes, exuded an air of dominance with every movement. Yang Su, the master of the Zhenwu Academy. If anyone were present, they would be astonished. For Yang Su was indeed in the capital, just as the emperor had surmised. It appeared that the imperial master was in trouble. The three sword masters of the Qinglong Society, with their strong and proud spirits of the sword, had not coordinated their efforts to ambush him. Yang Su observed the sword energy and spoke calmly. It seems the situation does not warrant my intervention. Master, do you truly intend to remain uninvolved? Qian Junmo inquired. It is no longer worth my while to engage, especially since I cannot defeat Tai Zhongtong, who wields the Iron Blood Banner, Yang Su replied, seemingly indifferent to the fate of the Zhenwu Academy's members. The experiment conducted by Chief Qin on the medicinal subjects has yielded impressive results, enabling Emperor Wuho to engage in battle for such a prolonged duration. Qian Junmo's gaze remained fixed on the imperial teacher's residence. However, it cannot last. It is merely a flawed creation. Once the energy and vitality within him are depleted, Emperor Wuho shall inevitably slay him. The question remains whether he can inflict any damage upon Emperor Wuho. Yang Su spoke solemnly. Master, shall we not return to Zhenwu Courtyard? The imperial teacher has already dispatched personnel there, and once they receive the orders, they will likely strike at Zhenwu Courtyard. The Black Cloud Village and the Heavenly Burial Sect cannot seize Zhenwu Courtyard. As he spoke, a shadowy figure descended into the pavilion. Yuan Master, the elders heading to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower have perished. The strength of Bai Chou-Fei from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower has reached the level of Dantian transforming into the sea. Additionally, 2 more Dantian transforming into the sea swordsmen have emerged, their long blades sharp and fierce, capable of contending with Elder Man. The shadow bowed. It seems that the Tiansheng Pavilion has made preparations. Thus, venturing towards the money gang may also be unfeasible. Hearing this, Qian Junmo furrowed his brow slightly. No matter. This time we are merely testing the waters with the Tiansheng Pavilion. If they are so easily slaughtered, they are not worthy of my attention. Nor would they possess such momentum. Yang Su replied nonchalantly. Master, they intend to strike at Zhenwu Courtyard. Are you not concerned about its potential destruction? Qian Junmo inquired. Zhenwu Courtyard has constrained me for many years. If it is destroyed this time, I shall ascend the mountain to meet my elder brother, allowing him to share his insights from when the former master of Zhenwu Courtyard transcended into the Heavenly Gate. Moreover, as long as I remain, Zhenwu Courtyard will endure and can be rebuilt at any time, asserted Yang Su, the master of Zhenwu Courtyard, with an air of dominance. From their discourse, it was evident that Yang Su, the master of Zhenwu Courtyard, was also scheming. The titans of the martial world have never been mere killers. Each of their moves is laden with intent. The two cast their gazes towards the imperial teacher's residence, where, at that moment, a sword aura coalesced above, cleaving through the air. Chapter 710. The Sword of Shimin Chue Xue, the enraged Emperor Wuho within the imperial teacher's residence. The atmosphere was thick with gravity as imperial teacher Chu Yunwu felt an immense weight upon him. The sword intent exhibited by Shimin Chue Xue was colder and more intense than that of Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing's sword conveyed a sense of transcendent grace, but there were flaws in his sword heart, preventing it from reaching perfection. In contrast, Shimin Chue Xue's swordsmanship radiated clarity, evoking an overwhelming sensation of singular devotion to the sword. How could the Qinglong Society possess so many formidable masters of swordsmanship? He was taken aback. Yet there was no time for further contemplation, for the very sword of Shimin Chue Xue constricted his heart like a needle prick. The potency of this strike was extraordinary. This was a truly formidable opponent, and he must regard this sword with utmost seriousness. Had years of inaction dulled his heart? Did he no longer possess the martial spirit of his earlier years? Chu Yunwu silently questioned himself. The practice of martial arts, regardless of the time, has always been a journey of the heart. The cultivation technique known as Wanjikanshang practiced by Chungwu embodies the essence of total annihilation and the withering of life, which is why he has named his divine might Bilyo Wangquan. Once his mind achieved stability, the Wanjikanshang began to circulate within him at an astonishing speed. A dense aura of death surged from his palm, and as he moved, he unleashed a punch. The speed of this strike appeared languid, as though propelled gently forward. However, the spectators, including Tai Zhongtong and Yagyu, focused intently, for within that fist emanated not only a terrifying pressure, but also a life-eroding aura of death. Approaching this punch would result in the erosion of one's vitality. Observing this assault, Xue Yi Ren's eyes sparkled with intensity as he raised his long sword and executed a decisive slash. The concentrated sword energy cascaded down like a silken ribbon from the heavens. The brilliance of the sword immense, cleaving through the air with a force that seemed capable of parting mountains and rivers. This was the Wanjishan Liquan. At that moment, the initially languid fist erupted into a furious acceleration, the air around it vibrating with overwhelming power. The deathly aura of his punch surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing against the descending sword light. Yuan Mu, the Imperial Master, delivered a punch imbued with profound momentum, a force that was undeniably formidable. His prowess as an elite cultivator, particularly with his divine might, was indisputable. If not for the combined efforts of the three, their sword energies would have been insufficient to breach his divine might. Failing to break through would result in suppression, ultimately leading to defeat or retreat. The proud swordsman, however, would not flee. He would face death instead. The clash between the terrifying punch and the descending sword light was cataclysmic. The sword energy sought to obliterate all, while the punch surged like a monstrous wave. An overwhelming tide of death enveloping the surroundings. The air twisted under the weight of these two forces, forming an invisible storm of countercurrent. The ground beneath them shattered, unleashing an unseen wave of energy that erupted from their forms. Spectators sensed a potent impact, their own energies flaring to shield against the tempest. As the storm subsided, two figures stood resolutely at the center of the arena, their gazes locked in a fierce duel of wills. Xue Yi Ren's eyes gleamed with fierce determination and warrior spirit. Yet he sheathed his sword, stepping aside without the intention to strike again. Conversely, the Imperial Master's arm, from which he had launched his punch, bore the marks of battle. His sleeve tattered, fissures marred his skin, and blood seeped from the wounds. Although he had withstood Xue Yi Ren's formidable strike, it had grievously injured his arm. The sword's penetrating force had shattered the meridians within. Had your divine might not been breached, this sword would have caused you no harm. Xue Yi Ren remarked gravely. Warriors are judged by their victories and defeats. You three have breached my divine might, and that is a defeat. The Imperial Master responded. A swordsman shatters, all with the unsheathing of his sword. Qinglong Society's swordsmanship and the strength of his sword heart were formidable against such a master. Attacking the heart would yield no results. The Imperial Master, in his pride, deemed such actions beneath him. The gaze fell upon Yanshi. This individual was known to have acted several times in the capital, his sword energy imbued with a chilling aura of death. The Emperor Wu Ho had been slain by a single strike from him. Based on prior engagements, he did not appear significantly stronger than Yiguqing or Xue. Yet, as he was now poised to make his final move, it demanded earnest consideration. Qinglong, confronting Fu Hongxue, felt an acute tension. Xue had just shattered his father's arm with a powerful sword strike. Now, with Yanshi in play, although Qinglong had perused his records and found him not particularly formidable, the sequence of events indicated that Yanshi was indeed the most daunting presence at this juncture. Kai Jing's expression was equally grave. The situation had escalated beyond expectation, spiraling out of control. Internally, he cursed the Qinglong Society for their obstinacy. They sought the divine pearl. Yet it could be easily provided. They were aware that the Emperor Master belonged to our evil alliance, yet they persisted in their folly. Filled with resentment, Kai Jing found himself devoid of any recourse. At that moment, the Emperor Wu Ho distanced himself from the medicine man. His vitality and true energy were depleting rapidly amidst the fierce battle. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, yet anxiety gnawed at his heart. The chilling aura from Xue's strike had alerted him. He had not even faced it head-on, and he feared the consequences if he had. As he pondered, the medicine man before him underwent a transformation. His eyes turned a deeper shade of red, and a surge of energy within him began to boil, clashing violently with his true energy. The collision of these forces erupted around him, creating an invisible wave that radiated outward. His tattered robes were shredded, revealing a physique marred with sinewy veins, bones cracking ominously as if filled with air, his skin flushed crimson. Simultaneously, an overwhelming and tyrannical aura of ferocity erupted from him, morphing his entire being into that of a muscular beast. The Emperor Wu Ho's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated this medicine man's swift transformation into a fearsome creature. A terrifying wave of energy surged towards him. Boom! As the wave swept forth, the medicine man charged, his palm striking out, a force akin to a cataclysmic explosion. The immense power shattered the surrounding air, and as it neared the Emperor Wu Ho, his palm clenched into a fist, resembling a blazing sun about to burst. Seeing this, the Emperor Wu Ho immediately retaliated with his own fist. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding thud, the towering figure of the Emperor Wu Ho was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall behind him, which crumbled under the impact. The medicine man showed no sign of pause, barreling towards the fallen debris, unleashing another devastating punch. Chapter 711. Yan Shusan's Deadly 15 Swords. A sword to slay the Emperor Master. Boom! As the fist descended, a figure darted out from beneath it like lightning, narrowly evading the impending strike. Breathless and trembling, with his arms hanging limply after exchanging blows, the formidable Emperor Wu Ho seethed with uncontainable rage. How could he, the Emperor Wu Ho, find himself so thoroughly bested by a mere apothecary? The apothecary, having narrowly evaded a strike, surged forward with ferocity, igniting the Emperor's eyes with a crimson glow as a torrent of vital energy coursed through him. Previously, during their skirmish, he had not exerted himself to the fullest. However, faced with such humiliation, he was resolved to unleash his full might and eliminate this apothecary without fail. The indomitable true demon power surged within him, unleashing a terrifying force as he propelled himself forward. In a cacophony of explosive sounds, the two figures engaged in a rapid and frenzied clash, the surrounding air shattering under the relentless pressure of their combined energies, creating a symphony of thunderous detonations. The tempestuous waves of energy wreaked havoc, with the sound of explosions resonating continuously as the atmosphere was forcefully displaced, expanding outward. Any ordinary martial artist entering this area would likely succumb instantly, blood streaming from their orifices. As the Emperor Wu Ho pushed the true demon power to its zenith, his energy surged with even greater ferocity than that of the apothecary, momentarily suppressing him. Yet, despite being overwhelmed, the apothecary continued to retaliate with fervor, though his vitality and true energy were rapidly depleting, suggesting that he would not endure for long. The light in the Emperor's eyes intensified. Suddenly, the apothecary, eschewing any form of defense, allowed the Emperor's fist to collide with his chest. In that moment of impact, the apothecary clasped his hands around the Emperor's arm. The Emperor's formidable punch pierced through the apothecary's chest, but immediately after, the apothecary let out a frenzied roar, exerting a tremendous force that violently tore apart the Emperor's right arm. A cry of agony escaped the Emperor's lips as he staggered backward. The apothecary, with his chest now punctured, fell to his knees, a sinister glint in his eyes as he crushed the Emperor's severed arm beneath his grip. With a final thud, the apothecary collapsed, devoid of life. The atmosphere was thick with the sense of mutual destruction. Though the Emperor had survived, he had lost his right arm, a far more significant loss than his left. His prowess was considerably diminished. Kai Jing leaped forward, appearing beside the disheartened Emperor. The Emperor, his countenance darkened, pressed his left hand against the site of his severed arm, staunching the flow of blood. Glancing at the lifeless body of the apothecary on the ground, he instructed Kai Jing to take the corpse back. Despite the apothecary's demise, his remains held potential. Such a formidable figure could provide insights that might lead to the creation of powerful allies. As the battle concluded, Yan Shusan stepped forward, a dark aura enveloping him, his sword energy manifesting as a pure black essence, mirroring the color of his attire. Yan Shusan had an affinity for black, for it symbolized sorrow, foreboding, and death, as well as solitude, pride, and nobility. These symbols encapsulated the essence of a swordsman's existence. This was the very embodiment of Yan Shusan. In his previous life, he had not unleashed the formidable 15th sword learned from his battle with Xie Xiaofeng. Instead, he had taken his own life. Yan Shusan harbored no fear of death. In that past existence, he refrained from employing the 15th sword, for its terror rendered it seemingly non-existent in his martial world. Yet, in this realm, the 15th sword appeared not to be the pinnacle. With a greater number of swordsmanship masters present, he felt an invigorating drive to forge a 16th sword. However, Yan Shusan differed from both Shimen Xue and Yi Gucheng. He was inherently a killer, with the singular intent to slay the Emperor Master. As he raised his long sword, a menacing black sword energy permeated the heavens and the earth, coiling around him, transforming Yan Shusan into a veritable demon of the sword demon Yan Shusan. Not mad, nor possessed, merely the demon within the sword. The Emperor Master's pupils constricted sharply. Yen Shisan exuded a more terrifying aura than the other two. The pressure emanating from him surged relentlessly. At that moment, he could not allow his opponent to consolidate an even stronger momentum. Boom. The void was rendered silent, then obliterated. The Emperor Master, Yuan Mu, felt a shift in his energy, a surge of black flames igniting within him, his gaze igniting with fury. Provoked by the three sword masters of the Qinglong Society, his anger boiled within. He raised his hand and unleashed a punch. Its force transformed into a torrent of black flames, hurtling towards Yen Shisan. The 14th sword. This time, Yen Shisan chose not to wield the 15th sword. His opponent was injured and did not warrant such a display of power. Though he was resolute in his intent to kill, he was also a prideful individual. The sword was drawn, swift and infused with an aura of terrifying destruction. Boom. The fist struck out, a colossal force of flames akin to a meteor racing towards Yen Shisan, colliding with his 14th sword. The sword energy shattered. However, Yen Shisan's second sword strike continued unabated. He was not like Shimen Xue. His purpose was straightforward, murder. In contrast to Shimen Xue and Yi Gucheng, Yen Shisan was different. He wielded his blade solely for the act of killing. His opponent must perish. The speed of his second sword was astonishing, akin to a bolt of black lightning, cleaving into the Emperor Master's chest. Bang! The Emperor Master's chest erupted, and he staggered back several steps. After regaining his footing, his robe tore asunder, revealing a suit of black soft armor. The armor glimmered, subtly revealing the undulating form of a giant black serpent. This armor had withstood Yen Shisan's 14th sword, an exceptional weapon of the highest grade, the Black Python Celestial Armor. Kai Jing looked on in astonishment at the black treasure. Once a prized possession of the Great Whale sect, it had vanished after the sect's destruction. Who would have thought it had fallen into the hands of the Emperor Master? Yen Shisan's gaze sharpened. His opponent's energy, combined with that armor, had indeed thwarted his 14th sword. You are formidable, but you cannot kill me. You will not breach my armor. The Emperor Master regarded Yen Shisan with icy disdain, a testament to his confidence, the very reason he believed he could withstand the onslaught of so many masters of the sea. As his words echoed, Yen Shisan's eyes brightened. Initially, he had no intention of employing the 15th sword, yet now he felt compelled to do so. The figure did not pause for a moment, wielding the sword with a fierce slash. Upon witnessing Yen Shisan's strike, the Emperor Master's gaze turned icy. He revealed his black python heavenly armor. Yet his opponent remained relentless. Boom. Yen Shisan had unleashed the 13 swords of death. Each sword stroke cleaved through the air, the sword's aura rampaging in all directions. Yen Shisan's 15th sword was an evolution from the previous 14, each more potent than the last. The Emperor Master's eyes twisted with malice as he launched a series of punches, harboring a murderous intent towards Yen Shisan. Thunderous sounds echoed as his fist strength escalated, the aura of death coalescing around him. Yet, death held little sway over Yen Shisan, who embodied it. The sword path surged forth. As Yen Shisan completed his 14th sword strike, his form momentarily halted. Your sword has 14 transformations. The 14th is your limit, and you cannot kill me. You cannot slay me, thus I shall slay you. After exchanging blows for numerous rounds, the Emperor Master had grasped the essence of Yen Shisan's swordsmanship. However, as he uttered these words, the death aura surrounding Yen Shisan intensified, suppressing the Emperor Master's punches. I still possess the 15th sword. It is my final strike. As long as the sword lives, you shall live. All the power within Yen Shisan surged forth as he struck downwards. The heavens and earth trembled with thunder and lightning. One sword obscured the universe, dimming the sun and moon. In that moment, the world was dominated solely by this sword. The blade descended. The Emperor Master's fist remained poised, yet his body stood still. This sword. His eyes widened in disbelief. However, as he spoke, a crack appeared in the black python heavenly armor on his chest. A terrifying, deathly sword aura erupted forth. Yen Shisan's 15th sword had pierced through his treasure armor, the sword's essence flooding into his heart's pulse. The sword penetrated his vital core. With a splatter, blood welled at the corners of his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. He had been slain by Yen Shisan's blade, his eyes reflecting disbelief. He still had many plans unfulfilled, aspirations to enter the heavenly gate, yet he perished beneath Yen Shisan's sword. At that moment, Yan Shursan too coughed up blood. The 15th sword of death inflicted wounds not only upon others, but also upon himself. The sword aura within him shattered, leaving him incapable of further strikes, grievously injured. Chapter 712. The Fall of the Emperor Master. As Jing Wuming drew his sword, a cry of anguish erupted from Chu Luosheng, whose eyes turned crimson upon witnessing his father's fall while confronting Fu Hongxue. His gaze fixed on Yan Shursan, who stood injured yet resolute, and he lunged forward, a palm aimed at Yan Shursan, seeking vengeance for his father. Yet, Fu Hongxue interposed, wielding a jet-black long knife with unwavering resolve. A terrifying blade intent surged forth, her eyes sharp as daggers. With a swift movement, she charged, the dark long knife slicing through the air in an instant. Under the moonlight, the ominous blade glimmered without warning. In the blink of an eye, Fu Hongxue and Chu Luosheng crossed paths. The punch from Chu Luosheng met the fatal blade's mark on his chest, and with a resounding thud, he let out a wretched scream as he collapsed to the ground. In a single blow, Fu Hongxue struck down his opponent. It is indeed tragic for someone of such prowess, a master of the sea of concentration, to be slain without even unleashing their divine might. Chu Luosheng possessed considerable strength. Had he engaged Fu Hongxue, he could have put up a fight. Although Fu Hongxue has not yet attained the pinnacle of mastery in the sea of concentration, he was still capable of vanquishing Chu Luosheng. However, preoccupied with the thought of killing the severely wounded Yan Shursan, Chu Luosheng overlooked Fu Hongxue, resulting in his demise by a single stroke of the blade. At that moment, Song Luanhui arrived at Yan Shursan's side to assist him. Fu Hongxue sheathed his long blade and cast a glance at the Emperor Martial Marquis, declaring, 10 miles south of the city lies a dilapidated temple. We shall await the arrival of the divine pearl there. If it does not arrive by tomorrow, both you and he shall perish. With that, he approached the Imperial Master and relieved him of the Black Python heavenly armor, a top-tier defensive treasure. As is customary after slaying someone, not only did he acquire the armor, but he also obtained a tome of martial arts, the 10,000 Silence Remnant, heavenly scripture. Let us depart. After retrieving what he sought, he turned and left, leaving the courtyard shrouded in silence, with only Tai Zhongtong, the Emperor Martial Marquis, Kai Jing, and Yagyu remaining. Though the Imperial Master had fallen, it did not impede the Emperor Martial Marquis's intention to strike against the true martial garden. You must have laid an ambush outside the true martial garden, correct? It is time to act. Tai Zhongtong spoke, offering himself as bait, fully aware of the risks involved. The death of the Imperial Master was expected, yet it did not deter them from moving against the true martial garden. The Emperor Martial Marquis and Kai Jing exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Their losses appeared substantial. What was initially a certain victory had devolved into this unfortunate situation due to their summoning of the Azure Dragon Society. The Imperial Master had met his end through his own recklessness. Tomorrow, the evil alliance would likely become the laughingstock of the capital. Meanwhile, in the distance, Qian Junmo and Yang Su, the master of the true martial garden, regarded the Imperial Master's estate with grave expressions. They had just sensed the terrifying aura of death emanating from the sword. A subordinate swiftly appeared, reporting, the Imperial Master has perished, slain by Yan Shursan of the Azure Dragon Society with the lethal 15th sword strike. The Imperial Master was clad in the Black Python heavenly armor. After that strike, Yan Shursan was gravely injured and unable to continue fighting. The Emperor Martial Marquis was severely wounded, losing an arm, and they are now heading toward our true martial garden. The newcomer conveyed the critical information. A single strike pierced through the Imperial Master's Black Python heavenly armor. The power of that blow was formidable. Yang Su's brow furrowed in concern. With both our master and the Emperor Martial Marquis injured, are they truly seeking their demise by approaching our true martial garden? Qian Junmo remarked. It was Tai Zhongtong from the Sky Horizon Pavilion who proposed this course of action, the newcomer added. Master, should we return to investigate? Qian Junmo inquired. You may return if you wish, but I shall not accompany you. Yang Su, the master of the true martial garden, replied with a shake of his head. At another location, within the hall of the Money Gang, Shangguan Jinhong stood beside the ethereal Lianxing, while 3 figures confronted them. One was clad in a long black robe, gaunt in stature, with a gaze that radiated an icy brilliance. Behind him stood 2 men draped in gray robes. We did not expect you to wait for us here. We are here to escort you on your final journey. The man clad in a pitch-black robe spoke coldly. Who are you? Shangguan Jinhong regarded his counterpart with an expression of indifference. In contrast to Bai Choufei, Shangguan Jinhong exuded the authority of a dominant figure. Should his adversary meet his demise here, he felt compelled to grant him the courtesy of a name. Do you wish to die with clarity? Very well. I am Fan Zhongjiang of the Jinwu courtyard, the gaunt man declared in a chilling tone. Now that you have revealed your name, it is time to send you on your way. Shangguan Jinhong's voice remained devoid of warmth, his posture unwavering. Do you truly believe you can kill us? Fan Zhongjiang looked at Shangguan Jinhong with disdain. He was acutely aware of the latter's capabilities, confined to the realm of Dantian transformation, armed with a weapon of no ordinary caliber. Yet, what did that matter? He was equally capable of crushing and slaying Shangguan Jinhong. You dare to threaten the leader. Just as the words left his lips, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Jing Wuming, whose strength had now ascended to the depths of the sea. Having consolidated his divine aura, which was distinctively ferocious and imbued with a pure intent to kill. Jing Wuming, I shall eliminate you first. At this moment, a man clad in gray, positioned behind Fan Zhongjiang, noticed Jing Wuming and swiftly charged towards him. Not long prior, Jing Wuming had ambushed and severed the arm of Supervisor Qin, who had instructed that Jing Wuming's head be returned upon his arrival. Yet, as the gray-clad man lunged, Jing Wuming remained motionless. In the instant the man approached, his right hand unsheathed his sword, a flash of gray light slicing through the air. Slicing through the man's throat with lethal precision, Jing Wuming then vanished, reappearing before another gray-clad individual. The divine aura erupted forth, enveloping the adversary's mind with an overwhelming intent to kill. Momentarily stunned and disoriented, the man found a sword piercing his heart. In an instant, both companions of Fan Zhongjiang fell beneath Jing Wuming's blade. Divine aura? How can you possess such power? Upon witnessing Jing Wuming's display of divine aura, Fan Zhongjiang's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched upon his face. If you can achieve it, why can't I? Jing Wuming retorted coldly. With a surge, he unleashed his sword. Having gained profound insight, though his strength may not have equaled that of a Fey, he was nonetheless formidable. The sword aura surged forth with unrelenting ferocity. Fan Zhongjiang's countenance altered as he thrust his palm outward, unleashing a wave of energy to intercept the sword. He pivoted, his palm striking with lethal intent towards Jing Wuming's wrist. Jing Wuming wielded a sword. Disarming him would effectively cripple half of his martial prowess. The claw-like strike was fierce. Upon impact, Jing Wuming's wrist faltered momentarily, causing the sword to slip, yet he deftly seized it once more within his left hand. Fan Zhongjiang's expression brightened. A swordsman typically excels with his right hand. How could he possibly wield effectively with his left? However, as he turned back, Jing Wuming's left-hand sword appeared in a most uncanny manner, as if his body had instinctively aligned with the blade. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced Fan Zhongjiang's chest. The sword's energy erupted, shattering his heart meridian. This outcome was utterly unexpected. Jing Wuming withdrew his sword, and Fan Zhongjiang collapsed with a thud. Fan Zhongjiang's body collapsed onto the ground, blood incessantly flowing from his chest. In a brief moment, Jing Wuming had dispatched the three individuals. Chapter 713, The Clash of Qi. The severely wounded Emperor Zhou. The night was thick and heavy. The carnage within the Imperial Master's residence continued, with various martial artists from the Jianghu attempting to seize the opportunity to acquire valuables. With the death of the Imperial Master, the residence was already in disarray. However, the departure of Tai Zhongtong and the members of the Evil Alliance led to a counterattack by some guards, prolonging the conflict. Three figures dashed towards the Jinwu courtyard, while Kai Jing took the body of the drug user in another direction. The body of the drug user still held value, necessitating its return to a base of the Evil Alliance before proceeding to the Jinwu courtyard, which was rumored to contain many extraordinary items. He was determined to visit it, unwilling to let the Tianya Pavilion gain an undue advantage. Additionally, he harbored curiosity about whether any formidable experts remained within the Jinwu courtyard. As Kai Jing hurried along, his steps suddenly halted, his gaze fixed upon the silent street ahead. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the side of the road. "Leave the body. You may go," the dark figure said in a low voice, blocking Kai Jing's path. Kai Jing's pupils contracted as he recognized the masked figure, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to contest the body of the drug user. "Friend, this corpse is not easily relinquished," Kai Jing declared. his eyes scanning the surroundings for potential accomplices. Hand over the living, not the dead. The cloaked figure retorted coldly, exuding a palpable aura of menace. A divine presence subtly emanating from them. Sensing this formidable aura, Kai Jing's heart raced. He relinquished the corpse and swiftly retreated, his form dissolving into the shadows of the night in an instant. The cloaked figure glanced in the direction of Kai Jing's escape before leaping to the side of the corpse, conducting a brief inspection before departing with the body of the drug user. Deep within the palace, Xue Pingxing appeared before Emperor Zhou. The imperial master had fallen, slain by Yan Shisan, one of the 3 sword masters of the Qinglong Society. The first blade, wielded by Yi Guqing, caused blood to spill from the imperial master's fist. The second strike, by Shimin Chui Xue, shattered the imperial master's arm, and the third, the lethal Yan Shisan, executed a ferocious sword technique known as the 14 blades. The sword cut through the imperial master's chest, revealing the black python armor beneath, before unleashing the 15th blade, which pierced through the armor and struck at the heart's pulse. This technique, known as the deadly 15 blades, inflicted grievous wounds upon its wielder, rendering them unable to continue the fight. Tai Zhongtong from the Tianya Pavilion brandished a bloodied banner, presumed to be a spirit-grade weapon, which had felled Qin Zhuyuan in one blow. Now, he advanced towards the Zhenwu courtyard alongside the evil alliance's Emperor Wu Ho, seemingly intent on annihilating it. The Emperor Wu Ho had suffered a backlash from the drug user of the Zhenwu courtyard, losing an arm. I have arranged for the retrieval of that drug user's body for further study. Xue Pingxing recounted the battle at the Imperial Master's residence succinctly. The Qinglong Society is intriguing. 3 swordsmanship masters have emerged. It is a pity that my teacher's schemes ultimately led to his demise. In the Tianyage, a spirit-level weapon has emerged. We must investigate the true extent of this spirit-level weapon, and we should also be cautious of the individual known as Tai Zhongtong. The emperor spoke solemnly. Your command is my duty. I have already dispatched personnel to closely monitor the Zhenwu courtyard. Any combat there will be reported immediately, Xue Pingxing responded. The combat strength of the Emperor Wu Ho has diminished. The Tianzong sect and the Heiyun stronghold will likely not engage with full force. Ultimately, it will be Tai Zhongtong and Yagyu who will take action, he continued. At this point, I too must make my move. You may withdraw for now. I will require your cooperation later, the emperor instructed. Yes. Xue Pingxing bowed and exited. After his figure vanished, the emperor let out a deep sigh, the cause of which remained a mystery. Before long, a terrifying golden light enveloped the palace where the emperor resided. Within this golden radiance, a dragon silhouette coiled majestically. Such an occurrence was earth-shattering, illuminating the surroundings of the palace as if it were day. The emperor's aura surged, imbued with an overwhelming sense of impending breakthrough. However, amidst the golden brilliance, a sudden surge of dark energy emerged. These two forces seemed to clash violently, intertwining and colliding until the golden dragon shadow ultimately vanished. With a sudden cough, the emperor expelled a mouthful of black blood, the golden sheen around him dissipating, leaving his face pale as death. Sensing the turmoil within the palace, dozens of figures rushed forth, their powerful auras drawn towards the emperor's location, intent on entering the palace to investigate. Yet, Xue Pingxing appeared before them. My lords, His Majesty has decreed that none of you are to enter the palace under any circumstances. He declared. Xue Pingxing, if His Majesty is in distress, how can we turn a blind eye? I must see the emperor. If he wishes to punish me, I shall accept the consequences. A middle-aged man clad in a purple robe spoke, his imposing stature reminiscent of a fearsome beast as he strode toward the palace doors. General Luo, you would defy His Majesty's will. Xue Pingxing's voice turned steely as he observed the advancing figure, who was none other than Luo Hani, one of the 5 great generals under the 3 heads of the Dazhou military. I have made my intentions clear. If His Majesty seeks to blame me, I will take responsibility. Do you dare to obstruct me? We shall see if you possess the strength to stop me. Luo Hani's eyes glinted with a terrifying light as he extended his hand, unleashing a formidable energy that surged toward Xue Pingxing, with all his might behind the strike. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Xue Pingxing's gaze sharpened. He raised his palm, his aura equally formidable, and countered with a forceful blow. A wave of fierce energy emanating from him. The clash echoed, and Xue Pingxing was slightly pushed back. Xue Pingxing, you have actually infused the murderous energy within your divine might. You are indeed ruthless towards yourself. Are you not afraid of your divine force collapsing? Luo Hani observed with surprise in his eyes as they exchanged blows. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the palace, attempting to push open the grand doors. Li Laoyu. Xue Pingxing attempted to intervene, but the previously aggressive Luo Hani appeared before him, obstructing his path. The palace doors swung open. Inside the palace, the Emperor Zhou lay sprawled on the ground, a pool of blood before him. The elder who had pushed the door open turned pale. "Your Majesty," he exclaimed, rushing to the Emperor's side to assess his injuries, his expression shifting dramatically. The internal energy was in turmoil, and the meridians were damaged. Were it not for the protection of the true dragon Qi, the Emperor's meridians would have been completely shattered. "Xue Pingxing, how could you protect His Majesty in this manner?" The elder chastised, directing his ire towards the arriving Xue Pingxing. As he spoke, a surge of true energy emanated from his hands, flowing into the Emperor's body to aid in his recovery. The others present sensed the Emperor's internal condition, their faces paling in unison. With the elder's assistance, the Emperor slowly opened his eyes, though his complexion remained ghastly pale. Upon examining his own condition, his expression shifted once more, and his gaze turned icy. "When did I grant you permission to enter? Was it not stated that no one was to enter under any circumstances?" The Emperor's voice grew frigid, laced with an undercurrent of danger. "Your Majesty, forgive me. It was I who failed to prevent the entry of these distinguished individuals. Please punish this humble servant." Xue Pingxing hurriedly stepped forward to plead. "I am unharmed. You may all leave." "Xue Pingxing, you stay?" The Emperor cast a cold glance at the assembled crowd within the palace. Chapter 714. Siege at the True Martial Garden. A banner slays 3 men, making a beeline for the library. At this moment, Junmo, who was about to part ways with the master of the True Martial Garden, shifted his gaze towards the palace. He is truly breaking through, and there is a clash of energies within him. The Emperor is genuinely injured, Junmo remarked, unable to contain his surprise. In the loft, Yang Su also gazed towards the palace, his brow furrowed in disbelief. This shouldn't be happening. How could this occur? His tone betrayed confusion and skepticism. "Master, the Emperor seeks to surpass his predecessors, and this path is fraught with peril. Such occurrences are to be expected." Junmo interjected. "The Emperor is indeed remarkable. His current predicament surprises me," Yang Su replied, his expression grave. "If he were truly exceptional, he wouldn't find himself in this situation. Sometimes, man cannot triumph over fate. He should accept his destiny." With that, Junmo leapt towards the direction of the True Martial Garden, leaving Yang Su alone in the loft. He glanced at the palace, contemplated for a moment, then shook his head and retreated inside. Meanwhile, Tai Zhongtong and his companions came to an abrupt halt, their gazes fixed on the palace. Subsequently, their eyes fell upon Di Wuho. Tai Zhongtong, unfamiliar with the palace's layout and knowing little, sought to inquire from Di Wuho. Di Wuho also regarded the palace with a serious expression, and upon meeting Tai Zhongtong's questioning gaze, he shook his head. "First, we must resolve matters at the True Martial Garden, and then we can discuss further." Di Wuho's tone was somewhat subdued. The loss of an arm had diminished his confidence. Observing this, Tai Zhongtong refrained from pressing further. Securing the treasures and ancient tomes of the True Martial Garden, and secretly relocating them, remained his primary objective. In the vicinity of the Jinwu courtyard, 2 factions lay in wait, one hailing from the Black Cloud stronghold, the other from the Sky Burial sect. At this moment, the leaders of both groups convened, their intent clear, to sever the connection between the Jinwu courtyard and the outside world, ensuring no news could penetrate its confines. Consequently, those within the Jinwu courtyard remained oblivious to the grave circumstances unfolding at the Imperial Masteress residence, unaware of the demise of Qin Jiyuan and his companions. The formidable experts within Jinwu could sense the fierce fluctuations of energy emanating from the Imperial Masteress estate, mistakenly believing they were engaged in a fierce battle to protect him. Among the Sky Burial sect was a man clad in a brocade robe, his countenance adorned with a serene smile, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. He appeared to be around 30 years old, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence, wielding a silver judge's pen. Conversely, the representative from the Black Cloud stronghold was a woman dressed in a flowing black gown, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her beauty striking, and a long sword in her grasp. "Qin Shusheng, I have just received word that the Imperial Master was the second leader of the Evil Alliance, slain at the hands of the Azure Dragon Society," the woman, Lu Chani, declared. "The Evil Alliance has effectively dug its own grave. Yet the Azure Dragon Society acted with ruthless precision, killing the Imperial Master with 3 sword masters. However, one cannot entirely blame the Azure Dragon Society. Their purpose was to eliminate the Imperial Master and seize the fallen god Pearl. Had the evil alliance revealed their true intentions from the outset, such a calamity could have been averted. The Imperial Master's overconfidence has led to this unforeseen outcome. Chani, do you believe that an assault on the Jinwu courtyard may lead to unexpected consequences? After all, there are undoubtedly formidable experts within, the brocade-clad man inquired. Qinglong, the deputy leader of the Sky Burial sect, and Lu Chani, the third chief of the Black Cloud stronghold, were acutely aware that the current situation was no longer under the control of the evil alliance, but rather dominated by Tai Zhongtong of the Taniage Pavilion, who had single-handedly dispatched Qin Jiyuan. The enmity between the Taniage Pavilion and the Jinwu courtyard was profound, and this time, they would not let such an opportunity slip by. As Lu Chani spoke, 2 groups approached. One was led by Bai Chou-fei, dressed in white, while the other was led by Shangwan Jinhong. Each had dealt with the Jinwu courtyard's guardians and now advanced with their own followers, intent on claiming what lay within. It will not suffice to come with so few, Lu Chani observed, her expression turning serious as she regarded the newcomers. Qinglong, noticing the approaching factions, remarked, "These are individuals from the Taniage Pavilion, led by Shangwan Jinhong and Bai Chou-fei. Their abilities are average. I wonder what brings them to partake in this affair. They are not to be underestimated," Lu Chani cautioned, her eyes narrowing. "Soon, we shall witness their true capabilities." Bai Chou-fei and Shangwan Jinhong, accompanied by their entourage, positioned themselves outside the Jinwu courtyard, awaiting the arrival of Tai Zhongtong and his company. "It is time for us to make our appearance as well," Qinglong suggested. Lu Chani nodded in agreement, and together, they stepped forward, their followers cloaked in black trailing behind them. The disciples of the Heaven Burial sect wielded long knives, while Lu Chani's followers brandished swords, an aura of lethal intent coalescing outside the Jinwu courtyard. Within the courtyard, the situation outside had already been sensed. 3 formidable presences erupted from within Jinwu courtyard. The figures of Tai Zhongtong, Yagyu, and Di Wuho manifested. Greetings to the 2 deputy sect leaders. Bai Chou-fei and Shangwan Jinhong bowed respectfully. The 2 were deputy sect leader Qinglong of the Heaven Burial sect and Lu Chani, the 3rd in command of the Black Cloud village. As introduced by Di Wuho, "We are Tai Zhongtong and Yagyu from the Tianya Pavilion," they introduced themselves. "The hour is late. We must swiftly resolve the matter concerning Jinwu courtyard." "Attack," Tai Zhongtong declared. With his aura surging, he raised his hand, unleashing a powerful palm strike that shattered the entrance of Jinwu courtyard. He leaped in first. Di Wuho was already injured, and the main force was now the Tianya Pavilion. Yagyu followed closely behind. Bai Chou-fei and Shangwan Jinhong, accompanied by their followers, hastened into Jinwu courtyard. Qinglong and the others exchanged glances before rushing in as well. At that moment, Jinwu courtyard was ablaze with light as dozens of disciples appeared. Just as they prepared to speak, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, and Jing Wuming's sword severed their throats. What swiftness and ferocity in that blade! Lu Chani, holding a sword, glanced towards Jing Wuming. Upon seeing him, her expression shifted. He had previously been inconspicuous behind Shangwan Jinhong, yet in the instant he struck, he startled her profoundly. "Who dares intrude upon my Jinwu courtyard?" 3 figures charged forth. "The ones who shall slay you are the iron-blooded banner." Tai Zhongtong, leading the charge, held nothing back, unleashing a terrifying iron-blooded aura. He leaped forward, the iron-blooded banner sweeping towards the trio. The overwhelming might, coupled with the banner, enveloped their minds in an instant. Then, with a swift motion of the banner's tip, a crimson line appeared across the throats of the 3. By the time they regained their senses, they felt a chilling sensation in their necks, blood gushing forth. They fell to the ground without uttering a word. "Where are Di Wuho, the library, and the treasures?" Tai Zhongtong inquired after dispatching the 3. Di Wuho's gaze sharpened. "Let us go," he commanded, leading the way. "You handle the others. Leave no one alive in Jinwu courtyard." After Tai Zhongtong spoke, he followed suit, with Yagyu closely behind. Qinglong exchanged a glance with Lu Chani, but did not pursue. Tai Zhongtong's earlier strike had intimidated them. Chapter 715. The guarding elder and Yagyu's aura deep within the rear courtyard of Jinwu. In a secluded area, stood an ancient 3-story small building. This was a forbidden zone of Jinwu courtyard. 3 figures, Di Wuho, Tai Zhongtong, and Yagyu, appeared outside the small building. This is where Jinwu Courtyard keeps its tomes and treasures. There must be formidable guardians protecting it. This task falls to you, Brother Tai. You shall handle it, Di Wuho stated. In such a critical location, formidable forces are invariably guarded by experts. Tai Zhongtong narrowed his eyes, surveying the modest building, within which resided 3 distinct presences. Among them, one aura was shrouded in profound darkness. The other 2 were at the realms of Tianren Jiunan and Dantian Huahai, respectively. Each individual occupied a different level. The weakest was on the ground floor, while the 3rd level emanated that obscure aura. The 2 at Tianren Jiunan and Dantian Huahai appeared indifferent. Their concern lay solely with the one exuding the dark energy, likely a top-tier expert from the sea of concentrated spirits. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the building, a youth and a middle-aged man. The young man's countenance was clouded with gloom as he gazed at the dismembered Di Wuho and Tai Zhongtong, along with the trio of Yagyu. His eyes, however, lingered on Yagyu, a flicker of brilliance dancing within them. Despite her veil, Yagyu was renowned in her previous life as the unparalleled beauty of the realm. Her poise and physique captivating to behold. Who are you? This is the sacred ground of Zhenwu Yuan, a place unfit for your presence, the youth declared coldly, his gaze fixated on Yagyu. Beside him, the middle-aged man remained silent, his eyes fixed warily on Di Wuho and his companions, his heart racing with trepidation. Today, Zhenwu Yuan had dispatched numerous elites, and the appearance of these individuals here suggested they were seizing an opportunity, likely for something within the building. As he flipped his palm, a surge of energy radiated from it. At that moment, the courtyard of Zhenwu Yuan was ablaze with light, echoing with faint, agonized cries. The expressions of the youth and the middle-aged man shifted dramatically, sensing impending doom, particularly the youth, who turned swiftly towards the building, compelled by the dreadful screams echoing from within. However, as they approached the rear courtyard, it became evident that the strength of their adversaries was beyond their capacity to confront. Just as the youth moved, Yagyu, positioned beside Tai Zhongtong, unleashed a terrifying force from within, raising her hand to strike at the youth. The overwhelming energy enveloped her palm. Seeing this, the youth clawed his hand into a fierce grip, yet Yagyu's descending hand displayed no deviation, crashing down upon him. With a resounding thud, the youth was sent hurtling backward, colliding violently with the wall of the building behind him. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. The middle-aged man's expression shifted in alarm. Without hesitation, he propelled himself towards the building, but at that moment, Di Wuho sprang into action. He lunged forward, his hand morphing into a dragon's claw, a fierce energy erupting from it as he aimed to seize his opponent. The middle-aged man, sensing the terrifying gust of wind approaching from behind, did not hesitate to retaliate with a strike, a sharp lightning gleam flickering upon his fist. Yet, his blow was deftly evaded. Di Wuho's palm, sharp and unyielding, grasped forcefully at his head. With a swift motion, he decapitated the man, blood spraying forth. Though Di Wuho had lost an arm, his strength remained formidable. "Are you not yet prepared to reveal yourself?" he called out, addressing the building after dispatching the middle-aged man. As his words echoed, an ancient, stooped figure silently appeared outside the edifice. The elderly man appeared as if his vital energy had withered, his gaze clouded. However, his silent and sudden emergence indicated that he was no ordinary individual. The Imperial Marshal Marquis. "It seems the young Qin has met with failure," he muttered to himself, his eyes fixated on the iron blood flag held by Tai Zhongtong. The sanguine aura lingered, revealing it to be a commendable primary spiritual artifact. "We share a mental connection. Who are you?" the old man rasped, scrutinizing Tai Zhongtong. Tai Zhongtong's expression sharpened, astonished that the elder could discern the true nature of his weapon at a glance. "I am Tai Zhongtong, the deputy master of the northern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion," he declared, unleashing his formidable aura as the violent iron blood energy surged forth, enveloping him. Despite the elder's apparent frailty, the ability to perceive the true essence of the iron blood flag indicated remarkable prowess. With a focused gaze, Tai Zhongtong refrained from underestimating him. "The iron-like malevolence. It appears you were the one releasing divine might outside my true martial courtyard not long ago." He intensified his aura. Yet it failed to perturb the elder, whose demeanor remained remarkably calm. The Imperial Marshal Marquis stepped back, attentive. At that moment, Yagyu approached Tai Zhongtong. her jade essence technique operating at full capacity, unleashing a powerful surge of true energy and divine might. A chilling crescent moon materialized, casting a stark contrast to the sweltering summer night, infusing the atmosphere with an intense cold. Frost began to settle upon the surrounding flora as Yagyu prepared to showcase her divine might for the first time. Having previously refrained from revealing it during her encounter with Qinglong Yuan at the Golden Money Gang. Such formidable divine might. I underestimated you. The elder had initially focused entirely on Taizhong Tong, neglecting Yagyu. However, he could no longer disregard her presence. It has been many years since I last engaged in combat. I had not anticipated needing to fight again. As he spoke, the once murky depths of his eyes glimmered with a sharp brilliance. His internal energy began to circulate, and in that fleeting moment, the previously desiccated vitality surged anew, flowing within him rather than erupting outward. As the blood energy coursed, his aged visage transformed, and his aura evolved correspondingly. A formidable presence erupted from the elder, embodying the essence of a powerful being in the sea of strength. This battle is inevitable. I shall strike first. With that declaration, the elder stamped his foot, his figure darting forth with a forceful true energy coalescing in his palm. While he did not unleash divine might, he appeared unaffected by Yaoyu's presence. Xian Ku Divine Palm. The elder executed a swift strike, releasing a wave of gray true energy that subtly carried the weight of divine might. In response to the elder's attack, Yaoyu's countenance hardened. Although he had not explicitly revealed his divine might, it was palpable in his stance and hand. Her slender fingers pointed decisively, her eyes now fierce with determination. A chilling aura coalesced at her fingertips, forming a vortex that darted towards her opponent's palm with lightning speed. Bang! Upon contact, a fierce wave of energy surged forth. Yet the force was swiftly dissipated by the elder's palm strike. In that fleeting moment when her energy was shattered, Yagyu opened her palm and struck back forcefully. Both figures staggered slightly from the impact. In that initial exchange, Yagyu first utilized her fingertip energy to counter the elder's palm force before bracing herself to meet his strike head-on. Despite her retreat, she pressed on, her graceful form darting forward, her long, delicate hands slicing through the air like a razor, infused with the chill of her energy, targeting her opponent's vital points. Chapter 716. The Defeated at the Heavenly Gate. Exhausted of vitality faced with Yaoyu's fierce onslaught, the elder remained unfazed, maintaining pace with her as their forms intertwined. In a matter of mere seconds, they had exchanged blows 4 or 5 times. The chilling energy emanating from Yaoyu's palm failed to trouble her opponent significantly, while her own arm bore a slight tremor. The elder's mastery of spiritual energy surpassed hers by a considerable margin. As their figures separated, the elder proclaimed, "Though your spiritual prowess is formidable, your application thereof pales in comparison to my own. Should you persist, victory is beyond your grasp." Yaoyu's eyes sharpened at his words. A commanding aura emerged from her being. "I am eager to witness your true strength," she declared. Yagyu was no ordinary individual. She was the Grand Master of the Flower Transference Palace, a figure of unparalleled renown in her past life. Though the elder's spiritual might did not exceed hers, his application was vastly superior. Her spiritual energy served to suppress her opponent's spirit while augmenting her own striking power. In contrast, the elder's energy was concentrated within himself, channeled through his palm, demonstrating a mastery that was truly exceptional. Nevertheless, surrender was not an option for her. As her words faded, Yaoyu's gaze turned fierce, and a formidable presence enveloped her. Spiritual energy, bright moon illuminates the canvas. Boom. In that instant, Yagyu held nothing back. Her spiritual force erupted with full intensity. The bright moon illuminates the canvas was a manifestation of her own spiritual energy, reminiscent of a weapon from her previous life. The bright moon's coolness radiated, enveloping the surroundings. Simultaneously, the Mingyu technique within her began to circulate. 9 vortices emerged within her body, swiftly rotating from head to toe before coalescing in her hand, generating a terrifying chill. She surged forth, her palm striking out. Yagyu was not only proficient in the Mingyu technique, she also wielded the unrivaled palm technique known as flower transference to jade. This technique allowed her to harness the force of her opponent's attacks. The stronger the assault against her, the more potent her counterattack became. However, until now, the elder had refrained from unleashing his full power, engaging Yagyu with finesse instead. Now, she sought to compel him to exert his utmost strength. Observing this, the elder's expression shifted to one of gravity, while on the other side, Emperor Wu Ho's countenance subtly altered. Yagyu had seldom engaged in combat, and he had previously underestimated her, focusing his attention on Tai Zhongtong. Yet now, witnessing her full-strength display, her prowess was undeniably on par with that of Tai Zhongtong. Though the divine aura exuded an air of chilliness, it was not devoid of dominion. The gaze fell upon the elder, who at this moment unleashed a formidable presence, with gray true energy surging forth, reminiscent of the deathly aura associated with the imperial master. This gray true energy bore no signs of decay, only the essence of age and desolation. Yet, despite its frailty, it transformed into a terrifying force, pressing toward the divine aura of Yagyu, intent on overpowering it. Yagyu, undeterred, moved with grace, striking forth with her palm in a flurry of attacks, swift as thunder. Refusing to retreat, prepared to confront the elder head-on. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, and without evasion, he stepped forward, delivering a strike of his own. Within this palm, true energy surged, shattering the surrounding air as it collided with Yagyu's hand. Boom! The clash of their palms sent an astonishing wave of energy rippling outward, manifesting as a fierce gale. As the tempest arose, Yagyu danced like a butterfly, her palms striking in succession, each wave of energy growing stronger than the last. The elder, too, felt his strength augmenting, his gaze sharpening with intensity. "Break!" the elder exclaimed, unleashing an even more terrifying force from his palm, forcing Yagyu's hand back. Utilizing the momentum against her, the elder exhibited a power greater than hers. In that moment, without a hint of pause, the once despondent gray energy surged forth like a torrential tide. Shattering Yagyu's assault, his palm reached out toward her head. Divine aura, iron will. At this juncture, Tai Zhongtong intervened, an overwhelming aura of iron will emanating from him, enveloping the elder in immense pressure. With a sweep of his iron blood flag, a malevolent energy surged toward the elder's consciousness. In that instant of assault, the blood flag transformed into a streak of crimson light, aiming for the elder's chest. The elder merely hesitated momentarily, then reversed his hand, striking the blood flag. The malevolent energy erupted, and within the elder's palm, the true energy coalesced into a vortex. Boom! The collision of the malevolent and true energy vortices erupted, distorting the air into tangible ripples. Both figures shifted apart. The malevolent assault on the mind had little effect on the elder. He regarded Tai Zhongtong with a cold stare. Tai Zhongtong's expression hardened. This marked the first failure of his iron blood flag. Typically, even formidable beings of the sea, such as Qinglong, would succumb to its influence and fall. Yet, while the elder's mind was affected, it was hardly significant. His spirit remained intact, but his vitality had been compromised. In combat, the elder dared not release his inner vitality, which flowed within him, gradually depleting upon initial contact. He never dared to unleash the full might of his inner energy. Yagyu advanced with a cold gaze fixed upon her foe. Upon hearing her words, the unengaged Wu Ho was taken aback. "You are one who has attempted to breach the shattered threshold and failed to enter the celestial gate, though your divine aura and true energy remain unchanged. The vitality within you has begun to wither due to your failure to break through. The essence of life no longer replenishes, which explains your reluctance to unleash your full potential." Wu Ho observed the elder with a piercing glare. Within the grand dynasty of Zhou, there exists a multitude of formidable sea concentration experts, endowed with the potential to advance further. Yet, why do they refrain from doing so? The reason lies in the fact that when these sea concentration masters attempt to transcend to the next level, it triggers a cataclysmic upheaval in the very fabric of the heavens and the earth, culminating in the manifestation of the celestial gate. Should one fail to swiftly suppress the surging power within and control their own might, they cannot shatter the celestial gate and ascend beyond it. Consequently, they would face a backlash from the cosmos, leading to the cessation of their vital essence. This essence, known as qi and blood, is the lifeblood of a martial artist. Once it ceases to regenerate, the depletion of qi and blood signifies the end of life. In the realm of martial artists, one may endure for 2 centuries by traversing the 9 trials of ascension, supplemented by longevity elixirs or other means, thus extending their lifespan considerably and giving rise to numerous venerable sea concentration ancients. Of course, Some have successfully shattered the celestial gate, while others have faltered, clinging to a mere existence in this world. The elder in question is one such individual. Kill him. Surround him. He must not escape. If we deplete his chi and blood, he shall perish," commanded the formidable Marquis of Imperial Martiality, his voice resonating with authority. He struck first, unleashing a surge of divine might, his left fist colliding with an explosion of black, true energy. Yagyu and Tai Zhongtong exchanged a glance, and together they launched their assault. Tai Zhongtong unfurled his iron-blooded banner, which unfurled behind him, while his fist surged forth, a maelstrom of dense blood chi swirling around it. Simultaneously, Yagyu thrust forth her palm, sending forth an icy chill. The elder's countenance darkened significantly, as he desperately sought to control the consumption of his internal chi and blood, only to be detected. He found himself ensnared in the trio's relentless assault. Under their onslaught, the elder's chi and blood continually waned, his strength diminishing with each passing moment. "If you desire my demise, I shall ensure you accompany me in death." The elder's visage twisted into a grimace. With his chi and blood no longer restrained, his true energy erupted in full force. Although he had failed to break through the celestial gate and his vitality was diminished, his power remained formidable. At that moment, Tai Zhongtong's iron-blooded banner surged forth, a blood-red light piercing the heavens, enveloping the opponent. The mental impact was profound. Having engaged in combat, Tai Zhongtong had refrained from utilizing the banner, leading the elder to inadvertently underestimate its presence. Thus, when Tai Zhongtong unleashed it once more, the elder was momentarily taken aback. Boom! All three of their palms struck the elder simultaneously. Bang! The elder attempted to bring about mutual destruction, unleashing his full power to kill. Alas, before he could fully exert his strength, his body was sent hurtling backwards by the force of their combined might, crashing into a small building, which splintered upon impact. With a spurt of blood, his chest caved in. He sought to rise, but as he attempted to stand, he collapsed once more onto the ground, devoid of breath. His eyes reflected a mixture of unwillingness and a hint of relief. To cling to a life of mere survival was burdensome. Death, too, could be seen as a form of liberation. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there would be 2 more updates. Chapter 717. Yaoyu's exclusive weapon, Crimson Blood, illuminates the palette. Insights of Fu Hongxue after a decade in the city of Qinglong, late at night. Within the estate of the Zhuang family, Su Chen stood in a pavilion amidst the courtyard. This night marked the full moon, a time of upheaval in the capital. Burdened with thoughts, he found himself unable to sleep. Gazing up at the round moon in the sky, he spoke in a deep voice. "When will the news from the capital arrive in Qinglong tonight?" "According to reason, the news should reach Jiangnan by tomorrow noon at the earliest," replied Yuan Sui, who stood nearby. "Tomorrow at noon. Yet I wonder what the situation is regarding the battle with the Imperial Master. Moreover, why did this battle occur?" Su Chen murmured thoughtfully. "The assassination of the Imperial Master, Yuan Mu, in the capital by unknown assailants felt utterly astonishing and incomprehensible." These thoughts kept Su Chen awake at night. The Qinglong Society has slain the Imperial Master, and the Tianya Pavilion has seized the Zhenwu courtyard, each rewarded with an orange lottery card. Upon hearing this reward, Su Chen paused momentarily. Judging by the rewards, it appeared that both the Tianya Pavilion and the Qinglong Society had successfully achieved their objectives without any unforeseen complications, and a smile crept onto his face. With the Qinglong Society having eliminated the Imperial Master and the Tianya Pavilion having taken control of the Zhenwu courtyard, he instructed Yuan Sui, "As soon as the news arrives tomorrow, inform me promptly. I wish to know the details. Now, you may return to rest." Su Chen then rose and spoke to Yuan Sui. Yuan Sui, upon hearing his words, displayed a look of delight and bowed as he exited the courtyard. Su Chen then proceeded to draw from the 2 orange lottery cards he had just acquired. "You have obtained the exclusive weapon of Yaoyue, the blood-illuminating sword, and the insights from Fu Hongxue's 10 years of experience." The exclusive weapon of Yaoyue, the insights from Fu Hongxue's decade of reflection, the blood-illuminating sword. Su Chen examined the blood-illuminating sword, which was devoid of luster, measuring only 1 foot and 7 inches, a short sword that bore no apparent distinguishing features. However, upon further inspection, he discovered that this short sword was a primary spiritual grade weapon, not the legendary ancient artifact often spoken of in tales. It was akin to the Iron Zhongtong's bloodstained banner. The short sword was extraordinarily sharp, capable of cutting through gold and jade, and when attuned to its wielder's intent, it could unleash terrifying power. The specifics of its might were not detailed, suggesting that only Yagyu would comprehend its full potential. With this weapon, Yagyu's prowess would likely rival that of Iron Zhongtong. Tomorrow, have Yuan Sui send it to the capital for Yagyu, Su Chen remarked. As for the insights from Fu Hongshue's 10 years of experience, he had only recently begun to cultivate his abilities in the sea of spiritual energy and had not yet reached the pinnacle of mastery. With these insights, he would leap to become a top-tier master in that realm. A satisfactory acquisition indeed. Smiling, he returned indoors. The following day, as Su Chen stepped out of his room, he found Yuan Sui waiting outside. Master, Miss Nangong Qiushui from the Nangong family has come to pay a visit, Yuan Sui announced. Miss Nangong Qiushui has come to visit? Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. Given his current reputation in Qinglong or the entire Jiangnan martial arts community, it was likely that any martial artist he encountered on the street would scoff at him. Nangong Qiushui was not only the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, but also ranked as the second beauty on the Jianghu Heavenly Fairy list. She arrived at the Zhuang family's residence to meet him, leaving Su Chen somewhat perplexed. He certainly did not believe that his talents and striking appearance could captivate the attention of the young lady from the Nangong family. Nangong Qiushui, being from the illustrious Nangong family of Jiangnan and also possessing the identity of a member of the Jiao Palace, indicated her complexity. Let's go meet Nangong Qiushui. Su Chen nodded and, accompanied by Yuan Sui, headed towards the hall. The fact that she sought him out suggested she had business to discuss, and he was eager to discover her intentions. Inside the Zhuang family hall, Nangong Qiushui sat gracefully, flanked by an elderly man with a stern expression, dark complexion, and clad in a long black robe. The elder stood behind her, seemingly in a state of meditation, as still as a statue, barely stirring even when Su Chen and Yuan Sui entered the hall. Upon noticing Su Chen, Nangong Qiushui rose slightly and offered a courteous bow. I greet you, Su Xiaolong. Su Chen nodded slightly, his gaze drawn to the elder in black. Though his eyes were slightly narrowed, a powerful aura emanated from him, indicating a heightened awareness. Miss Nangong, what brings you here unexpectedly? Su Chen inquired, as she had not introduced the elder, nor did he feel the need to ask. Nangong Qiushui responded. The new master of the Jiao Palace has arrived in Qinglong, and she wishes to meet with you, Su Xiaolong. In truth, there seems little for us to discuss. Is she perhaps seeking the return of funds from my Qinglong association? If so, I fear this conversation may be futile, Su Chen replied solemnly. Please do not misunderstand. Su Xiaolong, the previous matters have been settled. The new master primarily wishes to meet with you to explore potential cooperation, especially considering that you now oversee the third major bank in the realm, which presents numerous opportunities for collaboration, Nangong Qiushui explained. Originally, I was set to depart for the Sacred Sword Lake a few days ago, but matters concerning the Zhuang family have delayed my plans. I shall be heading to the Sacred Sword Lake shortly, so perhaps when I return to Qinglong, Miss Nangong could assist in arranging a meeting, he suggested, recalling that Mei Xuanxuang had visited him recently to inquire about his departure. Regarding the financial affairs of the Zhuang family, Mei Xuanxuang had refrained from probing too deeply, as she had some understanding of Su Chen's situation, realizing the complexities involved. It is a pity. We shall arrange a meeting when you return to Qinglong, she concluded. Nangong Qiushui, upon hearing his words, stood and made no further delay. Su Chen instructed Yuan Sui to see them off. Outside the Zhuang residence, Nangong Qiushui and the elder boarded a carriage. Gui Lao, are there any experts within the Zhuang family estate? She inquired. Upon meeting Su Chen, I sensed an unsettling aura around him, though elsewhere I felt no such presence. The elder, referred to as Gui Lao, replied. Their visit was indeed to investigate Su Chen and the circumstances surrounding the Zhuang family estate. The matter concerning the Bliss Palace is one she speaks of casually, as she has yet to encounter the master of the Bliss Palace in Qinglong. Upon hearing the elder's words, Nangong Qiushui nodded. It appears that Li Xuanhuan and his companions are likely not at the Zhuang family estate. The pressing issue at hand must be the individual wielding dual blades. Let us first proceed to the waterside pavilion. My father and the others should be concluding their discussions, she declared. Meanwhile, in a secluded waterside pavilion, 5 figures congregated. Among them, Nangong Wentian, clad in a brocade robe, sat regally in the main seat, with the others subtly acknowledging his leadership. To either side of him sat 2 individuals, On his left was Hua Wushang from the Hua family estate, dressed in black. Beside him was an elderly man donned in a silk robe, his complexion flushed, eyes somewhat narrow, a prominent nose, and a tuft of long beard adorning his chin. A red sun emblem was embroidered on his robe, signifying his affiliation with the southern Jiangnan's Crimson Sun Hall. This elder was Wan Dongfeng, a deputy hall master of the Crimson Sun Hall. Opposite them sat two masked individuals. One, clad in a red robe, bore the scorpion insignia of the Beyond. Hua Wushang recognized the leader of the Beyond, Tung Baichuan. Next to him stood a figure in a pitch-black robe, wearing a ghostly mask. This was Lu Yunzong, the leader of the Dream Remnants. The assembly was convened to discuss support for Hui's proposal, while also seeking any additional thoughts from the others present. If there are no further considerations, we shall form an alliance today and mutually safeguard one another, Nangong Wentian began. Hold on. Lu Yunzong of the Dream Remnants interjected. We from the Dream Remnants shall not partake in any future matters concerning the Zhuang family's bank. Once we secure our share, we only require the profits in cash. Upon hearing Lu's declaration, Nangong Wentian's brow furrowed slightly. This operation was not merely about dividing the Zhuang family's wealth. It was also a covert alliance. The insistence on cash withdrawal clearly indicated a reluctance to ally. Are you unwilling to form an alliance? He inquired silently, while Wan Dongfeng, the deputy hall master of the Crimson Sun Hall, spoke up. If you do not wish to ally, what brings you here? You may withdraw. His voice was sharp and commanding. Wan, do not be angered. Lu, this is a prime opportunity. The Qinglong Society is currently overshadowing us in Jiangnan. If this continues, we risk becoming a second-rate organization of assassins, Tung Baichuan asserted. He understood the necessity of involving the Dream Remnants in their endeavors. Any losses must not fall solely on the Beyond. Their aim extended beyond merely targeting Xiaolong of the Qinglong Society, but also against the Qinglong Society in Jinling. More hands mean more strength. As he spoke, a hurried figure burst through the entrance. Master, urgent news from the capital. The newcomer extended a sealed letter towards Nangong Wentian. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall turned grave. They were aware of the contents of the urgent report from the capital. Nangong Wentian unsealed the dispatch and, upon examination, his expression shifted dramatically. He subsequently handed the report to the table beside him. Let the four of us take a look. The four approached, and after reading, their faces paled, returning to their seats with gravity etched upon their features. They understood that turmoil had begun in the Jianghu of the Great Zhou. The urgent report contained two significant matters. The first was that the Emperor of Zhou had overcome severe injuries and retreated into seclusion once more. The second revelation was that the Imperial Master was the second leader of the Evil Alliance. The incident on the 15th night of the full moon was orchestrated by the Imperial Master himself to confront the True Martial Academy. Although the True Martial Academy was annihilated, he himself was slain by members of the Azure Dragon Society. I, Dream of Ruins, consent to the alliance. At this juncture, Lu Yunzong, who had previously opposed, spoke up. The news of the Azure Dragon Society slaying the Imperial Master will spread throughout the great Zhou Jianghu today, further amplifying its influence. Currently, Dream of Ruins and other shore are already suppressed in Jiangnan. This will elevate the Azure Dragon Society's standing even higher. This is the last scenario we wish to witness. I had thought that Leader Lu would reconsider after reading the urgent report, remarked Wan Dongfeng of the Crimson Sun Hall. Huh, retreat? I fear your Crimson Sun Hall will be the one to withdraw. Lu Yunzong retorted with a cold smirk. You. Wan Dongfeng's face flushed with rage upon witnessing this exchange. Both of you, let us prioritize harmony. Since Brother Lu has agreed to take action, I shall now reveal my plan to you all. The Azure Dragon Society bears animosity towards the Paradise of Bliss. Following the death of the previous Palace Master, those behind the Paradise of Bliss dispatched a new master. We can masquerade as members of the Paradise of Bliss and strike at Su Chun, assaulting the black market stronghold of the Azure Dragon Society. Nangong Wentian proposed. Little did they know that the head of the Nangong clan had already made preparations. It was rumored that the Paradise of Bliss had connections to the great General Wang Dugong. Watching the Azure Dragon Society contend with Dugong would undoubtedly be a spectacle, murmured Tung Baichuan softly. The individuals behind the Paradise of Bliss are not Dugong, but rather those from the Heavenly Gate. Dugong merely relies on the power of the Celestials. Nangong Wentian clarified. As one of the oldest families in Jinling, The Nangong clan was privy to many secrets. Naturally, they had their own formidable experts who had entered the Heavenly Gate. Is that so? If the Azure Dragon Society engages in battle with the celestial beings, it will be all the more fascinating, Wan Dongfeng of the Crimson Sun Hall remarked with a smile. This matter seemed resolved. However, the second leader of the Azure Dragon Society, Li Xuanhuan, wielded extraordinary flying daggers that posed a significant threat. I lacked the confidence to evade them. Lu Yunzong of Dream of Ruins stated solemnly, "We have a countermeasure in place. My family, the Hua clan, acquired a top-tier shield several years ago, which I believe can withstand Li Xuanhuan's flying daggers. Furthermore, as long as we can block one of his strikes, others can close in. Once in proximity, he will lose his advantage and will be unable to unleash his daggers. He can only be killed," Hua Wushang interjected. "However, there is one point. Su Chun and the Qinglong Society are not aligned. Should we then act separately?" Tung Baichuan spoke up. "No, we shall first eliminate Su Chun. During this process, we will notify the black market and the Qinglong Society to provide assistance. Given the scene where Su Chun meets Li Xuanhuan, it is certain that Li Xuanhuan will rush to his aid. At that moment, we will take the initiative, laying an ambush and waiting for our prey," Nangong Wentian declared. Upon hearing Nangong Wentian's words, the others exchanged glances filled with profound trepidation. Such deep scheming. "Then we shall follow the arrangements of the head of the Nangong family." The four responded in unison. The four remained in Qinglong City, awaiting my orders for specific actions, ready to strike at any moment, Nangong Wentian instructed. "Understood." They finished speaking and swiftly departed from the pavilion. As they left, Nangong Qiushui and the elder entered the pavilion. "I have seen father." Nangong Qiushui greeted Nangong Wentian with a bow. "What of the investigation around the Zhuang family estate and Su Chun?" Nangong Wentian inquired. "There are no experts within the Zhuang family. All the skilled individuals are by Su Chen's side. The one who truly instills fear in Gui Lao is that dual-blade wielder. If we wish to deal with the black market and the Qinglong Society, I suggest we directly target the Zhuang family estate. By eliminating Su Chun and his companions, we can lure the experts of the Qinglong Society into a trap." Nangong Qiushui replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing her words, a smile graced Nangong Wentian's face. "Qiushui, your thoughts align with mine. You are more than capable of assuming the position of the next head of the Nangong family." Chapter 719. The new leader of the Jiao Palace and Wei Zhuang's suspicions previously, their plan was to strike against Su Chun as he journeyed to the Sacred Sword Lake. However, now the best course of action is to invade the Zhuang family estate. Should we send someone to scout the black market and Qinglong Society strongholds? Nangong Qiushui inquired. "We need not appear ourselves. Qin Ming and Baiyan can ascertain the situation regarding the Qinglong Society strongholds through the black market. The Nangong family should avoid direct confrontation. Does that individual from the Jiao Palace know their whereabouts? Since we intend to frame this incident on the Jiao Palace, we must find and control the new leader of the Jiao Palace swiftly. If we cannot control her, then she must perish." Nangong Wentian shifted the conversation back to the Jiao Palace. "The individual has yet to reveal herself, but I am certain she is already within Qinglong City. I will obtain her information within a day. Su Chun is likely to leave Qinglong City for the Sacred Sword Lake in the next couple of days. If we are to act, it must be tomorrow," Nangong Qiushui stated. "Arrange this matter. I will dispatch someone to inform the other four. If this plan succeeds, the Hua family of Jiangbei, the Crimson Sun Palace, as well as Qin Ming and Bai, will have the opportunity to be incorporated into the Nangong family," Nangong Wentian declared. He sought not merely an alliance with these four families, but aspired to gradually seize control over these four forces, fortifying the strength of the Nangong family. "Father, your plan will surely succeed. The Nangong family will undoubtedly advance further under your guidance," Nangong Qiushui affirmed. "Very well, arrange it. I wish to know the whereabouts of the newly appointed master of the Bliss Palace by tomorrow morning," South Palace Wenting instructed. After South Palace, Qiushui bowed respectfully. She took her leave. "My lord, the pressure you have placed upon the young mistress is rather substantial," remarked the elder who had accompanied South Palace Qiushui after her departure. "Behold this." South Palace Wenting gestured, and an urgent report soared toward the elder. The elder raised his hand to catch the report, and after perusing it, his expression hardened as he solemnly declared, "The rivers and lakes of the Great Zhou are on the brink of chaos. It remains uncertain how tumultuous this upheaval will be. How it unfolds is of little consequence. What truly matters is what our South Palace family stands to gain from this turmoil. The chaos of the rivers and lakes presents an opportunity for us to advance. South Palace Wenting asserted. In another location, atop a lofted vessel by the shores of Qinglong Lake, a middle-aged woman clad in a flowing white gown sat gracefully within a spacious, refined chamber. Her delicate fingers, as slender as jade, prepared tea, the fragrant aroma wafting through the room. Opposite her sat a young man, approximately 23 or 24 years of age, adorned in resplendent garments with a dragon-engraved jade pendant at his waist, his countenance strikingly handsome. "Master, shall we not meet South Palace Xue?" the young man inquired, observing the woman who was immersed in her tea preparation. "It is not yet the opportune moment. I am still investigating the matters concerning Qinglong City," the woman replied, pouring a cup of tea for the young man from the ceramic teapot before her. "Having South Palace Xue at the helm of the Bliss Palace for some time now, would we not gain a clearer understanding of the situation in Qinglong City through her?" the young man questioned, a hint of urgency in his gaze. "It seems you have taken quite an interest in South Palace Xue. However, Zikr, although your mother wishes to unite you with her, I believe South Palace Xue is not a suitable match for you. Many scions of noble families are devoid of sentiment. Once family interests are at stake, they will forsake everything. Their families have forged their paths, and they in turn must repay their families. This is the reason why some ancient families continue to endure. South Palace Xue is the eldest daughter of South Palace Wenting, possessing exceptional talent and beauty, and is receiving his utmost cultivation. Such a woman, once family interests are involved, will turn you into a mere pawn. Our purpose here is twofold: to take charge of the Bliss Palace and to uncover the identity of the one who murdered your mother. You must not allow personal feelings to obscure our mission," the woman in white cautioned. At this, the young man's expression froze, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. "Rest assured, master, I will find the one who killed my mother and ensure they suffer 1,000 deaths," he vowed, his countenance twisting into a fierce grimace. "That is understood. However, while I shall remain hidden, you may still engage with South Palace Xue," the woman in white said, taking a sip of her tea. Upon hearing her permission to meet South Palace Xue, the young man's eyes sparkled with joy. "Go, but do not reveal my whereabouts," the woman in white instructed, setting her teacup down. "Yes, master." The young man bowed deeply before departing. After the youth departed, the woman in the white dress sighed. What is the essence of love in this world? As she sighed, a man clad in black emerged from the shadows. He appeared to be around 30, unremarkable in looks. Yet his eyes bore a chilling gaze. "Master, the young master has evidently been enchanted by Nangong Xue. If you allow him to proceed, I fear your position may be compromised," the man spoke in a grave tone. "I merely wish to observe the Nangong family's reaction and test the resolve of Zikr. The losses suffered by the Extreme Joy Palace this time have been considerable, and the leader is beginning to express dissatisfaction. Furthermore, regarding Zhao Xiaodai, find her. I wish to understand how she liberated herself from the constraints of the martial arts. To be a furnace, one must embody the essence of a furnace. She naively believes that joining the Azure Dragon Society will free her from the Extreme Joy Palace." A flash of murderous intent flickered in the woman's eyes as she spoke. "Let us proceed to another stronghold." With that, the woman in white rose and departed the floating vessel alongside the man in black. In the black market stronghold of the Azure Dragon Society, within a pavilion, Zhao Xiaodai, dressed in a red gown, stood before Wei Zhuang. "Are you suggesting that the new master of the Extreme Joy Palace is in Qinglong City?" Wei Zhuang queried, his hand tapping the table ominously. "I have some pieces in play within the Extreme Joy Palace, and based on the feedback I've received, it appears the new master may have already arrived in Qinglong. However, this new master has yet to make an appearance. No one from the Extreme Joy Palace has been seen," Zhao Xiaodai replied solemnly. "The greatest threat from the appearance of the new master lies with her, for she has betrayed the Extreme Joy Palace." "You mean this master has not shown herself, and no one has seen her?" Wei Zhuang raised an eyebrow in contemplation. He had just received news from Yuan Sui that the master of the Extreme Joy Palace wished to meet with Xiaolong. If she remains hidden, why would she be considering a meeting with Xiaolong at this moment? A flicker of doubt crossed Wei Zhuang's mind. Bai Fengwang, assist Zhao Xiaodai in investigating the whereabouts of the master of the Extreme Joy Palace. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Zhuang instructed. "Understood." Bai Fengwang, standing nearby, acknowledged the command. Chapter 720. The more beautiful, the more poisonous. The attack on the Zhuang family estate at Qin Lake. Nangong Qiushui was seated within a pavilion on a small island. This pavilion was once the residence of the previous master of the Extreme Joy Palace. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, gazed out the window as she awaited someone, the young master of the Extreme Joy Palace, Dugu Su. Outside the pavilion, the rain fell gently, enveloping the entire island in an ethereal mist. Standing beside the window, Nangong Qiushui, clad in a purple gown, bore a pensive expression, resembling a celestial maiden amidst the hazy vapor. Creak. The door of the pavilion opened. A young man dressed in ornate clothing entered, setting down his oiled paper umbrella. It was none other than Dugu Su, the young master of the Extreme Joy Palace. Upon seeing Nangong Qiushui by the window, a look of joy illuminated his eyes. As she noticed the young man's arrival, Nangong Qiushui closed the window and turned to speak. I wonder what brings the young master Dugu to summon me. Nangong Qiushui's words carried an air of estrangement and chill. Dugu Su, unfazed by her demeanor, approached her slowly and said, Qiushui, I have come here to request your assistance in investigating the incident concerning my mother. The Nangong family is also conducting an inquiry, yet we have encountered no leads. The perpetrator has obliterated all evidence, leaving us with naught but an arduous task ahead. Nangong Qiushui spoke with a somber tone. As her words lingered in the air, she continued, I have heard that the new palace master has arrived in Qinglong City. Might I have the honor of meeting them? The reason for Nangong Qiushui's visit to Dugu Su was to see the newly appointed palace master. In response, Dugu Su shook his head, stating, the palace master is currently preoccupied with other matters and is unable to make an appearance at this time. Despite his feelings for Nangong Qiushui, he could not defy the orders of his master. Is that so? Then I shall wait until the palace master has concluded their duties before seeking an audience. Since you are now in Qinglong City, the affairs of Jile Palace will fall under your jurisdiction. I will remain at the Nangong family estate for the time being. Nangong Qiushui declared as she prepared to take her leave. Qiushui, you are aware of my affections for you. I have come to Qinglong with the intention of proposing our union to your uncle. Dugu Su interjected as she turned to depart. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qiushui's brow furrowed momentarily before smoothing out as she regarded him, replying, I fear you may not have that opportunity. Dugu Su, perplexed by her response, inquired, do you not sense that the energy within you is amiss? The energy within you. Upon hearing her words, Dugu Su's expression shifted as he became acutely aware of the rapid depletion of his internal energy and the growing weakness in his limbs. Qiushui, what is the meaning of this? This room has been laced with an odorless and tasteless Tianju soft muscle powder, Nangong Qiushui stated calmly. What are you trying to accomplish? Why poison me? Dugu Su demanded, anger flashing in his eyes. Because the new palace master harbors suspicions towards our Nangong family. Had you merely informed me of the palace master's whereabouts, perhaps this could have been avoided. Since the palace master is wary of us, I have resorted to this drastic measure to control you for the benefit of the Nangong family, Nangong Qiushui replied, her gaze steady and her tone devoid of emotion. As she spoke, 5 slender silver needles materialized in her palm. Dugu Su's face paled as he struggled to summon his internal energy, yet found himself utterly incapacitated, his body succumbing to weakness. Nangong Qiushui paid no heed to his fury as she swiftly appeared before him, plunging the 5 needles into his skull in an instant. Dugu Su's expression contorted in agony as he attempted to utter a sound, but a delicate jade hand grasped his throat, silencing him entirely. Moments later, Nangong Qiushui released her grip, and Dugu Su's body collapsed to the ground. With a slow and deliberate motion, Nangong Qiushui opened the window, allowing a gentle breeze to waft into the room. Outside, an elder entered, a figure who had previously accompanied Nangong Qiushui to meet Su Chun. Dugu Su arrived alone, without any companions. Gui Lao spoke up. Nangong Qiushui approached Dugu Su, her palm drawing in the rainwater from outside, which coalesced in her hand and fell upon Dugu Su's face. The unconscious Dugu Su slowly opened his eyes, initially dazed, but soon regained his composure. What of our new palace master? Where is she now? Nangong Qiushui inquired. The new palace master is my mentor, Lan Pitzi, one of the 4 great guardians under the lord of the palace of ultimate bliss. Her divine prowess is known as dark fragrance falling, a force that induces illusions in the mind. Currently, she resides on a floating vessel in Qinglong Lake City, Su replied. The lord of the palace of ultimate bliss. What manner of person is he? Have you ever laid eyes on him? I have not seen him, only that his background is rooted in the heavenly gate, Su continued. Just as my father speculated. The lord of the palace of ultimate bliss indeed possesses connections to the heavenly gate. Nangong Qiushui mused silently. Miss, we are now aware of the palace master's position. Should we inform the family to take action? Gue Lao suggested. Su is already under my control. He is the disciple of the palace master. It will not be difficult to deal with them. We shall return to see my father first. Our immediate concern is to handle Su Chun and seize the Zhuang family's treasury, Nangong Qiushui concluded, her gaze drifting toward the window. A fierce storm raged outside, and in the dead of night, lives would be taken. Tonight, the Zhuang family would once again see new faces. As the rain ceased, the night sky glittered with stars. In the Zhuang family's treasury, Zhuang Xuanji stood before Su Chun. I have nearly consolidated the finances of the Zhuang family treasury from various regions. The gold notes have been distributed, and within half a month, they will all be exchanged. I wonder where Xiaolongsha plans to allocate this batch of cash. Zhuang Xuanji remarked. Let the former steward handle this matter. Su Chen's worth has risen significantly, and the funds from the Jing capital's Fine Rain Pavilion will now be coordinated by the money gang. The Jiang and Zhuang family treasury will support the development of Weizhuang. Su Chen stated. The Jiangnan region is vast, and the Qinglong Society must establish a substantial intelligence network to keep abreast of events occurring throughout Jiangnan. The more chaotic the martial world becomes, the more vital intelligence becomes. As Su Chen spoke, suddenly, Yuan Siyun's expression shifted, and his ears perked up. Master, we are under attack. Upon hearing Yuan Siyun's words, Su Chen's gaze turned icy. Xiaolongshu, our Zhuang family treasury has a secret passage. Allow me to escort you to safety. Zhuang Xuanji exclaimed, her face paling. There's no need. I am quite curious to see who has come, Su Chen replied calmly. The attackers had chosen to strike at night, ensuring he would not escape. Besides, he was eager to discover who sought his demise. At that moment, within the Zhuang estate, 5 shadowy figures appeared, their faces obscured. Behind these 5 figures trailed dozens of men clad in black. Kill, one commanded. In an instant, the throng of black-clad men surged into the estate. The guards within the Zhuang estate were not formidable, and in the blink of an eye, they were all slain. Let us proceed to meet the young leader of the Qinglong Society. 5 figures tread upon the fallen bodies, advancing towards the hall of the manor. Their approach was direct and brutal, showing no regard for those within the estate. Chapter 721, Faded Dreams, The Remnants of Flowers. Lu Yunzong appears inside the manor hall. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. Yuan Siyun's gaze was fixed outside the hall, while the enigmatic He by Xian Jian emerged from the shadows. Accompanying them was the figure clad in white, Xiao Siwu. Lu Sheng Danma remained at the Qinglong Society's stronghold, hence did not accompany Su Chen. Yuan Suiyun and Xiao Siwu bore somber expressions, while He by Xian Jian maintained an air of calm. In contrast, Zhuang Xuanji appeared exceedingly tense. The arrival of their adversaries at the Zhuang family estate indicated prior reconnaissance, suggesting that their intent was far from ordinary. Casting a glance at Su Chen, who sipped his tea with an unsettling tranquility, her tension eased slightly. Bang! Bang! Several corpses were hurled into the hall. Su Chen rose and addressed Zhuang Xuanji, requesting that his chair be moved to the entrance, as he was eager to discern who sought his demise. Although the Qinglong Society had enemies, the Wuxiang faction had been eradicated, and its remnants had since integrated into other assassin organizations. The master of the Jile Palace had expressed a desire to meet him today, so it was unlikely they would strike. Thus, he remained uncertain as to the identity of his would-be assassin. As the corpses fell, dozens of figures in black appeared against the outer wall of the hall. The moment they emerged, Xiao Siwu manifested several throwing knives in his hands, launching them like meteors. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several figures plummeted from the wall. However, as Xiao Siwu prepared to unleash another barrage, a dark silhouette surged forth from the shadows, wielding a blade with astonishing speed. Xiao Siwu shifted his stance, sending his throwing knives hurtling towards the oncoming assailant. The clash of their weapons resonated with a sharp metallic sound. At that moment, another blade light appeared, aimed at Xiao Siwu's back. Swoosh! A single figure dashed forth, appearing behind the assailant, and with a flash of sword light, the would-be attacker was swiftly dispatched, collapsing to the ground. It was Yuan Suiyun who had intervened. After striking, he soared away like a bat, his sword shimmering as he moved, leaving a trail of deadly precision that caused another black-clad figure to fall lifelessly, a sword mark gracing their chest. Meanwhile, Xiao Siwu continued to unleash his throwing knives. While several were deflected by the opponent, a concealed knife found its mark, piercing the throat of one assailant. However, just as he eliminated that adversary, he felt a menacing aura lock onto him. A figure clad in black emerged before him, enveloped in a terrifying wave of energy that surged towards Xiao Siwu. In that instant, Xiao Siwu found himself momentarily hindered, his hand clutching the throwing knife, trembling under the oppressive force. A knife thrower, once their hand quakes, signifies an unstable heart. An unstable heart renders their blades ineffective, incapable of vanquishing their opponent. The principal reason for this was the superior strength of the adversary before him. The opponent's aura overwhelmed Xiao Siwu, and in an instant, he appeared before him, raising his hand to grasp at Xiao Siwu's head. Boom! In that fleeting moment, the already darkened night deepened further into shadows. Xianjian made his move, a terrifying divine presence enveloping the adversary. Hiss! Meanwhile, Xiao Siwu launched a flying dagger, which swiftly pierced the opponent's throat. He retreated rapidly, reaching Su Chen's side, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, the pressure from the opponent weighing heavily upon him. As Xianjian entered the fray, his formidable aura rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. 5 silhouettes emerged, each radiating an overwhelming force that countered the divine presence cloaking Xianjian. Their eyes fixed upon him, an icy, bone-chilling intent surged from their gaze, causing the oppressive heat of the night to plummet. Kill! One of the figures stepped forward, swiftly propelling himself towards Xianjian, a slender soft sword appearing in his hand, darting forth like a spirit snake. The sword shadow 13. In the blink of an eye, the sword light transformed into 13 distinct shadows. Xianjian's eyes narrowed, and he charged forth, transforming into a streak of black light, his dual blades slicing brutally in one direction. Clang! The sword shadows clashed against the incoming blade, producing a resounding metallic reverberation. However, as the thin sword was struck, its tip abruptly twisted, aiming for Xianjian's throat. Xianjian's left sword shifted to intercept the turning blade tip, while his right sword rose swiftly, descending with blinding speed. Seeing the situation unfold, one among the 5 raised his hand, a dark aura materializing within his palm. Bloodfiend star-shattering fist. The attacker shouted, forming a fist and launching it toward Xianjian. Their fists collided with the speed of lightning. Boom! The body staggered back 2 steps, but in an instant, the assailant grasped the ground, lifting stones scattered across the surface. Boom! The hurled stones descended upon Xianjian. Xianjian's right hand sliced through the stones, shattering them into fragments that danced through the air. Phantom shadow. At that moment, the earlier attacker transformed into a shadow, evading under Xianjian's left sword. The sword shadows, propelled by the debris, raced toward Xianjian's throat. Boom! Xianjian's energy burst forth, dispersing the falling stones, as his left sword positioned itself at his throat to block the incoming strike. Simultaneously, his right sword swiftly slashed downward. As he struck, the previously dissipated divine presence surged back, pressing down upon the attacker. The assailant felt an immediate heaviness, and as he attempted to unleash his own divine force, Xianjian's right sword descended. Hiss! The opponent's body was cleaved in 2 by the blade. Kill! The earlier assailant's eyes widened, his fists clenched tightly. The dark blood fiend energy swirling around him, 2 surges of fist strength erupting from his fists. These 2 terrifying energies, imbued with overwhelming force, launched viciously towards Xianjian. With a swift motion, Xianjian wielded his double blades in a reverse grip, instantly slicing through the 2 currents of energy, his figure darting forward like a wraith to engage the man who had thrown the punch. Why are you still hesitating? The man growled. Just then, a sudden mist enveloped the courtyard, and from within the haze, a figure emerged, reaching out with a palm towards Xianjian's back. The claw-like wind was as fierce as a torrential downpour. Xianjian pivoted his long sword, aiming to strike, but the figure vanished, reappearing at a distance. Cold eyes fixed upon him. The figure, adorned with a mask, was none other than the leader of the cursed dream, Lu Yunzong. Zhuang Xuanji, standing beside Su Chun, remarked on Lu Yunzong's identity, having some knowledge of the leaders of the 3 major assassin organizations in Jiangnan. Though they seldom revealed themselves, Their marks were unmistakable. Seeking death. Upon hearing his name from Zhuang Xuanji, Lu Yunzong's eyes, exposed through his mask, glinted with frost. He grasped his hand, capturing the leaves that had just fallen in the courtyard. With a flick of his wrist, those leaves, like a rain of blades, hurtled toward Zhuang Xuanji and Su Chun. Chapter 722. The imposing aura of Yin Kuangtu dominated the scene, killing one with a single punch. Zhuang Xuanji's expression changed as he attempted to shield Su Chun. But Su Chun raised a hand, a force of gravity pressing down upon Zhuang Xuanji, rendering him immobile. Do not worry. As Su Chun spoke, 4 figures materialized, their hands darting out to seize the rapidly approaching leaves, sending them hurtling back. Boom. Lu Yunzong, witnessing this, clapped his hands, shattering the returning leaves. His gaze fixed upon the 4 figures standing before Su Chun, their combined aura profound and steady. Just then, one of the 3 figures that had yet to act launched forward, leaping from the ground like a hunting eagle, a searing flame of energy swirling in his palm as he charged at the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. Boom. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi sprang into action, their 4 figures merging into one, colliding with the attacker. Bang! In the instant their energies met, the figures split into 4, encircling the assailant. Divine might erupted, an overwhelming heat radiating from the opponent. With a clash of palms, the energy surged, but the 4 figures, undeterred by the divine aura, unleashed their strikes. The united strength of the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi was now capable of contending with the peak of the sea of concentration. Bang! The forces collided once more. In that moment, a figure suddenly lunged forward, his palm slicing across the opponent's chest. Sizzle! A gash appeared, eliciting a swift retreat. Yet the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi were even quicker, surrounding him without granting him a moment to unleash his divine might. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with swirling figures. Bang! The figure who struck from behind was abruptly met with a palm, while another hand swept across the opponent's visage, shattering the mask that adorned his face and revealing his true identity. It was none other than Zhang Fan, one of the 4 guardians of the Red Sun Palace. Upon recognizing him, Zhuang Xuanji's expression shifted dramatically. Useless. Upon hearing Zhuang Xuanji reveal the identity of the individual, another silhouette descended into the courtyard, unmasked. It was Wan Dongfeng, one of the 2 deputy lords of the Red Sun Palace. Zhuang Xuanji continued to name the descending figure. How intriguing, thought Su Chun, a smile gracing his lips. The Red Sun Palace and the Remnant Dream have actually joined forces against me. My influence must be quite substantial. At this moment, atop a roof within the estate, 3 figures stood, gazing towards the distant hall. Leading them was Nangong Wentian, flanked by Huo Wushang and Nangong Qiushui. Huo Wushang, somewhat weaker in strength, refrained from engaging, opting instead to observe the unfolding spectacle. Nangong Wentian had no intention of intervening, as other formidable experts from the Nangong clan were already participating, including some whose prowess remained concealed. I hadn't anticipated that Su Chun would have these 4 by his side, judging by their recent actions. It appears that even a collective of such strong individuals would struggle against a sea of determined experts, Nangong Qiushui remarked. This is all within expectations. Wan Dongfeng should be capable of restraining these 4. Moreover, with Lu Yunzong and his group preoccupied with that dual-bladed swordsman, Tung Baichuan ought to be able to eliminate Su Chun with a single strike. As for Yuan Suiyun, Zhang Fan can handle him. So there is no need for our 2 members to act, Nangong Wentian stated calmly. You deal with Yuan Suiyun. Leave these 4 to me. Wan Dongfeng instructed Zhang Fan. Injured, Zhang Fan swiftly moved to stand before Yuan Suiyun. Upon seeing this, Yuan Suiyun sprang into action, his right hand wielding a long sword aimed at the vital points of his opponent. The blade gleamed with speed, slicing through the air. Zhang Fan's expression faltered for a moment, yet he extended his palm, summoning a torrent of fiery true energy to intercept the sword's brilliance. Although the sword light was momentarily halted, Yuan Suiyun's left hand emanated a chilling energy, swirling within his grasp. Unwavering, he pressed his attack, closing the distance with relentless precision. The fierce sword light forced Zhang Fan to retreat step by step. Suddenly, the sword light vanished, and Yuan Suiyun's left hand shot forth, claws poised with lethal intent to seize Zhang Fan's head. Just then, a figure that had previously remained inactive lunged forth, exuding a terrifying aura as he opened his palm and launched a devastating punch. The force of the blow shattered the surrounding air, causing it to ripple violently. Alarmed, Yuan Sui quickly countered with his own fist. The collision echoed through the courtyard, sending him hurtling backward to land before Su Chun. Coughing up blood, Yuan Sui struggled to rise, his internal energy in turmoil. Su Chun's expression shifted as he turned his gaze towards the assailant. A punch had injured Yuan Sui, revealing that the opponent was undoubtedly a top-tier expert of the sea of focused energy. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared from the darkness, a blood-red hand resembling a blood lotus looming ominously towards Su Chun. The moment the palm had not yet arrived, a terrifying aura had already descended, causing the chair upon which Su Chun sat to instantly collapse. Zhuang Xuanji found herself forcefully brought to her knees upon the ground. The energy circulating around Su Chun enveloped him, shielding him from this oppressive force, while a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. The Yin Kuang 2 experience card surged forth within him. Boom. The suppression of the blood-red palm energy was shattered by this newfound vigor. The figure who had attacked, witnessing this, swiftly retreated, refraining from delivering that palm strike, and instead stood aside, his gaze filled with horror as he beheld Su Chun. As Su Chun rose, a vortex of terrifying true energy manifested around him, accompanied by an aura that did not belong to him, erupting forth. The surrounding air grew exceptionally heavy under this tremendous pressure. The assailant, sensing this aura, turned his attention towards Su Chun. Zhuang Xuanji, who had just regained her footing as the oppressive energy dissipated, found herself once again pinned to the ground by the violent energy emanating from Su Chun. Her eyes wide with fear as she gazed upon him. Lin Ti, you come from above the heavenly gate, the assailant exclaimed, startled by the foreign energy radiating from Su Chun. However, Su Chun offered no reply. In an instant, he appeared before the man. Divine might surged, and as the opponent sensed the mounting pressure, he let out a low growl. Instantly, several hundred acupoints within him exploded, generating a force aimed at suppressing Su Chun. Yet, Su Chun merely raised his hand. A blurred figure appeared behind him, exuding an overwhelming, ruthless, and invincible aura that shattered the rising divine might. Boom. At that moment, Su Chun unleashed a powerful punch. As his fist struck, the mountains trembled, and the surrounding air imploded. The assailant's mask shattered, revealing the face of Tung Baichuan, who gazed at Su Chun's descending fist with astonishment. Bang! The fist collided with his body, obliterating Tung Baichuan into a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. With a single strike, Tung Baichuan was vanquished. Let us go. At that moment, the one who had severely injured Yuan Sui changed countenance and urged his companion. Do you think you can escape? Su Chun's footfall propelled him forward, appearing before them in an instant. His palm descended, unleashing a terrifying force that anchored the man in place, rendering him incapable of fleeing. Bang! The impact sent the body flying back, crashing against the wall. With a spurt of blood, the man slumped, devoid of life. Chapter 723. Annihilating all in sight, killing whomever is present, seeking monthly votes. With 2 strikes, 2 lives were extinguished. The atmosphere was charged with dread, and the leader of Cursed Dream, Lu Yunzong, paled at the scene. His form transformed into an ephemeral shadow. Lu Yunzong's residual flower technique allowed him to become a fleeting specter, a movement of remarkable speed. Yet, as he moved, Su Chun appeared beside him, the surrounding turbulent energy pinning him down. Today, none of you shall escape. Su Chun's icy voice echoed in his ear, followed by a massive hand looming above him. Su Xiaolong was about to articulate his thoughts, but Su Chun's hand did not waver. It struck down upon his opponent's head with a resounding thud. The impact caused the skull to sink into the neck, and in an instant, the lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Do you still wish to flee? I am eager to witness who dares to escape. Su Chun's gaze was frigid as he surveyed the remaining few in the courtyard. At that moment, Xiao Siwu unleashed a flurry of flying daggers, piercing through the throats of several hidden figures clad in dark attire. These individuals were oblivious to Su Chun's intervention. Fury coursed through Su Chun's veins. He had only one experience card for the Yin Kuang 2, and it had been squandered, leaving him with a sense of discontent. He raised his hand and, with overwhelming force, drew Zhang Fan of the Cheery Hall into his grasp. The sheer brutality of his strength rendered Zhang Fan defenseless as Su Chun seized his throat. Tell me, who orchestrated this affair? Zhang Fan felt his heart being constricted by a violent force, as if it were on the verge of exploding, and he struggled to breathe. Just as he attempted to speak, a surge of energy erupted from Wan Dongfeng, the vice hall master of the Cheery Hall. piercing through the heart of the man Su Chen held. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he regarded his adversary. You possess remarkable audacity to slay one in my grasp. Wan Dongfeng of the Cheery Hall, you ought to possess greater knowledge. As Su Chen advanced, an oppressive aura emanated from him, suppressing Wan Dongfeng. The vice hall master of the Cheery Hall turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His decision to kill Zhang Fan was born from the realization that revealing the identities of those behind the scheme would seal their fates. Not only would Nangong Wentian from the shadows seek their demise, but Su Chen would not spare them either. It was a gamble, a desperate hope that Nangong Wentian might intervene to rescue them. Nangong Wentian was the head of the Nangong clan. Su Chen was now a formidable force. If he could withstand this imminent threat, it would present an opportunity to eliminate Su Chen. Father this. At that moment, Nangong Qiushui gazed at her father. It was no wonder Su Chen had ascended to the position of Xiaolongshu in the Qinglong Society. He had evidently garnered the attention of powerful figures from the Heavenly Gate. Nangong Wentian narrowed his eyes. They had investigated Su Chen's background and concluded he could not possibly be associated with the Heavenly Gate. However, the presence of a powerful entity at his side indicated that someone from the Heavenly Gate had taken an interest in him, granting him such formidable capabilities. Patriarch Nangong, what shall we do now? Huo Wushang, standing beside Nangong Wentian, spoke with a tremor in his voice. He had never anticipated the existence of a powerful ally backing Su Chen. Their plans had unraveled completely, and the losses incurred were insurmountable, rendering them incapable of encircling and eliminating the members of the Qinglong Society. Qiushui, you must return to the Nangong clan. Nangong Wentian instructed his daughter. Father, what about you? Nangong Qiushui furrowed her brow. Having already acted, we have left ourselves vulnerable. Su Chen must die. Only then can we pin the blame for his demise on the Zhao Palace, Nangong Wentian declared. So many individuals are present. It would not be difficult to uncover the connection between the Qinglong Society and the Nangong family, given their current influence. Therefore, Su Chen must perish, and the Zhuang family's estate must be obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Nangong Qiushui nodded slightly and turned to depart. However, Huo Wushang was unable to leave, as Nangong Wentian had not vacated the area, rendering him immobile. In the midst of the gathering, Su Chen stood before Wan Dongfeng. Tell me, how many factions are involved here? Su Chen inquired coldly, fixing his gaze upon Wan Dongfeng. I will not divulge that information. Wan Dongfeng stammered defiantly. Yet, before the words fully escaped his lips, Su Chen's palm struck forcefully against his chest. With a resounding impact, Wan Dongfeng was hurled backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he collided violently with the wall. He collapsed to the ground, the state of his life uncertain. Now, only two remained, one who had previously clashed with Xianjian, and another cloaked figure who had yet to engage. With only two left, I ask you to reveal your origins, Su Chen demanded, directing his question at the individual who had fought Xianjian while ignoring the silent figure. The cloaked man turned pale, cursing inwardly. This was the plan. The Zhuang estate posed no threat. Though he seethed with indignation, he dared not speak, for uttering a word would surely seal his fate. Are you afraid of him? Su Chen's gaze shifted to the unengaged cloaked figure. Then I shall eliminate him. That should alleviate your fears. Su Chen glared at the cloaked man. Will you act, or shall I crush you with a single blow? His tone was frigid, laced with a hint of brutality. With a mighty resolve, the cloaked man refrained from speaking, instead unleashing a fierce roar as he summoned his divine might. His energy surged like a whirlpool, drawing in the air and power around him. Unlike others, his divine manifestation was designed to amplify his internal strength, enabling him to unleash his most formidable strike. The atmosphere crackled with ferocity as torrents of energy rushed into him, causing his power to swell dramatically. In an instant, a terrifying gale erupted from his form. With a powerful push against the ground, he soared upward, executing the tiger's sole divine fist. His fist, imbued with immense energy, transformed into a white tiger as it barreled towards Su Chen. Humph! In the face of this onslaught, Su Chen merely scoffed. He was currently embodying the spirit of Yin Kuang-tu, the mightiest figure in the realm of Wenshu, and the founder of the Power Gang, father to Li Qinzhou, the world's greatest warrior and a notorious figure. Yin Kuang-tu had carved a path through the shadows, commanding respect and fear alike. His reign was marked by a blend of audacity and vengeance, yet he was not inherently wicked. His reckless ambition led to his betrayal by those he once trusted. In a climactic battle, he faced a multitude of foes, resulting in a cataclysmic confrontation that left the heavens shrouded in darkness and the earth drenched in blood. Despite suffering grievous injuries, Yin Kuangtu continued to strike down many adversaries before soaring away. He epitomized strength and dominance, unmatched by any. Such a person, no matter how formidable you may be, remains merely a pawn beneath his palm. As his hand rises, a terrifying force erupts, shattering the illusion of the white tiger and ultimately imprinting upon the adversary's body. Chapter 724. The emergence of Nangong Wentian, exploding the opponent. Boom. The force penetrates the adversary's body, leaving a gaping wound in his chest. With time running out, your demise is inevitable. Although the black-clad figure is not immediately lifeless, he gazes at Su Chun, uttering his final words before collapsing onto the ground. Now, you may speak. Su Chun regards him, discreetly concealing the aura of Yin Kuangtu as he does so. The mention of limited time prompts Su Chun to let the presence of Yin Kuangtu gradually fade. Perhaps this might lead those lurking in the shadows to believe they have an opportunity to strike. He is uncertain what the term limited time implies, yet he possesses a modicum of awareness regarding his current condition. With the Yin Kuangtu experience card, he still retains at least 2 hours of peak strength. Regarding the individual before him, he harbors little hope, yet he yearns for a response. Such a response would allow him to utilize the remaining time of Yin Kuangtu to eliminate some foes. This matter concerns Jiangbei. The black-clad man beads with sweat as he speaks. Upon mentioning Jiangbei, a dark beam shoots towards his rear, only to be intercepted by a flash of sword light. Heibai Xuanzhan intervenes, blocking the sudden onslaught of darkness. Subsequently, Heibai Xuanzhan's gaze shifts to a certain direction, spotting a shadowy figure making a hasty retreat without a backward glance. However, this individual's speed has notably diminished. Heibai Xuanzhan's aura envelopes the foe, and in an instant, he transforms into a streak of black light, appearing before the opponent. His longsword plunges violently into the adversary's chest. With this delay, the aura of Yin Kuangtu dissipates from Su Chen's form. Continue. Despite the disappearance of Yin Kuangtu's presence, Su Chen's expression remains composed. The black-clad man senses the change in Su Chen's aura, a glimmer of cold light flashing within his eyes. Whether he speaks or remains silent, Su Chun is unlikely to permit his escape. Thus, he resolves to fight with desperation, aiming to eliminate Su Chun before a stronger presence arrives. This matter pertains to the Hua family organization in Jiangbei. The black-clad man declares, "The Hua family of Jiangbei?" Su Chen's brow furrows slightly, momentarily puzzled by any grievances he might have with them. Until he recalls that Hua Xingqian from the Jiangbei Hua family was the target of Zhang Xuanji's previous request for elimination. While Su Chen ponders this, the black-clad figure stirs, raising his hand to strike at Su Chen's head. Yet, as he moves, the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi materialize before him, their 4 hands slamming against his chest. Boom! The force surges into his torso, causing it to explode, blood spewing forth as he collapses to the ground. It seems that his words were not genuine. However, I have held back a bit, bringing that Wan Dongfeng to me, as I have allowed him to retain a breath of life. Though Su Chen had just struck Wan Dongfeng with great force, he did not intend to take his life, deliberately sparing a breath. Soon, the comatose Wan Dongfeng was brought before Xiao Siwu, who cast his gaze toward Zhuang Xuanji. At this moment, Zhuang Xuanji, having risen from the ground, bore a pallid expression. Moments before, she had been forced to the ground by Su Chen's overwhelming presence, her posture utterly ungraceful. Upon noticing Su Chen's gaze, her face flushed momentarily before she quickly retreated indoors, returning with a cup of tea, which she splashed onto Wan Dongfeng's face. As he began to regain consciousness, waves of excruciating pain coursed through his body, eliciting agonized cries. Su Chen's eyes glimmered with a newfound intensity as he addressed the individual before him. "Tell me, aside from your factions, the Crimson Sun Palace, and the Remnant Dream, which other forces conspired against me and why?" Wan Dongfeng replied. The leader of the other shore, Tung Baichuan, attempted to strike, but was swiftly obliterated by you. Thus you remain unaware of their involvement. Additionally, the Hua family and the Nangong clan are also in collusion, motivated by the Zhuang family's banking interests. The Hua family has a betrothal with Zhuang Xuanji. Should she perish, they would be entitled to inherit the Zhuang family's financial empire. Is that so? I never anticipated the Nangong clan's involvement. It seems that Nangong Qiushui's earlier visit to the Zhuang estate was indeed to investigate, Su Chen observed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His hand descended upon Wan Dongfeng's throat, and with a swift motion, he snapped it. To dare lay hands upon me is to court death. I must admit, I underestimated your abilities, Su Xiaolong. At that moment, 3 figures soared into view. Leading them was Nangong Wentian, flanked by Huo Wushang and the elder Gui, who had accompanied Nangong Qiushui. Nangong Wentian. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he regarded the newcomers. Although he had never laid eyes on Nangong Wentian, he was well acquainted with the information regarding the head of the Nangong family. I did not foresee that this plot was orchestrated by the Nangong clan. It truly astonishes me. The martial world operates thus. Only eternal interests endure, whereas friendships are transient. Su Xiaolong, I merely intend to impart a lesson. I hope you comprehend this before your demise, Nangong Wentian stated calmly, fixing his gaze upon Su Chen. So, the head of the Nangong family intends to make a move? Su Chen inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I intend to act. None shall remain here alive. In fact, I owe you my gratitude, Su Xiaolong, for eliminating the leaders of the Remnant Dream and the Other Shore. With their deaths, my Nangong family shall seize control of these 2 assassin organizations, Nangong Wentian declared, revealing his ambition. Initially, he had only contemplated gradually infiltrating these 2 powerful factions, but now, with the leaders of the Remnant Dream and the Other Shore eliminated, an opportunity had arisen for the Nangong family. Nangong family head, I am curious as to where your confidence in defeating me stems from, Su Chen responded, scrutinizing him. Your time is nearly up, thus, I possess the capability to vanquish you. I have refrained from retreating, precisely to await this opportunity, Nangong Wentian replied coldly. Boom. As he spoke, the figures of Heibai Xuanzhan lunged toward Nangong Wentian, but the elder Gui, positioned beside him, swiftly intervened to block their advance. The divine aura erupted from Heibai Xuanzhan. At the moment of this eruption, the elder Gui, who obstructed his path, also unleashed a formidable divine presence. This elder's aura was distinct, manifesting as a protective shell akin to that of a tortoise. In this instant, Nangong Wentian's own aura surged forth, a paragon of unparalleled talent. He practiced one of the 3 supreme techniques of the Nangong clan, the earth-origin divine fury. This formidable art could amplify his true energy threefold. Based on his own cultivation, he had devised a unique divine manifestation, the earth-origin heavenly barrier. By harnessing his vast reservoir of true energy, he sought to suppress his opponent, securing his position among the ranks of the top-tier practitioners in the realm. Indeed, without such strength, he would not have been able to lead the Nangong family for so many years. The head of an ancient lineage symbolizes authority. How could one govern without the requisite power? Boom. Around Su Chen, the 4 ghosts of Shangxi were subdued by the divine presence exhibited by Nangong Wentian. With a sweeping motion, Nangong extended his palm towards Su Chen. Bang! As his hand descended, Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. The previously concealed aura of Yin Kuangtu erupted once more. The terrifying energy overwhelmed Nangong Wentian's divine presence. Remain hidden, and you might prolong your existence a little longer. But if you dare to show yourself, I shall strike you down first, and then annihilate your Nangong clan. How tragic it is for you to encounter me at this moment. The bait had drawn out the great fish. Without further ado, Su Chen unleashed his might. To dare to flaunt one's prowess while he wielded the Yin Kuangtu experience card was truly pitiful. Such arrogance could only lead to a swift demise. Boom. His fist erupted with terrifying force, piercing through Nangong Wentian's divine aura. The impact landed squarely upon his adversary's body. Bang! Nangong Wentian was sent flying, blood erupting from his mouth. His eyes widened in horror, unable to comprehend why the energy surrounding Su Chen had not dissipated. The opponent's divine presence was complex, and his strength was formidable. Perhaps influenced by the world's dynamics, Su Chen initially intended to unleash the shattering power of Yin Kuangtu, yet a foreboding sensation held him back. Thus, he refrained from exerting his full strength. With a single punch that sent his foe reeling, Su Chen's figure surged forward, his palm descending once more. Nangong Wentian raised his arm in defense, but when their limbs met, a sharp crack resounded. Nangong Wentian's arm was shattered. Then, with a swift motion, Su Chen delivered a powerful kick to his opponent's waist. Bang! The body was sent hurtling through the air. Su Chen pursued, grasping the opponent's head. With a sudden force, He slammed it against the ground, fracturing the earth beneath them, blood gushing from Nangong Wentian's skull. Perish! Su Qin's true energy erupted from his palm, crushing the opponent's head. Master! The expression of Elder Gui shifted dramatically as he abandoned Heibai Xuanzhan, intent on intervening. However, in that instant, Heibai Xuanzhan surged forth, his twin swords slicing through the air like a tempest. As the elder turned, the turbulence within his internal qi destabilized, and under the onslaught of the whirlwind of blades, he was torn apart, the sword energy piercing through his form. Swish! A deep gash marred his body. With a swift strike, the black and white figure launched a more ferocious assault, cleaving through the body beneath the violent blade. As for Huo Wushang, who attempted to flee, he was pierced through the throat by a flying dagger. His weakness rendered him an easy target for Xiao Si. In an instant, all who had arrived met their demise. At that moment, 3 silhouettes emerged in the courtyard. The Qinglong Society had established its presence in Jinling City, and upon receiving news of the disturbance, Li Xuanhuan, Wei Zhuang, and a Fei hurriedly made their way there. A Fei, upon learning of Li Xuanhuan's emergence, had traveled from the northern 9 prefectures. Chapter 725, Qinglong Society, Assassination of the Nangong family. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, Li Xuanhuan and his companions wore grim expressions, and the atmosphere in the courtyard grew oppressive. Gather all useful items from their bodies. Mobilize our forces. Today, we shall obliterate the Nangong clan, Su Qin commanded, his voice icy yet imbued with authority. With a remaining duration on his Yin Kuang 2 experience card, he resolved to utilize this time to instill fear across the realm. Move out. Su Chun, at that moment, embodied the essence of an imperial commander. Yes, a murderous intent filled Li Xuanhuan's countenance. Though a scholar, he was equally a vagabond of the martial world, having taken many lives. Wei Zhuang launched a signal flare, its shrill sound piercing the air, summoning his assassins. Wounded, Yuan Suyun struggled to rise. Miss Zhuang, take Yuan Zhongwan to the secret chamber. Remain there until we return, Su Qin instructed, casting a glance at Zhuang Xuanji before darting away. Li Xuanhuan and the others swiftly followed. Observing Su Qin's vanishing figure, Zhuang Xuanji's eyes flickered. The Qinglong Society was gathering, and the second dragon head Li Xuanhuan was present, yet it was Su Qin who had issued the commands. Concern filled her gaze as she pondered Su Qin's destination, the Nangong family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Jiangnan, with a long-standing legacy. Do not worry. The Nangong family will surely perish tonight. Yuan Suyun's eyes gleamed with cold resolve. Currently wielding the Yin Kuang 2 experience card, and alongside Li Xuanhuan, he understood the latter's strength. Even if others did not, the Nangong family may possess deep roots, but what significance did that hold? Zhuang Xuanji hesitated, about to voice a thought regarding the second dragon, head seemingly following Su Qin's orders. Miss Zhuang, the sect leader has taken you under their wing. I can reveal that the sect leader is not merely the second dragon head of the Qinglong Society, Yuan Suyun disclosed, offering Zhuang Xuanji a glimpse of insight without elaborating further. Zhuang Xuanji's expression shifted slightly, and she refrained from asking more. Entering the secret chamber with Yuan Suyun to await Su Qin's return. The Qinglong Society's grand display at the Zhuang estate had already drawn considerable attention, compounded by the fluctuations of energy within, inciting curiosity about the happenings inside. As several figures burst forth from the Zhuang estate, leaving behind mere afterimages, others hastily entered the estate to investigate. The stench of blood pervaded the air, and the hall, both inside and out, lay strewn with bodies, particularly within the grand hall itself. When the bodies of Nangong Wentian and his companions were discovered, the expressions of those sent to investigate changed dramatically. Nangong Wentian is dead. We must spread the word immediately. The members of the Qinglong Society are likely heading to the Nangong residence, one exclaimed. The observer then swiftly departed. In no time, news of the deaths began to circulate, along with reports that the Qinglong Society was en route to the Nangong family home. Those who received this information converged towards the Nangong residence, and within the black market, formidable figures who had long remained in seclusion emerged upon hearing the news. The confrontation between the Qinglong Society and the Nangong family was undoubtedly a momentous event in the martial world. The Nangong family was not akin to the Wushang organization. They boasted a rich history and profound heritage in Jiangnan. They sensed that a significant event was unfolding. Nangong Xiushui, who had just returned to the Nangong family, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Could something have gone awry? A slight frown marred her brow, revealing her concern. Just then, the door creaked open as Xue Yi Ren entered, noticing her sister's troubled expression. "Sister, why have you returned? Has father resolved matters?" she inquired. "There have been some unforeseen developments. Su Chun has attracted the attention of a formidable figure from the Heavenly Gate who has slain your master and the others." Father refrained from intervening initially. He was waiting for Su Chin's reliance to dissipate before taking action, fearing for my safety and urging me to return first, Nangong Qiushui explained. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yi Ren's expression shifted. "Sister, are you saying Su Chun is backed by a powerful figure from the Heavenly Gate?" she asked solemnly. "Indeed," Nangong Qiushui nodded. "No wonder he has been so audacious. It appears he has such support. However, having a powerful figure backing him is not an easy feat. Once this support is utilized, it will no longer be a hidden advantage for him. I felt a sudden unease just now, but I assumed it was nothing serious. Father should be fine," Nangong Yi Ren remarked. You too felt a pang of unease. Nangong Qiushui's demeanor changed upon hearing her sister's words. She promptly rose and hastened towards the door. "We must investigate the situation at the estate," she instructed the attendant outside. Yes, the attendant quickly departed. As the foremost family in Jinling, the Nangong family occupied a vast expanse of land, divided into the inner and outer estates. The inner estate housed the ancestral shrine of the Nangong family and served as the retreat for many of its formidable members. As an ancient clan, their strength was undeniable, having stood resilient through countless upheavals in the martial world. The outer estate, on the other hand, was where the younger members of the Nangong family lived their daily lives. Just outside the estate, a figure swiftly emerged. It was the individual dispatched by Nangong Qiushui to investigate the situation. However, barely a few steps from the estate, a flying knife pierced through his throat, and his body collapsed to the ground. Who goes there? Numerous figures from the Nangong family quickly emerged to ascertain the situation. However, the figures surged forth, followed closely by flying daggers. One of the figures clutched at their throat, collapsing onto the ground. Su Chin's silhouette descended before the gates of the Nangong family estate. Xiao Siwu advanced, extracting the daggers that had just pierced the throats of those individuals, meticulously wiping the blood from each blade. The sign of the Nangong estate bore the gilded characters for Nangong Fu. Boom. At that moment, behind Su Chun, Lu Sheng Danmasho swung his sword, cleaving through the nameplate and the grand entrance. "Impudence! Who dares to invade my Nangong family?" A deep voice resonated from within the estate as a middle-aged man clad in armor, accompanied by several others, burst forth. The leader was a guard captain from the outer courtyard of the Nangong family, who had just arrived at the entrance upon discovering the attack and promptly gathered his men. Inside the Nangong estate, lights began to flicker to life. "Kill!" Lu Sheng Danmasho gripped his long blade tightly and charged forth, aiming directly at the leading man, his sword flashing with lethal light. Swish, swish, swish. The leading man and several of his subordinates were instantly pierced by the blade's aura, collapsing to the ground. Unable to signal for help, Su Chun and his companions stepped into the Nangong family estate, the commotion drawing the attention of those within. Enemy attack. Someone has infiltrated the Nangong family. Kill. Swish. Guards emerged, but all were swiftly dispatched, their throats pierced. Unfazed, Su Chun and his group continued their advance. The Nangong guards either fell to the flying daggers or were cleaved in half by Lu Sheng Danmasho's blade. They moved through the estate as if traversing an uninhabited realm, rapidly heading toward the outer hall of the Nangong family. The Nangong family noticed the intrusion but chose not to send reinforcements. Instead, they swiftly gathered towards the outer hall. Inside a chamber, Nangong Qiushui and Nangong Yi Ren sensed the cries of battle, their expressions shifting as they exchanged glances and quickly exited their room. Chapter 726, Suppression, Suppression. In further suppression, the two stepped out of their chamber. However, at that moment, a figure stood within their courtyard. The newcomer, wielding a long sword, regarded the two emerging from the dwelling with a cold gaze. Nangong Qiushui and Nangong Yi Ren were momentarily taken aback. They had felt no presence or sound from the courtyard while inside. The ability to silently appear here indicated remarkable strength. "Who might you be?" Nangong Qiushui inquired, directing her attention to the sword-wielding figure. "You are from the Qinglong Association," Nangong Yi Ren interjected, recognizing their visitor. "I am a Fei from the first month hall of the Qinglong Association." The one holding the long sword was indeed a fey. The more beautiful a woman, once corrupted, the more fearsome she becomes, necessitating her swift removal. A fey had been dispatched by Su Chun to eliminate the sisters, Nangong Qiushui and Nangong Yiren. Previously, a fey and Jing Wuming were members of the same hall, but as Jing Wuming departed, a fey now stood poised at the helm of the first-month hall, a position she rightfully claimed. The members of the Qinglong Society have arrived swiftly. However, this is the residence of the Nangong family, and you dare to intrude. Nangong Qiushui gazed at a fey, recalling his name with a hint of recognition. Yet, prior intelligence indicated that a fey's prowess was rather limited. His silent presence suggested he possessed some means of concealment. What has happened to my father? Nangong Qiushui inquired. He is dead. You may join him. A fey replied, his figure shifting instantaneously to stand before Nangong Qiushui. Her expression shifted as she struck out with her palm, but a flash of sword light swiftly pierced her throat. Her hand fell limply, eyes wide in shock as her head tilted forward. A fleeting shadow, a bloodbath. As a fey's blade pierced Nangong Qiushui's skull, Nangong Yiren made her move. A blood-red long knife materialized in her hand, striking with the swiftness of a phantom. Her face bore a seductive expression, and in an instant, she manifested multiple illusory forms that surged toward a fey, accompanied by a series of light-hearted giggles. The residual knife, the illusion, and the laughter created a triad of overwhelming influence. In the blink of an eye, the bloodied blade appeared before a fey, and Nangong Yiren's alluring visage twisted into a grimace. However, with a mere flicker of sword light, the advancing blood knife abruptly halted. For a fey's sword had pierced her brow. His sword was like a fleeting moment of beauty. How can your sword be so swift? Nangong Yiren gasped as she collapsed to the ground. A fey cast a glance at the two fallen figures before turning to depart. To him, women, especially beautiful ones, evoked no warmth in his heart. In his previous life, he was a pitiable soul, deeply enamored with the most stunning woman in the realm, Lin Siener. Yet, she had only ever used him, surrounded by many suitors, while he remained an unrequited lover, a man whose heart was profoundly wounded. At this moment, within the estate of the Nangong family, chaos reigned as the assassins of the Qinglong Society surged forth, slaying indiscriminately, intent on eradicating entire families without leaving a single survivor. Such is the nature of the martial world. When Su Chun and his companions arrived in the hall, they sensed the turmoil and exchanged glances. We must head to the rear estate of the Nangong family, Su Chun instructed Li Xuanhuan. Upon arriving in Jiangnan, Su Chun had familiarized himself with the four prominent families of the region. He anticipated encountering formidable adversaries within the Nangong estate. However, the hall revealed no notable threats. To conserve time, he and Li Xuanhuan proceeded directly to the rear estate. They sprang into action, racing across the rooftops until they reached the back of the Nangong estate. Nangong Wentian, encircle and eliminate this young lord. Today, I shall extinguish the Nangong family. As they entered the rear estate, Su Chen's furious voice echoed, and he launched a fist towards the ancestral hall of the Nangong family. Insolence! How dare you! Numerous voices erupted in unison. Subsequently, a figure soared forth from the ancestral hall, yet at the very moment of their emergence, a radiant light erupted from Li Xuanhuan's hand. Swift as a meteor, it flashed. The figure that burst forth, before unleashing its power, was pierced through the throat by a flying dagger, crashing to the ground. How dare you! Observing this scene, another figure emerged from within the hall, cloaked in golden aura, shielding itself while casting a wary gaze upon Li Xuanhuan, who stood behind Su Chun. It seemed to anticipate treachery from Li Xuanhuan. Who are you? The newcomer, a towering man with a fierce countenance, glared menacingly at Su Chun and Li Xuanhuan. Why do the others remain hidden while you step forth? Does the Nangong family wish for my demise? Then I shall bring ruin upon you. Su Chun scoffed coldly, propelling himself toward the brawny figure with an explosive surge of energy, for time was of the essence. He needed to strike swiftly. Power of the moment. The imposing man sensed the rising aura emanating from Su Chun, his expression shifting dramatically as he turned to retreat into the ancestral hall. However, at that instant, Su Chen's fist was already on the verge of impact. The man sensed an overwhelming force approaching, and his complexion paled. Heavenly Gang, unbreakable fist. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his own formidable assault towards Su Chun. The terrifying energy radiating from his fist surged forth like crashing waves, yet as their fists collided, the man's power was shattered in an instant. Not only was his strike broken, but his arm was also crushed under the force. Ah! The brawny man let out a harrowing scream. Yet, before the cry could fully escape, Su Chen's fist struck his body with a resounding thud. The man was sent crashing into the hall, and upon entering, a thunderous explosion erupted from within him, enveloping the space in a cloud of blood mist. Inside the hall, blood rained down as Su Chun and Li Xuanhuan stepped through the threshold. Within the hall, 5 figures emerged from the sanctuary. The foremost being a robust elder with a flowing white beard. Do you possess the audacity to trespass upon the Nangong family? The elder glared at Su Chun, his expression seething with fury. Yet, Su Chun offered no reply. Supremacy is mine alone. In that moment, Su Chun unleashed the might of Yin Kuang-tu, subtly awakening the shattered power within him. Yin Kuang-tu, the unparalleled madman of the world, though merely an experience card, still wielded his own formidable aura. Today, he sought to subdue, to annihilate, and to eradicate all. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming pressure surged toward the 5 individuals within the hall. Under this immense force, they immediately summoned their own auras. Heavenly Annihilation Fist, Chaotic Golden Body. The 5 roared in unison. Yet, the stone pillars surrounding the ancestral hall crumbled as if under the weight of a colossal mountain, splintering into dust. Blood seeped from the corners of their mouths. In the face of this overwhelming situation, the leading elder let out a fierce bellow. The Nangong clan, too, possesses individuals who have ascended beyond the gates of heaven. They are equally endowed with formidable abilities. Chapter 727, Shattered, the Celestial Gate, the terrifying power suddenly. A jade pendant on the chest of the white-bearded elder shattered. With the breaking of this pendant, a dreadful power erupted from within him. This force surged forth, instantly countering the overwhelming aura emitted by Su Chun. An essence foreign to the elder began to permeate the air, imbued with an aura of darkness and coldness. As this shadowy, frigid energy manifested, the elder's eyes turned pitch black and icy, and his own divine presence swiftly dissipated. Divine presence, the dark canopy. The elder spoke in a somber tone as an ominous dark aura erupted from him, clashing against Yin Kuang-tu's divine might. In that moment of confrontation, for figures flanking the elder seized the opportunity to break free from the confines of Yin Kuang-tu's aura, leaving the elder to contend with Su Chun alone. You have overstepped your bounds, Qinglong Society. Today, I shall slay you and uphold the honor of the Nangong family. The elder's gaze was cold and penetrating as he fixed his eyes upon Su Chun. You two remain to deal with that one. The rest must assist the other members of the Nangong clan. We must eradicate all our enemies, the elder commanded sternly. Among the 4 figures, 2 attempted to withdraw. Yet, as they moved, they felt a divine presence enveloping them, causing their hearts to tremble with an overwhelming sense of foreboding. It was as though any movement would invite lethal retribution. Their eyes instinctively fell upon Li Xuanhuan, who had accompanied Su Chun. At this moment, a single flying dagger appeared in Li Xuanhuan's hand. Though just one, it instilled a chill of trepidation within the 4. An intense, frigid pressure enveloped them, casting a shadow of death over their hearts. They gazed at Li Xuanhuan in horror. Although his divine presence was not tyrannical, it exuded a sharp intensity, particularly with that flying dagger, which evoked a feeling that with a single strike, the tides of fate could shift and their lives might be forfeit. They dared not move. The white-bearded elder also wore a grave expression, sensing the unusual divine presence emanating from Li Xuanhuan. However, at that moment, Su Chen's attack had already commenced. I am eager to witness whether your strength is superior or mine, Su Chen declared coldly. As he spoke, his momentum began to rise, and the energy within him surged violently towards his fists. The opponent's strength was indeed formidable. With a shift of focus, he propelled himself forward and unleashed a powerful punch. The white-bearded elder, upon witnessing this, grew solemn. The energy within him began to circulate rapidly, the chilling force enveloping the surroundings and forming terrifying dark whirlpools. Boom! As Su Chun struck, the icy power erupted from his fist, hurtling towards Su Chun. Bang! The 2 fists collided, unleashing waves of terrifying power that shattered the air around them like broken glass. Both figures swayed slightly as the impact reverberated. As Su Chen's gaze sharpened, he realized that his punch had been unexpectedly intercepted by his opponent. The force of their close-quarters combat was nearly shattering. Relying on proximity to eliminate me is utterly futile. Once your strength dissipates, it will be the moment I sever your head. The old man with the white beard regarded Su Chun with a chilling expression. Dark, mysterious finger. The incantation echoed, yet the assault did not cease. Instead, he thrust his finger forward. At the instant of his strike, ripples surged through the air, and a terrifying force erupted from his fingertip, forming a colossal column of energy that surged towards Su Chun. With a cold snort, Su Chun raised his right hand. Mystical golden crow palm. A torrent of searing flames burst forth from his palm, shattering the frigid energy of the old man's attack and propelling toward him in retaliation. As his right hand unleashed its fury, his left clenched into a fist. Heavenly Frost Fist. Utilizing the Yinchao experience card, Su Chun could wield his own martial arts. Fortified by the ice Qilin arm, an overwhelming force of ice surged from his palm. The two streams of power converged upon the old man, a fist and a palm materializing before him in an instant. The old man's expression shifted, his internal energy erupting. Yet he was momentarily hindered by a wave of cold. In that fleeting moment, Su Chen's strikes were upon him, his visage fierce. Sever my head. I shall obliterate you first. Bang! His palm and fist landed squarely upon the old man. A roar erupted just as Su Chen's blows connected. An overwhelming surge of energy emanated from the old man, countering Su Chen's assault. The force of destruction. As this power surged forth, a revelation dawned upon Su Chun. At that moment, an ominous aura enveloped the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds, casting a terrifying presence upon the already dark night. The world began to shift. After withstanding Su Chun's strike, the old man swiftly retreated, concealing his power as the turbulent scene in the sky gradually faded. In that instant, Su Chun sensed a fleeting shadow vanish from the sky. The heavenly gate? He pondered. Is the activation of destructive power what invites suppression? He withdrew his gaze, fixing it upon the white-bearded old man, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Since I cannot eliminate him for now, I shall first deal with this old man's accomplice. Li Xuanhuan's strength lies within the realm of destruction, but employing it would invoke suppression. It is best left untouched. As long as he unleashes the Yinchao power just before it fades, he could execute a decisive strike. When that time comes, even if celestial anomalies manifest, what will it matter? Once the Yinchao experience card dissipates, his strength will revert to merely the ninth tribulation of the celestial realm. Boom. He shifted his form, appearing before an individual, his palm descending swiftly. The terrifying chill solidified rapidly. The old man, ever vigilant, altered his expression as Su Chen's palm approached, hastily countering with his own hand. However, his own energy was first suppressed by a terrifying force, then hindered by a chilling aura, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full potential. Help me, he bellowed. At that moment, a companion nearby immediately struck out with a punch. Yet just then, the previously motionless flying dagger in Li Xuanhuan's hand shot forth in an instant. As the dagger flew, time seemed to come to a standstill, piercing through the layers of space. The opponent's fist turned and struck out, but it appeared to be a moment too late. The dagger had already penetrated his throat. Simultaneously, Su Chun dispatched another adversary with a single blow. You, the elder with white beard, upon witnessing this, was filled with rage, his eyes cold as ice, and he roared. An overwhelming murderous intent surging forth. A tide of killing intent enveloped the air. With a fist infused with this dark intent, he charged towards Su Chun. Su Chun let out a long howl and retaliated with a punch. The two fists collided with a thunderous sound. After the impact, they continued to engage in a fierce struggle. The terrifying force emanated outward, causing the surrounding air to erupt with explosive sounds from their intense clashes. With each exchange, the nearby structures trembled and began to crumble under the pressure. In the midst of their battle, Su Chun sensed that the experience card for Yin Kuangtu was about to expire. He repelled his opponent with a powerful strike, and his own strength surged, coalescing into a formidable force in an instant. Your time is up. You wish to harness shattered power. The elder with the white beard seemed to anticipate Su Chun's intentions, and his own power surged again with terrifying ferocity. Su Chun had already unleashed a punch. As he did, the world around him seemed to be dominated by the shadow of that fist, and the heavens began to shift rapidly, accompanied by faint thunder and lightning. The elder sensed this punch and retaliated with one of his own, clashing against Su Chen's fist. However, Su Chen's strike was more domineering, shattering his opponent's force and crashing into him. The elder was sent flying, while Su Chen's aura diminished, his opponent's presence remaining unyielding. A colossal phantom of a gate materialized. Following this, a terrifying force descended upon the elder, propelling him away as Su Qin's punch struck him, leaving him unable to immediately conceal his power. As he attempted to resist, his strength was shattered. With a thunderous crash, his body disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 728. The Slaughter of the Nangong Family. Residual dreams. Beyond, remnants gazing at the blood mist where the elder had been, Su Qin's gaze sharpened as he looked up at the sky. A vague outline of a gate appeared and then vanished from the night sky, which returned to its tranquil state. Within the Nangong Ancestral Hall, only 2 individuals remained. They exchanged glances, and one rushed towards Li Xuanhuan, while the other approached Su Chun, reaching out with a hand to grasp him. Currently, capturing Su Chun, whose strength had waned due to the powerful adversary's presence, might be the only chance to save the Nangong family. Indestructible Heaven Fist. One of them launched a punch at Li Xuanhuan, aiming to thwart any opportunity for him to assist Su Chun. This adversary's flying daggers were formidable. If he could just block one of them or prevent him from attacking, he could secure his survival. The speed of the fist was astonishing. Yet he was faster than Li Xuanhuan. Li Xuanhuan was not merely swift with his flying daggers. His lightness skill was extraordinary. In a fleeting motion, he transformed into a shadow, appearing before Su Chun. With a swift raise of his palm, he struck out, colliding with the approaching hand. The assailant was jolted backward by an overwhelming force, and as he retreated, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he was aghast to see a flying dagger embedded there. How could this be possible? He found it hard to believe, his body unwillingly kneeling on the ground, perplexed as to why Li Xuanhuan's daggers were so incredibly swift. Meanwhile, another individual, after missing a punch, swiftly turned and fled into the night. He was not a match for Li Xuanhuan. Despite being a formidable spirit within the sea, he could not comprehend why he could not withstand the force of the opponent's daggers. It was simply that Li Xuanhuan's speed surpassed his own. The daggers were even swifter. With a flash of silver light, the fleeing member of the Nangong family fell to the ground. Li Xuanhuan had struck. How could he allow them the chance to escape? What happened with that heavenly gate? Su Chen asked solemnly. My daggers can break through. Once they do, I feel as though I might be drawn into that heavenly gate by some force, Li Xuanhuan replied. Is that so? So this is how one opens a heavenly gate. Let us go and deal with the remnants of the Nangong family. We are in the back courtyard of the Nangong estate. There should still be some strong individuals in the front courtyard. The 2 figures did not linger but advanced toward the outer estate. At that moment, some powerful beings rushing toward the Nangong family also witnessed the celestial phenomenon, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the Qinglong Society could summon such formidable forces. There was a possibility that those above the heavenly gate had descended. Yet, they remained uncertain whether the Nangong family had triumphed or if the Qinglong Society had emerged victorious. Some pondered this in their hearts. They quickened their pace. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the Nangong estate, they were met with the sight of the Qinglong Society's massacre. The Qinglong Society had triumphed. The Nangong family had been vanquished. Such an ancient lineage had been ruthlessly slaughtered by the Qinglong Society, who had only recently arrived in Jiangnan. It was indeed their own fault. The Nangong family should have taken the initiative against the Qinglong Society. Ultimately, the Qinglong Society's strength surpassed their expectations, leading to their victory and the annihilation of the Nangong family. The Qinglong Society is remarkably powerful, some whispered among themselves. The specifics of the battle remained unknown, and there was uncertainty as to whether detailed news would emerge the following day. Some expressed their desire to learn about the actual combat situation, eager to understand how the Qinglong Society had slain Nangong Wentian and obliterated the powerful figures within the ancestral halls of the Nangong family. Only then could they better assess the Qinglong Society. At this moment, in the black market, within the Remnant Dream stronghold, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe and gaunt in appearance stared in shock at the report before him. Immediately informed the members of Cursed Dream to conceal themselves and cease all activities. No one is permitted to surface without my command. We shall depart from Jinling City. The emaciated middle-aged man spoke. Vice leader, are we not to avenge our leader? A young man with a sullen expression inquired. Vengeance. Nangong Wentian has been slain. How can we possibly seek revenge? The vice leader replied coldly. As his words fell, an urgent figure rushed in from outside. Vice leader, the members of Azure Dragon Society have invaded the Nangong family. The figure announced. Invaded the Nangong family? They truly possess audacity. Is this a death wish? The young man responded. Young leader, the Nangong family is now awash in blood, on the brink of annihilation by the Azure Dragon Society. All the powerful members within their ancestral hall have perished, with no survivors, the newcomer hastily reported. What? Upon hearing this, the young leader's expression shifted dramatically. Are you saying the Nangong family has fallen and is being slaughtered? This cannot be. Indeed, the members of Azure Dragon Society are still killing. Almost no one from the Nangong family has escaped. Their cruelty is unparalleled, the newcomer reiterated. Upon this revelation, the young man's face paled. Withdraw. We must retreat immediately. Accompany me to Elysium. The Azure Dragon Society is too formidable. We must form an alliance with them, or unite as one. Otherwise, we shall have no path left. The emaciated vice leader declared solemnly. Very well, I heed your counsel, vice leader. The young man no longer dared to be arrogant. Let us depart. The vice leader nodded. Notify everyone to evacuate the black market and our base in Qinglong City. The Azure Dragon Society is now in full force. Should they discover our hideouts, the losses would be catastrophic. Having spoken, he swiftly exited the stronghold with the young man. However, they did not leave the black market directly. Instead, they first made their way to Elysium. At this moment, Elysium was leaderless. In the grand hall, several individuals sat on either side. The atmosphere within the room was decidedly discordant, as the previous monopolization of power by Tung Baichuan had led to various vice leaders managing their own territories. Consequently, no one could suppress the others with a single word. I believe we must withdraw from the black market to conserve our strength. Otherwise, if the Azure Dragon Society takes action, we may not even be able to escape, an elderly man clad in brocade proposed. Withdraw from the black market? Elder Heishan. If we do so, our reputation will plummet, a somber-eyed elder dressed in black retorted. Do you wish for death? The brocade-clad elder countered. As his words lingered, a figure swiftly approached the brocade elder and whispered in his ear. His expression changed dramatically. The Nangong family is now being slaughtered by the Azure Dragon Society. If you choose to remain here, I will not accompany you to your demise. With that, the brocade-clad elder stood and turned to leave. Elder Heishan, you claim that the Qinglong Society is slaughtering the Nangong family? Upon hearing this, the others in the room were filled with trepidation. Indeed, the Nangong family has fallen. If we do not leave, the Qinglong Society will turn its attention to us once it has dealt with the Nangong clan, Elder Heishan declared solemnly. Clad in a brocade robe, this is utterly impossible. Some of the individuals present could scarcely believe it. It is true. At that moment, the figure of Suo, the deputy leader of the Tsangming, appeared at the entrance of the hall. Chapter 729. The Black Market Nangong Wangshan, a character of noble lineage, and Morombo, a master of profound skill. Yuan Mu, you assert that the Qinglong Society is indeed slaughtering the Nangong family? How can this be? The Nangong family is one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan. Their foundation is anything but ordinary. The elderly man clad in black regarded the newcomer skeptically. I have no reason to deceive you. The Qinglong Society is indeed exterminating the members of the Nangong family. Did not Elder Heishan receive this news? Otherwise, he would not have departed. Yuan Mu turned his gaze toward Elder Heishan. I said they do not believe. So Mu, why have you come here? Elder Heishan inquired. We are currently facing a crisis alongside your Bian family. I have ordered all members of Tsangming to conceal themselves and withdraw from Qinglong. I have come to propose a temporary alliance with your Bian family to confront the impending assault from the Qinglong Society. Our leader has already engaged the Qinglong Society Xiaolong. Observing their response, once the Qinglong Society has dealt with the Nangong family, they will undoubtedly turn their wrath upon us, the deputy leader of Suo remarked. At that moment, several individuals entered the hall, approaching those gathered and whispering urgently. Their expressions shifted dramatically. We must depart at once. Upon receiving the alarming news, several people in the hall spoke quickly. They are assassins who would never willingly place themselves in peril. With swift movements, they hastily exited. In a fleeting moment, the members of Tsangming and Bian family vacated the black market. Within a certain pavilion of the black market, Bei Xianing, the current ruler, gazed at the confidential report in his hand, his face revealing profound astonishment. The Qinglong Society is indeed slaughtering the Nangong family. How ruthless! However, Nangong Wentian, you have overreached. Forming alliances with Tsangming, Bian family, Hua family, and Cheery Hall to eliminate the Xiaolong of the Qinglong Society. It seems you intend to use this Su Xiaolong as bait to ambush Li Xuanhuan and his companions. Alas, this Su Chun is protected by a formidable presence from the Celestial Gate, even more potent than yours. With a sigh, Bei Xining lamented. Just as he exhaled, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, somewhat gaunt in stature, entered the pavilion. The visitor exuded a somber aura, imbued with an undercurrent of lethal intent, evoking an inexplicable sense of danger. Elder Nangong, what brings you to my humble abode today? Bei Xining inquired, regarding the newcomer. In the black market of Qinglong City, the Nangong family also had its presence, with this very individual, named Nangong Wangshan, being a constant fixture. Bei Xining, I have come to propose relinquishing the share of the Nangong family in the black market. However, I have a request. The second dragon head of the Qinglong Society, Li Xuanhuan, must perish, Nangong Wangshan declared. His voice was calm, devoid of anger. Even if you present the black market shares of the Nangong family, it is unlikely anyone would be willing to assist you in this matter. The Qinglong Society is formidable and possesses the strength to act. Yet only those ancient relics would dare to intervene. However, they would not risk confronting Li Xuanhuan of the Qinglong Society over such a trivial share, Bei Xianming interjected. If the black market shares do not pique their interest, then they should be intrigued by a position in the Tianmen. The Nangong family has considerable power above the Tianmen. I intend to reach out to the Nangong family within the Tianmen to secure an entry quota, and the individual who gains entry will be granted 10 years of protection from the Nangong family. Nangong Wangshan continued. What? Upon hearing this, Bei Xuanming's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Nangong Wangshan would offer such a quota. This opportunity would undoubtedly entice many, especially those ancient figures fearful of their ascension to the Tianmen. No matter how strong the Qinglong Society may be, what of it? Once the deed is done, they could directly enter the Tianmen, leaving the Qinglong Society powerless to pursue them. Moreover, upon entering the Tianmen, one would enjoy a decade of protection from the Nangong family. Convey this message to those ancient figures. I shall return to seek you in 3 days. With that, Nangong Wangshan turned and departed. Watching him leave, Bei Xianming furrowed his brow slightly. A bloodbath loomed over the black market. Sighing, Bei Xianming rose and made his exit. Night. A night of bloodshed. Under the siege of the Qinglong Society, few escaped from the Nangong family in Qinglong. Su Chen sat in the hall of the Nangong family. Some corpses were swiftly cleared away, piled together, and treated with corpse powder. Successfully overtook the ancestral land of the 4 great families of Jiangnan, the Nangong family, rewarded with 3 orange lottery cards. Within the hall, after dealing with the Nangong family, Su Chen received 3 orange lottery cards. It was not stated that the Nangong family was annihilated, but rather that their ancestral land was overtaken, as the Nangong family had developed numerous branches over the years. These branches were scattered throughout Jiangnan, not confined to Qinglong. Weizhuang. The remnants of the Nangong family still linger in Qinglong, and the branches across various regions cannot be underestimated. They must be eradicated in succession. The same goes for Kunming and Bayan. They must not be spared. As for the Qiri Palace outside Su City, liaise with Lian Qingbi to investigate the Qiri Palace's background, Su Chen commanded. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately, Weizhuang replied. Ensure that the treasures within the Nangong family treasury are safeguarded. There must be no issues. I shall return to the Nangong family tomorrow, Su Chen instructed. These items were his most expedient means of generating lottery cards, thus no mistakes could be tolerated. Handle matters here. I shall return to the Zhuang family first. The aura of blood within the Nangong family estate was too intense. He did not intend to spend the night there. Having said this, Su Chen swiftly exited the Nangong family estate. Outside the estate, Heibai Xianjian awaited in a carriage belonging to the Nangong family. Su Chen boarded the carriage and swiftly returned to the manor. Inside the carriage, he drew 3 orange lottery cards. Congratulations on obtaining the character Chu Xiangyu, gaining insights from Zhuge Zhenghua's last 30 years, and acquiring the lifelong prowess card of Murong Bo, specifically for the character Murong Fu. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Chu Xiangyu, a figure among the 4 great constables in the capital, was a cousin of the emperor, originally the 3rd prince's protector. Known for his ruthless ambition and exceptional talents in both martial and civil affairs, he wielded the ice soul cold light palm with his left hand and the fiery blaze palm with his right, displaying remarkable leadership and a penchant for harsh measures. ultimately meeting his demise in a besieging ambush. His strength was formidable. Su Chen glanced at his attributes, noting he had not yet reached the level of breaking through to the sea of concentration. As for the insights from Zhuge Jinhua's later years, they represented the pinnacle of his understanding, suggesting that had Zhuge Jinhua grasped these insights, he would likely have reached the state of concentration. Regarding Murong Fu, it was unexpected that he would inherit his father's entire prowess. Murong Bo, one of the four absolutes of Tianlong, was indeed a master among masters. With this prowess, Murong Fu might aspire towards the sea of concentration, though whether he could achieve it remained uncertain to Su Chen, as prowess differed from insight. The latter was more about comprehension. The power dynamics in the capital had certainly strengthened. Su Chen mused. Previously, he had harbored concerns regarding the safety of several individuals in the capital, but now he felt a measure of relief. Chapter 730. The dread of Li Xuanhuan and the ruthlessness of Nangong Wangshan in the underground black market. Bei Xianming arrived before a dark cave. He pushed open the stone door and stepped into the cave. Inside, the air grew heavy and oppressive. The further he descended, the more intense this suffocating sensation became, creating an unsettling discomfort. Reluctant to be here, he adjusted his breathing, yet an overwhelming pressure still assailed him. A surge of energy enveloped him, circulating to withstand the weight pressing down. Moments later, Bei Xianming emerged in a dimly lit cavern, shrouded in black energy. In the cave, upon a stone platform, sat a disheveled figure with a bare torso, eyes tightly shut. What captivated attention were the numerous black, tadpole-like runes adorning his emaciated body. These runes enveloped him entirely, constantly shifting and exuding an astonishing aura, creating a sense of profound malevolence. As Bei Xianming appeared, a deep voice resonated within the cave. Bei Xianming, what brings you to my domain? The figure opened his eyes, revealing a gleam of darkness within, further deepening the cave's ominous atmosphere. The whooshing old demon. The Nangong family has been slaughtered by the newly emerged force, the Qinglong Association. Nangong Wangshan has offered a position to enter the Heavenly Gate, seeking to eliminate the Qinglong Association's second leader, Li Xuanhuan. Here are the details regarding the Qinglong Association and Li Xuanhuan. If interested, you may visit the Black Market's main hall in 3 days. After speaking, Bei Xianming sent several pieces of secret paper flying from his hand and turned to leave. The old man raised his hand to catch the fluttering papers, his gaze fixed upon their contents. Bei Xianming swiftly departed from the location, visiting 3 other places before returning to his pavilion. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to find 2 figures already present within. One was seated, while the other stood behind him. The sight of these 2 figures startled Bei Xianming, for the seated man was none other than Li Xuanhuan, the second dragon head of the Qinglong Society. Congratulations, second dragon head. Congratulations to the Qinglong Society. Bei Xianming expressed with a note of reverence. Bei Xian, let us speak plainly. The Nangong family holds a stake in the black market, does it not? Who is representing the Nangong family in the black market now? And where might he be? Li Xuanhuan inquired. The Nangong family is one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan. It would be implausible for such a clan not to possess some share of the black market in Jinling. The Nangong family has been annihilated. Any remnants must not be allowed to endure. If these remnants possess any strength, it is undoubtedly among those of the Nangong family in the black market. Second dragon head. This. Bei Xianming's brow furrowed slightly, taken aback by Li Xuanhuan's direct questioning. Bei Xian, certain matters must be clarified. The remnants of the Nangong family will not stir up trouble. Their ancestor perished while utilizing his life force. They are no threat, Li Xuanhuan continued, his voice calm, yet imbued with an intangible pressure. Initially, Bei Xianming had not paid much heed to the massacre of the Nangong family by the Qinglong Society, nor the fall of their ancestor. Yet, a sudden realization gripped him. Li Xuanhuan had stated that the ancestor of the Nangong family died while wielding his life force. What did this signify? It indicated that the Qinglong Society's power at that moment surpassed that of the Nangong family's ancestor. It also suggested that the Qinglong Society possessed formidable individuals and influence atop the Tianmen. He nearly forgot this crucial detail. In the black market, a member of the Nangong family named Nangong Wangshan had recently approached me, requesting an entry quota to Tianmen, hoping that some old relics within the black market would assist in eliminating the second dragon head. As for Nangong Wangshan's current whereabouts, I am truly unaware. He is known for his caution and should have departed the black market by now. However, He mentioned he would return in 3 days to await the old relic's responses. As Bei Xianming spoke, he cast a glance at Li Xuanhuan, eager to gauge his reaction. To his surprise, Li Xuanhuan remained composed, exhibiting no change in expression. In contrast, the figure standing behind Li Xuanhuan, a fey, emanated a piercing sword aura. Who was this individual? Bei Xianming pondered, a stirring sensation in his heart. The Nangong family has been decimated by the Qinglong Society, and according to the rules of the martial world, their share in the black market now belongs to us. Bei Xian, you may convey this news to others. Furthermore, I shall return to meet you in 3 days, Li Xuanhuan remarked, casting a final glance at Bei Xianming before rising and departing with a fei. As Li Xuanhuan departed, Bei Xianming furrowed his brow slightly. From Li Xuanhuan's tone and demeanor, it seemed he paid little heed to the ancient relics. Outside the city, within a secluded estate, lay an underground chamber steeped in a suffocating aura of blood. This ominous atmosphere emanated from a blood pool situated at the center of the chamber. Beside the pool stood Nangong Wangshan, garbed in a blue robe, with 3 corpses sprawled at his feet. The attire of these corpses indicated they belonged to disciples of the Nangong family. At that moment, a horrifying crimson light flickered in Nangong Wangshan's eyes, which were laced with blood vessels, rendering him an unsettling sight. They had failed. The lifeblood of 3 direct descendants of the Nangong clan, along with the blood of dozens from the branch families, had failed to establish a connection with the Nangong lineage above the heavenly gate. The cost was exorbitant. Nangong Wangshan pondered aloud. Father, what shall we do now? From the shadows of the chamber, a young man spoke up. We must establish contact with the Nangong family above the heavenly gate. Otherwise, no one will be willing to assist us. Nangong Wangshan replied solemnly. If we wish to leverage external forces to restore the former glory of the Nangong family, it is an impossible endeavor. But father, the young man responded with a grave expression, there are few direct descendants of the Nangong family left. What if we cannot reach the Nangong lineage above the heavenly gate? Failure is not an option. Without external aid, those we have wronged over the years will turn against us like rabid dogs. Nangong Wangshan declared. The Nangong family has lingered in Jiangnan's martial world for too long. Numerous adversaries lurk in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. They will strike now that they sense vulnerability. The branches of the Nangong family across various regions may struggle to survive. You must go to the town and eliminate the branch there, bringing back their blood while erasing all traces. With a moment to collect his thoughts, he added, tomorrow we shall resume our efforts. We must contact the ancestors of the Nangong family above the heavenly gate. As Nangong Wangshan's eyes gradually returned to normal, the young man, though slightly taken aback by his father's words, said nothing further and exited the underground chamber. The circumstances were indeed as his father had articulated. There was no room for retreat. The next day, as Su Chen stepped out of his room, it was already noon. Yuan Siyun had improved somewhat from his injuries, but still required time to recuperate. After a light meal, he made his way to the hall. Inside the hall, Zhuang Xuanji had laid out the items procured from the corpses the previous day. These belongings were obtained from the subordinates, he explained. There are several manuals and elixirs, primarily from Nangong Wentian, along with a piece of inner armor that appears to be of the artifact grade. Zhuang Xuanji pointed to a piece of inner armor that bore some cracks. These fissures were caused when Su Chun utilized the Yen Kuang to experience card and struck the opponent. However, the true demise of Nangong Wentian was a result of Su Chen's devastating blow that had shattered his skull. He approached to inspect the inner armor, lifting it for closer examination. Upon discovering a fragment of the top-tier armor, the Earth's Silkworm armor, a reward of an orange lottery card is granted. Repairing this armor requires 10 pounds of Earth's Silkworm Oregon. Not only have I received a reward, but I have also been informed of the means to mend this armor. However, acquiring the Earth's Silkworm ore poses quite a challenge. Su Chun furrowed his brow slightly. The Earth's Silkworm ore is exceedingly scarce, often fiercely contested by various factions upon its appearance. It seems that repairing it will have to wait for now, Su Chun remarked with a shake of his head. He then picked up the 5 tomes on the table. Upon discovering the Remnant Dream Sutra, an orange lottery card is awarded. Upon discovering the Crimson Sun Heavenly Sutra, another orange lottery card is awarded. Upon discovering the Blazing Sun Divine Skill, yet another orange lottery card is awarded. In an instant, Su Chen accumulated 5 additional orange lottery cards, bringing his total to 6. What a bountiful day indeed. A smile of delight graced Su Chen's face. Later, accompany me to the Nangong family estate. We shall organize their treasures and dispose of what can be dealt with externally. Su Chun instructed Zhuang Xuanji. He intended to raid the Nangong family's treasury and library for a haul of lottery cards. Absolutely, Zhuang Xuanji replied, her face lighting up at Su Chen's words. The news of the massacre of the Nangong family was still fresh in her mind, and she could hardly believe it. One of the 4 great families of Jiangnan, the Nangong family had been annihilated. It was utterly astonishing. Yet, the truth remained undeniable. The two exited the Zhuang residence and boarded the black and white horse-drawn carriage. In Qinglong City, the tea houses were abuzz with discussions about the Nangong family and the Azure Dragon Society. This was indeed sensational news. The Azure Dragon Society had proven to be relentless, having obliterated the Nangong family amidst a bloodbath last night. What brutality! The Azure Dragon Society audaciously stormed the Nangong family, annihilating them. How utterly insane. Brutality, you say? I've heard that the Nangong family was the aggressor, striking first at the Azure Dragon Society's young leader. The Nangong family allied with the Remnant Dream and the Other Shore, as well as the Crimson Sun Palace, to attack the Zhuang Manor. Little did they expect the Azure Dragon Society's young leader to possess formidable allies, who turned the tide and retaliated against their attackers. When the Azure Dragon Society's forces arrived, they stormed the Nangong family estate. The Nangong family, having dominated for so many years, finally met their match. Someone remarked. The chatter continued unabated, though it was confined to the tea houses and taverns. Passers-by on the streets paid little heed to the conflict between the Nangong family and the Azure Dragon Society. The shifting tides of the martial world bore no relevance to those struggling to make a living. As the carriage progressed, Su Chun marveled at the bustling streets of Qinglong City. Last night's attack on the Nangong family was orchestrated by the Hua family. You are well aware of the Hua family. Please compile a dossier on them for me when you have the time. They have cost me a significant advantage. Su Chun spoke solemnly. Having used the Yen Quang 2 experience card, though he had succeeded in eliminating the Nangong family, it was a victory born of compulsion rather than choice, leaving him with a lingering anger towards the Hua family, which necessitated a reckoning. The Hua family, renowned as the foremost estate in Jiangbei, undoubtedly possesses extraordinary strength, warranting further investigation. I have already commissioned someone to compile the necessary information, which will soon be delivered to the hands of Xiaolong. Zhang Xinji hastily interjected. Su Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Drawing the curtains closed, he then proceeded to utilize the 6 orange lottery tickets he had recently acquired, for he was certain that his visit to the Nangong family would yield a substantial bounty of additional tickets. The Nangong family, being an ancient lineage, boasts an exceptional heritage. Acquired 5 bottles of Zhuangdan, 30 pills per bottle, obtained 5 pounds of Ditun Jinghuang, acquired character of Fuzhonghan, acquired character Gizhongshan, acquired character Bi, Thuba, acquired character Dinzun. Upon observing the 4 figures that materialized before him, his brow furrowed slightly. All were renowned characters from the Mei, each a formidable expert. Is this an effort to assemble the 10 envoys of Ganyutan? He mused. Huang Fuzhonghan, the foremost disciple of the Tianji Mun, under the tutelage of Dendiju, masters the unique technique, Qinglong. Having dedicated 30 years of arduous training to eliminate Ru Sun, had it not been for the leakage of his vulnerabilities, he might have surpassed Ru Sun in prowess. Currently at the level of Gan Tenhai, Zhou Zhongshan, the revered master of Xiaolong, is famed alongside Wao and Shisir as the trio of Feng, known for his martial prowess. He practices the formidable Ba Wangxia, his strength comparable to Vigilant Ba. Consuming Boengju enhances one's abilities, yet he met a tragic demise at the hands of Rencheng and Hu. Currently at the level of Gan Tenhai, Bali Churba, the abbot of Shaolin, is renowned for his moniker Dito, mastering the techniques, Kung Fu Liurjiang, and Hisu Shangjue, with the fury of the wind. His single-handed assault against the Hashagung's 3 halls, 6 gates, and 12 Fendor in a 3-day duel with Fenba ended in mutual ruin. Ultimately, he perished while rescuing Ansong Feng, his strength at the Dantian Huahai level. Zhang Zun, the lord of the Zhu Jianchong, stands as one of the 3 supreme rulers within the Majiang Shengsu realm. Not only is he a mastersmith, but his swordsmanship also reaches unparalleled heights, practicing the technique, Qinglong. His strength at the level of Haizhong Nixen. The prowess of Jinzun likely approaches the pinnacle of Haizhong Nixen. Though the absence of a shattered emblem is somewhat regrettable, Su Chun sighed. With these individuals at Ganyutan's disposal, further expansion becomes feasible. After all, his cadre of 10 envoys now comprises 5 members, Li, Lisan, Kulinba, and Lugusan, along with Gu, who departed the capital alongside Li Shan, now also a 10 envoy. With the addition of these 4, only 1 envoy remains to be gathered. However, the strength of Li Shan, Gu, and Gu still leaves something to be desired, Su Chun remarked, shaking his head. In that moment, he recalled the character he had acquired the previous day, Nger Wangchu Shangyu, contemplating the inclusion of Zheng Shangyu into the ranks of the 10 envoys. Thus, the quota for the 10 envoys of Patana would be fulfilled, with Ganyitan at the Poisoi level, alongside the formidable Kajongdingshan expert Zheng Shangyu and Jin Jun, in addition to Liu Sun and others, as well as the previously subdued experts from It is evident that once the 10 envoys are assembled, Ng's power will be remarkably formidable. The martial world is currently in turmoil. Let us further exacerbate this chaos. Chapter 732, Dugu for me, the first encounter between Guan Yu Tian and the Nangong family. As Su Chun and Zhuang Xuanji entered the grand hall of the estate, they found Li Xuanhuan, Wei Zhuang, and others already gathered there. At the southern branch of the Nangong family outside Qinglong City, upon our arrival today, we discovered that all members of that branch had been slaughtered, their remains obliterated by corpse disintegrating powder, leaving no trace. Wei Zhuang spoke upon seeing Su Chun. Someone has taken action against the Nangong family's branch, aside from the town. Has there been any unrest elsewhere in Jiangnan? Not at present, but once this news spreads, I fear the Nangong family's branch will face encirclement and annihilation. Our Qinglong Society may not even need to deploy many members to ensure the disappearance of these branches of the Nangong family. Wei Zhuang remarked. What of the remnants of the 2 formidable factions, Bayan and Kanming? My subordinates dispatched individuals into Qinglong City who infiltrated both Bayan and Kanming. They have joined forces to withdraw from the black market and leave Qinglong City. According to intelligence, they are currently seeking a new foothold once they establish a stable base. We will take action to eliminate a number of them and integrate the others into our Qinglong Society, Jiangnan Division. Wei Zhuang continued. Previously, after the annihilation of Wuxiang, Qinglong Society did not gain much. However, this time, Wei Zhuang aims to completely subjugate Bayan and Kanming, thereby establishing Qinglong Society as the true leading force in Jiangnan. Aside from this matter, a member of the Nangong family involved in the black market, named Nangong Wangshan, possesses strength at the sea condensation stage and has already retreated. During his exit, he expressed a willingness to offer a spot in the Heavenly Gate and 10 years of protection from the Nangong family in exchange for assistance from some antiquarians in the black market. Li Xuanhuan spoke softly. Do they have a way to contact the Nangong family in the Heavenly Gate? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Are there individuals willing to take action within the black market? 2 have shown interest, but they wish to meet with Nangong Wangshan in 2 days. They need to see the goods before proceeding. Li Xuanhuan replied. Is that so? Then this time, let us eradicate the remaining scions of the Nangong family. While outsiders may be unaware of Li Xuanhuan's true capabilities, Su Chun is well aware. He could cleave through the Heavenly Gate with a single strike. Those antiquarians in the black market who wish to eliminate Li Xuanhuan are either those who dare not approach the Heavenly Gate or those who have failed to breach it. Even if these individuals were to unleash their full power, they would only meet their demise. What of the individual named Bei Xianming? Currently, he is the ruler of the black market, and it is certain that Li Xuanhuan will seek to acquire these matters through him. This individual is quite astute. Yet he is also one who seeks profit. The Nangong family has a substantial stake in the black market, and a meeting will convene in 3 days to discuss our Qinglong Society, taking over the Nangong family's interests therein. Li Xuanhuan stated. It is improbable for those in the black market to be devoid of desire. However, how has the investigation into Bei Xuanming's identity progressed? Su Chun inquired from the side. The origins of this individual are somewhat mysterious, and the information we have gathered remains scant. Li Xuanhuan spoke in a low voice, stating that the black market of Qinglong City constitutes a vast entity of interests, and our Qinglong Society must delve into its depths. Su Chun, also speaking in a grave tone, realized the complexities of the Dazhou martial world only upon venturing into it. The intelligence they currently possessed was rather limited. After conversing with Li Xuanhuan for a while, he departed, determined to explore the Nangua family's library and treasury within the shortest possible time frame. Meanwhile, In a secret chamber within Qinglong City, Yagyu sat cross-legged, his gaze vacant. Behind him, the newly appointed leader of the Gile Palace, Lan Pizzi, pressed her hands against his back. A surge of profound internal energy erupted from her palms. With a swift motion, 5 silver needles shot out from the top of Yagyu head, eliciting a piercing scream as he collapsed to the ground. Nangwa Qiushui was indeed ruthless, attempting to control Su. Fortunately, the Qinglong Society had eradicated your faction, otherwise, the truth would have remained undiscovered. Lan Pizzi rose, a semblance of relief on her face. After the scream, Yagyu slowly opened his eyes. Nangwa Qiushui, I shall kill you. He growled in fury. There is no need for you to kill her. She has already perished at the hands of the Qinglong Society. Consider yourself fortunate. Had it not been for their intervention that left you unconscious, I would never have realized you were under control. Remain here in this chamber and recuperate for a while, Lan Pizzi advised. What? Nangwa Qiushui is dead? The Qinglong Society did this. How is that possible? Yagyu questioned, bewildered. Isn't it rumored that she had dealings with the Qinglong Society as Xiaolong? Could it be that she intended to control Su Chun, leading to her demise? The Nangwa family sought too much, allying with various forces to invade the Zhuang family estate, likely intending to eliminate Su Chun and seize the Zhuang family's financial resources. However, they did not anticipate that Su Chun possessed formidable strength, single-handedly slaying all intruders and mobilizing the Qinglong Society to assault the Nangwa family. Now, the Nangwa family has been erased from the martial world. You owe him your life. Su Chun is far more merciless than you, showing no pity and wielding his power with ruthless precision. He is a true hero. Furthermore, there are reports from the capital. The Imperial Master was slain by the 3 great swordsmen of the Qinglong Society. The Duke of Imperial Marshal is the leader of the Evil Alliance. Given these circumstances, those who came to claim the bounty must have been sent by the Duke of Imperial Marshal, and your mother may have fallen victim to the Evil Alliance. There are detailed accounts of the battle in the capital. Familiarize yourself with them. I must attend to other matters, Lan Pizzi instructed, gesturing towards a stack of confidential reports on a nearby table. After speaking, she exited the secret chamber. Outside, the atmosphere changed to that of a mundane courtyard. In the main hall, 2 figures clad in black stood awaiting. We have seen the palace master. Cut all business ties between the Gile Palace and the Nangwa family. Arrange a meeting with Li Xuanhuan, the 2nd dragon head of the Qinglong Society. Inform him that our Gile Palace can provide valuable intelligence regarding the Nangwa family. The Nangwa family has been excessively cruel in their dealings. Thus, let us ensure they have no chance of redemption, Lan Pizzi declared solemnly. In another part of the Lingjiang region, within the modest confines of a courtyard outside Tianxia City, the expression of Yagyu Wei subtly intensified. Emperor Wuho, I didn't foresee that I would fall into your scheme. However, the Evil Alliance has suffered significant losses this time. Yagyu Wei murmured. He had arrived in Tianxia City before the full moon on the 15th, intending to wait until the capital underwent its changes before meeting with Guan Yutian. My lord, I have just received news that the Qinglong Society has annihilated the Nangong family. A figure clad in a wide-brimmed hat entered the courtyard and handed a confidential letter to Yagyu Wei. His expression shifted as he unfurled the missive. The young leader of the Qinglong Society, Su Chun, has attracted formidable forces from the Tianmen. This is indeed surprising. It appears that the power backing the Qinglong Society may originate from the Tianmen, Yagyu Wei intoned gravely. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked beyond the courtyard. General Wang Dugua has come to Tianxia City. It is indeed a failure on my part not to extend a proper welcome. A resonant voice echoed from outside the courtyard. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open, and a figure stepped inside, none other than Guan Yutian, the current master of Tianxia City and the chief envoy of Tianya Pavilion. I am truly impressed that Master Guan has swiftly taken control of both Tianxia City and the Lingjiang region. Yagyu Wei remarked, the earlier intensity in his eyes now subsiding. General Wang, what brings you to Tianxia City? Guan Yutian inquired, regarding Yagyu Wei with curiosity. I have come to meet Master Guan. Surely you would not deny me this courtesy? Yagyu Wei replied. I believe our paths have not crossed before, have they? Guan Yutian responded, studying Yagyu Wei. Yagyu Wei emanated a profound aura, subtly exuding a sharpness. I trust that Master Guan is aware of my Grand Canal project. Now that the Lingjiang region is under your command, we could forge a partnership. In these tumultuous times, mutual benefit could be achieved through collaboration. Yagyu Wei proposed. Mutual benefit? I wonder how much of that benefit I would receive. Guan Yutian countered, intrigued by Dugu Wei's plan. He was keen to ascertain the extent of the profits Dugu Wei could offer. I can allocate 30% of the profits to you, Dugu Wei stated. And what share of the profits do you claim? Guan Yutian probed further. This endeavor is orchestrated by my general's manor. Thus we shall retain 50% of the profits, with the remaining 20% distributed among the local forces along the route, Dugu Wei explained. I require 50% of the profits, Guan Yutian asserted. Upon hearing his words, Dugu Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. Master Guan, your demands seem rather excessive. As he spoke, his demeanor began to shift. Guan Yutian's insistence on 50% was indeed unreasonable and devoid of any room for negotiation. It is not a matter of greed. Rather, I, Guan Yutian, possess the capability to command such shares. It is rumored that you, General Wang, were once one of the most formidable forces within the great Zhou dynasty's military. I am eager to test your prowess. Guan Yutian gazed at Dugu Weima, whose eyes gleamed like the edge of a blade directed at him. I, too, wish to witness the full extent of your prowess, President Guan. As Dugu Weima spoke, a terrifying aura surged within him, emanating an astonishing true energy that expanded outward. The simple walls surrounding the courtyard crumbled beneath this force, creating an open space. The air vibrated with true energy, resembling ocean waves, forming ripples that pressed towards Guan Yutian. Upon witnessing the aura erupting from Dugu Weima, a fierce glint ignited in Guan Yutian's eyes. Having once commanded the Supreme Alliance in a previous life, he possessed extraordinary skills and martial arts. With the assistance of Helian Ba and Liao Rushi, he had long established control over the Lingjiang region. When he received news from Su Chun regarding Dugu Weima's arrival in Lingjiang, he promptly dispatched individuals to investigate. The moment Dugu Weima entered the region, Guan Yutian was already aware of his movements. However, he had been preoccupied with the battle on the 15th night of the full moon, and thus did not meet Dugu Weima at that time. Now that the battle had concluded, Guan Yutian personally sought out Dugu Weima. Before the air-like energy could reach Guan Yutian, it was intercepted by an unseen force. Observing his energy wave thwarted, Dugu Weima's gaze sharpened slightly. General Wang, such a display of might is futile against me. Come, let me witness your true abilities. Guan Yutian's expression became increasingly piercing. As his words fell, Dugu Weima suddenly stepped forward. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying wave of true energy surged forth, akin to the might of mountains, crashing towards Guan Yutian. Divine might, heavenly tyrant slaughtering spirits. In that moment, Dugu Weima unleashed his divine might, summoning a formidable phantom behind him. As this phantom emerged, the heavens darkened, and a radiant energy coalesced in its palm, ultimately forming a black spear dozens of feet in length, aimed directly at Guan Yutian. At that instant, all surrounding energy converged upon the spear. Guan Yutian's eyes narrowed as he sensed the pressure emanating from the spear. Divine might, heavenly dragon divine might. He, too, summoned his divine might, which was forged based on his formidable dragon's palm technique. The dragon itself symbolized immense power and heralded Guan Yutian's ambition for dominance. A golden dragon shadow appeared behind him, roaring with a thunderous presence. Ah, President Guan, your ambitions are indeed grand, Dugu Weima remarked coldly, observing the divine might behind Guan Yutian. In this realm, there is no need to conceal one's aspirations. General Wang, you have defied the orders of the Zhou Emperor and issued a bounty on the Imperial Marshal Marquis to venture into the South Sea region. Do you not harbor ambitions as well? With a great teacher of the Zhou fallen and the Zhou Emperor gravely injured, the tides of the world are tumultuous. Why should we hold back? Guan Yutian replied. President Guan, you are merely the head of the Shifeng Pavilion within the Tianya Pavilion. The southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest pavilions are all present, are they not? Dugu Weima remarked, both men probing one another, eager to uncover the secrets each held. I have no qualms in divulging this to you. The southeast and northwest pavilions have no bearing on me, for I, Guan Yutian, shall advance further and rise above them. Without further ado, I unleash the dragon god palm. As Guan Yutian spoke, he suddenly struck with his palm, and in an instant, a golden dragon shadow emerged, its claws raised. A formidable golden talon that seemed to tear through the very fabric of the heavens, hurtling towards Dugu Wei. Boom! The air between heaven and earth was stirred by this overwhelming force, ushering in a tempest. Heavenly tyrant spear. Dugu Wei's gaze sharpened, and with a decisive strike, The massive spear surged towards the terrifying claw. Bang! The two forces collided, and at the moment of impact, a brilliant and violent surge of true energy radiated outward, as if the surrounding air had been utterly vacuumed. Boom! At that moment, both combatants surged forward, their palms clashing before they separated, continuing their fierce exchange. As the golden dragon shadow surged forth, a dark fist shadow loomed. Bang! 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 After a fierce exchange, the two figures momentarily diverged, each standing apart. It appeared Guan Yutian had indeed taken a significant step, much to one's surprise. Dugu Wei regarded him and remarked, "General Wang, you too have your ambitions." Guan Yutian returned the gaze with a sharp glint in his eyes, contemplating harnessing the shattered power within him to engage in full combat. "General, it would be unwise to utilize such power. It would yield unfavorable results for both of us. Since you possess such strength, let us explore an alternative form of cooperation. We can consolidate all the forces along the way, and in doing so, we shall divide the spoils equally," Dugu Wei proposed. Upon hearing Dugu Wei's words, Guan Yutian pondered for a moment, then reined in his aura. "Very well, as you suggest, General Wang. I shall eliminate half the forces along the route. However, I truly desire to engage you in earnest combat." With that, Guan Yutian turned and departed. After his exit, the atmosphere around them grew calm. The man in the conical hat, who had retreated during the earlier clash, now appeared before Dugu Wei. "My lord, Guan Yutian. He harbors grand ambitions, and collaborating with him could prove advantageous for us." As he spoke, Dugu Wei took a step back. "Indeed, this Guan Yutian possesses an overwhelming aura. We shall depart from Lingjiang today and return to Nanhai," Dugu Wei stated solemnly. Although he may have appeared slightly weaker, in a desperate struggle, the outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, he possesses other means. "My lord, shall we return now? What of the capital?" the man in the hat inquired. "There exists a nearly ripe heavenly star Sephora tree on Xue Xing Island in Nanhai. I must return to secure it before others can lay claim. Furthermore, the capital is in turmoil. Without new orders, I remain the lord of Nanhai. Who would dare contest that?" Dugu Wei replied. If it were not for the appearance of the celestial star tree on Starfall Island, he would not have intended to return to the South Sea so promptly. "Let us depart." With that, the two swiftly left the vicinity. Once they had vacated the area, a figure emerged from the shadows. The celestial star tree, a treasure capable of augmenting divine power, indicates that the resources beyond the South Sea should not be underestimated. Although that solitary figure, Dugu Wei Wa, appeared somewhat inferior, the confidence etched upon his visage suggested he possessed hidden strengths. The one who appeared was Liao Rushan. Observing the departing duo, he furrowed his brow slightly before turning to leave with haste. In the city of Tianxia, at the Tianxia Pavilion, Yanin Ju was in the parlor. The demise of Buyun Xiao was intricately linked to Du Gu Wa. She harbored a fervent hope that Guan Yu Tian would eliminate Du Gu Wa. Guan Yu Tian shared numerous traits with Buyun Xiao, tyrannical, audacious, and supremely self-assured. However, he differed in certain aspects. Guan Yu Tian was considerably more merciless, driven solely by self-interest. Anyone who opposed him or dared to defy his commands, regardless of their identity, would meet their end. Although she had entrusted the matter regarding the dark flow San to Guan Yu Tian, he did not conceal the fact that Du Gu Wei had made an appearance in Tianxia City. Furthermore, today, Guan Yu Tian had gone to meet with Du Gu Wei. She yearned to discern the outcome of their encounter. As she anxiously awaited, Guan Yu Tian strode into the parlor. "Greetings, General." Yan Yingju stepped forward to pay her respects. "Cast aside any thoughts of vengeance against Du Gu Wei. I have already formed an alliance with him, securing half the interests. Even if you wish to retaliate, there is no opportunity. Although your strength has reached the level of consolidation of spirit in the sea, your divine might is too weak, destined only to be crushed. Perhaps assassination might be a viable method. Yet you may not be able to approach him. Currently, I am collaborating with him to enhance my standing within the Tianxia Pavilion. So you must temporarily relinquish your desire for revenge." Guan Yu Tian, seated in the main position, gazed at Yanin Ju. He held a favorable view of her. Without her assistance, achieving control over the entire Lingjiang region in such a brief span would have been unattainable for him and his companions. Thus, Guan Yu Tian bestowed a degree of trust upon Yanin Ju. Upon hearing Guan Yu Tian's words, Yanin Ju's expression dimmed momentarily, yet she quickly adjusted her mindset. "I shall comply with the general's arrangements," she proclaimed. However, she was internally astonished. Guan Yu Tian's ambition to elevate his status within the Tianya Pavilion suggested a rather formidable organization. The four major pavilions of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, combined with the general of 10 directions, represented the pinnacle of power. This indicated the vastness of the Tianya Pavilion. If that were the case, she might have the opportunity for revenge. You may withdraw for now. In a few days, all my subordinates from the 10 directions will converge. Once gathered, we shall act upon the forces surrounding the northern and southern canals. Guan Yu Tian instructed. Yan Yinju nodded and respectfully exited the hall. After her departure, Liao Rushen entered from outside. After much deliberation, Dugu Wei has returned to the South Sea. I overheard their conversation. They spoke of the celestial locust tree that has emerged on the star-descending island in the South Sea. This tree possesses the ability to augment divine power, which would greatly benefit me. I am determined to embark on a journey to the South Sea. Liao Rushen remarked that his divine power can only be manifested once a month, which is rather passive. He must swiftly integrate himself with his divine force and attain a higher level of concentration within the sea. Very well. It is also an opportune moment for you to discreetly gather information about the situation in the South Sea, Guan Yushin pondered. Currently, his collaboration with Dugu Wei remains shrouded in uncertainty regarding the current state of the South Sea. Thus, Liao Rushen's expedition would serve as a valuable reconnaissance mission. Wait a few days before you set off. The swordmaster is en route, and you can travel alongside him, Guan Yushin instructed. Dugu Wei's abilities are formidable, and beyond the South Sea lies a multitude of islands, many of which harbor powerful beings who were once compelled to depart by the Emperor Zhou. Therefore, caution is paramount. Enlisting the swordmaster to accompany Liao Rushen is indeed prudent. The swordmaster? Liao Rushen was momentarily taken aback, yet a glimmer of joy illuminated his face. With the assemblage of the 10 directions envoys, the shortcomings that arose during the prior collaboration with Dugu Wei would be rendered moot. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber within the residence of Murong Fu in the capital, he reflected, I have absorbed the entirety of the transmission power. Today, I must focus and delve into the depths of concentration within the sea. A resolute light flickered in Murong Fu's eyes. He had completely assimilated his father Murong Bo's immense power and now sought to distill his own divine force through his acquired insights. In light of the changes in the capital, possessing the strength of concentration within the sea would cultivate his confidence. His most renowned technique, the stellar transformation, would serve as the foundation for his understanding of his divine force, allowing him to settle his mind. Thus, he commenced the operation of the stellar transformation technique. As he enacted the technique, swirling currents of energy manifested around him, while within his Dantian, true chi coalesced, forming his divine force. For many, the essence of their divine force is rooted in their own techniques. With Murong Fu practicing the stellar transformation technique, augmented by Murong Bo's teachings, the technique continuously circulated within his Dantian. Over time, a momentum began to coalesce around him, and a stellar energy emerged from this force. As the stellar energy manifested, a single star gradually materialized, albeit dim and lacking brilliance. Beneath this star, 6 others could only be discerned as shadows. Murong Fu aimed to coalesce his divine force into the Big Dipper. The 7 stars would operate by reflecting their power back onto their adversaries, multiplying the force through the cycle of the Big Dipper. This divine force is not to be underestimated. Murong Fu has become increasingly cautious, opting to first concentrate on forming a single star within his divine force. He would then continually refine his divine force until it ultimately culminated in the manifestation of the Big Dipper divine force. He firmly believes that his divine force will be immensely powerful. Concentrating all his essence and spirit upon the first dim star, he sought to illuminate it. Once the first star was aglow, his foundational power would be solidified, marking his entry into the realm of focused meditation upon the sea. In that moment, his essence surged towards the star, embellishing it with fervor. As time gradually passed, a faint glimmer began to emanate from the once dim star. Boom! At the moment the light emerged, a surge of divine power enveloped Murong Fu, instantly filling the chamber with an overwhelming pressure. The stone bed upon which he sat shattered beneath him. Murong Fu then opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within their depths. He had succeeded. He had stepped into the realm of focused meditation upon the sea. All that remained was to nurture this divine power and illuminate the other 6 stars. When that time came, he would ascend to the pinnacle of focused meditation upon the sea. Joy radiated from his eyes.